I'm standing on the school playground with a bouquet of roses. A crowd has gathered around me. I've been in love with Mo Yuking for 7 years, and I finally decided to tell her. My heart was racing and my palms were sweating. There are whispers and laughter from all sides, but I'm only focused on her. The crowd around me is buzzing, discussing what's going to happen next. Mo Yuking appears with her friends. I step forward and hold out the roses to her. She looks at me and says I was only a friend to her. Laughter erupts in the crowd, and I feel everything crumble inside. Mo Yuking turns and walks away, leaving me alone with the bouquet of roses. After she leaves, I stand in a daze as the crowd slowly disperses. I feel like the whole world has collapsed, but I can't just stand still. I toss the roses into the nearest trash can and decide to walk away from this place. On the way home, my thoughts are jumbled as I try to realize what just happened. In the evening, to forget myself, I go to a bar. The atmosphere there seems lighter, and for a moment I feel better. I order myself a drink, hoping to drown my sorrows, but suddenly I see Mo Yuking with another guy. They're sitting in the corner, laughing and drinking. This sight completely breaks me. I can't take it anymore and run outside. Outside, the cold wind sobering me up a bit. I wander around the city trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly I meet Liang Jiro, an old friend. She notices my condition, and without further ado suggests we go for a walk. We start wandering around the night city and I gradually start opening up to her. We stop by a 24-hour cafe to warm up a bit. Liang talks about her life, about the difficulties she faces. Her sincerity and support makes me feel better. We laugh and talk, and I begin to realize that I am not alone in my problems. This night gets warmer and I feel the heaviness begin to go away. Later we walk back to her dorm and I thank her for her support. She smiles and says she is always happy to help. I realize that this meeting has helped me take the first step towards a new life. The past is behind me. New opportunities and challenges lie ahead of me. And perhaps a new love. But the next day, I get an unexpected twist. I get a message from Mo Yuking. She wants to meet and talk. My heart starts beating faster again. Why does she want to see me? Could this change something in my life? I decide to go to this meeting, not knowing what lies ahead. Quick look, another person who doesn't know how to die has confessed to Mo Yuking, but this guy is not bad looking. He's the one I like. It's not bad, but look at who the girl is. She's so pretty and her family has minds. Don't look, it won't work out. I heard they've known each other for a long time, and this guy has been chasing after her for a long time. Alas, lick dog, lick to the end of nothing. At this time Hangzhou has just entered the spring. All the plants have just begun to grow buds, the surrounding looks a little empty. Even so, the lack of scenery on the playground is still surrounded by a circle of people watching. For the surrounding cynicism, Chen Lu just listened silently. He knows very well that he is now a fun. He stood on the playground with roses in his hands, looking at the young girl walking towards him. The girl who was recognized as the prettiest in the whole school, and the girl he had been pursuing for 7 whole years, Mo Yuking. The weather was still a little cold. The cool wind kept blowing on Chen Lu's somewhat hot cheeks, also blowing Mo Yuking's waterfall like black hair and cream-colored long skirt. As if the temperature has no effect on such creatures as girls, her collar still reveals her beautiful collarbone and snow-white and smooth neck. Mo Yuking's expression was bland, slightly pursed her lips, and her pair of very pretty almond eyes were like brimming with autumn water, making it impossible for people to take their eyes off of her. The heavens had unstintingly bestowed her with a delicate and cold face, making her knitted brows and smile quite touching. Chen Lu exhaled a breath and slowly stepped forward. In fact, he didn't want to confess in public, feeling that it was very much like moral kidnapping. But he even more did not want to let Mo Yuking muddle through again. Yes, it's a lot of pressure to mess with the party being confessed like this. But Mo Yuking, you won't. You are the untouchable in everyone's mind, the bright moon held by the stars, and the people who were rejected by you can line up outside the school, right? Whether or not the person who fails to confess is worth it, it will become a stepping stone for you to continue to rise in value. Sure enough, just as he expected, Mo Yuking saw more and more people gathering around to watch the fun, and still looked like she didn't give a damn, only due to the fact that the suitor this time was him. There were more slightly frowning eyebrows than usual. Been chasing me for how long? Mo Yuking opened her mouth and asked, her cool voice mixed with the cold wind together into Chen Lu's ears. Exactly 7 years to today she didn't let Chen Lu open his mouth first, and Chen Lu also tacitly didn't shout anything "I like you" in public, because this was already his second confession. The last time was in high school, when Mo Yuking said that she had to prioritize her studies, and Chen Lu expressed his understanding. Then he put down his desire for other cities and came to the same university. Since realizing that their relationship hadn't changed at all, even after they arrived at the university, Chen Lu actually had an answer in his heart. Really have feelings for each other, if the speed of together is very fast. If are single a man and a woman to know a few years also did not progress, it shows that the two people between the basic impossible. What's more, although he had pursued for 7 whole years, the two had known each other since they were very young. It was a true childhood friend. So now he just wanted to make an end, to draw a conclusion to the 7 years that he was as humble as a dog, and was ecstatic when he only got a little response. In order to be worthy of you, I also tried for 7 years. 7 years is really too long. Miss Mo, I will also be tired. This time it's time to put a conclusion to our inexplicable relationship, right? Finally, Mo Yuking's vermilion lips lightly opened, pulling Chen Lu's thoughts back. Yeah, it's been 7 years, Chen Lu. She looked indifferent, and her tone was cold. It's been so long, and you still don't feel that I don't like you at all. Let's just go on being friends. You don't even have to be friends anymore if you bring this up. Chen Lu looked up at the gloomy sky, unexpectedly calm. Being friends? And then watch by your side as you get together with someone else, and watch you get married and have children in the future. Is that it? Mo Yuking, I do like you. It's not that bad. Mo Yuking didn't say anything more. After sweeping a circle with her cold eyes, she turned around and left, only leaving Chen Lu with a shapely yet incomparably desperate back. Mo Yuking, I like you. K. Liked you for 7 whole years. Chen Lu looked at the other parties departing back and shouted loudly despite the gazes of the people around him. Just as the surrounding instantly began to talk, he slowly spoke again with a self-deprecating smile. But it won't be in the future. Immediately, he turned around and left, turning his back to the crowd, single and incomparably despondent, like a gambler who had nothing left to lose, losing completely. Chen Lu suddenly found himself, in addition to sadness, there is a sigh of relief. Like relief. Do not like sounds very simple, in fact, has been more difficult than the family situation, appearance or personality incompatibility chasm. Other things can be worked on, but dislike is dislike. Chen Lu thought about this and squeezed out a smile at Jiang Kao, who was waiting for him. This is his good brother and righteous son, because the whole person inexplicably has some Jianghu atmosphere. Every morning after the morning jogging will also bring breakfast to the housemates, so by Chen Lu they jokingly called as boss. Better is yet to come. Jiang Kao took him by the shoulders and comforted him. We're not ready to celebrate, you know, because whether it works out or not, it's not that you don't deserve her, it's that she doesn't deserve you. Chen Lu looked inside the trash can at the many gift flower tubes that were just thrown in, smiled and didn't say anything. Go out later and distribute these roses to the kids on the road, don't waste them. The younger kids should really enjoy this. I told you, just your character alone, who wouldn't be comfortable with you. Jiang Kao spoke with a look of disgust. Not to mention that your other conditions aren't bad either. Where do you think you're not good enough? She doesn't really think that as long as she's good looking, she won't have any troubles, right? Whenever she encountered any difficulties, didn't you just make a phone call? You've solved them all. If I were a woman, I'd drag you to get a license. All right. If you hadn't said that last sentence, I would have been quite touched. Chen Lu scanned the circle and asked, where are the 2 missing people? Those 2 goods have something temporary to do, so I'll let them pay for the drinks later. Let's go. Accompany you to take a break. Jiang Kao finished talking and pulled Chen Lu towards the school gate. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, the street lamps on the street were lit up one by one, and many vendors had already gathered at the entrance of the school. A small bright bulb was hanging on their modified tricycle. A lot of small bugs were flying around the bulb, and the hot aroma was still coming out from the frying pan. It was these various food stalls that fed the many university animals that disliked the cafeteria food. Looked at the expression of the miserable Chen Lu, Jiang Kao soberly persuaded, you 2 know so long. If you really like you, she promised to. Don't toss yourself, you are obviously so smart. Chen Lu, why are you obsessed with this kind of place? Chen Lu looked at the distance listlessly, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a complex smile. No more chasing. These 3 words exhausted his entire body. And endless sadness was hidden in the release. Really not chasing. I traded half my life for a great realization, but I deserve to die if I look back. Jiang Kao gave a somewhat agreeable bitter laugh after hearing this. How many 7 years are there in life? That's right. The other 2 roommates who arrived late, Li Sai Nian and Zheng Hao Yu, said in unison, and the 2 of them chimed in, and then all of them didn't mention today's events. Chen Lu didn't say anything else, but at this time, a girl holding a bunch of flyers stood in front of him and timidly handed him one. Seeing that he seemed to be looking away without reacting, the girl whispered again, hello. Her voice was small, and her words were quickly drowned out by the clamor around the snack street. Chen Lu only then slowed down, froze and took the flyer, and continued to move like a statue. his thoughts drifting. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he didn't even focus his vision. Thanks. Even though Chen Lu did not respond, the girl still politely bent down to say thank you before continuing to walk to the others and repeating her earlier actions. How honest. If it was me handing out flyers, I would have stuffed it all in the trash, Jiang Kao said with a cigarette in his mouth. But isn't this work supervised? It's hard to say. Chen Lu's words just fell when he heard cannon ringing. He glanced at his cell phone and couldn't help but tremble in his heart after seeing the caller. It was Mo Yuking calling. Presumably there was something he wanted to ask him for help again. It was always unlikely that it was a return to her heart, and after much consideration, she was planning to accept the confession. She probably thought that I would continue to be friends with her. Chen Lu knew that as long as he picked up the phone now, he could continue to stay by Mo Yuking's side like before, and look at her white moon-like beautiful back. Nothing happened today. But really do not want to pick up. Really tired. Hey, that low ponytail girl, the one who just gave you a flyer, how many points do you give? Jiang Kao lit a cigarette and continued to talk to himself. Wearing 2 earthbangs are still so long, the body is okay, but I can only give 5 points. Chen Lu listened to the face full of disgust. You're so boring. Then he silently hung up the phone, and also followed to look at the incomparably busy figure. The girl didn't look too old, less than 1.7 meters, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Although the dress is very inconspicuous, but still can't hide her body's exquisite curves. Just the other side of the bangs is really long. Walking also has been lowered head. It seems that Jiang Kao hit the 5 points are all for the figure. When the girl walks around, the ponytail at the back of her neck is swung, competent and common. Look at that, diligent and earnest, do not know the appearance of laziness, presumably part-time college students. In the surroundings of these girls of the same age who are dressed up and giggling, she looks so out of place. Jiang Kao saw Chen Lu hang up the phone. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone also relaxed a lot, as if the words just now were purely a distraction. What's wrong with the score? Other people give me 2 points, I can also smile and say thank you. Buddy is not double standard at all. Moreover, I just helped my grandmother cross the street yesterday. I'm a good boy. Okay, Chen Lu didn't bother to say anything more on this topic, and just pressed the cell phone out. Obviously pressing the side button of the cell phone didn't require much trouble, but Chen Lu felt like he spent a lot of effort at the moment. This is still the first time I didn't answer your call. Although you have hung up on me countless times. Even sometimes the reason for not answering the phone is simply that you are in a bad mood. What makes him not answer? Mo Yuking complained with a frown, biting her lower lip lightly, as her slender fingers kept fiddling with the screen. I've rejected him before. Why didn't he answer my call this time? What's wrong with being friends? We were fine like that before. Her roommate and best friend Lu Yan was looking at her with a helpless face. A time to look a little lost in thought, because it is really too beautiful. In front of the girl is good to see. Even temper tantrums look a little pleasing to the eye. The girls understood a little bit why people were so angry with each other. Even when I was fighting with my parents, he would have picked up at 2 in the morning. I'm going to ask him. After saying that, Mo Yuking changed out of her lace-trimmed nightgown and put on her clothes in a hurry, and she was about to go out despite her messy hair. Just as she held the door handle, the roommates thought she finally got the hang of it. Mo Yuking walked back in and sat down on the bed with a huff. I'm not going to take the initiative to find someone who doesn't answer my calls. Although Mo Yuking had been advising her since she returned to the dormitory, Lu Yan once again sat beside her and put her hand on her shoulder and said, Yuking, I'm going to advise you one last time. Oh, if you like him, it's not too late for you to regret now. Chen Lu has been pursuing you for 7 whole years. Just say I know you after the thing it. Every day you a phone call he will bring you food, no matter morning and evening is like this. My boyfriend won't even cook me brown sugar and ginger tea when I'm on my period, but you have it every time. Who else but him would cook all your favorite dishes? He learned it all for you. On the surface you are the class president, but he handles most of the things for you. Even if you're used to it, not everyone gets good morning and good night on time every day, right? And Lu Yan thought about it. That sentence you can't leave him still didn't say it. The relationship between girls and then close chat is also to pay attention to the proportion. How to say that she is also Mo Yuking's best friend, not Chen Lu's. Just said those words have been enough to elbow out of the corner. Although she didn't say it, she had no doubt about it. When school first started, Mo Yuking was at odds with the entire dormitory collective because of a misunderstanding caused by her own personality. It was only after Chen Lu managed to mediate the situation that the remaining 3 girls in the dormitory began to get along well with her, and only then did she and Mo Yuking end up getting so close. Chen Lu was only pursuing her, but still took the initiative to keep a distance from the other girls, because she played a small temper. Chen Lu once stood under the dormitory building for an hour in the rain, watching the 3 of them sigh for a while. I don't know why. It seems that the only thing that didn't impress Mo Yuking. Lu Yuyan looked at the stunning young girl who was beaming in front of her, and inexplicably had the feeling that the emperor was not in a hurry. Chen Lu has emotional intelligence and face value. The family situation is not as good as yours, but it is not bad either, and it is not that there are no people chasing him. He is the only one who is obedient to you. Mo Yuking, being obsessed with you is almost becoming one of his few flaws. I don't like him. I didn't like it before, I don't like it now, and I won't like it in the future. Mo Yuking got under the quilt without taking off her clothes and hid her entire person, leaving only a lot of her long hair spread out. Although there was little definition of the word like in her heart, the high and mighty, she still denied it out of instinct. Liu Yuyan and the other 2 housemates exchanged a glance. This best friend of theirs really made them love and angry at the same time. Mo Yuking was actually very good to the people around her, and was usually generous. She had even sent the latest laptop on Chen Lu's birthday. However, she didn't know what Chen Lu really wanted. She had never responded to Chen Lu's feelings and had hardened and tossed him for 7 whole years. Yu King. You will definitely regret it. Soon you will feel that something is wrong. When you, who were protected as if you were untouched by the world, face the world on your own, he'll definitely come back for me. Just like before. I've known him for so long, surely I know him better. At the same time. On Chen Lu's side, other than him being gloomy, Jiang Kao persuaded and opened his mouth instead. Don't add more sunk costs, your youth can soon be over. You hang on to a tree, can you afford the other young girls' good years? Jiang Kao patted Chen Lu's shoulder and said. Is this your reason for being a Sea King? Chen Lu frowned. I just want to give them equal love, come on. Just as Chen Lu wanted to talk back, a roar suddenly came from the side. It was extremely piercing. You're blind, aren't you? Chen Lu turned his head just in time to see a boy angrily pointing at the part-time girl and yelling. The girl was shocked and shivered, and the hot soup that the other party was carrying in her hand even splashed onto her arm. Strangely enough, even then she didn't dare to squeak, but just lowered her head deeply. With every sentence that boy yelled, the girl had to be trembling with fear. Her eyes were obviously already wet, and she didn't dare to let her tears fall. This guy is sick, right? It was clearly him who was too drunk to walk steadily and bumped into someone else, but he actually bit on someone else first. Jiang Kao narrowed his eyes and spat. Chen Lu nodded, and without saying anything, he walked forward and gently pulled the girl behind himself. It wasn't even someone who touched it off for you. It's too much for you to yell like this, isn't it? Chen Lu said as he sized up the boy who seemed to have gotten drunk. The other party was about the same age as himself, and there were 2 fellow boys following him. Even a higher score line can't sift out the scum. What's it to you? If you want to fight, just say so. Seeing the other party looking at himself angrily, Chen Lu was not in a hurry and turned his head to look at the 2 boys beside the other party. Surprisingly, none of them were willing to tell the truth, but instead, they were looking at themselves wistfully. Good guy, can this also be complicit? Quite a few people who were watching had already gathered over, and there were also quite a few people who had raised their cell phones and were looking right at this place. Chen Lu coldly grabbed the other's shoulder and pointed to the surveillance in the corner. There is surveillance, brother. There are still so many people recording it. Saying this, Chen Lu pointed to the roommates he had already leaned up against and whispered, you're also from this university, right? We are from the law school, and these 2 are student union cadres. See that cigarette smoker? Don't look at his dangling appearance. His father is the director of the Public Security Bureau. Let's not get into a fight with him. He's sick in the head. Not to mention he's not very good at hitting. What if? I mean, in case by the time you are inside to accept the police uncle criticized when maybe he in his father's office to play the game it. So let's not mess with them. The boy did not know what to say for a moment, looked at him blankly. You're not afraid that both of them will lose their positions in the student council? Chen Lu pretended not to understand in the slightest as his eyes blinked, and the other party stared at him. No, he just didn't persuade us. It's not like he's going to make a move. However, I believe that we are all civilized people, we don't see each other's heads. In the future we may not have the opportunity to help each other, get to know each other. The boy looked at the calm Chen Lu in front of him, and nervously swallowed his saliva. See Chen Lu, good words lie words all said. Skin smile meat not smile, boys actually really be bluffed. Since I was given a step down. Then, it is down, right? He then ghostly nodded, good. The arrogant and domineering look from earlier was completely gone. Sure enough, as Chen Lu thought, this kind of temper on top of the head but not the brain, the general goat is also very fast. The courage to bully girls is there, let him mess with this kind of hardcore people is never dare. A small episode ended somehow like this. Chen Lu just went back. A few people whimpered again, as if they were used to Chen Lu doing this kind of thing. If Mo Yuking was there and saw it, she would definitely fall in love with you. Did you come to drink with me, or to rub salt in my wounds? As soon as the words fell, that girl quietly walked over and once again stammered her thanks. 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 Chen Lu looked at the other person's arm that was already reddened, and softly advised, you'd better hurry and take cool water to rinse it off, and then remember to go to the drugstore to buy some medicine to put on it. You're a bit serious with this burn. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, you should say what to say. Don't stand there like an aggravated bag to be scolded for nothing. You don't owe others. The girl nodded vigorously and left, leaving only a teardrop that fell to the ground. Chen Lu shrugged towards the few people. Let's go, let's eat. Boys are capable of blowing off steam for a long time after drinking too much. Chen Lu was inexplicably pulled to stay until 10 o'clock at night. As soon as he went out the door, the cold wind hit his face, freezing. Chen Lu shivered. This damn weather, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. The mall next to him had already closed early, but the street was still lit up. The dormitories at this point are almost closed, right? Going to an internet cafe or not? Zheng Hao Yu rubbed his hands together and said. Jiang Kao and Li Sainian didn't have any opinions and threw their gazes at Chen Lu in unison. You guys go. I'll go home. Chen Lu said softly. The cold wind kept blowing onto his cheeks that were a bit hot from the alcohol he had consumed, making him more and more sober and lost. Jiang Kao patted his shoulder. Go to bed early. Looking at Chen Lu's somewhat forlorn figure, several people were a little heartbroken. Jiang Kao just lit a cigarette, and then saw a few small children playing on the side, hastily snuffed it out and said, let him slow down on his own grass. Zheng Hao Yu suddenly cursed. Why does Mo Yuking look down on brother Lu? Jiang Kao just listened silently, holding the extinguished cigarette without saying anything, and looked at the message that lit up on his cell phone screen. Mo Yuking, where is Chen Lu? He looked up only to see that Chen Lu had already run out of sight, and tapped his thumb on the glowing screen a few times. It might not have been too late for you to ask earlier. It's too late now. Other girls will find out how good Chen Lu really is. After saying that, he deleted the contact. Chen Lu didn't go home right away, but instead wandered around aimlessly, finally wandering into a nearby park. After walking past a few scattered streetlights, the surroundings were left in pitch black, and only through the bright light from outside could one see a little bit. There weren't many people in this point of the park anymore, so he sat down on a swing and let out a deep breath. He had played here with Mo Yuking every day when he was a child, and even now, he could still see the shadows of his memories in many places. Chen Lu hooked the corners of his mouth in a self-deprecating manner. His smile was bitter. At that time when they were playing house, the two of them even said something about getting married when they grew up. It was hilarious, only he took it seriously. He raised his head, casting his eyes casually into the distance, and suddenly saw a strange yet somewhat familiar figure from the street bench. It was the girl who had been handing out flyers in front of the school in the evening. Anyone else Chen Lu might not be too sure, but the other party's bangs that made her not so eye-catching had now become her signature feature again. So Chen Lu recognized it at once. The girl was sitting on a bench under a streetlight, quietly wiping her tears alone. The somewhat dim light hit her, making her already lonely figure look even more forlorn. It was as if she had been abandoned by the world in a corner. She seemed to be so out of place with everything. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Lu still stood in front of the girl. Why aren't you home so late? The girl was startled by the sudden voice, and after seeing that it was Chen Lu, she seemed to be slightly relieved, and hurriedly lowered her head and dried her tears. The atmosphere was silent for a while before she sniffled and whispered, I stay here when I'm in a bad mood. Chen Lu recalled what happened in the evening and turned to ask, did you put medicine on the place you burned? No, wait for me. A few minutes later. What's wrong with you? Burns are troublesome if you don't treat them, Chen Lu said with a big gasp. The evening breeze kept blowing the loose cuffs of the young girl's t-shirt and her hair, and she sat there in a lively and aggravated manner. Chen Lu then squatted in front of the girl and poked the other girl's arm with the ointment, signaling her to apply it. As a result, the girl really stretched her arm out. and then it didn't move at all. Being scolded also do not know to return the mouth, and now also said a step before knowing to move a step. Why is this person so naive? Chen Lu secretly spit out a sentence, simply their own hands to the other side coded. Even if this street lamp is not so bright, still can see the girl's arm is very white and tender. Hard to press a feel can be pressed out of the water. The place that was scalded was already red and a little peeling. Did you take cool water to rinse or not? Chen Lu lowered his head and asked. Flushed. The girl's voice was small and timid, but it was very nice. Although Chen Lu felt that his tone was very soft, he didn't know why the girl kept her head down like she was being criticized. Then why don't you go to the pharmacy? It's how late it is, the work wasn't done at the time, and it costs a lot of money to buy medicine. Chen Lu was a bit speechless, and could only silently apply the ointment to the girl's burned place. This is good, there is still a lot of ointment left, remember to apply it diligently. Chen Lu lifted his head after instructing, and found the girl was staring blankly at himself. Another gust of wind that suddenly blew away the girl's bangs, revealing eyes as clear as jewels. Her pure and white face was also reflected in Chen Lu's eyes. Jiang Kao, are you blind? 5 points? This is 100 points. Ah! The noisy traffic and honking on the roadside all disappeared in Chen Lu's ears. The world was surprisingly quiet. As if all the disturbances in the world no longer have anything to do with them. At this moment, the world of the two people are only the other person. From the pure and soft eyes of the girl, he saw the headlights of the vehicles on the road, saw the lights of the skyscrapers behind him, saw the bright stars, and finally he saw himself. No, don't look anymore, okay? For a long time the girl who had slowed down was full of shame and lowered her head, saying timidly, with a layer of water mist in front of her eyes. Chen Lu inexplicably smiled. It was clearly something that could be said with a straight face. Actually also said what is good or not. Foolish. Chen Lu hurriedly stood up after hearing this, and took out his cell phone to look at the missed calls. Hangzhou at night is very cold, so that Chen Lu's heart is also cold and trembling. Sure enough, you only gave me a phone call, and the message wasn't sent. Mo Yuking, do you think that I will definitely take the initiative to find you again? How can I be so humble in your eyes? Chen Lu tilted his head for a while, and after slowing down, he deleted the record of missed calls by sliding left. After glancing at the time again, it was now past 11 o'clock, so he slowly opened his mouth. I'll send you back. Seeing that the girl still had her head down and didn't say anything, he continued to add, my home is in this neighborhood. This point of the school is already impossible to return. The other party then gently nodded, and the two of them then walked down the street together. My name is Chen Lu. The road to nowhere. Chen Lu looked at the girl sideways. What's your name? My name is Liang Jiru, Liang Jiru said as she looked down at Chen Lu's shadow. This way she didn't have to look directly at the other party, and she could still see if the other party was looking at her. It was very secure. I don't think he'll realize that I'm looking at him, right? Thank you for buying me medicine. I'll return the money to you, the girl said in a thin, mosquito-like voice, and when she finished speaking, she took out her cell phone from her pocket and lightly pressed it twice. These words inexplicably warmed Chen Lu's heart. It turns out that just this level of triviality, there will also be someone saying thank you to me. Chen Lu was in a bit of a trance. He had never heard a single word of thanks from Mo Yuking, not a single word. Just as he was still shaking his head, he saw the girl slightly open her small mouth, her eyes blinking, and said dully, the cell phone is out of power. Probably afraid of being suspected, her small hands trembled as she raised her cell phone in front of Chen Lu and purposely pressed it 2 more times. Sure enough, there was no response. Obviously she couldn't afford to buy medicine herself, but she still seemed to think that she couldn't take advantage of others, and her whole person looked a little overwhelmed. Chen Lu didn't hold back and hooked the corner of his mouth. You seem to be a bit naive. It's okay, this medicine is cheap, it cost less than $10. The girl didn't have the heart to speak again, pursed her lips and continued to hang her head. I'm actually very smart. After another moment, Liang Jiru suddenly said in a serious manner. This girl's character seemed to be very dull. Chen Lu was also not in the mood to talk, so the two of them walked quietly. On the road, nothing to do. Chen Lu then slightly measured this girl who had some inferiority complex. At that time, the moment he looked at each other, Liang Jiru gave him a really stunning feeling. So he was even more curious about why such a beautiful girl had to hide herself all the time. Why do you keep your head down all the time? Chen Lu said with a yawn. You should be a little bit more confident. I've only seen one as pretty as you in all my life. When the time comes, although there might still be boys with no brains like that bullying you, it will be more likely that others will come up to help after a long time. Liang Jiru slowly spoke. This way it's not easy to be noticed. Chen Lu then realized. From just now when she said that buying medicine would cost a lot of money, she guessed that the other party might not be from a very good family. For this kind of character girl, being too good looking on the outside is rather not beneficial. This characteristic would have to be like Mo Yuking plus something like family background to be valuable. The two of them walked for a long time, but somehow Chen Lu felt that time passed in the blink of an eye as Liang Jiru led her to a bus stop sign. I'm waiting for the bus here. Liang Jiru held the bus card and said softly, waiting to get off the bus will be close to home. Chen Lu looked at the time. The two had walked for 10 minutes without much ink along the way. Do you toss and turn like this every day? Chen Lu felt like he was going to die of exhaustion just by imagining it. It's cheaper to rent a house that's a little off to the side, then why don't you look for a job near the house? Over here, even if you throw in the road fees, you can still earn an extra $10 or so a day. Chen Lu nodded silently, and it seemed that whatever he asked the girl would answer honestly. It was a bit of a magical feeling. It's really hard work. Just as he finished speaking, the bus drove by, and with a snort the two doors slowly opened. Thanks. Liang Jiru turned her head just before she was about to speak, when she saw Chen Lu slowly shaking his head. She then walked into the bus under Chen Lu's smiling gaze. The girl had just sat down before reacting to what exactly she wanted to say to Chen Lu just now, but the bus had already started traveling. She wanted to say that she wanted Chen Lu to come back to the store when he was free, and that she wanted to return the money. She then hurriedly stood up and slapped the bus window somewhat anxiously. The money for the medicine. I will definitely pay you back. Seeing the girl whose voice was only a little loud when she got anxious, Chen Lu really felt funny and just waved his hand with a smile. After the bus left, the smile on Chen Lu's face that only reacted instantly froze. How is she going to give it back to me? The bus traveled in the silent night. Even though Chen Lu's face was no longer printed on the window, Liang Jiru still kept looking at the lower right corner of the window in a daze. No one would have thought that 1,000 years later, there would still be a silly girl carving a boat. Another gust of cold wind blew by, so the girl shrunk inside her jacket. It was really warm. Without thinking too much, Chen Lu casually intercepted a cab to go home. He and Jiang Kao were both locals, so they could not return to the dormitory every day if they wanted to. However, in order to maintain the father-son relationship, the two of them still stayed in the dormitory for a longer period of time. Master Lijing Garden Yo, so far away I'm not lost. Looking at the hazy night, Chen Lu slowly pulled out his cell phone. Suddenly saw Mo Yuking, who had been on top of his list for a few years, and after hesitating for a long time, he cancelled the list. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it again, he said. Think of the old days of sending good morning and good night every day to take the initiative to find a variety of topics. Because not get a reply to the heart has been gripped. Each sentence is carefully considered, for fear of talking to the day to death. The occasional do not second back to the Mo Yuking reply is too slow to rebel against their own. Chen Lu is really cheap. Chen Lu bitterly smiled and flipped through the chat records of himself and Mo Yuking. The other party only replied to one or two of his own messages. Find a random page and you can see green bubbles all over the place, with very few white ones. Along with these moves, the night scene outside the window became increasingly blurry in his eyes. Obviously canceling someone else's top, Chen Lu didn't know why he was sad instead. After sniffling, he sent a message to Jiang Kao. Chen Lu boss, I'm going home, you guys have fun. Jiang Kao back to it. These two people are really a hand added up to die almost 20 times. You do not come or not. Chen Lu smiled gently after seeing this, and just when he wanted to rest the screen, he saw another message from Jiang Kao. Jiang Kao, I thought you would suddenly get angry, and then take that part-time girl. Funny. Chen Lu get lost. I didn't even add anyone on WeChat. I took a screenshot of what you said and sent it to your girlfriend Jiang Kao? That's not necessary. Have a good sleep. Remember that you still have us. After waking up seeing Jiang Kao's message, Chen Lu was a little stunned. You can reply in seconds even when you're playing a game, why wouldn't Mo Yuking? She never replied to my messages fast. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Chen Lu arrived downstairs at his house. He deliberately looked at the windows of his house, and realized that the lights were not on before putting his heart down. As long as I go home after mom and dad fall asleep and leave before they get up, I've never been back. Thinking of these, Chen Lu quietly touched up. Like a thief, he slipped into his room and opened the locked drawer, taking out all the things related to Mo Yuking and preparing to throw them away. Suddenly saw a string of bracelets with only one wooden bead. I actually still have this thing. After holding it in my hands for a while, this bracelet still honestly laid into the empty drawer. Everything about Mo Yuking was gone. Liang Jiru, who hadn't felt the warmth from others for a long time, had a very cozy dream. She dreamt of the past, an experience that had healed her to last until now. It was more than 10 years ago. A little girl was crouching in the park sand, silently watching other children climb up and down the slide. Her watery eyes were slightly red, obviously having just cried. Because she was from a mountain village, she didn't dare to go up and play along. This kind of inferiority complex seemed to be innate, because she had never seen any of the things that other people took for granted. She also didn't know what they were. That's when a little boy came over and squatted down next to her. "Why are you unhappy?" The boy's tone was gentle. This was the first time someone had talked to her like this since she came to this city. "Because Daddy got a disease that can't be cured," the little girl said, and became teary-eyed, looking very aggrieved. This was the first time she came to the imaginary big city. Unlike what she had imagined, Hangzhou seemed to be filled only with the noisy sound of vehicle sirens and the smell of hospital disinfectant. It was obvious that there were people everywhere, but the distance between people seemed to be especially far. Unlike in the village, no one would offer to help anyone, and she could only follow her saddened mother around the hospital asking how to register and how to pay the bill. Watching the bewildered look on her mother's face when she was ignored, she just hated that she hadn't grown up by now. The boy nodded silently, and after a long period of silence pointed to a few children blowing bubbles in the distance and said softly, "It's best to divert your attention at times like this. Do you want to play the bubble machine? Just press it and lots of bubbles will fly out. It's fun. My family is poor. I can't afford this." The little girl's head lowered even deeper. "Luckily I happen to have two," the little boy said excitedly, while shoving the only bubble machine in his hand to her. Not a trace of hypocrisy or reluctance could be seen in his childish eyes. "One for each of us." Seeing that the girl seemed a bit unconvinced, the boy added with a soft smile, "The other one is at home, and it's even better than this one, so I didn't want to take it out to save them from playing with it for me." "What's your name?" The little girl grudgingly believed it, rubbing her reddened eyes. Even though she knew she would never see him again in her life, she still wanted to ask. "I'm Inferno Dragon Warrior," the boy said before shoving all the fruit candies in his pocket at her as well. "Anyway, when you're sad, just eat a candy. Here you go." The girl handed over the wooden bracelet on her wrist. "Mom said to return gifts. I can't take something from you for nothing." It was made by her, so there was only a wooden bead and a red string. The wooden bead was polished smooth and required great patience. It was hard to imagine that this was made by a little girl herself. "Thanks." The boy was just about to ask her name when he was pulled over by a girl dressed all in designer labels. Half asleep, Liang Jiru smiled softly, dropping her eyes and tucking in her haggard mother beside her. The reason she enrolled in this university was because she wanted to come to this city again. "There are millions of people in this city, and I don't expect to see you again. But we can always see the same cloud." Chen Lu had just woken up from his nap and picked up his cell phone, wanting to send a message out of instinct. He came to his senses a second before hitting send, and hastily slapped himself. In the morning, Chen Lu went back to the classroom, looked at the three roommates beside him who were also wearing black circles under their eyes, and then looked at the book of jurisprudence on his desk. It is said that persuading people to study law is a death by 1,000 cuts. But in order to chase a girl enrolled in the same university, even if, but also follow the selection of such a major, is a big joke. The familiar beautiful figure is sitting in front of the left a little far away from the place, before the class has been gazing at the back of this. But also to change the habit. Since the class has not yet started, there are still people walking in one after another, and after coming in, they all coincidentally look at Chen Lu first, and then look at Mo Yuking, as if they still wanted to continue eating melon. "Did you delete her contact information?" Jiang Kao came over and asked in a low voice. Chen Lu shook his head, his complexion somewhat gloomy. "Shit. Haven't you been a licking dog enough? Why haven't you deleted it?" Jiang Kao was obviously a bit speechless. Hearing this, Chen Lu also turned his head to look at him. "It takes time for me to put it down. 7 years is too long. You think you're reading a novel, deleting it when you say so. If I can be that decisive, it would be good. It means I haven't moved any real feelings in these 7 years." Next to him, Li Sai Nian echoed. "That's true. People say that a habit can be formed in 21 days. It's simply unrealistic to expect Chen Lu to let go of 7 years of habits in one go." Jiang Kao came over to Chen Lu's side again. "Buddy, to introduce you, I lack everything but the girls I know. I'll introduce you to one a day, and I'll count it as a loss if you can see the same ones. I'll lose if you see a girl who's smaller than D." Seeing Chen Lu lying on the table uninterestedly, Jiang Kao continued, "You think I know frivolous? Then I'll let my girlfriend introduce you to them. I'm tired. Let me rest. Maybe if I rest, the person who loves me will come by himself." After saying that, Chen Lu fell asleep. To be honest, his heart ached at the sight of Jiang Kao. Jiang Kao had been his wingman in the pursuit of Mo Yuking, and as a result he didn't chase Mo Yuking. Jiang Kao instead chased her roommate Lu Yan into his hands. Chen Lu dare to sleep with Jiang Kao. They cannot dare, Before Chen Lu sleep he also sleep. The result is Chen Lu which section of the examination is very good, while he is hanging section hanging miserably. You're kind of looking at not trying to take the test is also very good, is simply a tumor in the class. Jiang Kao cursed in his heart, and then he propped up his eyelids. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the vibration of his cell phone woke him up again. It was a message from a freshman schoolmate. Brother Kao, do you know Chen Lu? I came over to look for him for my friend. I'm at the classroom door right now. Please call him out for a bit. Jiang Kao looked a little stunned. Chen Lu was following his words? Then he hurriedly shook Chen Lu awake. No matter if what came was love or not, as long as he could divert his good brother's attention, it was good. After Chen Lu woke up and walked outside in a daze, a girl saw someone walking out, so she hurriedly came up to him. Everyone in the classroom instantly threw their gazes at Chen Lu, who was leaning in front of the door. Chen Lu's condition of someone confessing could be too normal. In itself, Chen Lu was very good looking and had a good personality. Although he is not the class president, nor is he a member of the student council, he is still very popular. Before he pursued, Mo Yuking has been taking the initiative and other girls to keep a distance. So not many girls, in the case of knowing that there is no hope to express their feelings. This Mo Yuking publicly gave him a rejection. The next day there are girls see the opportunity to express their feelings to him is not strange at all. Many of them even turned around from time to time to see Mo Yuking's reaction. Chen Lu was Mo Yuking's most loyal suitor, and this was obvious to everyone in the class. Mo Yuking, on the other hand, didn't even look at Chen Lu's side and grunted as she looked out the window. Hello. Chen Lu looked at the cheerful-looking short-haired girl in front of him and froze as he greeted her. The other party obviously froze for a moment when she saw him as well, her eyes blinking as she looked at his face. Good day, senior. I'm Liang Jiru's friend. She's in a part-time job right now. It's not good for her to take a leave of absence. She asked me to ask you when you're free. She wants to thank you in person. She is also from this school. Chen Lu was a bit shocked and woke up napping all of a sudden. Aha. We're both accounting majors in that case. I'll be free after class, then I'll have her wait for you in front of the library. For some reason Chen Lu felt that this girl was smiling badly. It seemed like his mom would also show this kind of smile when she watched a TV drama where the hero and heroine were together. After saying that, the girl dejectedly left the place. Senior should remember that my name is Lin Miao Miao. Chen Lu, who hadn't slept much all night, sat back in his seat and was now almost sleepy. Could it still be such a coincidence? Then why doesn't she live on campus? Alright, don't twist your head. People are leaving. Lu Yan gave Mo Yuking a blank look and said, "It's not a confession. What's it got to do with me?" Mo Yuking beamed and also plopped down on the table. After class, Chen Lu just wanted to go out, but he was suddenly shouted at by his counselor. Their counselor had just graduated from graduate school and had already inexplicably gone for a mature girl style, with a feeling of a junior high and high school homeroom teacher. It wasn't easy to deal with, but because Chen Lu was relatively sharp, he was a bit more lenient with Chen Lu's request for leave and such. The price was that he was occasionally called out to do hard labor. Zhao Lu, come here and help me with the roster. Is it urgent? Is it okay if I go later? Chen Lu asked somewhat breathlessly. It's urgent. After a little later your leave will be approved by someone else, and you guys can get ready for the new counselor. Let me help him. Jiang Kao hastily relieved his good brother. You can't. Don't you know how out of tune you are? Jiang Kao saw that the other two roommates also had their own business, and could only look at Chen Lu and get anxious. At first, Chen Lu saw the thin pile of documents, and inwardly he was still very relaxed, thinking that it might not be too late as long as he was quick. As a result, after finishing that pile, he was told that the tall pile next to him was also. I felt like dying. After half an hour, it suddenly started raining heavily outside, and Chen Lu closed the window before the cold wind blew in. April days are more fickle than a girl's mood. Today it can be 28 degrees and sunny, tomorrow it might be a single-digit temperature. But this makes Chen Lu's taut heart somehow relax a little. It's been so long and it's raining. Liang Jiru shouldn't be waiting for me anymore, right? More than being stood up himself, he didn't want others to keep waiting for him. After another half an hour or so, Chen Lu finally finished the pile in front of him. The rain outside had also gotten a lot lighter since who knows when. Tough on you, Xiao Lu, I'll just get the rest myself. I have an umbrella here, you take it first. Halfway through his words, Chen Lu scurried out in a puff of smoke, running furiously towards the library. Although he felt that normal people wouldn't have been waiting there, after all, he was already more than an hour late. But Chen Lu always felt that he had to check it out. Along the way, many couples were walking unhurriedly with their matching umbrellas, as if this level of rain would only give them a very suitable atmosphere. Only one boy was running wildly in the rain while dodging the crowd, stepping up splash after splash from the ground. It was extremely inconsistent with this image. Because Chen Lu had been exercising for the past few years, and before that, bringing food to Mo Yuking also required him to run around. Chen Lu's physical fitness was quite okay. Unfortunately, his just right abs had only been seen by his roommate. It was only after arriving at the entrance of the library that he saw a girl standing there timidly, seemingly feeling a bit cold and shrinking into her jacket every now and then. But she still stood very much in front of it. Occasionally a gust of wind would blow and rain would fall on her, and whenever someone walked past her she would shyly lower her head to get out of the way, then proceeded to return to that relatively conspicuous position. Although she kept her head down, Chen Lu still barely recognized the other party. Seeing this, Chen Lu hurriedly walked over to Liang Jiru. She was still wearing the same jeans from last night, but today she was honestly wearing a light green jacket. It seemed that when she wasn't working part-time she didn't wear a long low ponytail, but instead just wore her hair loose. But that made the girl who had kept her head down even more inconspicuous. Last night there had been a figure score. Today no one could see what stunning looks the girl actually had. Occasionally scraped over the rain has wet part of her clothes. The girl's ears are also frozen red, coupled with the delicate face, cute and heartbreaking. Why didn't you leave? Chen Lu asked blankly. His mood was very complicated. I was called by the counselor to help. Sorry. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Liang Jiru then raised her head. The corner of her mouth seemed to raise slightly after seeing that it was Chen Lu. I have to wait for you, the girl said as if it was a matter of course. It's cold when it suddenly rains so heavily. I'm more than an hour late. Any normal person would think that I'm a pigeon, right? Not to mention that it's very rude of me. You should just throw in the towel and leave. Liang Jiru looked at him seriously. In her clear eyes Chen Lu could only see himself. I promised you. The stare just now seemed to have used up all her strength and courage, and soon she lowered her head again. And we said yes. Chen Lu's mood was more complicated. He himself did not know whether he was more happy or more guilty, probably more heartache. How so naive. Then why don't you go inside? You in this scrape wind and rain to you. I'm afraid you can't find me. Chen Lu all of a sudden did not know what to say. The whole person froze there. It turns out that there will really be someone waiting for me? It turns out that not everyone is like Mo Yuking who will leave as long as I arrive a little bit late. In this instant, really just an instant, Chen Lu felt that something in his heart suddenly melted. After all, you're a fool who is willing to brave the rain and wait for someone else for almost 2 hours just because they said one word. I'm not stupid. I didn't wait for the wrong person because you came in the rain too. However, the dumb mouth bean girl didn't say this out loud. It's not stupid yet. I always think that even if I sell you, you can still count the money for me, Chen Lu joked. You are not that kind of person. The girl gently shook her head. You were the only one who helped me at that time. Chen Lu secretly smiled. No more thanking me. Liang Jiru just opened her mouth and then honestly closed it. Her little head turned for a short while, and then carefully asked, Then I'll treat you to dinner. Chen Lu just wanted to refuse, but then realized that the girl was deeply lowering her head, her fingers repeatedly pinching the corner of her coat. He cursed himself in his heart, and then hurriedly smiled and said, It seems that my stomach has its own thoughts. Let's go. I'm going to properly slaughter you. If he didn't accept this girl's gratitude, I'm afraid it would only make her feel even more inferior. Liang Jiru looked as if she was in a much better mood all of a sudden, nodding her head repeatedly. Chen Lu thought it was funny, hearing me say that I want to slaughter a meal and then taking it seriously. How could someone be so good at cheating? There are more people around. Chen Lu stretched out his hand and gently pinched Liang Jiru's cuffs, and slowly squeezed forward together. Liang Jiru, while Chen Lu did not turn back a moment to look at him, a moment to look at their own cuffs, were pinched. This kind of tenderness that was just right without crossing the line filled her heart with a sense of security. Inexplicably, she wished that she could walk like this for a little while longer if she could. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When they arrived at a place with fewer people, Chen Lu immediately let go of his hand and turned around to look at her. There are too many people in the cafeteria at this hour, and this is expensive and hard to eat. Let's go out to eat. Okay, go eat whatever you want, the girl immediately responded, and then hung her head a little nervously. But I don't have an umbrella. It hadn't rained when she came. Chen Lu looked at the dense curtain of rain outside and said indifferently, It's fine, you'll have it later. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and his thumbs tapped the screen quickly. Chen Lu, boss, I'm over here in the library. Send 2 umbrellas over quickly. Please reply when you receive it. Jiang Kao organization received. Over. Chen Lu, you remember to bring one for yourself as well. I'm going out to dinner with the girls. Jiang Kao? Good. Big child efficiency is very fast. Not a few minutes of effort to run here. Here you go. I'm leaving. Jiang Kao climbed 2 flights of stairs before handing the umbrella to the welcoming Chen Lu. After seeing Liang Jiru, he showed another meaningful expression towards Chen Lu. Why just one? Chen Lu asked curiously. Jiang Kao looked at him without changing his face. The other one suddenly broke down looking at Jiang Kao's back as he left. Chen Lu sighed helplessly and slowly spread the umbrella out, covering the girl who was standing dumbfounded. Will do. Liang Jiru hung her head, nervously pinched her fingers, and then softly Hisha mud. And without a word, she followed beside Chen Lu, looking obedient and coquettish. The two of them stood under the same umbrella, gradually converging into the crowd. Seeing that Liang Jiru didn't dare to speak much, Chen Lu also didn't take the initiative to pick up the topic again, and the two of them walked quietly in the thin curtain of rain. The raindrops kept hitting the umbrellas, crackling, gradually covering the girl's rapid heartbeat. This was the first time she had walked so close to a boy, let alone sharing an umbrella together. After a while, Chen Lu led her to the outside of the school gate and stopped at an old street. Right here. Hearing Chen Lu's voice, the girl raised her head, and the first thing that came into view was a nicely decorated hot pot restaurant. She pursed her lips, but still said seriously, "Let's go and money can be earned again, favors must be returned before." Not to mention that Chen Lu was the first person who would take the initiative to come forward to help her. Not that, but this. Who eats hot pot in the middle of the day? Chen Lu reached out and pointed to a noodle shop next to him. This store has been open for more than 20 years. I often came here with my dad to eat when I was a kid, although it wasn't good to bring a girl you didn't know well to eat here. But after all, it was Liang Jiru's treat, and this place was cheap and tasty, so it was more appropriate. Chen Lu's words were justified, and Liang Jiru didn't doubt them and followed him in. Even if it was raining outside, the store's customers weren't any less, and most of them were students from Yuhang University. Obviously, no delicious store could escape the eyes of the contemporary university livestock. Chen Lu didn't scramble and silently watched as Liang Jiru scanned the code to pay, 1 bowl per person, a total of $28. It's only you freshmen who like to foolishly eat in the cafeteria. Chen Lu lightly laughed. You taste if it's good or not. Liang Jiru handed Chen Lu a pair of chopsticks in her hand, before she lowered her head and ate in small bites, and from time to time, she had to sneakily raise her head to look at Chen Lu before hastily averting her eyes. Chen Lu looked at the timid girl in front of him. His thoughts were a little complicated. It seemed that since seeing this girl for the first time, everything was unfolding so strangely. Although he didn't know exactly who had intruded into whose world between the two of them, Chen Lu always felt that Liang Jiru had brought a touch of a different color to his life. He did not expect Liang Jiru to really be there waiting for him all the time no matter what. Afraid that she wouldn't be able to find herself, she even stood in a place where she would get caught in the rain. The warm mood had not calmed down even now, like a stone suddenly thrown into the lake, stirring ripples after ripples in his heart. Delicious, isn't it? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Well, although Liang Jiru ate quite well, her small mouth was still propped up round and bulging, and her eyes inadvertently also innocently locked with Chen Lu for a moment. Immediately, she hurriedly lowered her head again like an ostrich, her cheeks transmitting a touch of imperceptible blush, a look of "I can't see you" or "I can't see me." Girls didn't seem to like looking like foodies in front of other people. Looking at the girl with a mouth bulging like a hamster, the corners of Chen Lu's mouth inexplicably raised. Resting his chin, he quietly looked at her. Looking outside at the pattering drizzle again, he only felt that the time was gentle and the years were beautiful. Why are you saving money like this, even though you're working part-time? Chen Lu looked at the burned patch on the girl's arm, and asked in a soft voice. Liang Jiru hurriedly swallowed down what was in her mouth and slowly spoke. Because I want to save money for my mom's surgery. Seeing the girl whose expression suddenly darkened, Chen Lu simply bypassed the topic. He suddenly felt some heartache for this silly girl who had to wait for herself even in the rain. Is that Lin Miao Miao your friend? Seeing the other party nodding, Chen Lu asked again. Then do I count as your friend? The girl suddenly froze. Although her eyes were covered by her bangs, Chen Lu could vaguely see that her eyes were blinking. Her eyes were really pretty, so pretty that Chen Lu could visualize them now, just from the moment he looked at them last night. It was already etched into his mind. May I? After a short while the girl asked cautiously, lifting her head slightly without thinking, and there seemed to be some expectation in her heart. Can. Is it okay? What are you talking about? Wasn't I asking you? Chen Lu was a little puzzled. This sentence almost gave his CPU dry burning. Can. Right, thanks, Liang Jiru said softly. She was the only friend I had before. Chen Lu didn't say anything more after hearing this, but just pulled out his cell phone and set it in front of the girl. Since we're all friends now, let's eat together sometime. Liang Jiru took her own cell phone with both hands and swept it. Her cell phone style was very old and cheap, but obviously used very carefully, and Chen Lu, the Syrian war-damaged version, was completely different. Your avatar, why is it a bubble machine? Chen Lu couldn't help but ask with a smile. This was really too strange. Originally he felt that Jiang Kao's avatar being Kun was already abstract enough. Because it's a gift from someone else. I've bought this stuff too. This one was quite expensive when I was a kid. I used to give my own away, and when I went home, I was severely smacked by my mom. Chen Lu laughed, and didn't want to laugh again. He remembered the little girl who was estimated to have lost her father, and saw Liang Jiro in front of him who was saving money every day in order to cure her mother. This world is really not gentle at all. The other side. Mo Yuking, who was walking on the street, attracted countless gazes. Unlike Liang Jiro, she wore the same clothes every day. Even though it was drizzling outside, she was still wearing a light camel-colored, very slimming half-high neck knitwear plus a black long skirt. Her near-perfect legs and body ratio were reflected to the fullest, and with her long straight black hair, she inexplicably had a kind of imperial lady style. Even if there was some mud on her shoes, because of the existence of her slender waist, no one would even look at the shoes, but people with delicate minds might have already seen that this big miss hadn't gotten wet much, nor had she gone out in the rain much. Lu Yan, who followed her next to her, was honestly wearing a thicker jacket with jeans. Even so, it didn't cover up her not low face value, but because she was following Mo Yuking around, no one had time to notice her. Mo Yuking was a bit nervous today. She wanted to prove to Lu Yan that she could still live well without Chen Lu. However, she had just entered the cafeteria, and had frowned when she saw the long line. Does Chen Lu usually have to wait in such a long line to buy food for me? Mo Yuking didn't think about it. In fact, she wasn't even that bad about ordering takeout every day, but she just wanted to fight like she had to come to the cafeteria to buy it herself. Express also have to take by themselves. The class also have to grab by themselves. The class things also have to deal with by themselves. She was still a little ashamed when listing her plans, because it seemed like it had always been something that she could just accomplish on her own for everyone else. Mo Yuking took a paper towel to help Liu Yan wipe her hair, while leading the other party slowly out of the school gate. The cafeteria was crowded. Not eating in the cafeteria was it. Liu Yan did not feel anything. Mo Yuking had already resisted the matter of queuing. She felt like she was really going crazy. There are too many people to die. All kinds of playful sounds not to mention. There are also a lot of unqualified outwardly earthy videos. The noise made her ears hurt. Just when she wanted to come to the familiar restaurant, she suddenly found Chen Lu's figure. Just opposite him was sitting a girl who was completely different from herself. She didn't complain to Chen Lu about the various unhappy things she had encountered. She just ate there silently by herself, and also looked up from time to time to peek at Chen Lu. Chen Lu, on the other hand, kept looking at her with his chin in his hand, and the two of them didn't say a few words. But why do they seem so close? Why would Chen Lu eat with a girl other than me? He has always only been with me. Mo Yuking froze for a long time, only feeling stuffy in her heart, angry and annoyed. I should be the one being looked at like this by Chen Lu. His tenderness has belonged to me alone all these years. Lu Yan found out a bit later than Mo Yuking, so when she tried to pull Mo Yuking back, Mo Yuking had already walked up. That girl was still eating with her head down, and Mo Yuking was just staring at Chen Lu. What are you doing? She asked in a good-natured manner. Chen Lu realized that Lu Yan was wearing a "I did my best to pull her back" expression. Although Chen Lu felt that it was completely unnecessary, he was still grateful that she was thinking of helping him. Even if someone else's starting point was wrong, this kind of thing still had to be treated as one size fits all. As you can see, what's the problem? Chen Lu asked somewhat inexplicably. Don't you like me? Then why are you eating with other girls? Is this what you like? Because she was outside. Mo Yuking's voice was small, but she could still hear the annoyance in her tone. There's nothing wrong with me liking you, but I also said when I confessed that it won't be in the future. Chen Lu's tone was a bit icy, even he didn't expect it. Normally, being so close to Mo Yuking's eyes would more or less make his heart beat faster. But he didn't have any such feeling at all at this moment. So this is what a heart like death is. You're the one who rejected me. You only gave me two choices at that time. Either continue to be a licking dog for you, or don't even be friends. As you can see, I chose the latter, because I'm tired. Chen Lu laughed in a general self-deprecating manner. I'm not some saint. There's no reason to keep treating you well when I know it's fruitless. This icy tone instantly irritated her, making her inexplicably want to cry a little. She couldn't figure out why, but her eyes just suddenly became blurry and tears kept welling up in her eyes. Mo Yuking had wanted to force back her tears and show a disdainful smile. But naturally, she had grown up releasing whatever emotions she had without any fear, waiting for others to coax her, so she acted out. In the end, she could only pretend to be unconcerned while shedding tears. Fine, no problem. It's fine with me even if you eat with 10 girls, as long as you're happy. She then reached out her slender fingers to brush her hair, which was stuck to her cheeks by the tears, back to her ear. "Since you're not answering my calls, you won't be able to get through, even if you call me in the future. I won't answer it even once, good. So, where's your reason for coming to accuse me?" Chen Lu cocked his head and asked. "You can't say it yourself, can you? We're not even friends right now. You're meddling a bit too much." Hearing this series of words, Mo Yuking froze a little. She suddenly felt that Chen Lu was so strange. So strange that it was as if she had only met him on the first day. From the time Chen Lu had sent the first bouquet of flowers to her to now, 7 years had passed. If she counted from the time she first met Chen Lu, they had already known each other for more than 10 years. But no matter when she started to recall, Chen Lu had never shown this kind of expression to her. There wasn't even the slightest bit of luster in his eyes as he looked at her. Why? Why is he looking at me with such an expression? Where in the world has that Chen Lu who would smile and coax me no matter how angry I am gone? You weren't like this before. Without waiting for Mo Yuking to react herself, these words had already run out of her mouth. "Mo Yuking, if you want to say before, then I'll tell you properly." Chen Lu gazed at the girl in front of him that he had loved for 7 years. "What were you like before?" "In the beginning, I said that I would invite you to dinner, you agreed. Then that night I waited for 3 hours until people were closing, and I didn't see you. When I asked you later, you said you forgot. Do you remember this? You may not remember, but I remember the teasing looks those people gave me. I used to humble myself like a dog to please you all the time, and what did I get in return? Only 2 rejections in return. I originally wanted to be your boyfriend, not a dog by your side. Now. I don't want anything anymore. I just want to keep my distance from you." Mo Yuking might have been out of shock at how indifferent Chen Lu's demeanor was, or maybe she didn't know how to talk back for a while. Anyway, she didn't make a sound and just wiped her own tears. Chen Lu didn't make any moves and sat there silently looking at her. Pear blossom with rain. It turns out that a good-looking girl crying is really like this. The girl that he had liked for 7 years crying like this in front of himself would of course be awkward, but Chen Lu held back in the end. Yan, not eating here. Let's go buy pickled fish." Mo Yuking reddened her eyes and turned her face away, saying with a sobbing voice. "The pickled fish is in the East cafeteria, we just came out from there." Lu Yuyan was a little embarrassed as she came to Mo Yuking's ear and whispered as quietly as possible. "Then we'll go back again, don't be in a hurry. Your favorite Gondong Odin is around here." Mo Yuking froze. Chen Lu, has he been running back and forth like this all the time to bring me food? Lu Yan also seemed to have seen what Mo Yuking was thinking and just looked at her and shrugged. Although Lu Yuyan guessed what Mo Yuking's heart was thinking. But she did not expect Chen Lu's side have appeared other girls. She also found a small part of Chen Lu's not easy, or did not have their own first bowed his head. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuking still twisted her head and walked away. "You're going the opposite way." "We're going to the east." Lu Yuyan stood still and looked at the motionless Chen Lu, and then looked at Mo Yuking, who huffed and puffed away, and also walked in the reverse direction. She sighed deeply, and then hurriedly chased after her. This action Chen Lu has also seen before. Is his own mother to see the expression of the hero and heroine in the TV series when rubbing shoulders. Looking at the girl who left while wiping her tears, Chen Lu's mood was a little complicated. This was the first time he had made Mo Yuking cry. It turns out that she will still shed tears because of me. However, it doesn't matter. I want to let go. After repeating the meditation in his heart many times, Chen Lu continued to sit there and play with his cell phone. Only this time, it was haphazardly tapping into various apps and then exiting them. After all, 7 years was too long to put down so easily. Although the process would be painful, even if there would be another bout of pain for another 7 years. I don't want to go back either. I really didn't think that the youth spent on you was all sunk costs. Mo Yuking continued to experience life after she left, but Chen Lu no longer wanted to care about this. She would later find that by the time she had finished going back and forth to buy all the food she wanted to eat, she would already be too tired to have an appetite to eat again. She would find that picking up couriers from various courier collection points that were far away from each other was such a painful thing. We'll find that the library seat is not so good to occupy. We'll find that even if good looking in the hands of the counselor, to ask for a leave is still as difficult as heaven. At this moment, she is like the mermaid in the fairy tale that has just landed on the shore, and every step she takes is difficult. Chen Lu slowly walked out of the noodle shop and looked up at the sun that had just squeezed out from the edge of a dark cloud. The sun shone warmly on his body, and since it had just rained, the air was also fresh. The rain has stopped. The scene just now seemed to be beyond Liang Jiru's comprehension. The girl would keep her head down and not say a word. Chen Lu's heart was also in turmoil. He didn't understand why Mo Yuking had to come to himself to make a noise. Or maybe he guessed it, but was unwilling to face it. She just wasn't adapting to life without her dog liquor. Chen Lu took a deep breath of fresh air, felt the cool breeze, and laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. That one just now is the girl I've been chasing for 7 whole years without ever getting a single response, and I still insisted for 7 years. Isn't it very stupid? I didn't expect. Liang Jiru just shook her head seriously. And then she pulled out a fruit candy from her pocket. Because Chen Lu was taller than her, so she purposely raised her right hand up, and her delicate little hand slowly opened like a flower. Chen Lu carefully received it, and looked at her with some curiosity. "Why did you give me this?" Chen Lu asked curiously. "Because I don't want you to be sad." The girl's voice was very soft and so gentle and sincere. "Someone told me before that it's good to eat a candy when you're sad." Chen Lu froze once again. The cold wind kept blowing onto him, who was fuming, but how could it not cool his warm heart at this moment? Chen Lu had never thought that the one thing that could calm his sadness the most in the past 2 days was actually someone giving him a candy. It was only after a long time that he came to his senses and sniffled. "Say, why do you want to live outside? Our school dorms are still pretty cheap, right, to take care of mom, so where are you going later? I'll give you a ride," Chen Lu said softly. The green apple-flavored fructose melted a little bit in his mouth, feeling a burst of sweetness. What also melted away seemed to be his heart. "No need, I'm going to a part-time job. It's far away." Liang Jiru lightly pinched the corner of her coat and looked at Chen Lu's shadow. Although she didn't know why, she just really liked looking at Chen Lu like this. This way she wouldn't be discovered, and she didn't have to be afraid that she would inadvertently lock eyes with him, and she always felt at ease. She felt that she was already reckless enough. The girl's wish was simple, so simple that she only wanted to look at his shadow. Liang Jiru had been very understanding since she was a child, and even more so after her father's death. Her mother's illness made her even more afraid to be selfish, capricious, or unintelligent. Suppressing her desires has become a habit for her. Studying non-stop and trying to earn money to cure her mother's illness had almost become her survival instinct. She has no hobbies of her own, and does not like the same age girls like to study cosmetics and skincare products, do not understand and do not want to spend effort to buy clothes to carefully dress themselves. As long as she could look at the teenager who brought a ray of light to her dim days like this, she was already satisfied. As a result, Chen Lu suddenly leaned over and glanced at her with a light smile. His clear face once again reflected in her eyes, making her unable to help but lower her head a few more points. But still, she couldn't help but sneak a look at him with her afterglow. The teenager's smile was gentle, and it had been far too long since someone other than her own mother had smiled and locked eyes with her like that. The most recent one even went back 10 years. Seeing that she just lowered her head and wasn't unhappy, Chen Lu then put his heart down and laughed. "Part-time jobs can also be delivered. It's not like I have anything to do in the afternoon. This is the joy of being a junior, you freshmen can't understand it." She just wanted to refuse, but then saw Chen Lu looking at her coldly. Hastily, she nodded her head in a well-behaved manner. Chen Lu deliberately stepped on one very shallow puddle, the sound crackling. Looking at the girl who was honestly walking in front of him, he then snickered. "No, Liang Jiru, you're really silly. I'm not stupid at this time." The sun had completely dispersed the dark clouds, and the sunlight was generous enough to recklessly sprinkle on the two of them. The surroundings instantly brightened up a lot, and the picture turned into warm colors, including this girl in Chen Lu's eyes who had been walking with her head down. "The weather is so nice, even a walk is happy. This damn sun has been basking me here, Yu King. If you're really tired, let's both take a break." Lu Yan gasped for air, and said as she looked back at the haggard-faced young girl behind her. The long skirt under the slender waist of the young girl was swaying, lightly biting her lips. Her godless appearance gave people an inexplicable desire to conquer. Liu Yan's heart unconsciously sighed. "Fortunately I have a boyfriend, or really want to be bent. It is really too good looking. But when will you understand that only rely on this is not able to stay?" Chen Lu. "When can you put down your proud heart? There is nothing wrong with you having this capital, but you can't get love this way." As if she hadn't heard her words, Mo Yuking held the 2 packages and looked at the front of her mindlessly, wobbling like a wind-up doll. She now only felt that her legs were sore all the time, and her mood had hit rock bottom. because she ran around and tossed around for half a day at noon, and in the end, looking at the few favorite dishes in front of her, she was already tired and didn't have any appetite at all, although the money she spent didn't hurt at all. But not enjoying the fruits of her hard work for half a day of tossing and turning made her feel like it was a waste of effort. She also didn't realize until now that she usually bought so many things online. Before, she had only focused on what she saw and bought, never considering how much effort it would take if she took it. Coupled with the confrontation with Chen Lu at noon, at the moment her heart had been in turmoil and her mind was filled with that inconspicuous girl. Is she as pretty as me? Why did Chen Lu eat with her? Why did Chen Lu suddenly change like a different person? Those people whose attitudes I rejected several times didn't change. However, she quickly put these thoughts to the back of her mind. Anyway, Chen Lu will still come over to apologize by himself. Just like always. How dare you not answer my phone call? When the time comes, do not just forgive him. Chen Lu sent after Liang Jiru, and then in the West Lake strolling down the heart, until the night before returning to the dormitory. His hand had just been placed on the doorknob when he heard his good oldest children talking. You say Chen Lu and the school gate met that girl has no head? He didn't come back from lunch until now. Jiang Kao's somewhat magnetic Cockney voice was highly recognizable. You misunderstood, right? I think you're looking down on Chen Lu too much by saying that, the other two roommates retorted. MD, isn't it good to walk out early? I'm really afraid that he'll hang on a crooked neck tree until he dies. Jiang Kao laughed and cursed, and then only the sound of crackling keyboards remained in the dormitory. Boss, why are you like an old mom? Chen Lu entered the door and laughed bitterly, but as soon as he entered, he felt 3 gazes full of scrutiny. Dog thing, stay with the sister until so late, which is not true. We both separated after dinner. After that I stayed by myself, Chen Lu said, and climbed onto the bed. The two of us are clean. Okay, after saying that, he silently closed his eyes and didn't bother with the acidic yin and yang of a few people. Not long after that he sat up violently again and pulled out his cell phone, and was then stunned for a moment, sighing before lying down again. He tried to send a good night out of habit before going to bed, but realized that there was no one left to say good night to. He suddenly saw that strange bubble machine avatar again and ghostly clicked in, hesitating to say hello. The result was to see Liang Jiru send a good evening. Chen Lu froze, just when he was still thinking about what to say. Liang Jiru withdrew the message. Li in the dry god and the devil? Liang Jiru, who had just taken a shower, was like a lotus flower, with her hair coiled, wearing a very loose white t-shirt and home shorts. Her cheeks were foully beautiful, her spacious neckline exposed her snow-white swan's neck, her pair of tight white legs were incomparably eye-catching, and the undulation of her chest made it impossible to take her eyes off of them. Just the arm is very strange, wrapped a few circles of plastic wrap. Clear watery eyes, somewhat mute, looking at the blank chat page between the two, repeatedly struggling with the words, even how to greet have not thought well. With the passage of time, the young girl unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth and retracted. Breathing also became more rapid. Finally raised her eyelids and looked at the time. 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes without even thinking of what to say. What am I doing? She didn't have many friends, and hadn't taken the initiative to talk to anyone. Even saying hello was an extremely difficult thing for her. After a while she finally summoned up the courage to send a good evening. Simple 3 words, like a lonely boat, lying on the pure white chat background. Looking at their own initiative to send out that message, in the 2 blank chat meeting seemed so abrupt, she suddenly felt that the heartbeat accelerated a lot, as if to jump out of the chest, and hastily and messily to withdraw the message. Liang Jiru rubbed her face in shame and annoyance, put the cell phone aside, breathlessly rolled twice on the bed, and finally lay on her back and massed her face into the quilt, and her 2 delicate legs fluttered twice. He can't see it, right? I don't think he can see it, right? Don't get back to me, don't ever get back to me, please. Liang Jiru was both looking forward to Chen Lu ignoring this matter and not sending messages to herself, and was saddened by the blankness of the chat page between the two of them. But he was so good looking, and had such a good personality, there should be no shortage of people to chat with. After all, Chen Lu's gentleness was like spring rain, moisturizing others. Not vocalizing, not crossing the line, just giving silently. The most important thing is that it will not give her any pressure. When pulling her cuffs in the crowd, it really fills her heart with a sense of security, as if she only needs to follow him, and nothing else. Thinking of this, she remembered the princess-like girl she saw in the cafeteria during the day. She looked really pretty and the clothes she wore looked expensive, but they fit so well and looked so good on her. So good that she didn't dare to look up to take a second glance. The girl's eyes are full of pride. She must have an excellent family background, was raised in a honeypot. And I am not a world of people at all. No wonder Chen Lu will like her. Liang Jiru sniffled and quickly calmed down, charging her cell phone and then preparing her mother for the foot washing water. Since her father's illness and death, she has long practiced the ability to bury all her heart. After repeatedly confirming in front of the bathroom mirror that she didn't look out of place, she hurriedly brought the foot wash to her mother, Xiao Zufang. Xiao Zunfang had suffered from a neurological disease a few years ago, and had almost lost consciousness in her legs. The doctor said that she could only rely on surgery to improve the situation, and the best case scenario was that she could walk on the ground with crutches when her legs regained consciousness. This is not a problem. The biggest problem is that there is no money. Poor people don't have relatives, and no one is willing to lend them money for the operation. So she could only try to maintain her family's livelihood while soaking and massaging her mother's legs every day, begging for a little more time to let her work and earn money. When she could prove that she had the ability to repay, she would then try to get a loan. After burying all her thoughts, Liang Jiru squeezed out a smile at her mother, whose face had changed. Then she lowered her head and washed her mother's feet. Xiao Sunfang looked at her serious daughter, her eyes suddenly misted with water, and her heart burst with sorrow. This stupid girl who just went to college not long ago should have been enjoying her youth, but since she was a child, she has been forced to take up all the pressure of the family. The more mature and understanding her daughter is, the more she is heartbroken and blaming herself. Liang Jiru was really very smiley and lively when she was a child, and like other children, she liked to dress up and liked pretty little dresses. She would also laugh and ask her some very childish and strange questions. But after her father's illness and death, Liang Jiru seemed like a different person. As if overnight, her daughter had grown up. No longer as smiley as before, but also hardly ever cried in front of her. Back then, when she saw the tiny Liang Jiru leaning against the wall looking at the frolicking and playing children of the same age half a day, and finally returned to the kitchen to start cooking, her heart was really as painful as a knife stabbing, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. More than once, she thought of getting rid of her daughter and not letting her worry about her, but she didn't dare to imagine Liang Jiru alone. Jiru, can she hold up on her own? Xiao Sunfang could only make up her mind every day, hesitate again, and then put down her thoughts, and so on. After slowing down, Xiao Sunfang once again talked about the topic she had talked about several times. Xiao Ru, don't think about curing mom. Okay, mom is used to being paralyzed. No way, Liang Jiru retorted with rare firmness. The movements of her hands did not stop at all. Then how about sending mom back home? The expenses here are too big, and my review is expensive, so you can be under a lot less pressure here alone at that time. No way. I can really take care of myself. You've grown up and deserve a life of your own. Mom staying here will affect you getting married in the future, Xiao Xiang Sunfang said without relenting, unconsciously reddening her eyes. No way. The girl's voice began to take on a sobbing tone, and the movements of her hands stopped. Snap. Tears fell drop by drop into the water basin, causing the originally warm foot washing water to freeze at Xiao Zunfang's heart. She hurriedly touched her daughter's head. Mom won't say any more. Mom won't say any more. Let's mother and son live our days properly. Liang Jiru took the back of her hand and wiped her tears, and then she continued to massage up. Xiao Zunfang once again noticed the small piece of red on her daughter's arm. Remembering again the ointment and gauze that her daughter had brought back that night, her heart had several speculations and some expectations. After all, her daughter couldn't even be bothered to go to the doctor to buy medicine for her high fever before. Nier, did you really burn yourself by accident? No one bullied you, right? She knew that although Liang Jiru was a bit of a petulant person, but having worked for more than 10 years, she was never clumsy in doing things. No, Liang Jiru head lowered deeper, whispered. Almost never lied. She did not dare to look at her mother to say. Did you buy those medicines? Xiao Shufang asked with some curiosity. The young girl shook her head. Peng, friends bought. Xiao Sunfang was somewhat enlightened, remembering the lively and cute young girl with long tiger teeth who had come to her house. It seemed like her daughter had only mentioned this one friend to her over the years. Maybe she only had this one friend. Is that River? She's such a good kid. No, it's Chen Lu. Why does it sound like a boy's name? Xiao Sun Fang froze for a moment and cautiously inquired with surprise and joy, listening to the name as a boy. Is it close to you? How she hoped that her daughter could have her own feelings, her own life. It's a boy, he's as good as Meow Meow. Liang Jiru's voice was very soft. After a moment she added, just a friend I just met. Although Liang Jiru didn't say anything on her lips, Xiao Sun Fang probably guessed something from her sudden stop just now. She didn't say anything else, but just reached out her hand full of apologies and gently tied her daughter's drooping hair back to her ear. Late night. Liang Jiru, whose eyes were still a little red, finally organized everything and lay down on the bed powerlessly. Somewhat curiously, she clicked on the message alert of her cell phone and instantly raised the corners of her mouth. Coquettishly smiling, Choo Choo can be charming. In the darkened room, the young girl's eyes reflected the shimmering light of the phone screen. She gazed at the message for a long time after taking a screenshot. Chen Lu, take an early rest, and remember to put medicine on the burned places. A few more days passed. Early morning. Brother Lu, wake up. Chen Lu was shaken awake by Li Sainian, rubbing his eyes with an impatient look at this boy who was picking at the edge of his bed. Seeing Chen Lu waking up, Li Sainian pushed down his glasses with some embarrassment, revealing a very strange smile. You're sick, Chen Lu cursed. It must be that I'm not sleeping in the right position. How could I have a dream of being woken up by a boy? What bad luck. Chen Lu was just about to lie down and change his position when he was pushed up again by Li Sainian. What the hell? Chen Lu sat up straight. Then he picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was only 7:15 now. What right did a college student have to wake up at 7 o'clock when there were no classes? Do me a favor, just like when they had the freshman party, you go for me to help the club that's preparing the program. Li Sainian said with a very sincere attitude, this centennial school celebration will only get busier. I really can't toss and turn. Chen Lu glanced at Jiang Kao, who was still sleeping, lowered his voice and scolded in a low voice, are you a human being? Looking for help from someone who hasn't gotten out of the shadow of lost love? Don't, or else you'll have to fall into the shadow of losing me again. When the time comes. Li Sainian looked really in a bit of a hurry, so I guess she just got the notice. This was clearly a fool who believed the evil of someone saying the student council is a good place for training. Even if he became a cadre, he would still be a relatively shrewd fool. After the two stared at each other for a while, Chen Lu blinked and slowly spoke, who are you? Why should I have a shadow if I lose you? Seeing Li Sainian's bereaved face, Chen Lu smiled, screamed nicely, and I'll help you. Although he said this on his lips, Chen Lu was still ready to change his clothes and get up. Father, I'll treat you to a seafood buffet when I'm done. 2 meals. This son came too quickly, startled Chen Lu. Crap, you're here for real? It's really busy. The school leaders want to come up with something. Li Sainian sighed deeply. Tell you to enter the student council. Tell you want to take the public exam to hone in advance, stupid eyes. I don't know where I heard that either. Chen Lu climbed out of bed and walked towards the bathroom to wash up. Li Sainian followed behind like a follower, instructing what he needed help with. Besides, I'm not mixing well, Li Sainian retorted with some embarrassment. Seeing Chen Lu, who was brushing his teeth, glanced at him and hastily gagged again. Li Sainian smiled and helped Chen Lu make the bed, all kinds of attentiveness. Only Jiang Kao was still in a daze in dreamland. Although he was quite good to a few people, being unreliable was probably a label he couldn't get rid of in his life. On the contrary, Chen Lu was able to handle everything well, so people, including the counselors, often approached him for help. Of course, they were never stingy when expressing their gratitude. For example, Chen Lu was the easiest student in the class to take a vacation, bar none. In a very spacious step classroom, looking at the dance club schoolgirls whose movements were becoming more and more standardized, Mo Yuking, who was sitting by the window, first had a smile floating on her face, and then she quickly gloomed, slightly lost in thought. Although she had quit the dance club during her sophomore year, she was still asked to give guidance to the program they were preparing. This 100th anniversary school festival seemed like all parties were concerned about it. Wearing black thickened stockings, Mo Yuking casually stretched out those incomparably eye-catching long legs, looking at the few white clouds outside the window. Her thoughts inexplicably returned to the past. She grew up, in addition to studying, often forced by her mother to learn all kinds of miscellaneous things, guzheng, electronic piano, dance, ajiao. But although it was very busy and tiring, there had always been an on-call Chen Lu by her side all the time, and she could barely make it through. Every time she finished studying, she would call Chen Lu out to play with her, and Chen Lu never refused. When Chen Lu stayed at his hometown during the summer vacation, he would even take the car 3 hours in advance to come to the door of the cram school to wait for her after class. But now it seemed, something was different. Why was it good and suddenly changed? Mo Yuking couldn't figure it out. Looking at Liu Yan, who had to follow her over, and as a result was now on the sidelines pottering and giggling, she had a somewhat complicated mood for a moment. Take a break. Mo Yuking lightly clapped her hands. Everyone has made progress, just practice slowly at this pace. As her cool and melodious voice fell, everyone then panted and found a random place to rest. No one had a problem with Mo Yuking's guidance. After all, this senior sister was even better looking than a star, not to mention that her dancing was even more exquisite, like someone who walked out of a painting. But they didn't get too close, because Mo Yuking was too proud, and there was always an indescribable sense of detachment when interacting with her. Even though she bought everyone a very, very expensive dessert, everyone was still a bit squirmy in their hearts. At this time, a schoolmate with a ponytail slowly walked up to her. "Sister Yu King, I don't know why the props and sound we asked for haven't been given until now. Do you have a way to help us?" The girl's expression was a bit forlorn. As a freshman, she still valued and was quite attached to this opportunity to perform in front of the whole school. "You've been in the dance club before, and you're the class president, so I thought I'd come and ask you. I'll think of something," Mo Yuking said, at a loss for words. Her heart agonized. Although she had the name of a class president, she could be said to know nothing about these things. It had always been Chen Lu who had helped her. Including the time when she went on stage in her freshman year, she hadn't cared about anything other than rehearsing and performing on stage, and Chen Lu had solved the rest. The entire process had been smooth and easy. It wasn't until now that she realized that she actually had to deal with so many complicated things. "I want to drink milk tea. I'll go buy some. What's everyone drinking?" Liu Yan could see that Mo Yuking was a bit embarrassed and stepped forward to change the topic. "Don't bother, you senior sister Liu Yan. My boyfriend said to bring it to me." The girl with a ponytail laughed lightly, her expression somewhat proud. At a glance, she was a girl who had just fallen into a passionate love not long ago. "That's great, this saves effort." Liu Yan finished and continued to sit next to Mo Yuking, without her having to buy and free milk tea to drink, happy to be at ease. "I don't know when to start." Buy milk tea for the girl next to the girlfriend together, and it became a kind of common sense. Maybe because the girlfriends of the pillow wind is really terrible. Boys in love to support each other a whole dormitory, while they have to rely on their own dormitory to support. That is the truth. She really didn't drink a lot of milk tea bought by Chen Lu in these 3 years. Mo Yuking didn't pick up on this conversation and remained distracted. At that time, Chen Lu also carried a large pile of milk tea to the place where she was rehearsing, and after distributing it, he walked over to her, smiled, and softly said, "This cup of 7% sugar is yours, and I only asked him to add a little bit of coconut." Then she would look like a princess uniquely loved by a prince only found in a fairy tale, attracting several envious gazes. It wasn't long before the girl's boyfriend arrived. The boy looked at the door, and the girl ran over quickly after seeing her boyfriend. Then realized that he only carried a cup of milk tea. Then she was ashamed and annoyed and pulled her boyfriend a few steps outside. As for whether it would be a reminder or a quarrel, it was unknown. Mo Yuking looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh a little. Thief, how stupid. If it was Chen Lu, then he would have definitely asked ahead of time how many people were on my side. Is it hard to believe that Chen Lu is really much stronger than others? In the next second, the proud smile that she had unconsciously raised suddenly disappeared. The young girl sensed that no matter how Chen Lu really was or was not, it seemed that he no longer belonged to her. Naturally, Liu Yan could see her best friend's off-kilter emotions and placed her hand on her thin shoulder, wanting to open her mouth to say something. "Right, you don't be embarrassed to ask. Behind you lack what you take the initiative to open your mouth to borrow. Attitude is better, and then more urge. The more embarrassed to urge people, the more slack you, but the attitude must be." Chen Lu carried the stereo, and the vice president of the dance club, who was holding a large pile of clothes, walked in. I don't know if Mo Yuking saw Chen Lu first, or if Chen Lu saw Mo Yuking first. Anyway, both of them froze for a moment. "Anyway, remember to rush, but your attitude must be good. Reach out and don't hit the person with a smile on his face." Chen Lu continued to finish his speech, as if he didn't see her. then silently got the props and sound in, connected to the computer, and auditioned. From start to finish, he didn't say a word to Mo Yuking. After the other miscellaneous items are finished, it is to test whether the sound can be used properly. Chen Lu stood in front of the computer and lightly knocked the mouse in his hand. His heart was speechless. This can be encountered, really see the ghost. Lee Si-nian, you really fucking damned. However, what Chen Lu did not know is that this action of his because of this worry for several days of the dance club girls, as if the gods descended to earth. Not to mention the fact that he handled everything on his own. This group of freshman girls only saw a handsome and gentle senior who spoke in a logical manner. In the heart of Lu Yan, who didn't know, this matter became another version. How did Chen Lu know? Did he take the initiative to help? Is he still planning to continue chasing after Mo Yuking? She had no idea in her heart about this speculation. Although Chen Lu did help, looking at his behavior in the cafeteria, it seemed like he was truly dead in the water. After the stereo successfully played music, Chen Lu silently turned down the sound. Senior is so handsome. Thank you, a few girls cried out in coaxing. Chen Lu smiled and slightly nodded his head, coping with the situation by saying cheer up and practice, and then turned around to leave. There were still other groups and a variety of problems waiting for him to solve. Alas, being a father is difficult. Looking at Chen Lu's back, Mo Yuking slightly opened her mouth, her cold eyes blinking. Unlike what she expected in her heart, Chen Lu not only didn't come to her to apologize before he left, he didn't even speak to her. Instead, you came to apologize quickly. As a result, before she could catch her breath, a schoolmate picked up her cell phone and trotted out after her. Looking at the schoolmate who chased out, Mo Yuking's heart also inexplicably clenched. It was as if there was a hand scratching her heart, somehow making her heart incredibly irritable. Her breathing also became a bit rapid. Soon, seeing her schoolmate return with a somewhat despondent look, she somehow breathed a sigh of relief again. Ooh, didn't ask for a weeb. Maybe it's not that he didn't fancy you, such a good senior should have had a girlfriend a long time ago, I remembered. This senior seems to have walked out of school with a female student from our class. I saw it one afternoon. A girl said and scratched her head, but that girl didn't look very eye-catching. She kept her head down when doing anything, but the senior said. He just got rejected for confessing his love, so he doesn't have much heart. The girl who asked for WeChat muttered in a small voice. Are you kidding? Such a good senior would be rejected? Is that girl stupid? Murmurs rose and fell. All right, keep practicing. Mo Yuking frowned slightly and interrupted the crowd's discussion. Lu Yoyan sat and leaned towards Mo Yuking, whispering again after being speechless to herself for half a day. See, you can think about it. There are quite a few cabbages that hook up with Chen Lu. He just came in and looked at you for the first time. I can guarantee that it's not too late for you to bow your head now. You really have to be careful about regretting it later. If you have feelings for him, take a step back. I don't want to see you sad in the future. Lu Yoyan said these words because she could see Mo Yuking's disgust when she saw someone asking for Chen Lu's WeChat. Her segment in this regard was too much higher than an ordinary person, or else she wouldn't have been able to pin down Jiang Kao, who was so seeking before. To be honest, even she couldn't figure out what was going on in Mo Yuking's head, but what she could be sure of was Mo Yuking would definitely regret it. Mo Yuking didn't say anything. From the fact that she had been taking her fingers and wrapping them around a circle of black and silky hair, it could be seen that her mind was in turmoil. Is it really too late? Just by bowing your head once? Can we go back to the way we were before? She thought of the way Chen Lu had been following her around, of the good mornings and good nights she hadn't received for a few days. This kind of thought was like candy, making Mo Yuking gulp. But then isn't that going to be with him? But do I like him? Mo Yuking didn't think of an answer. She felt as if she had never liked anyone. After some thought struggle, she seemed to have made up her mind. In Lu Yuyan's slightly expectant gaze, Mo Yuking gently bit her lower lip with her shell teeth and slowly spoke, impossible. Mo Yuking had never lowered her head since she grew up. She would wait for him to apologize. Chen Lu tossed around all morning, only to feel that quite a few freshmen nowadays were really pampered idiots. At noon in the cafeteria, casually make do and eat a little, by the way. Made a phone call to scold Lee Si-nian a meal to finish the anger, and then continue to busy in the afternoon. A father plus 2 seafood buffet, or worth tossing so a little. He looked at the messages on his cell phone and thought about which little idiots he should go help out later. The drama club's program is a stage play. It's a bit interesting, Aren't you afraid that the club will die? Chen Lu was a bit incomprehensible. People inherently have a death, the only thing that can't be a social death. He was walking around the playground, seeing couples posting in public in the distance, and expressing his contempt for the many gay single dogs. Suddenly a strangely dressed girl popped up in front of him, and poked him with a fan. Hello senior, the girl's voice was lively and cute, but the cosplay outfit made Chen Lu not recognize this number at all. Who are you? Chen Lu asked. I Lin Miao Miao, ah. Chen Lu took a few steps back and surveyed the umbrella in front of him before realizing that this was the meeting place for the drama club. He then sat down on the white plastic chair under the umbrella, looking for someone. Last night, Liang Jiro said she wanted to help, so she should be here as well. Not recognizing anyone made him a little embarrassed, but he quickly got a bright idea. I know, I said, who are you cozying up to Kamisato Ayaka, does it look good? The Sisu suit I bought just arrived today, so I simply wore it out for fun. Lin Miao Miao took a selfie with her scissor hands showing her trademark tiger teeth. Aha! Good looking. Chen Lu praised on his lips, but in reality his gaze had been looking at the girl who was seriously working in the distance. Liang Jiro was wearing a long ponytail, and was seriously helping to set up the various props for the performance, wiping the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand from time to time. Lin Miao Miao of course also saw it, and pouted with anger and laughter, not saying anything more about it. She knows that although she is a little flat in front of her body, her figure is too youthful, but her appearance is not bad. However, who told others Liang Jiro looked so eye-catching? Chen Lu sat on the chair and watched, intending to see when the silly Liang Jiro could find himself. Then, just like that night when he was watching inputting like the other night, 10 minutes had passed, but it didn't work out as expected. Someone's taking a break, but you're just being lazy. You're not stupid, you're here to help. Are you an ox? Liang Jiro also did not chat with the people around her, so she was bored to help set up moving tables and foam scenery. I really don't know what the drama club is trying to do. Chen Lu was anxious in his heart, and regretted not going up to help in the beginning. You are the drama club, right? Liang Jiro should be here to help, so why are you here touching the fish? Chen Lu asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm not in good health. Lin Miao Miao smiled gently and didn't say any more. Casually she changed the topic, speaking of which, are you here to find Liang Jiro? How did you know she was here? Chen Lu shook his head. Him? I don't know. I'm here to help. Li Xinian had something to do and couldn't come. He cleared his throat again after saying that. What's the problem on your side? Lin Miao Miao's heart to kill was in her mouth. To help. Then you sit there for half a day and make me stand on one side? Are you polite? Are you still a human being? Senior, you're here to help and you're still sitting there? I thought you were here to play. You're sitting in my seat. Lin Miao Miao angrily disliked Chen Lu, her tiger teeth obvious. Don't you have Liang Jiro to help you? Chen Lu half joked. She's really good to you, so busy with her part-time job and still has time to take time to help you. If the silly Liang Jiro was replaced, she definitely couldn't hear the meaning of Chen Lu's words, but Lin Miao Miao was different. Lin Miao Miao instantly realized, by the yin and yang of a sentence of her somehow instead of being unhappy, face instead floating a smile, I'm going to ask her to eat a big meal. Improve our meals with that. She also looked towards the busy figure. Although it's all work, this environment is not the same as a part-time job, but this is also considered relaxation. Chen Lu nodded slightly, and said no more. It was estimated that if she invited Liang Jiro to eat something for no reason, she would not necessarily be willing to go. Lin Miao Miao was really a quirky person. She's pitiful, but strong. The smile on Lin Miao Miao's face suddenly dissipated. Her tone, which was originally smiling, suddenly became somewhat serious. It was like changing into a different person. Senior, you're so bad. The senior called Mo Yuking and Liang Jiro should be the two best-looking people in our school. Chen Lu's eyebrows trembled, and he secretly laughed bitterly in his heart. What a lot to know. In the beginning when I went to help, I didn't even see what she looked like. Chen Lu said honestly. She shouldn't look this good. Lin Miao Miao took her hands and compared it to a camera, framing Liang Jiro's figure. She's very fragile. I'm afraid that a person can easily hurt her, so I don't want messy people to come into her life. It was an incomparably correct choice for her not to show her face. Originally, this is a secret that not many people know. I didn't expect it to be discovered by you. Then she smiled again and looked at Chen Lu. Luckily Senior seems to be a good person. What do you mean? As if Chen Lu spat out a sentence, and in his heart, he had a rough judgment of Lin Miao Miao. It seemed to be good to Liang Jiru. If you're treating her well only because you see color, wouldn't you not be a good person? Lin Miao Miao poked him with her fan again, quickly say, why are you being so nice to our Liang Jiru? Because she's the only girl who's willing to wait for me. When Lin Miao Miao pretended to be joking, Chen Lu, who was pretending to be joking, instead became serious. Moreover, she even gave me candy. Looking at Liang Jiru, who finally walked this way, Lin Miao Miao's mood inexplicably became a bit low, and she lowered her head and muttered, I hope you do better than me. We're one of her few friends, it should be hard for anyone to get into her heart. Lin Miao Miao hurriedly changed the topic after Liang Jiru approached. Do you want to come with her to help? I'll treat you two to dinner. Then Chen Lu blinked. Can I eat if I don't help? I have a bad stomach for soft food. Lin Miao Miao gave Chen Lu a blank look and said no more. Chen Lu held his cheek with one hand and said with anger and laughter, Liang Jiru, are you an ox? Don't you know to take a break? Hearing this, Liang Jiru, who was still in various hesitations on how to greet her, inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. I'm not tired. He actually came up and mocked me, now I don't have to think about how to greet him. And Lin Miao Miao can directly take her arm, but Chen Lu is a boy. Liang Jiru lowered her head and thought. At this time a drop of sweat slipped past her delicate cheeks and dripped onto her towering chest. She didn't lie. After seeing Chen Lu, she indeed didn't feel tired anymore. You still call this not being tired? Chen Lu spat out. As soon as the words fell, Chen Lu realized that Liang Jiru's eyes were a little red. He also looked at Lin Miao Miao, who had a somewhat guilty expression, and became even more confused. What's wrong? Chen Lu walked to Liang Jiru's body and slightly bent down to look at her eyes hidden under her hair. Liang Jiru wanted to take 2 steps back, but she felt that this was not good for Chen Lu, and her brain was stunned in place before she had time to think. She could only shake her head vigorously. No, nothing. Liang Jiru's voice was very light, hearing Chen Lu's heart inexplicably sweet. You don't look like you're fine. However, Chen Lu quickly thought of a way to deal with it as he asked with a stern face, aren't we friends? You didn't even tell me this. He then sighed, looking lost, forget it. I was too self-centered and paid it wrongly. After all, Lin Miao Miao thought that there was nothing she couldn't tell Chen Lu, so she simply hummed and laughed. Who are you? She purposely repeated what Chen Lu had just said to her, very vindictive. Liang Jiru, which has seen these two people drama scene, suddenly in front of the eyes on a layer of water fog, a breath all confessed, the tone also became very anxious. Because I spent too much money on lunch. Halfway through her words, she was gently pressed into a chair by Chen Lu. Lin Miao Miao took the fan she used on the side and started blowing air on her. This treatment made the girl a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Liang Jiru looked like a child who had made a mistake and lowered her head to repeat that the students of the drama club were not very exclusive and had to drag her along during lunch. Because they all knew that she was Lin Miao Miao's friend, she was afraid that she would make Lin Miao Miao look bad by eating white rice with shredded potatoes, so she didn't buy the cheapest dishes as usual. Then she had inexplicably spent more than 30 on a single lunch. She was already carefully picking the cheap ones to buy, but she was still shocked by the number on it when she swiped her card. Normally, even if she ate with her mom, each meal cost no more than $5. The money was to be saved for mom's treatment. She didn't dare leave any of the meals she bought behind, even if it lasted her a while and made her want to vomit. She didn't even know what to say when she was complimented by the people in the drama club for her large meal size. Rethinking about all this, Liang Jiru felt more and more like a great villain who took the money used for her mother's treatment to enjoy her life, tears welling up in her eyes again. Guilt filled the young girl's heart, weighing her down. Looking at Liang Jiru, who was holding back her tears, and Lin Miao Miao, whose eyes were also a little red, Chen Lu stood helplessly to the side and scratched his hair. A bunch of fools, Chen Lu helplessly said. Everyone did it out of the goodness of their hearts. It's all me, Liang Jiru softly retorted, and was a little embarrassed when she finished. She didn't feel good about being refuted, so she didn't want to refute others. Especially Chen Lu. Chen Lu glanced at her and laughed. You are the dumbest one, and your heart is still so good. No one can surpass you in the aspect of being a fool anymore. Liang Jiru was embarrassed to hear this as she pursed her lips slightly and lowered her head even deeper. But she didn't hate Chen Lu talking about herself like this, instead she enjoyed listening to his voice. Especially when Chen Lu laughed softly and spoke, that voice warmed her heart. He was a little curious again. Why didn't I see you cry when you invited me for dinner at that time? You are different. Liang Jiru lowered her head and crossed her arms, said very seriously. This time on the contrary, Chen Lu was put a army do not know what to say. At that time to invite me to eat so expensive, all right? Their own food can. Chen Lu's mouth inexplicably raised a trace of arc. A bit honored, ah. After a short while, seeing Liang Jiru's mood calm down quite a bit, her chagrin was replaced by the shame of spilling her heart in front of herself. Chen Lu then turned his head to look into the distance. In the distance, the members of the drama club were still in a flurry of activity, and there were a few people who kept flipping through the scripts and gathered together to discuss something. From time to time, students in tracksuits ran past Chen Lu, and many of them were attracted away by Lin Miao's outfit as they ran past. There was a blue tracksuit wearing stupid then already ran 5 or 6 laps, every lap passing by to look at, obviously soon to be tired into a dog. Nuts. When I was a dog licker, I wasn't as abstract as you are. Chen Lu looked up at the sun hanging in the sky, and was stimulated to squint his eyes. The temperature of April and May is a fickle one in the main. He patted Liang Jiru's head and glanced at Lin Miao, then headed towards the members of the drama club. Rest. I'll go over to help. Looking at Chen Lu's back, Liang Jiru hurriedly stood up. I'll go too. Unexpectedly, Lin Miao held her down again, looking at Liang Jiru's puzzled eyes and slightly frowning eyebrows. Lin Miao exasperatedly laughed and said, "He's here to help on behalf of his friends in the student union. You can't help with the favor he's going to do." Liang Jiru's slightly furrowed brows then relaxed, her eyes blinking as she looked at Chen Lu, who was smiling and talking to the people from the drama club. Soon a small circle of people had gathered around him, and those few people were chatting and laughing, not knowing what they were talking about. There were also people handing Chen Lu scripts to read. Very different from his lunchtime silent self, Chen Lu seemed to be able to talk to anyone, and others were willing to listen. He had also solved his problems at the school gate in a few words. So powerful. At this time Chen Lu in the distance pointed towards this side again for some reason, and Liang Jiru hurriedly lowered her head when she saw this. Right, just now that girl's hypoglycemia committed. You guys know better than me that Lin Miao is just unreliable. Chen Lu put down the hand pointing at Liang Jiru and continued, if she comes to help again in the future, you let her and Lin Miao mean it, and then stay wherever it's cool. No wonder she looks aggrieved. One of the boys said in realization, obviously believing in Chen Lu's evil. So it turns out that people with low blood sugar are very capable of eating. Oh, a girl who didn't look too smart nodded. Chen Lu laughed a little. I'll just go talk to my friends about the rest of the problems. Even if you guys are missing some props or costumes the school can't provide help with, you don't need to pay for them out of pocket. The people who heard this all froze, and then they were all happy and smiling. Not all of the people here are freshmen. They are clear that if it's not Chen Lu, this kind of good thing may not necessarily fall on them. After all, the question was limited funds. Thank you so much. Chen Lu sighed helplessly. If you want to thank me, thank those 2 girls, they pushed me to death to get me here. Anyway, Chen Lu and the group of social terrorists in the drama club were not likely to have any interactions, so he simply gave the favor to Lin Miao. After tossing and turning for a while, Chen Lu returned under the parasol. He now probably understood why Li Sainian so much liked to mix in the student union, purely highlighted dogfighting for power. This feeling, you don't say. You really don't say. University is a small society is really not joking. Finished? Lin Miao asked curiously. Now she was sitting on a chair, while Liang Jiru was lightly leaning on her side memorizing English words. It was only the second half of the first semester of her freshman year, and she was already preparing for the 6th grade exam. Seeing Chen Lu come back, Liang Jiru also looked at him, took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag, and softly asked, "Are you thirsty? Do you drink water?" She usually can't afford to buy mineral water. This bottle was distributed by the drama club. "I don't love drinking water. Real men drink Pepsi." Chen Lu yawned lazily. "Toilet bowl cleaner is even drunk? Coca-Cola is the best in the world." "All right." Lin Miao expressed her disdain. Chen Lu lifted her up as soon as he heard this and sat on it himself. "Coca-Cola? Dogs don't even drink it." Lin Miao's tiger teeth bit her lips in anger. "Dogs don't even drink it. Then do you drink it?" Lin Miao's heart could be too depressed. This Chen Lu is completely different treatment. She is sure that if Liang Jiru sat in his place, he would not grab the position. Seeing the two bickering, Liang Jiru snickered a little. This was the first time since she was a child that she had the feeling of playing with a few friends. Although just two. But it was really so happy that it made her somewhat doubt whether she was dreaming or not. After all, she had always been the one watching from afar as others got together and chatted. The laughter never belonged to her. Shouldn't I go over to help? Liang Jiru looked at the time and asked. No need. Chen Lu sat paralyzed in his chair and pulled her arm. The girl's arm was the same as the one she touched that night. It was thin but still soft, making Chen Lu involuntarily give it a gentle squeeze. Although Chen Lu quickly let go, Liang Jiru's face still became like a small tomato. She was a bit confused and said nervously, "But I came to help." Liang Jiru felt that the place where her arm was just held by Chen Lu was even hotter than the burns at that time. "We've already helped a lot. Even if we rest here, they still have to thank us." Chen Lu was too lazy to say it explicitly. "If you have that kind of effort, why don't you help me fan them? Your good friends need your help too." Liang Jiru gave an "oh." Not long after, Chen Lu, who was squinting his eyes to recuperate, felt the cool breeze constantly blowing on his cheeks. Looking sideways, Liang Jiru was actually really fanning him. The girl seemed to think that Chen Lu wanted to sleep, and was incomparably serious in controlling the force, and the wind that came out of the fan was very light and soft. What kind of divine day is this? Feeling the vibration of his cell phone in his pocket, Chen Lu slowly opened his eyes. The breeze was still blowing towards his cheeks. Looking at the time, it was 5 in the afternoon, 2 hours had already passed. Shit, really fell asleep. This kind of nap always feels like traveling, especially after pressing the alarm clock in the morning. When your eyes close and open, you can never imagine how long will pass. Li Si Nian, your father is so tired for you. When are you going to die? Chen Lu swore that he only wanted to experience the feeling of someone fanning him to close his eyes at first. Never in a million years did he expect to fall asleep in a matter of seconds. He rubbed his eyes again and looked to the side. Liang Jiru was carefully looking at the English words with her cell phone in one hand, and gently fanning the wind for him with one hand. Even if he couldn't see his eyes, at this distance he could still see that Liang Jiru's skin was very good, her face looked smooth and her pear swirls were shallow and extraordinarily moving. A few strands of hair on the girl's cheeks were tightly stuck to her skin by sweat, and the t-shirt was stuck in front of her body, transmitting a strange light blue color, but she was blissfully unaware of this, her small mouth reciting words silently one by one. It looks like Liang Jiru has been keeping this state for these 2 hours without moving. Chen Lu had some complicated feelings for a while, happy, guilty, touched, and also some helplessness towards this naive person. He didn't know which emotion was dominant. At this time, the girl's line of sight also just met with him. Chen Lu stood up in a flash, gently pressed Liang Jiru into a chair and snatched her fan. The girl was startled, not understanding what he was trying to do. As a result, before she could say anything, Chen Lu fanned her for her. The breeze blew onto her cheeks, and Liang Jiru also closed her eyes that saw hairy eyes from looking at the words. "No need. I'm not hot." Liang Jiru secretly pinched her arm that was sore and swollen from holding up the fan for a long time, and softly said, "Stay honestly, or I'm afraid I can't help but slap myself to death." Seeing Chen Lu's unexpectedly serious tone, Liang Jiru no longer said much. She slowly closed her eyes, inexplicably enjoying this moment somewhat. Hangzhou City was very cold before she met Chen Lu, and the weather became very warm afterward. Especially now. The sunlight sprinkled on her body was very comfortable, and the wind fanned out was very refreshing. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Electricity. Phone, the girl cautiously reminded. The phone had been ringing for this little while after Chen Lu woke up, and she felt that it should be something important. "This phone call, even if it's from the God of Heaven, I'll have to fan you for a while first," Chen Lu said, as he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the caller. "Let me see who's disturbing my dreams. I'm really hey mom." Chen Lu's tone instantly became much softer. "Yo, you still remember that I'm your mom?" The person on the other end of the phone was clearly suppressing a fire. These words scared Chen Lu, and the hand holding the fan shook, the fan slapping Liang Jiru's cheek. The girl didn't dare to make a sound either. The sleepy Chen Lu was a little embarrassed and subconsciously rubbed her face, and then withdrew his hand after realizing that something was wrong. The girl, who was already a little hot, now had even more red cheeks. Pursed her lips and lowered her head, afraid that her voice would be transmitted to the phone. This made Chen Lu inexplicably have the urge to bully her, but his conscience made him put down this idea. Moreover, being heard by his mom's voice of a girl's voice follow-up would really be asked all the way to the end. It's not easy to go to school outside the country. Going back home is trouble. Know how many days you have not been home? I went back once a few days ago. Why don't I know? Because you were asleep and I didn't want to disturb you. You have to act like a thief to go home? Your sister is at such an important stage in high school, you as a brother don't even care, right? Come back to see her in the next few days. Otherwise, don't come back. Chen Lu responded twice, and hurriedly hung up the phone, sighing. This yin and yang skill was learned from. He looked up at the drama club that was rehearsing hard and asked with some curiosity, "Where's Lin Miao Miao Miao? She was pissed off by us." These words made Chen Lu confused. Pissed off by the two of us? The girl's mouth holding a hairband retied the braid, looking at Chen Lu unconsciously gulped. There is a saying that this action can kill 80% of the boys. She asked me to stop fanning. I said I'm not tired. Then she cursed a dog, man and woman, and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Liang Jiru said with some chagrin, one pondering why Lin Miao Miao was angry. She was joking. Chen Lu saw this and comforted. Looking at the girl who put her heart down and nodded her head, Chen Lu rubbed his head with a helpless face, and asked with some headache, "You don't mind being tired? You said you need me." Liang Jiru's tone was serious. Chen Lu felt his heart almost stop. Forget it. There's no need for the two of us to stay here when she's gone. Do you still have something behind you? He turned to ask. Going to a part-time job later. Hearing this, Chen Lu suddenly felt that he was living a decadent life. Some people had to work part-time 7 days a week, and he was actually content to spend his parents' money. Is this good? This is not good. Chen Lu yawned again. "Chang, you take a break, I'll give you a blow. And send you over when I'm done." Liang Jiru pursed her lips and didn't say anything, capriciously closing her eyes, coveting this tenderness that she had never felt before. Trying to memorize the feelings of this moment into her mind, carved into her dreams. Just this time, it doesn't matter. Time passed by, and the two of them chatted with questions and answers. In front of Chen Lu, Liang Jiru's words gradually increased. "Hey, speaking of which, Lin Miao 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 doesn't act or help out. So what is she doing running here day after day?" Liang Jiru's eyes and mouth opened into an O-shaped yawn and said, "She's the vice president." Chen Lu cleared his throat. "That's fine. Thinking about it makes sense. Running around in a cosplay suit for nothing is definitely the top pillar in this group of social terrorists. Being a vice president is not strange." The two of them chatted for a long time like this. Although the questions asked by Chen Lu were messy and not very nutritious, but Liang Jiru answered them all very seriously. Inexplicably, there was a feeling that the years were quiet. Half an hour later, Chen Lu shouted the confused Liang Jiru awake and prepared to send her to her part-time job. The two of them walked on the playground, their shadows pulling long. Chen Lu only felt that his arms were sore and raw, and that was only after lifting the fan for more than half an hour. This fool said she was not tired, lying to the ghost. Looking at the girl walking beside him, Chen Lu's mood became more and more complicated. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when he saw Lin Miao Miao walk over head-on, glaring at him without a good mood. "What are you looking at?" Chen Lu asked. "You're still willing to wake up?" Lin Miao Miao blankly glanced at him, seeing this situation also guessed what they were going to do. "You send her over. I'm going over to the drama club." After saying that, she shouted, "You're fine, remember to come and be a laborer. My Liang Jiru can't fan you for nothing, you have to return it." Originally she was supposed to take a nap. These words made Chen Lu feel even more ashamed in his heart, thinking that he needed a more offensive word than born to scold himself. It was hard for him, a big boy, to hold his arm up and fan himself for half an hour, so he really didn't know how Liang Jiru was able to hold herself together. Stupidly still don't know to stop. By the time I sell her, does she still have to thank me, and then count the money for me? After sending off Jiru Liang, Chen Lu returned to the dormitory with a cup of fruit tea. This is Liang Jiru part-time that hot pot store manager sent him. Do not know why. The other party look at his eyes especially strange. There is a kind of old man watching son-in-law feeling. Obviously, Liang Jiru's kind of hard-working and serious girl is very popular. Chen Lu slowly walked behind Jiang Kao, who was playing a game on his cell phone. Jiang Kao had already chopped down a magnificent 082 record with Han Xin. The chat box had long since started a friendly greeting to him. "Boss, are these teammates cursing you for being ASB?" Chen Lu mocked with a sip of fruit tea. They're cursing Yukino, my wife. What does it have to do with me, Jiang Kao? You're good, Chen Lu. Hand me the fruit knife, I'll cut a watermelon for you. I just bought it in the afternoon, Grandma. This season watermelon is still expensive. Chen Lu had just picked up the knife when the door was slowly opened. Li Sai-nian glanced at Chen Lu, who was staring at him with a knife, and his back was instantly pressed against the door. Seeing Chen Lu smile and turn the knife around from his hand, Li Sai-nian stretched out his trembling right hand to stroke his glasses. Lu. Brother Lu, I really didn't know. Who would have thought that the dance society would ask Mo Yuking for help? I only knew about this because you told me. Chen Lu held the tip of the knife and handed the fruit knife to Jiang Kao. Smiling, of course I believe you, mainly. I don't want the remaining 2 roommates to bail out of graduate school. Seeing that the knife reached Jiang Kao's hand, Li Sai-nian suddenly shouted again, boss. Chen Lu, this kind of kid, went to a rendezvous with the flyer girl in the afternoon. Night. Chen Lu hugged his laptop and lay on the bed, watching the video of Mo Yuking's performance on the stage in freshman year. The girl on the stage was dressed brightly. Her movements were beautiful and graceful, and with her agile dance steps, the 3,000 green silk behind her flew together. Even though the other people around her also looked good, the light displayed was still all covered by her alone. She was the real star of the show. From the moment she stepped on stage, everyone's eyes were destined to be on her alone. From that moment on, she became the school's celebrity, far more famous than she had been in high school. In her final speech, she thanked many people in the club, even including Yu Yan, who was only responsible for cheering from start to finish. But there was no mention of herself, who had worked so hard for this. Tired as a dog, she didn't even get a word of thanks. At that time I recorded this video with a smile on my face. I must not have thought that in the end, all the efforts are a basket of water, right? Just touched myself, can go to play with Batman rivalry. With a bitter laugh, the video was thrown into the recycle bin. Together with his memories and attachment to the past, it was deleted and shattered. Putting away his computer, Chen Lu looked at the ceiling and fumed for a while. Buzz. Chen Lu picked up his cell phone and looked at the messages. Liang Jiro Meow Meow said that you will definitely come over again tomorrow, is that true? Chen Lu, let's see if you're going to go. So he looked at the halfway through the being typed again. Liang Jiru, then, can you come earlier in the morning? Chen Lu blinked curiously, and decided to tease this bean a little bit to scare her away, then get down to sleep. Chen Lu, want to see me so badly? This time, it was a full 10 minutes of being typed in. Chen Lu was typing feverishly with his upper and lower eyelids, and was about to fall asleep when his cell phone finally rang again. Liang Jiru, aha. The girl used 10 minutes to type out this one word. Chen Lu looked at this message, rubbed his eyes, and then this message was still there. This city, one more insomniac. Chen Lu felt as if he was suddenly bitten by a naive white rabbit, and he didn't slow down for a while. In the end, he was still high on offense and low on defense. After all, he had spent several years chasing after Mo Yuking, and had never been in love, nor had he gotten positive feedback from Mo Yuking, so how could he stand the stimulation? What does this mean? Joking? It doesn't seem like someone who likes to joke. Other people sent it? Seems also not right. Liang Jiru should be followed by their own mother to rent a house to live. Account theft is even more unlikely. As the saying goes, there is no crooks will go to look for their own, such as the top of the 2 spiny ape avatar to cheat money. Thinking of this, Chen Lu suddenly some curious about the situation of Liang Jiru's mother, although it does not exclude Liang Jiru is not willing to say. Chen Lu has been afraid of Liang Jiru, sad did not take the initiative to ask. If you have the opportunity to continue to learn more about Liang Jiru, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. The next day, Chen Lu had gotten up early in the morning, with a big black eye, brushed his teeth and washed his face, grabbed Jiang Kao a bun, and was ready to leave. Fuck you. Jiang Kao saw that his breakfast had been stolen, opened his mouth to curse, looked up and froze again when he saw Chen Lu, who had already changed his clothes. Although Chen Lu wasn't like them, who often wore only a pair of pants hanging around there, it was still very rare to see Chen Lu who was fully dressed this early in the morning. Give me 2 more buns, hungry. Chen Lu muttered. Crawl. This is from my girlfriend. You have the ability to find your own girlfriend. Jiang Kao revealed a face like he had seen a ghost, and asked suspiciously, where are you going? Going to work as a drudge for the drama club. When I helped Li Xinian with a favor yesterday, I owed the other vice president a favor. Chen Lu told the truth. although this truth didn't tell the whole story is all. Do you mean that girl you met at the school gate or not? John Kao continued the topic that he didn't finish last night. In this regard he was indeed like an old mom. He wasn't like this before, but since being with Lu Yuyan, it seemed like he was assimilated. Chen Lu swallowed what was in his mouth and said, "Do you see me as such a frivolous person? But she is indeed quite nice, at least. At least staying with her is happier than before." This sentence Chen Lu didn't finish. Consider me abducted by her with a fruit candy. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Today's weather was good, at least at this point in time it wasn't too cold or too hot, the clouds flew high, and the air was fresh. I can't believe that I woke up at 7 o'clock for 2 days in a row. As a college student I'm really degraded. Chen Lu thought secretly, and soon he arrived at the place where the drama club was gathering for training. Realizing that he arrived earlier than Liang Jiru, Chen Lu also put down his heart. After all, people want to see me earlier, they shouldn't make her wait for me. Senior, your panda eyes are too obvious, right? Lin Miao 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 changed into proper clothes today, and still looked like a high school student. Of course, this also had something to do with her being the Princess of Peace. Chen Lu glanced at her sitting on the chair leisurely. How could he not feel comfortable? Vice President Sama, there are cockroaches on your chair. Lin Miao Miao was so frightened that she sat up in a flash, and was close to hitting a set of lightning 5 consecutive whips. Chen Lu gently pulled over the chair, and sat down comfortably. You. Lin Miao Miao originally wanted to scold him twice, but when she saw that someone was shouting at her she suppressed all her fire. No, getting him killed Liang Jiru would be sad. Looking at the girl's back, Chen Lu sat feeling more comfortable. Still grabbed the chair sitting cool, their own which has others in sense. He did hold the mentality of being a laborer to come today, but it doesn't mean he wants to stand and wait for Liang Jiru. After another 15 minutes, Liang Jiru still didn't arrive here. This made Chen Lu a little curious, although she didn't live in the school. But it was really her who claimed that she would come early. Just when he suspected that he had been cheated of his feelings, he saw a somewhat skinny girl in the distance walking slowly over with her lunchbox. Waddling like a stupid penguin with no strength. After spotting Chen Lu's figure, Liang Jiru hurriedly walked a little faster. Finally arriving in front of him, she handed him the lunchbox. With her head lowered, she said, "I've cooked kanji for you. Do you want to try it?" The girl's voice was going down into the dust, and her 2 hands were pinching each other very restlessly. Like an elementary school student who had just handed in her homework, worried about making a mistake and being criticized. Liang Jiru's long hair is spread out. Even if you can't see her eyes, close up and look carefully can also see her pretty face is delicate and white. Her expression is very soft, quite a kind of Jiangnan woman's charm. Looks a little bit classical, and usually combed with a low ponytail suitable for work, is a different style of good looking. It felt like wearing an ancient costume should be very sensational. Chen Lu froze for a moment, but still subconsciously took the initiative to receive it. Eyes blinking softly asked, "What are you cooking kanji for me for?" After discovering the girl's dark circles under her eyes, Chen Lu's pupils also shrunk violently. Seeing that Chen Lu did not dislike it as she expected, Liang Jiru breathed a sigh of relief. After a short while she slowly spoke, "You have a bad stomach, so you definitely don't like to eat breakfast. So I cooked you some porridge." After saying this, she lowered her head even deeper. If you don't like it, forget it. If you like it, I'll bring it to you when I have time. It won't take much." This was of course a lie to him. Her dark circles under her eyes were caused by sleeping late to help her mom with her massage, and getting up early to cook kanji for Chen Lu. In order to taste a little better, she has been using a small fire, but also feel that only send white porridge is too shabby. The day just dawned, ran out to look for half a day open early supermarket, bought the need for vegetables and lean meat, made into the skin eggs and lean meat porridge. Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiru, and his own same type of dark circles under the eyes, thinking, "I believe you a ghost." But he is a big old man, is really almost broken defense. He has been alive for 21 years, got up early to cook porridge for himself, in addition to his own mother, only Liang Jiru. This being even listened carefully to his own jokes, and then definitely got up early. As for whether or not she really wants to see herself, Chen Lu no longer has the heart to think about it. In front of her dark circles and this porridge, the answer to this question was no longer important. Chen Lu had actually never been able to accept the flavor of leather eggs, and had even vomited when he was a child, but he took his life and finished it this time. Deliberately taking big bites, he looked like he was eating very well. Mainly still really a bit hungry. Jiang Kao, see, can your girlfriend do it? Suddenly Chen Lu was a bit puzzled again. What's going on? The eggs don't seem so bad anymore. Seeing Chen Lu devouring his food, Liang Jiru's heart last stone can be considered to have fallen to the ground, ruffled a bit of hair on the side of the ear. The heart calculates that since Chen Lu likes to have time to continue to do it again for him. Because of her father's relationship, she hates stomach problems, so she doesn't want Chen Lu's stomach to have any problems. If Chen Lu doesn't like to eat breakfast because he's lazy, he'll just try harder. After all, they were good friends. You didn't sleep well, Liang Jiru asked tentatively. Guess who? It's because of Chen Lu earnestly covered the lunchbox and yawned lazily. The girl didn't say anything. She always felt that Chen Lu was hinting at herself. To be honest, after she sent that hemim last night, she really had the heart to die. She hesitated for half a day to withdraw it, but she was afraid that Chen Lu had already seen it, and then she withdrew it to make things even more embarrassing. After hesitating for a short while, she felt that Chen Lu might have already seen it, so she didn't dare to withdraw it even more. Why did she send it out by accident? In the end, it is still because Chen Lu had to ask something so want to see him. Liang Jiru's eyelids flickered, and the picture in front of her eyes became foggy. Can you go to Mars to live? Yesterday's Liang Jiru did things, why should today's Liang Jiru be responsible for Liang Jiru? Chen Lu shouted. The girl looked up slightly when she heard it and was a bit puzzled. Thank you. Chen Lu didn't think of anything better to say after thinking for half a day. But it didn't matter, no matter how much it was said. Bean, who couldn't even hear the stunt of a bad stomach, wouldn't necessarily understand it. Speaking of which, there was one thing he hadn't said wrong. Yesterday's soft rice was delicious. Liang Jiru's voice was soft and sticky, rarely cheerful. All the sleepiness and fatigue all dissipated with this thank you, without a trace. On the way here, Liang Jiru was still thinking that she should just forget about it, and she had beaten the retreat drum for I don't know how many times. She thought of countless possibilities in her mind, such as Chen Lu would politely refuse, or would say that it was not good, and even thought about whether she would dislike herself for being too inexplicable. She had a lot of messy guesses, and again she always felt that Chen Lu was a gentle person, and what was more likely to happen was that he would force himself to finish the drink. Although that wouldn't be embarrassing for herself, she preferred not to have Chen Lu force himself. Luckily, Chen Lu seemed to be really enjoying himself. Chen Lu gulped down a few large mouthfuls of water, his mouth finally free of the flavor of the skinny egg, and stretched out very contentedly, his eyes gazing at the girl in front of him. His face was expressionless, but his gaze was soft. Liang Jiru also summoned up the courage to look at him, and the two of them crossed their eyes in this instant. Then the girl hurriedly looked away as if she wanted to escape. They all announced that they didn't mention that wanting to see me so much again. You. Why do you keep looking at me? After a short while the girl finally couldn't stand being looked at anymore, and hurriedly asked with her face averted and her head lowered in a wriggling manner. Don't move. Chen Lu rubbed his forehead and seemed to be thinking about something. I said don't move. Liang Jiru was confused by what she heard, but she still stood honestly in front of Chen Lu, her left arm hanging down and her right hand grasping her left arm. The girl don't pass her slightly red cheeks, her white t-shirt was pressed a little tightly by her arm, making the undulation in front of her body incomparably shaky. Those who didn't know thought that Chen Lu was bullying a young girl from a good family. Liang Jiru was looking at the blushing face, earlobes rolling hot. The pair of clear watery eyes also became tearful, feeling that the next second will be crying out. What are you doing? She became a little apprehensive inside, like a victimized person. Her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. Chen Lu was made to cry and laugh by her reaction, once again forcing down his desire to bully her, and half-jokingly said, I'm thinking about how to repay you. He felt that Liang Jiru was too different from the other girls. She barely had a life of her own, no hobbies of her own. Although they had not known each other for a long time, he had never seen Liang Jiru smile. This being instinctively suppressed his emotions and had an inferiority complex to the bone. What to do? Chen Lu felt that he should do something as this being's good friend, even if it was just for that candy and this breakfast. But he didn't have any clue for a moment. Why do you want to repay me? Liang Jiru suspected that she hadn't woken up, she hadn't been on the same channel as him from start to finish today. How come you're umming and ahhing? Chen Lu snorted. Because I want to be very, very good friends with you, so it's best that we give and give back to each other in equal measure. At the end, he added thoughtfully as he looked into the distance. That way it will last. Liang Jiro pursed her lips a little shyly, looked at the rising sun, took out her cell phone and looked at the time. She once again stole a glance at the clear and gentle-looking boy in front of her, then she lifted up her lunchbox with satisfaction and gently waved her hand towards him. "I'm leaving. Where are you going?" Chen Lu asked curiously, his tone filled with doubt. "Is it true that you just came here specifically to deliver a breakfast? To send out flyers?" Liang Jiro stretched out her slender white index finger, as if she was quite proud. "There are no classes today. I can earn more than 100 more. After work, I can give my mom a meal of ribs." Chen Lu's subconscious first reaction was to want to go and help along, and then he hastily dismissed such thoughts. Liang Jiro is in need of help, but by no means is it such an imposition of good intentions. She doesn't need charity. This would only make this girl with low self-esteem even more embarrassed. "You have something to do today, huh? Then you even said you wanted to come over last night. I thought you were coming to help," Chen Lu said helplessly, a little lost in his heart. He felt that he had fallen for Lin Miao Miao Miao's trap. He had fallen for a big trap. Did Lin Miao Miao really not fish with Liang Jiro? Chen Lu never expected that he actually bit the hook. Liang Jiro, because of the part-time job to go. Their mouth promised to help, really embarrassed to go. I wanted to know more about Liang Jiro's plan. Seems to be a fizzle, but Chen Lu is not in a hurry. "Will you come back when it's done?" Chen Lu asked furtively. "Come back?" Liang Jiro also inexplicably immediately replied, finished before hurriedly calculating whether there is time to come over, to determine that there is no problem after once again nodded vigorously. "Good, I'll wait for you." Chen Lu lightly smiled. Seeing the girl's silhouette disappear, Chen Lu walked into the crowd of the drama club in a bad mood, and seeing Lin Miao Miao, who had finished the script, was just about to sit down, he quietly jerked the chair away. "It hurts." Liang Jiro walked on her way to the bus stop sign, feeling the breeze that kept blowing on her cheeks. The weather was getting hotter and hotter after the Qingming festival. The sun was warm, and the willow flakes were lightly drifting around like falling snow. The surrounding students are in a group laughing and chatting about the latest gossip or games. From the side of the girls walk by all dressed up in floral, wantonly declared youth. Only she in this scene is out of place. Liang Jiro combed the broken hair blown by the wind back to the ear, took out her cell phone and wiped the screen, looking at her own appearance. She seemed to be not at all comparable to the girl she saw in the cafeteria. Even if the hairstyle and face value were similar, her timid gaze and long bangs pulled too many points for herself. A moment later the girl sighed quietly and put her hair back into a ponytail. After all, if she was going to work, long hair was inconvenient and would be boring. Liang Jiro didn't figure out why she had to lose her hair for once. It was really inexplicable. In the evening, twilight was sinking. Chen Lu looked at the sun that was becoming fiery red in the sky and yawned lazily. The playground was lit up, and there were no longer any runners, turning it into the main venue for couples to hold hands and walk. The members of the drama club were still passionately going over their lines. Their show seemed to be inspired by the Age of Awakening. The play they were going to perform this time was probably about the awakening and transformation of the students of this university in that era. From the perspective of a few students, the show reveals the changes in thinking during that period, from the initial ignorance to the story of following in the footsteps of the martyrs. Chen Lu has studied history deeply outside of class, and when he's not needed as a laborer, he can actually discuss changes with the students who wrote the script. His knowledge of modern history wasn't so detailed though, as it was really heartbreaking to watch. Further history was at best emotional after seeing it, but modern history really often brought tears to his eyes. "Holy shit, senior, how come you know everything?" The boy wearing glasses looked at Chen Lu with a surprised face, becoming more and more satisfied with his revised script. He really couldn't figure out where the vice president had hired such a senior, who was just like Doraemon in helping with everything. Chen Lu's knowledge of history could even be accurate down to the year, while most of his knowledge had all been returned to his high school history teacher. All he knew now was that he could eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. Learn a little bit of everything when there's nothing to do, dates or no dates. It's never a loss to casually shoot a shot. When you see a tree, Chen Lu moved up the stereo, shrugged his shoulders and said, and then followed the army to move all the things back. At this time, a girl who was somewhat straining to carry the stuff wobbled and followed him to his side. It was Liang Jiro. The girl muffled her voice as she climbed the stairs beside Chen Lu, her ponytail behind her swishing ably. "Handing out flyers is tiring, isn't it?" Chen Lu casually found something to say. "It's okay, It's only today that I'm a little bit tired. Liang Jiru recalled her own self, who ran around in order to quickly finish handing out, and said softly. Chen Lu froze, obviously not listening. After moving this trip, Chen Lu pulled Liang Jiru to sit on the playground to touch the fish. He was now more and more fond of staying quietly with this bean. The duo watched the passing people of all shapes and sizes, both silent for a long time, only often meeting their eyes inadvertently. Many people's moods become low when they see the sunset in the evening, and Chen Lu was one of them. You are really tired every day. Is your mother's illness serious? Chen Lu looked at the flaming clouds in the sky, and slowly spoke. Can you tell me about your family? Liang Jiru from the beginning was the one who would say whatever Chen Lu asked, and this time was the same. She clasped her hands on her knees and slowly recounted about her family. My dad died when I was a kid, and within a few years after that, my mom got sick again. Her legs were paralyzed, and she had to spend a lot of money on treatments every year in order to maintain the feeling in her legs. That's why I wanted to work hard to earn money to support my mom and then save up for her surgery. She paused after saying that. Even if mom can't stand up after the surgery with a high probability, I still don't want to give up. This was the longest paragraph Liang Jiru had said since she had met Chen Lu, and the girl's tone was very calm, as if she was recounting something that had happened to someone else. She had gotten used to it and resigned herself to it. The two of them were then speechless for a while. Chen Lu's face became more and more blurred in Liang Jiru's eyes, like a layer of water mist separating them. She was never willing to tell others about this. She was afraid of seeing the pitying gazes of others, worried that this would become a talking point for others, and also afraid of reminding herself of her own incompetence and weakness. But she was willing to confide in Chen Lu. She knew that Chen Lu would not look at her with that kind of gaze. Before she met Chen Lu, she had been suffering for too long, so she couldn't help but pour it all out. She realized that she seemed to be coveting his tenderness more and more, like a drowning person who saw driftwood. Liang Jiru, do you believe in miracles? Chen Lu suddenly said. Liang Jiru obviously didn't react. Stunned for a moment, her expression once again became despondent. I don't believe in it. At least it can't happen to me. How could a girl who had been tortured by her predicament like this believe in such vain things? It is possible. Chen Lu sounded serious. For example, there is a person who suddenly intrudes into your life and is even willing to accompany you through all of this. Saying this, Chen Lu slowly stood up again. Let's not talk about this. Let me help you divert your attention. Not a moment later, Chen Lu borrowed a guitar and came over, once again sitting next to Liang Jiru, with roughly a body distance between the two. What do you want to hear? Chen Lu asked with a raised eyebrow. I know quite a few at this time. Lin Miao Miao, who had just finished tossing, came in front of the duo. Senior, hard work for you. Lin Miao Miao laughed evilly and reached out to hand Chen Lu a bottle of water. Crawl. Lin Miao Miao did not return the favor, still smiling there. She knew that Chen Lu said he was disgusted on his lips, but in fact, he was really dedicated to helping. Although she couldn't tell if there was any meaning between these two now, if Chen Lu suddenly told her that he wanted to chase Liang Jiru, she probably wouldn't have too much of a problem with it. Suddenly she looked at Chen Lu, who was holding the guitar, with a surprised face again. You can still play the guitar? I want to listen, that's for sure. Listen up. Chen Lu strummed the strings a few times with a confident face. Hearing Lin Miao Miao frowned straight and looked at him with great contempt. The sound is not in tune at all. One look at it. He can't play it. But even so, Liang Jiru listened very carefully. This was the first time someone played the guitar for her. Senior, I thought you were going to show your hand. You don't even know how to play the guitar to show off. Lin Miao Miao gave Chen Lu a blank look and said breathlessly, then left in a bored manner. Who doesn't know how to play the strings? She can play it herself. Chen Lu watched Lin Miao Miao's back go away, turned his head towards Liang Jiru, and smiled, continuing to pluck the strings. This time Chen Lu's movements were skillful and professional. Obviously hearing a tune, Liang Jiru froze at once, never thought that Chen Lu had just been pretending. The person in the way is finally gone. Listen up, I'm only playing for you. Hearing this, the girl's heart seemed to have stopped beating for a beat. Her heart was inexplicably joyful, but she quickly turned red because of her own selfish thoughts. In this moment, she was finally no longer the only pillar of the family, and seemed to have become a girl who needed to be taken care of, who could be loved, and who enjoyed her youth and happiness. The sky wants to rain so much, I want to live next door to you. Liang Jiru was a little mesmerized by what she was hearing. It was more exaggerated than she had expected. Chen Lu sang really well and played the guitar very well. From time to time, people stopped for a long time, and this could also be seen. Soon there were more and more onlookers, and Liang Jiru's head also lowered more and more deeply. Suddenly, Chen Lu took the back of his hand and held her forehead, gently lifting her head up and letting her look towards himself. Singing for you alone, it's not good for you to keep your head down all the time. After a few songs were sung without realizing it, the sky was completely dark. The onlookers had all dispersed. Liang Jiru still felt her cheeks burning for a while. Just now there were just too many onlookers, and Chen Lu hadn't let her lower her head. I've been a licking dog for 7 years. What's the biggest feeling you know? As the girl's thoughts drifted about, Chen Lu looked at the distant streetlight and sipped his water, and softly said. Liang Jiru looked at him with some confusion. What's the matter? Once you're looked down upon by others, you're completely out of the picture. I'm not talking about right now, but sooner or later you're going to have to leave school, and by then you won't be able to hide in your own little world. So however long it takes, you've got to learn to hold your head high. Like I am now. Chen Lu looked over at her with a soft smile. We have family to love and not be inferior to anyone, and you, as your mother's beloved, should learn to love yourself. These words were also what Chen Lu said to himself. He had almost become the lowest of lickspittles, narrowly missing being more attached to a girl than his own parents. I want you to grit your teeth and hold your head up until you have the courage to just look someone straight in the eye. And you're great now. Since you came to this college, you can make a lot of money by graduating and getting a job. You can definitely give your mom a good life. You'll definitely become a great person too. I want to become like that, Liang Jiru said in a small voice, which could not be heard at all if one did not listen carefully. She wanted to be like what Chen Lu said, gritting her teeth to get through the current days, wanting to earn money to cure her mother's leg. Holding up her own little family, this was that most powerful self in her eyes. Chen Lu nodded slightly. You can do it really. Chen Lu did not say such empty words as believing that he could. He hesitated for a moment, and then slowly reached out his hand. Seeing that the girl did not resist, he gently ruffled her bangs and locked eyes with her. As the night they first met, the breeze ruffled the broken hair on the side of her face, bringing the teenager's words into her ears. You're having a hard time, I know it. But make sure you keep your head up and keep going, and if you get tired in the middle of it, just look back. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. Hearing this, Liang Jiru was instantly stunned, not knowing what she was thinking for a moment. She just suddenly reddened her eyes and pinched the corner of her coat hard, feeling anxious that she didn't know how to state her position. She was willing to believe Chen Lu's words, and suddenly began to be willing to believe in the future as well. Looking at the way the girl was forcibly holding back her tears from falling, Chen Lu also panicked. Hey, don't cry. Is my singing that bad now? Chen Lu was puzzled. He felt that his singing shouldn't be that bad, and his guitar had been practiced for several years. Touching? It shouldn't be. If this would be moving, he would have chased after Mo Yuking long ago. After all, Mo Yuking never had much of a reaction when she listened to herself play and sing. He couldn't imagine what kind of ripples his words and actions had stirred in the girl's heart. Really? Liang Jiru asked with a sobbing voice, not realizing in the slightest that she had just asked once already. Of course, he slowly stretched out his little thumb and pulled a hook with the girl. I'll be watching you all the time. So you can't let me down. Chen Lu glanced at the time and turned to ask, are you going to work part-time at the hot pot restaurant? Liang Jiru nodded, and there seemed to be some unfinished business in her eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Play one last song? Then I'll send you there. I'll just go by myself. Shaich, listen carefully. Mo Yuking and the members of the dance club were walking side by side towards the playground. A few people had just finished rehearsals at this time, and were preparing to stroll around then go out for hot pot. These girls with slim bodies and long legs walked together, becoming a beautiful scenery on the playground in the evening. Sister Yuking, did that boy who just confessed to you like you for a long time? It looks like it's not even his first confession. A girl from the dance club came together beside Mo Yuking and asked in a very gossipy manner. That boy looks like the Instrument Hall of Fame. In high school, how to say is also a class grass level. They really did not expect. Mo Yuking refused so cleanly. Even the expression does not change. I don't know, no impression, Mo Yuking honestly said. She thought for half a day and didn't remember who this number was. Even the name was only known by looking at the notes after receiving the WeChat message. Looks like there are quite a few chasing you. So envious of you. I also want to experience the feeling of having so many people chasing after me. Speaking of which, I saw the video of your original performance from our school's official website. Your dancing is really too good. Are you sure you don't want to join us?" The dance club girl beside her was talking incessantly when she suddenly realized that Mo Yuking, who had been walking beside her, had disappeared. Turning back, she saw Mo Yuking standing still. "School sister, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Mo Yuking did not react, the girl followed her gaze and saw that Chen Lu was playing the guitar for a girl whose dress looked mediocre. Her appraisal of this senior had risen quite a bit more, but the curiosity of a few people now rested on Mo Yuking. Could it be that the two of them had some story they had to tell? It couldn't be, could it? Didn't they not say a word at that time? Mo Yuking's long eyelashes flapped up and down like butterfly wings, her eyes blinking. Not noticing her clenched fists, she instantly recognized the girl beside Chen Lu. The one who had dined with Chen Lu before was also her. Chen Lu was still earnestly playing and singing, glancing at the girl beside him from time to time, his gaze not looking here at all. Mo Yuking's heart is very uncomfortable. Inexplicably, there is a feeling that his own exclusive treasure was snatched away by others. He clearly is learning the guitar for me. He is because I like to go to learn. I should be the one sitting next to him. Why should I listen to you? Past images constantly surfaced in front of the eyes of Mo Yuking. When she just brushed the video when she said a feeling will play the guitar boy so handsome. Chen Lu the next day began to learn. It seems that because the plectrum is not used to use, that period of time often see his fingers wrapped with band-aids. Then later the high school homeroom teacher is not in a study session. Chen Lu did not know where to pull out a guitar and ran to the podium. In the crowd's uproar shouted Mo Yuking, "Listen to the good." Since then, every time he found a song he liked, he directly forwarded it to Chen Lu, who usually learned it every other day. But now, he started playing it to other girls. If that encounter in the cafeteria had only made her feel uncomfortable, this time it had truly given her a premonition that Chen Lu was going to be snatched away by someone else. For the first time in her life she felt it, and for the first time she felt a word from Chen Lu. That was a word that had never appeared in her heart before, a sense of crisis. Chen Lu was far more resolute than she thought, and ever since that day when she rejected Chen Lu's confession for the second time, she had never waited to hear from Chen Lu. He didn't take the initiative to bow his head and admit his mistake like he did every time he lost his temper before. That Chen Lu, who had been by her side almost without moving an inch since she was a child, could it be that he would really leave her? "Sister Yuking, are you all right?" A girl reached out and shook her hand from in front of her eyes, asking in a very puzzled manner. Mo Yuking finally slowed down. "It's fine. Let's go." A few people saw that Mo Yuking's face was not quite right, and did not ask too many questions, changing the topic. "What are we going to eat at night?" "There's a new Hai Di Lao in the neighborhood, do you want to try it?" "Hai Di Lao is not pure IQ tax." The other girl couldn't help but spit out a sentence. "You guys go ahead, I have to go home." Mo Yuking turned her head and walked towards the school gate with fast footsteps. She didn't want to be discovered by Chen Lu. "Aren't you coming with us next time?" "Today my mom came back from abroad. Originally I was thinking of hanging out with you guys for a couple of rounds, and then leaving." Looking at Mo Yuking's silhouette, several people looked at each other. Mo Yuking returned to the door of her house and knocked on the door after organizing herself. She didn't lie, her mother did tell her before that she was coming back from abroad today. After a gap of 1 year. Ever since her parents divorced when she was a child, her mother had been traveling abroad. She wanted to experience someone else coming home and her mom opening the door for her. It was something she hadn't experienced much since she was a child. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response. The already low mood dropped to freezing point. After knocking a few more times, she could only enter the code to open the door herself. There were no lights on in the house as expected, nor was there anyone waiting for them. As usual, it was the light from the sound-activated illuminator outside that snuck in first. Mo Yuking bit her lower lip, and without bothering to change her shoes, she lay down on the sofa without a care in the world, like a deflated ball. After a long time she seemed to have finally regained a bit of strength, and took out her cell phone to call her mom. The room was pitch black, relying on the little light that shone in from the window to barely see anything. The already spacious living room was even more silent and cold. Mo Yuking stared at the cell phone screen with a stern face, then squinted and lowered the brightness a bit. The weak cell phone light shone onto her incomparably delicate face, like a spotlight in the dimly lit living room, showing the girl's helplessness and frustration to the fullest. After a good while of beeping, the phone was finally picked up. Immediately after that, a cool and serious voice rang out from the other end. "Hello, Mom, you didn't come back." Mo Yuking's tone was a bit hurried, sounding very aggrieved. "No, there are temporary things to be busy, let's talk about it after a while." Seeing a long time did not get a response, the phone continued. "Happy baby, your Uncle Lin is now in the country. He said he wanted to invite you to have a meal. Why don't you let him accompany you? He and I have been together for so many years, it's time for you to accept him." "I don't. I'll stay by myself." "Do whatever you guys like, it has nothing to do with me." Mo Yuking forced herself to cry and said, "You live your lives with him and your own children. Don't worry about me." "What are you talking about, you child? How old are you? Why don't you understand anything? Doesn't Mom love you enough? How many children are as well off as you are? Since you were a child, what haven't you had that Mom didn't buy for you? Be a good boy." "I'm hanging up. Tell me if you don't have enough money." Without waiting for Mo Yuking to say anything more, the sound of the phone hanging up came from the cell phone. Mo Yuking slowly put her cell phone on the coffee table and leaned against the large floor-to-ceiling window to look at the river view outside. Hugging her legs and curling up together, her heart was at a loss. The buildings in the surrounding neighborhood were all lit up, and every light was a life. She was the only one alone, as if she had been abandoned by the world. When she reacted, she realized that she actually almost ghostly dialed Chen Lu's phone. She then hastily loosened the finger that was about to press down. "I really didn't realize that it had become a habit. Over the years, every time I encountered such unhappy matters, I would always look for Chen Lu. If there hadn't been that incident at that time, now all it took was one phone call and Chen Lu would have immediately rushed over to accompany her. Then he would take her to eat, go to the movies, and go to the park as he did before. Would listen patiently with a smile to herself, complaining about all the unhappy things." The girl sniffled and hugged her slender legs tighter and tighter. "How nice he used to be to me. But why can't we even be friends anymore? When did one start to think that Chen Lu wouldn't leave no matter what?" Mo Yuking looked at herself reflected on the floor-to-ceiling window, her mood incomparably dull. She hadn't figured out either of these two questions. She had rejected so many people, and after being rejected, she was still showing her goodwill to countless people, causing her to be annoyed. But Chen Lu had simply left her, refusing to even be her friend. Chen Lu has been with her since she was a child. Their father's relationship is very good. She and Chen Lu is a real childhood sweethearts. Chen Lu has been very good to her since she was a child, is almost 100 obedience. So she really cannot tell from when she decided that Chen Lu will not leave her. Thinking that Chen Lu might still be with that girl right now, her tears finally couldn't be stopped anymore, as if Chen Lu had been snatched away by someone else. No, rather than being snatched away, it seemed more like she had given herself away. "Mo Yuking, you will really regret this." Lu Yuyan's words constantly echoed in her ears, lingering. Mo Yuking's vision suddenly became incomparably blurry. All the lights in front of her turned into colorful stars. She could only vaguely see herself reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window, was constantly shedding tears. She had previously been under the impression that it was Chen Lu who couldn't stay away from her, not her who couldn't stay away from Chen Lu. Now she realized that she seemed to be wrong. Only now did she realize how good Chen Lu really was to her. The funny thing was that it was after Chen Lu turned around and left. Mo Yuking felt like she hadn't thought of anything. She had only figured out one thing, although she didn't know what Chen Lu really thought. This time, he might not really come to find himself to apologize. At night, Chen Lu returned to the dormitory after sending down Liang Jiru in a beautiful way, and saw Jiang Kao eating while playing a game. When he was killed and watched the small black and white TV, he seized the opportunity to eat a few bites and waited until he was resurrected to continue operating. This seemed to be a skill shared by boys. "That's right. Just now I went to send her off." Jiang Kao was just about to open his mouth when Chen Lu jumped the gun. "Her name is Liang Jiru. In the future, don't call people hot pot restaurant girl every day." Jiang Kao raised his eyebrows lightly. "This is on the defense. Progress is quite fast." "What? We are still clean friends now." "It's not what you think, at least not for the time being." Chen Lu walked slowly to the dormitory balcony, revealing a somewhat wistful smile. "But I can't say for sure. In the future, take your time. She and I both need time." "Don't want your white moonlight anymore," Jiang Kao joked. "No? This seems to be called a vermilion sand mole, I think." Both of these count. Mo Yuking was both the bright moon that he loved but couldn't find, and also an eternal pain. Chen Lu said in a self-deprecating manner, then turned his head with a serious face. Although I know you're mocking me, I'm still going to say, don't originally, but not every unrequited love can be cultivated. There are so many unrequited loves. What makes me the successful one begging to death for 7 years, and chasing with no result has already shown too many things. I should also put it down, Jiang Kao couldn't even care about playing the game when he looked at Chen Lu's appearance. He was very curious about how Chen Lu managed to be able to speak with relief and sadness. At this time, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded outside, followed by heavy rain. Holy shit, why is this damn weather so abstract? Jiang Kao's eyes were wide with shock. He remembered that it was still cold at the beginning of the month, and then even if it somehow entered summer, now it was even raining thunderstorms. Where is spring? Where is spring? Chen Lu turned back to see the lightning and thunder outside and seemed to remember something. Thunderstorms were Mo Yuking's most hated weather. She hated the sound of thunder, and vaguely remembered that it was this kind of weather outside when her parents asked her who she wanted to follow. He could still clearly recall the scene where he braved the rain that night to look for Mo Yuking, who had run away from home. Obviously he was also a child at that time. The two of them didn't know what kind of wind they were pumping, and after taking a half-day walk in the rain, they had a fever together for a day the next day. At that time, Chen Lu very simply thought that he would himself and Mo Yuking would be good all the time, but he did not expect that later, she changed. Soon he shook his head with a bitter smile again, and sat down next to Jiang Kao. What does this have to do with the current self? What does it have to do with? Chen Lu would still be surprised at his own desperation a few days ago. At least he liked Mo Yuking for so long, how could he be indifferent to her crying in the cafeteria? But he quickly figured out that he didn't become like this in an instant. Only that by the time he realized it, his heart had long been ashen. As his feelings continued to be chilled and hurt, his heart had been sliced and diced like a lynching. In the past few years his heart was dying a slow death. In fact, the drama club no longer needed the two of them to help out, but Lin Miao Miao didn't say anything about it, and the others got along well with Chen Lu and were willing for him to stay here, the group pulling together. So Chen Lu still runs here every day when he is free, and plays with the fish in the drama club. In the morning he eats the breakfast brought by Liang Jiru, and then invites back at noon. Don't ask, asking is coming to help. Please eat is Chen Lu's forceful request. If Liang Jiru did not agree to his porridge, Liang Jiru cannot argue with him, can only be down. Chen Lu is also happy to give her to improve the food. Chen Lu has been talking about what to give should be mutual. Liang Jiru also do not understand, continued to stupid research. Chen Lu liked to eat what? A week before the school performance, early in the morning, their customized costumes finally came down. It was a school uniform from the Republican era, not too far off from many TV dramas. The men's was a gray Zhongshan suit, and the women's was a blue top with a black skirt. It was very classic. Lin Miao Miao was very excited as she took one male model and one female model, and came to Chen Lu and Liang Jiru, wanting to ask them if they wanted to put them on and experience it. This extra set she had intended to keep as a souvenir, but now after thinking about it, she simply gave it to Chen Lu and Liang Jiru, not to mention that the entire drama club couldn't find anyone better looking than Chen Lu and Liang Jiru, so she could also feast her eyes on it. As a result, she saw the two of them sitting side by side, Chen Lu looking at his cell phone without moving, and Liang Jiru leaning her head on his shoulder, sleeping peacefully. It is estimated that she fell asleep and inadvertently pasted over, and when she woke up, she must be ashamed to death. Chen Lu then a hushed gesture, turned his head to look at the sleeping girl, feel the naive hair through the fragrance, some crying and laughing. Liang Jiru came here after sitting for a short while, fell asleep, and then inexplicably leaned on himself, causing his heartbeat until now has not calmed down. Every day the continuous rotation of school and part-time work, to her tired not light he thought to himself. Lin Miao Miao didn't say anything else, shaking the men's clothes she was holding in her hand, and said with a mouthful of words, sent, to you of Chen Lu shook his head, indicating his refusal. She pointed at the women's model again, then pointed at Liang Jiru. Chen Lu's head immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, signaling her to leave the clothes behind. Lin Miao Miao naturally read what was going on in Chen Lu's head, and gave him a blank look without any good humor, threw down the clothes and went back. Half an hour later, Chen Lu saw that it was time for Liang Jiru's part-time job during the day, so he slightly moved his arm and softly asked, shouldn't you go to your part-time job? Not going today? Half asleep Liang Jiru seemed to feel that the pillow was not very well behaved, and leaned back toward the pillow again, taking her cheek and gently rubbing it. Chen Lu unconsciously gulped. "Hm? Why?" He thought it was strange. He had never seen a day where Liang Jiru didn't need to go to a part-time job before. That store doesn't need to hand out flyers anymore, and the new job hasn't been found yet. That's just right. Take a break today. He looked at the girl beside him who was talking to him with her eyes closed, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Liang Jiru's delicate cheeks and soft skin were completely revealed at this distance, and he inexplicably had a feeling that he was enjoying it exclusively. After all, other people didn't realize how good-looking Liang Jiru really was, nor did they have the opportunity to gaze at this girl at such a close distance. Her proud figure was nothing compared to her looks. Still, Chen Lu liked looking at her eyes the most. "Hm," the girl answered softly. Her voice was very deep, looking like she hadn't woken up from her sleep, sleepy and confused, rubbing Chen Lu's shoulder again like a kitten, seemingly feeling very comfortable. Only in the next second did she feel that something was wrong there, and she jumped up all of a sudden. I don't know if it was because she had slept for a while or because she was shy. Liang Jiru's cheeks were very flushed. She hurriedly looked around and afterward hurriedly wiped her mouth again to make sure she hadn't drooled. If she still drooled while sleeping on Chen Lu's shoulder, then she would immediately find a river to jump into. The girl's eyes fluttered nervously, but she didn't dare to look at Chen Lu. Liang Jiru could only hear the sound of her heart pounding and felt her cheeks rising. "Obviously, I just want to close my eyes and rest for a while. How did I get up on Chen Lu's shoulder as soon as I realized it? I'm going to be laughed at. Chen Lu will not think I am frivolous. You take advantage of me." Looking at the girl's blushing and shy appearance, Chen Lu lightly laughed. "Yes. I'm sorry." Chen Lu frowned, not very satisfied with this reply. "Apologize and that's it. I'm not responsible for my body after the white ticket, right, huh?" Liang Jiru more flustered, with CPU burned like, the brain simply cannot turn up, feel the next second the top of the head of the hot air are not strange. "Then you want me how to be responsible?" Chen Lu wanted to make a scene for a while longer, but unfortunately, he really couldn't hold back his laughter, and could only laugh as he pulled the flustered girl to the chair next to him. "Teasing you. See you so tired I did not have the good sense to wake you. Do you want to sleep again?" Liang Jiru's head was lowered very deeply, still very embarrassed. No need to be honest." Chen Lu just asked her to be responsible. She really almost believed it, and thought for half a day about how to be responsible. After all, on her side of the family, this behavior of her own could already be considered hooliganism. Even if the network has developed into what it is now, the children in the mountain villages are still far from being as open as the children in the big cities. It was one thing to see how others were doing, it was another to see if one could accept it. "I'm sorry." Liang Jiru still felt that her behavior was a bit rude. This made Chen Lu a bit strange. According to the drama, the female lead was shy for a bit, and then acted as if nothing had happened. How could this still keep apologizing? Chen Lu dragged his cheeks and continued jokingly, "If you really feel sorry for me, next time let me sleep leaning on your shoulder, so that we are even." "No way, we are friends, we can't be like this." "But we're best friends." "Even best friends can't do that. We are innocent. What are we afraid of?" Chen Lu had a serious face. These words made Liang Jiru a little confused, feeling that she was about to be wound up by Chen Lu. She quickly shook her head. "Even a good friend who is innocent can't be like this." "No, innocent good friends can," Chen Lu said with a stern face. "You have to return me once, right? Isn't it normal for good friends to help each other out?" Liang Jiru was completely dumbfounded, her eyes blinking. Just once," she asked tentatively, afraid that Chen Lu would sit on the fence. Looking aggrieved, but it made Chen Lu couldn't help but want to continue bullying her. Fine. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Chen Lu did not dwell on this matter, so as not to come back to his senses later after Liang Jiru woke up from her nap. The girl lowered her head and was too embarrassed to speak, silently taking off her hairband to retie her hair. Like a waterfall of green silk sprinkled on her back, her hair is black and dark and not split. "I don't know how this bean maintains it, the hair quality is so good. You usually don't wear a ponytail when you're not working, okay? But I feel like you look pretty good with your hair loose." Chen Lu was a bit regretful when he finished speaking, feeling that he was too broad in his control. As a result, he completely did not expect Liang Jiru to immediately agree. "Yeah," she said and put the hair ring back, like a bracelet on her hand. Liang Jiru slightly tidied up her hair and sat next to Chen Lu in a very well-behaved manner, looking gentle and lovely. It was then that she realized the strange clothes beside her, and somewhat curiously picked them up and looked at them. Lin Miao Miao sent it to you, Chen Lu explained. Do you want to wear it? Liang Jiru froze for a moment after hearing this, then her head shook like a rattle. Although it was proper clothes, it still felt so strange. Everything has to be experienced, Chen Lu shamelessly continued to snub. We agreed before, you have to learn to be confident. This is part of the plan. Wait, give it back to her later. Liang Jiru lowered her head deeply, feeling her cheeks burn even hotter, and her thoughts were flying around in her heart. How to be so overbearing? Obviously just now have promised to let you sleep against. Liang Jiru, Liang Jiru. How can you be so depraved? You can't relax your bottom line anymore. Learn to reject him. The girl finally made up her mind. As a result, Chen Lu suddenly came to her ear and jokingly said, if you feel shy, big deal, just show it to me alone. You don't want your good friend to be upset either, right? The sudden hot air in her ear caused the girl's body to be tingling, and her slender waist was also soft. The girl, naive also do not know to hide. After half a day of thinking, Ghostly slightly nodded. Liang Jiru asked Lin Miao Miao on WeChat where they changed clothes, and then quietly took Chen Lu and ran to that empty classroom. Lin Miao Miao purposely reminded her that this was a specialized classroom, and there was no surveillance installed. Chen Lu silently followed her around, inexplicably having the feeling that the two were quietly doing something bad. Obviously the clothes are decent clothes, and the person is also a decent person. Arrived at the door. Liang Jiru was very cute and quietly poked her head in, looking left and right to make sure no one was there before she was relieved. You keep an eye on the door. Liang Jiru walked into the classroom and opened the doorway a little bit to mutter towards Chen Lu. Don't worry. Chen Lu leaned on the wall and smiled at her. Still not quite at ease, Liang Jiru added, you're not allowed to come in either. Chen Lu showed a look of sudden realization. I really didn't think of it if you didn't say it. Liang Jiru immediately closed the door and ignored him. Facts proved that Liang Jiru's worry is simply superfluous. Now such a hot day plus the approaching May 1st, these university livestock in addition to the class, is in the dormitory residence. Nothing at all will not run to this side. In such a short time, Chen Lu did not even see anyone, the whole corridor is very empty. As a result, he waited for nearly 10 minutes, even bored to count the tiles on the wall. Chen Lu picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, and was clearly shocked after seeing how long it had taken. Does it take this long for a girl to change her clothes? Wouldn't faint inside, right? Liang Jiru. You fell asleep? Chen Lu asked with some concern. Coming at this time the door was finally opened slowly. Liang Jiru walked to Chen Lu with her head lowered, and did not speak, presumably embarrassed. The girl was wearing her long hair, wearing a very tight light blue short sleeve. The neckline was very low, the diagonal row of buttons were fastened by her tightly, the lower half of her body was a black dress. It embodied her already proud figure even more exaggeratedly. The towering chest attracted away almost all of Chen Lu's attention. Liang Jiru seemed to notice Chen Lu's line of sight, turned her face away and quietly took her fingers and tugged on her chest, murmuring in a low voice, "It's a bit tight." Chen Lu felt his nose violently hot, looking at the girl in front of him whose beauty looked like she had just come back from the movie set, gently peeling away her long bangs. The action was gentle, as if he was trying his best to avoid making the other party feel uncomfortable. As expected, if there is one, there is two. Liang Jiru was now not resisting Chen Lu's action of picking open her bangs, and just squinted her eyes in a manner of letting others take advantage of her. This caused Chen Lu to inexplicably have a trance-like feeling. At that time when he stepped forward to help, he didn't even think about getting to know this girl. Even after locking eyes with her that night, and realizing her unassailable looks, it had never occurred to him that he would get closer and closer to her. It was even more impossible to think that this girl was not only good-looking, but also had a delicate and gentle personality, and was especially kind to herself, almost obedient. It was almost like a treasure that he had discovered. After Chen Lu slowed down, he shook the cell phone in his hand. Take a picture. He was sure that this dress Liang Jiru wouldn't wear it again in the future. It was a pity not to record it. Liang Jiru was obviously startled and instinctively took 2 steps back until her back was pressed against the wall. No, don't. This is part of the plan, Chen Lu said in a very serious manner. Then put the girl into the cell phone photo frame and took a serious picture. Unlike most of the guys who would piss their girlfriends off by taking pictures, Chen Lu was a bit of a researcher in photography. At least he wouldn't take pictures of people getting uglier and uglier. And he was the royal photographer of the whole family when he went out for a trip. If Liang Jiru wasn't too shy, he was confident that he could change the background to look better. Chen Lu, no longer half kneeling after shooting, stood up and carefully stared at the phone, secretly sighing. Good-looking girls do not even need to fix the picture. The girl in the photo is like a frightened deer, did not care what pose, hands tightly pinched skirt, aggrieved Baba looking at the camera. Watching, Chen Lu gulped and swayed for a while, forgetting for a moment that he had a real person to look up at. I sent the photo to your WeChat. Chen Lu lightly laughed. He now completely understood why so many girls like to play dress-up games like Miracle Warmth. Good. Then can I change out of this dress? No. Oh. Inside a step classroom. Yu King, did you really see Chen Lu playing the guitar for another girl the other day? Why don't you talk about such a big thing in your next life? Lu Yuyan asked incredulously, intending to press Jiang Kao at night to find out what was going on. She had heard Mo Yuking say that Chen Lu played the guitar very well a long time ago, but Chen Lu had been hiding it, saying that it was exclusive to Mo Yuking. So Chen Lu was willing to play the guitar for another girl, the meaning that this represented really wasn't simple. Chen Lu himself had a good personality and was handsome. It was only normal that other girls would fall for him. But if he really intended to put down Mo Yuking, when the time comes, the speed at which their relationship progresses will be terrifying. Other girls might not be as pretty as Mo Yuking, but they certainly weren't as stupid as this niece. Mo Yuking looked at the few girls dancing soulfully in the distance and nodded in a daze. Lu Yun sighed, although she had always been an old mom character who loved to ramble on, but now she was also really tired of persuasion. But who asked her to be Mo Yuking's bestie? What do you feel? Lu Yun bitterly smiled as she continued to ask. Mo Yuking's slender fingers crossed together and pinched each other, looking very anxious. It's very uncomfortable. Lu Yun was helpless. Then why are you still being tough? You really don't have feelings for him. You should not care. There are so many people chasing you. Do you care if they are with other girls? Mo Yuking slowly shook her head. She didn't care about the others, even many of them she couldn't even remember their names. It was better to say that she couldn't wait for a lot of the people who were rushing up to bother her one by one to like other girls. If you keep this up, you'll honestly watch Chen Lu progress faster and faster with that girl. Lu Yan's tone was filled with a sense of hatred. By then you'll still be able to see him hugging and kissing other girls, and then just wait a little longer and you'll be ready to attend his wedding. No way. He can't be with other girls, Mo Yuking suddenly shouted out, and when she saw the people from the dance club turn around to look at her, she bit her lower lip again in some embarrassment and whispered, Think about it again. You can just keep your mouth shut. Lu Yan also no longer say anything more, gasping for air and picking up the burger on the table and biting it viciously. What's the point of persuading? Bitch. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. Am I really bad to him after another long time? Mo Yuking asked in a deep voice, her voice trembling a little. Want to hear the truth? It hurts my feelings. Although Lu Yan knew that with Mo Yuking's character she wouldn't care about this, she still couldn't help but ask. Just tell the truth. Lu Yan recalled all the things she had seen, took a deep breath and said, You owe him. Mo Yuking did not speak again. Her entire person was frozen there, like a sculpture of extreme beauty, not moving a muscle. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yan resolved the KFC in front of her and packed it up, ready to get up and throw it away. As a result, just as she got up, her arm was gently pulled. Obviously the weather was hot, but Mo Yuking's hand was a bit cold. Do you think Chen Lu will change his mind after being with me? He's playing guitar for other girls right now. Mo Yuking's voice vaguely had a crying tone in it. Lu Yan was a little surprised, spinning around feeling very strange, not realizing that Mo Yuking was so insecure in her heart. However, she was still speechless. You shouldn't ask me this question. Aren't you two childhood sweethearts? Don't you have any numbers in your heart? Even she didn't dare to think about how Chen Lu had persevered for several years, as one day, she was sure that she loved Jiang Kao very much, but if she was to be like Chen Lu every day, she really couldn't do it. The insecurity wouldn't be because Chen Lu didn't do a good job, but because her best friend had problems of her own. After being spoiled to be more and more demanding, and used to Chen Lu's extraordinary goodness, how can she still get a sense of security in him? You take for granted the love of others who are 10 times more than ordinary people. Who else in the world can give you a sense of security? Chen Lu had already reached his limit. How much better could he do? She smiled helplessly again. Moreover, whether or not you will change your heart after being with you is not something you should consider right now. You should now think about what you should do to make Chen Lu turn back. Lu Yan patted Mo Yuking's head and turned around to throw the trash. Mo Yuking looked at Lu Yuyan's back and was speechless. My parents are also childhood friends. After lunch, Lu Yan went back to the dormitory to sleep, and Mo Yuking froze for a long time as she looked at the chat page between herself and Chen Lu. Ever since the day Chen Lu confessed his love for her, the two had never messaged each other again. She looked through the chat records of the two, as if she was trying to find evidence that she was actually nice to Chen Lu. However, there was none. Chen Lu was never the only one who sent good morning and good night on time every day and repeatedly shushed her. And one's own response was often only a simple sentence or two, and even sometimes one would feel annoyed and simply ignore it. Chen Lu would often remind himself that it was cold and he should add clothes, and he never sent him once. There was no way it was really habitual. A few years down the line, it was just too habitual. Habitual to the point of feeling that Chen Lu was taking this for granted, forgetting to be grateful. Mo Yuking rubbed her somewhat reddened eyes, got up and cleared her throat, slowly speaking, "You guys are performing this time, take me one." Yes, a few people agreed very sharply, although they didn't know what this senior sister was suddenly pumping, but having her in the program could attract a lot of people, whether it was in terms of dance moves or face value. Mo Yuking quickly kept up with the progress without much pressure. This level of dance Mo Yuking didn't need to practice for too long. As long as she followed along with the flow twice, she would know how to dance. It was only that she had been lost in thought on the way to practicing the dance. She suddenly wanted to take a look at Chen Lu, putting aside the lessons. It was the first time the two hadn't seen each other for so long. Of course, this was also the first time Mo Yuking missed Chen Lu. But there was no reason to meet. This caused Mo Yuking to go into a bit of a trance. There is a feeling of a dream suddenly waking up. Ever since she was a child, even if there was no reason, Chen Lu was always at her beck and call. There was never a need for a reason to want to see Chen Lu. Now it was different. One actually had to think. During the break time, Mo Yuking sat on the podium with her eyes downcast. Her mood was complicated and she felt a bit unreal. The beautiful dream that she had been living for so long seemed to have really ended. Even if I didn't think there was anything good about it at first, I still have a chance, right? There is still a chance, right? Chen Lu must not want to leave me. Mo Yuking silently comforted herself in her heart, while thinking about the reason for asking Chen Lu to meet her. At night, the bright moon was hanging high. Chen Lu returned to the dormitory happily, in a rare and comfortable mood. Just as soon as he entered the door, he saw that Jiang Kao's bed had inexplicably drawn the curtain, and he didn't bother to ask more questions, and then he shifted his line of sight to Li Xinian, who was drinking congee, so as not to pull open the curtain to see the anti-aircraft gun in that air defense. Drinking congee in the middle of the night. You're shelving this to nourish yourself, Chen Lu mocked. Li Xinian was unimpressed. Boss, his girlfriend ordered congee for him at night. So Chen Lu did not understand what he meant. Laozi doesn't have a girlfriend, Laozi buys it for himself. Jiang Kao, this XXXX. XXXXXX. Li Xinian muttered and cursed several times before he could barely get out of breath, turned his head to look at Chen Lu, and revealed a smile. You drink some too? Both of us are poor people who don't have girlfriends to order porridge for ourselves. Chen Lu took his index finger and scratched his cheek, didn't dare to say that there was a girl who personally made congee for herself every morning, saying it would really kill him. He had no choice but to walk up and take 2 sips. The next second he ran to the toilet and vomited. Damn! Why is this skinny egg of yours so disgusting? Chen Lu felt a wave of retching. You're sick. Aren't all leather eggs like this? That's not it. The ones made by Liang Jiru were not like this. Chen Lu rinsed his mouth and said. He was now even more curious about how he finished Liang Jiru's skin egg and thin meat porridge at that time. Although he was curious in his heart, his mouth unconsciously raised an arc. Seeing Chen Lu packing up his things, Li Xinian felt strange and asked, What are you packing up for? Isn't tomorrow May 1st? Going home, Chen Lu continued to lower his head and stuff things he couldn't use like books he had already finished reading into his bag. Instead of bringing luggage home, it was more like going back to unload. Every time Chen Lu went home, he only needed to bring back what he felt was superfluous in the dormitory, and he didn't need to pack a big bag like others. After all, usually really want to go home to take a taxi, not a moment to back is to other students' respect. I don't know, it's so refreshing. Almost forgot that you are local Lee Sai Nian laughed. This is not unable to give up you few good big children as a result. Just after the words were said, Lee Si Nian inexplicably came to his side and gently poked him. Tell you a funny one. Chen Lu turned his head, signaling him to continue. Today, Mo Yuking's side reported that she ran into problems again. Then I went over to take a look, tossed around for half a day, and finally realized that it was those wires from the stereo that were plugged in backwards. What's this called fun? Chen Lu paused for a moment, feeling puzzled. It's not finished yet. Do you know what she said when she saw me? She said, how come it's you? Li Home Sai Nian pushed up his glasses, looking like he had seen through everything. I suspect she purposely plugged the connector in the wrong way, and had wanted you to come through. After all, she doesn't realize you're not helping me with these things anymore. Chen Lu spat at him, put the bag aside and laid down on the bed. Nuts. I'd rather believe that the boss will learn than believe that Mo Yuking will turn back. Seeing that Chen Lu has closed his eyes, Li Sai Nian walked to the side and slowly pulled open the curtain on Jiang Kao's bed. Looking at Jiang Kao, who is staring at the laptop with a serious face and making some notes from time to time, muttering to himself, but boss is really studying. At this time, Mo Yuking had just returned to the empty home, and after changing into a thin lace-side pajama, she hugged her long and beautiful legs and curled up on the sofa, her mood a little low. She didn't want Chen Lu to fall in love with someone else, but she wasn't ready to chase after him. She grew up so big, for the first time, to realize what is called to suffer. It was only at this moment that she finally realized that she liked Chen Lu. Before she was curious, Chen Lu every day were so much time, how to do every day on their own, have endless heart. Only now did she realize that the original is not nothing to do, is too much care about herself. Care to every day to think about their own, have not been unhappy, there is nowhere uncomfortable, care to than her own, still clear about their own physiological period. After a long time of silence, she tapped her cell phone and wrote a paragraph in the circle of friends. I hope that all my cherished do not have to rely on the loss to understand. This was Mo Yuking's hint to Chen Lu. After thinking for half a day, she still couldn't make up her mind to take the initiative to send Chen Lu a message, even if it was just a simple good night. There was a gap of more than 2 months between this friend circle and the last one, which was sent on her birthday. Mo Yuking clicked on the picture, and her heart became even more dazed. It was a very beautiful bouquet of roses. A single red rose bloomed uncontrollably, as if it would never wither. Of course they wouldn't wither, because they were all made of paper. At that time, Chen Lu had prepared for his birthday party for almost half a month, and then gave himself this bouquet of flowers that he had folded with his own hands. A whole 33 roses, all folded out of paper. Mo Yuking still remembers the envious gazes of those girls around her. Not more than a few minutes later, uncountable comments appeared voluminously under the new circle of friends. School sister Emo? I'll accompany you to the movies. Are you hinting at me? I don't want to lose you either. Even though you rejected me, I've been waiting for you, Yu King. Go for a walk if you're sad. I'll be right downstairs in your dorm. Regret? As long as you say the word, I'll be in Hangzhou tomorrow. Mo Yuking almost lost her breath reading these comments, and hurriedly deleted these few people that she forgot to delete. Obviously don't even remember these people. Why do they still remember themselves? The girl's comments came a little slower, but not so much that one could see the blood pressure rise. Hug King Bao, flowers bloom and must be folded. Don't wait until there are no flowers to be folded. Lu Yu Yan, who was the one in the know, only sent a sighing emoji as a way to represent her hateful mood. Mo Yuking sighed with a very lost sigh, and continued to repeatedly refresh the message. This was the first time she cared so much about the comments under her circle of friends, because she was waiting for someone. No matter how positive and enthusiastic these comments were, they were not what she wanted. She wanted to see Chen Lu's reply. Even a nod of approval would be good. After a long time, she still didn't wait. Mo Yuking clicked into Chen Lu's friends circle with some apprehension. Chen Lu's circle of friends is still empty, not a single one has been sent. What is different from before is that the background of the circle has changed from her back to a Pikachu. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The lights of the nearby buildings dimmed one by one until it was pitch black. The proud girl waited until she fell asleep, but did not wait for the reply she wanted to see. Cold moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the bouquet of paper roses on the coffee table. Behind the bouquet of roses, The sleeping girl was lying on her side on the sofa, her beauty not falling into the mortal world. The moonlight shines on her handsome side face, white neck, glistening like snow thighs, as well as the long-dried tears on her cheeks. Early morning on May 1st. It rained at some point last night, and it was somewhat cool and the air was fresh. Chen Lu yawned and got up, pulled open the curtains, ventilated, and then went to wash. Li Sai-nian and Zheng Haoyu's family is from out of town, and they have to catch the high-speed train to leave relatively early. Only Jiang Kao was left still sleeping like a dead pig. "Boss, what are your arrangements for May 1st? Chen Lu picked up his bag and wanted to kick Jiang Kao. But in the end he only pushed him. "Traveling out with Lu Yuyan, high-speed train in the afternoon, fuck you," the kick still went out. Chen Lu walked on the road while sending a message to Liang Jiru. "Chen Lu, good morning, what are you doing?" Liang Jiru just got dressed, ready to go to a part-time job. The girl returned the message very quickly. Chen Lu's message had just been sent out, and she immediately got a reply. Every time Chen Lu was bored and asked her what she was doing, she would seriously say it. "Chen Lu found a new job?" Liang Jiru, aha. Still handing out flyers, over at the China World Trade Center. Chen Lu smiled and continued to tap the screen quite good. He walked while typing, and almost broke his foot by stepping on it. Then he thoughtfully put on his Bluetooth headset and gave Liang Jiru a call. He was pretty sure that Liang Jiru was looking at her cell phone, but for some reason it took more than 10 seconds for the call to go through, and then a soft voice came from the phone. "Hello," the girl's voice sounded muffled, as if she had just woken up from a nap not long ago. "I almost broke my foot just now typing and chatting with you, scared me." "It's better to call and chat with you for a while," Chen Lu spat out. It was really scary to step on a foot when one's concentration was low. Liang Jiru's voice became a little anxious, right? "I'm sorry. Is everything alright?" These words caused Chen Lu to be confused. How could he be sorry again? "It's fine," I reacted quickly. Chen Lu yawned lazily, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that he almost broke his foot. This was still the first time the two had ever talked on the phone. The caller seemed relieved and turned to ask, "Did you have breakfast?" "No. The food at the breakfast place isn't as good as what you make," Chen Lu joked, not saying outright that he didn't go to eat because he was lazy. Contemporary university livestock would be lucky to have 2 meals a day on time. No one would be willing to sacrifice the time to sleep in to eat breakfast. No way. You have to eat on time. Or else I'll bring it to you. The nubile and naive girl made a not-so-smart proposal. Chen Lu laughed. "Then you can send it to my home. Remember to bring some for my family." That's never mind." Liang Jiru, who had already run to the kitchen and was ready to start cooking kanji, sat back on the edge of the bed. This Chen Lu wilted. He didn't react for a moment, and he was going to use this to bully himself a bit. Both of them were silent for a while. This kind of moment was not uncommon when they were alone. But it wasn't as if anyone would feel awkward, rather it was better to say that both of them were enjoying it, even if it was just to feel each other's presence quietly like this. "I still don't seem to have made any progress after a long period of silence." Liang Jiru spoke first. "Yesterday when I was looking for a part-time job, the store manager asked me. I still didn't even dare to say anything." Chen Lu still smiled softly, his tone was gentle. "Don't be too hasty, just take it one step at a time. Self-confidence is something that needs to be raised slowly as your self-worth increases. Otherwise it wouldn't be called self-confidence, it would be called puixin. In other words, you just need to work on getting better and better." Slowly finding that the girl was still listening attentively, Chen Lu continued to add, "Your progress is already very obvious. In the old days you would definitely refuse to wear that school uniform. It always seemed like it wasn't the same thing." "It is the same thing, is it?" Liang Jiru was still a bit skeptical. He righteously continued, "Next time, do you want to wear an ancient costume to see? You're really good at wearing this kind of clothes. You also don't want your friends." "Can you not bully me?" the girl interrupted him in a small voice, her tone sounding aggrieved. Chen Lu revealed a satisfied yet wicked smile, but it was quickly replaced by a serious expression. "Anyway, just relax and take your time." "I'm here." Good, Liang Jiru answered softly, her suppressed mood dispersing quite a bit. She couldn't say why, but hearing Chen Lu's words "I'm here" was really reassuring. She always felt that the time passed quickly when she was talking on the phone, and the half-hour or so drive arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Lu reluctantly hung up the phone after scan code payment, sharp down the car. Sure enough, it's still no different. This is the bad thing about going to college on this side of the family. and it doesn't feel like you're going home on vacation. When other parents see their children haven't been home for a long time, they treat them like a treasure. At least that's how it was during the first few days. When I got home and opened the door, I heard the adults talking. An unidentified relative was talking at the top of her voice, and I didn't know which of the 7 aunts and 8 uncles she was talking to. Chen Lu's father, Chen Guanglin, and his mother, Wang Xiaoxia, were sitting on the side, listening quietly with smiles. Next to them was his younger sister, Chen Moore. Road and Moore both mean road, and Chen Lu didn't know how his parents liked to drive so much. The girl is in the age of 17 years old, great years, out of the beautiful, but also sitting quietly on the side, from time to time very polite light smile in response to a sentence, seems to be well behaved and understanding. Chen Lu knew very well that this was just an appearance. If Lin Miao Miao was an ordinary level social terrorist, his sister would have to be the kind of level that flew an airplane and crashed it into the rice tower. Pure imp. Xiaoxia, I'm telling you, there's really something wrong with your education style. This child needs to be managed in a strict manner. Chen Lu put his bag on the entrance hall, ready to quietly close the door and go out to avoid the meeting. Being left behind to listen to these people might as well kill him. Wang Xiaoxia also saw Chen Lu's small mind, see the relatives are still gushing, but also did not pull Chen Lu chat here. Just when Chen Lu thought he could dodge a bullet. Brother. You're back, Chen Lu shouted out very happily. Hearing this, the relatives who came finally noticed Chen Lu, who was about to sneak away, pointing at him and asking, "This is your family's boy, ah? He's grown so big." Xiao Lu, calls second aunt Chen Guanglin, gently reminded. Ear aunt Chen Lu had no choice but to sit next to Chen Moore, glaring at her with eyes that wanted to kill. Chen Missouri still put on a good and understanding appearance, her eyes blinking. It was only then that he noticed the boy sitting next to this second aunt, who looked only a year or two younger than himself, and was very mute. Unlike Chen Mo, who did his best on the surface, this boy didn't speak or look at his cell phone the entire time, just sitting there dumbly. It was hard to imagine that he was already a college student. Seeing that the other party had no intention of greeting him, Chen Lu was happy to be at ease, and took out his cell phone to ask Liang Jiro what she was doing. Seeing that his brother had taken the lead, Chen Missouri also began to follow suit and swiped up the ghost videos. Chen Lu looked curiously, then frowned straight away and said, "Little Blackie, bring your cell phone with you when you go to court. Look at the kids nowadays, they can't do anything without their cell phones." Aunt sighed as if she was sorry. How many children are spoiled by cell phones and games? Xiaoxia, do you see, video games are mental opium. Chen Lu froze. That's the 9th art, okay? Not to mention I'm a college student. Wang Xiaoxia was still smiling softly, and at this age she didn't look too old, looking gentle and soft. These two children just don't have the understanding of your Xiao Hao. Wang Xiaoxia finished and then turned, but I still feel that this thing cannot be too dead, as long as not two playthings. Entertainment is also okay. Agoo. That won't do. Experts on the internet say it's a flooding beast, can't touch it. The second aunt said with incomparable seriousness, and then proudly patted her son's shoulder. This one of my family is now in college, and is also strictly controlling the time of looking at the cell phone. After coming home for vacation every night at 10 o'clock, I'll collect his cell phone. Chen Lu looked at the boy and suddenly felt a little pity for the dude. As a result, he suddenly noticed Irgu's line of sight and realized that the other party was looking at him. The second aunt touched her own son's head, then looked at Chen Lu and Chen Missouri, who were playing with their cell phones, and said, "Xiao Missouri is in high school now, right? You have to be strict with her. When this high school in my family was in high school, I didn't give him a glance at his cell phone. But this child is also competitive. Last year went to a book." Chen Missouri is a bit speechless. How can he get shot while lying down? Xiao Moore, you have to look up to your cousin. Chen Guanglin carelessly mentioned a mouthful. Unexpectedly, Aunt instantly became even more proud, reaching out and pointing at Chen Lu. "You as an older brother also have to be a good example to your own sister. Look at your cell phone less and study more. You can't relax in college either." Chen Missouri took Chen Lu's arm and laughed. "My brother is quite good, The role model is especially good." Gu did not think so, sipped her water and asked, "Where does Yao Lu go to school now?" Chen Lu cleared his throat. "My school? General, just Yuhang University, close to home." The area around the coffee table instantly fell into a silence that made it a bit awkward. Chen Missouri took his eyes and exchanged a glance with Chen Lu, seemingly praising the match between the two. Yuhang University was still a top 10 school no matter what, so it was still a long face to say. Chen Lu looked at the boy on one side. The other party's expression still didn't have many ups and downs. No one knew what he was thinking. This is also a poor man, by the over-controlling parents as the continuation of their own dreams, drinking the poison called all for your own good, living as a puppet on a string. What are his hobbies and dreams? No one cares, not even himself. Not long after, the second aunt's family found a reason to leave. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia returned to their room, not knowing what they were packing. Chen Missouri shook Chen Lu's arm and said, "Brother, you're so nice." Chen Lu smiled at her. "You're disgusting." He didn't fall for it, and according to the normal process, Chen Missouri was about to ask him to borrow money. "Mom. My brother said I'm disgusting." Chen Lu. Wang Xiaoxia's angry roar came from the bedroom. Chen Moore smiled faintly at Chen Lu, as if she wasn't the one who had just complained. "Brother, I want to go to the movies. Can you finance some? No money. If you don't give it, I'll reveal that you're chasing Sister Yuking. That's Uncle Missouri's daughter. He's been so good to us. How could you do that?" Chen Missouri held his hand across his neck, following the example of Ding Zhu in the movie The Embroidered Spring Blade, and muttered in a low voice, "I'll eat this secret of yours for the rest of my life." With the scene of needing to be unanimous passed, the two resumed their usual mode of getting along. "Stab it. I've given up anyway." Chen Lu looked a little gloomy. These words caused Chen Missouri to freeze, hastily taking his hand to cover his forehead. "There's no fever either. Are you serious?" Seeing Chen Lu nod his head, Chen Missouri also did not make a fuss, sitting dumbly on the side and looking at him, as if it was the first day he knew his own brother. How much Chen Lu liked Mo Yuking in these years, that she as a younger sister could not be clearer. It was because she knew too well that she was surprised now. Chen Lu smiled bitterly and didn't say any more. At this time, the door of the master bedroom slowly opened, and Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia walked out with their suitcases. The two of them were still wearing sunglasses, and were very lovingly embracing each other. "What are you guys doing?" Chen Lu asked. "Going on a trip," Wang Xiaoxia said rightfully. Chen Lu's tone became a little anxious. "Why didn't you say it earlier? I didn't even pack anything." He didn't even know how many clothes he still had at home that he could take out. "Why did you say it earlier?" "It's not like I said I'd take you." We're having a two-person world. What's the point of you going to join in the fun?" Wang Xiaoxia kissed Chen Guanglin on the side of his face. Chen Guanglin was wearing sunglasses to see his eyes, only to see the corner of his mouth hooked. "Stay honestly at home with your sister." Chen Luoren fainted and exclaimed, "You called the other day to urge me to come back. At that time you even said I didn't care about my family. As a result, I just came back, and you two are going to go to the world of two. Didn't you also say it was the other day?" So Chen Lu sat paralyzed on the couch and stopped talking. Tired. Destroy it. Chen Lu seemed to have known it all along, and had been paralyzed from the beginning. The child was just an accident. Wang Xiaoxia gathered up the coffee table and looked up at Chen Lu. "Right? You don't stay idle these days. Go accompany your sister to find a tutor. She's living too nourishingly now that she walks around every day. I can't stand to watch." Chen Lu froze, then suddenly remembered something. "My friend is looking for a part-time job recently. Let my friend try." Wang Xiaoxia gently slapped him. "Chen Lu, you're sick. Why don't you teach yourself? Isn't it good for you to earn this money? It's a few $100s an hour." Chen Lu was shocked. Letting him teach Chen Missouri was really better than killing him. Although Chen Missouri's grades were good and his brain was fast, he was just too out of tune. By then the money he earned would not be enough to cure his high blood pressure. "You don't know what your daughter is like? I'd rather pay for her tutoring than teach her. Otherwise I won't even live to see the day I get my paycheck." Wang Xiaoxia touched the broad of her son's head and smiled in relief. "Good, it's a deal. The money for her tutor will be deducted from your living expenses. Let your friend give it a try." As the door to the house was closed heavily, only two children that no one wanted were left in the living room. Even though Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia had always been like this, the two of them still had a bit of mixed emotions at this time. "How did you mess with Mom?" Chen Lu asked in a good-natured manner. Chen Missouri shook his head with an innocent face. "It's just that my grades slipped a little bit." "How much is a little bit?" "Just a dozen or so." "The whole school?" "The whole class." Chen Lu gasped and laughed, curiously asked, "What have you been doing lately?" "Really didn't do anything. Just this monthly exam play is not normal. I said that the next stable play certainly no problem. But Mom does not believe." Chen Mo Ji, you paralyzed on the sofa. 2 legs to the coffee table a ride, a face of hopelessness. After a few seconds, she sat up straight with a jolt and wrapped her arms around herself. Wait, is that classmate of yours a boy or a girl? You're not going to sacrifice my color for your friendship, are you? First of all, no one looks at you, Chen Lu said as he stretched out a finger. Then he stretched out a second one. Secondly, it's a girl finally, old sister. You are really shameless. Chen Missouri froze. This was the first time she had heard a girl other than Mo Yuking from Chen Lu since she was a child. Just what kind of god was it? And why did her own brother suddenly give up pursuing Mo Yuking? What in the world happened? In just a few seconds of work, Chen Lu had already finished brainstorming a drama filled with love and hate. What exactly happened between you and Sister Yuking? Chen Moore asked tentatively. Chen Lu didn't pick up on this conversation with her and slowly walked towards his room. I'm tired today, so tomorrow I'll accompany you to watch a movie and go to the mall. And then you honestly tell Mom that you're willing to let my classmates teach you. It's not like you really need a tutor anyway, it's the same whoever teaches you. At night, inside the ocean view room of a hotel, Wang Xiaoxia looked at the chandelier above her head and rambled in a small voice. The middle-aged couple seemed to have endless topics to talk about at this time of the day. Guess what Xiao Lu talked to me about at night? Good Lord, he actually asked me how much I was prepared to pay. Although I had planned to go by the market price, even though I'm his friend, I'm still so angry that he elbowed his way out. Wang Xiaoxiao yawned again as she spoke. But Xiao Lu was right to do so. We are not the ones who are thinking of giving less money just because the one who came is a college student or his friend. Chen Guanglin silently listened to his wife's tirade without comment. He had a feeling from the moment the word classmate popped out of Chen Lu's mouth that this matter wasn't that simple. After another while, just as Chen Guanglin was about to fall asleep, Wang Xiaoxia suddenly sat up. Wait. It can't be a female classmate swinging all day, and stayed up half the night. The next day at noon, Chen Lu before packing clothes ready to accompany Chen Moore out shopping. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a message to Liang Jiru. Chen Lu, are you going to work part-time at the China World Trade Center today? What time do you get off work? I'm looking for you to say something. Liang Jiru, what are you going to say? Chen Lu, now I know who I learned to say hi now. Know who I learned it from. Anyway, it's something important, and must be said in person. Jiru Liang, I get off work at 6. Chen Lu, I'll pick you up then. Liang Jiru, good. As long as you take out a whole day to hang out with Chen Mo, not only can you make your sister happy, but you can also find an easier part-time job for Liang Jiru. By then, Chen Moore spends more time studying every day. Mom and Dad are also happy. Chen Lu felt that this deal is still very cost-effective. Anyway, stay at home, just read books and play games. The two of them also came to Liang Jiru's part-time job at the China World Trade Center. Although he had long been mentally prepared, but how did not expect the mall can have so many people during the holidays. It was good that the air conditioning was turned on sufficiently so that people wouldn't be so irritated. Chen Moore hugged his arm and pulled him to look this way and that way, as if he had inexhaustible strength. It made Chen Lu wonder in his heart for a while, how did a girl, a creature that can't even unscrew a bottle cap, manage to stroll around for so long without feeling tired? Brother, I want to drink fruit tea. I'll buy it for you, brother. Wait, I want to buy a new dress. Buy me another necklace, Chen Missouri asked as he stopped in front of the counter selling necklaces, both eyes glowing. Scram, you'll buy you a set of 5'3" if you get any more inches. Chen Missouri was not annoyed and continued to smile. Badly, brother. You don't want your good friend to lose this job either, right? How about this pearl necklace? It feels quite suitable for you. Chen Lu pointed to the necklace in the counter, as if nothing happened just now. Not bad, you have a good eye, take it out and try it. Chen Missouri took the shopping bag containing the necklace and continued shopping, while Chen Lu was already looking dead. It was then that he realized the downside of his plan. This was the world where he was the only one who got hurt. Chen Lu walked half dead, letting Chen Missouri pull him around. Brother. Look over there. Chen Moore's eyes lit up and pointed towards the distance. The milk tea store there was a person in a doll suit over there helping to sell milk tea together, looking like a snowman and walking wobbly. Whenever someone came into the store or left, the little snowman would bend down and take a shallow bow. It was kinda cute. But the most brainwashing is that you love me, I love you BGM. Chen Missouri tugged Chen Lu's arm with both hands and urged, quickly go over and take a look. How old are you? Chen Lu said on his lips, but his body still took the initiative to follow Chen Moore over there. As the two of them approached, the Yeti also noticed them. Seeing Chen Moore holding Chen Lu's arm very intimately, the snowman that was just about to bow violently paused. Soon the siblings walked up to the bear. "Hello. I want 2 cups of hand-peeled grapes." Chen Lu sounded excited, like a child who hadn't grown up, reaching out to keep stroking the little snowman's arm. Unfortunately, there was no response. Chen Lu, who was looking down at his cell phone, raised his head and realized that this snowman was looking at himself all the time. Chen Lu cocked his head, feeling a little strange. "Hello," Chen Lu greeted again, pondering in his heart if it wasn't too polite for him to touch the other party's arm. As a girl herself, when she saw something cute and adorable, she just couldn't help but go rua for a bit. The snowman then nodded in a hurry and handed over Chen Missouri's single number. Chen Missouri took the slip of paper and saw that the other party didn't say anything either. Jokingly said, "What a high and cold snowman." Chen Lu fiercely remembered something. Did Liang Jiru say that she was going to work over here today? He hadn't seen this Liang Jiru person even after strolling all over these floors in this half day. "Meyer, when is our mom coming back?" Chen Lu opened his mouth and asked, his voice a few points louder than the usual chat. "Didn't I say the day after tomorrow? Why are you suddenly asking this?" "No, why, I almost forgot." After a while, after getting the fruit tea, the two turned to leave. Bio Chen Lu waved goodbye towards the cute snowman. No matter what the person inside looked like, girls were naturally attracted to all cute things. Chen Lu glanced at the snowman, went up and gently patted the other party's head, and then turned to leave after Chen Moore. Regardless of whether or not it was Liang Jiru inside, there was no harm in mentioning it. In case Liang Jiru really means something to herself, will feel unhappy. So if you can avoid it, you should avoid it. He didn't want to hurt this bean's heart. Soon, Chen Lu folded back from the other side and looked at this stupid snowman from afar. "Brother, what do you keep looking at this mascot for?" Chen Missouri asked curiously. Apparently the only thing on her mind right now was the movie she was going to watch later, and she had already forgotten all about the cute snowman. Chen Lu remained standing there, expressionless, thinking about things. Chen Missouri was too lazy to care about him, and found a chair on the side to sit down and play with his phone, waiting for the movie to start. This snowman still stood there diligently, looking dedicated. Unlike the people handing out flyers in front of various restaurants in the distance, this snowman is very afraid of life, and whenever he finishes his job, he will hastily hide to the side. Only for a few seconds, when no one was passing by, would this silly-looking snowman lean against the wall and rest a little. Then when it saw someone walking by, it continued to move forward in a silly and foolish manner. It was probably Liang Jiru in there. Chen Lu knows very well, although the shopping mall with central air conditioning, drilling into this kind of doll clothes will certainly still be suffocated sweating. He was inexplicably a little heartbroken, and his mind was filled with Liang Jiru's silly appearance. Should I go and help? This thought flashed through Chen Lu's mind once again. He was thick-skinned, and didn't care about this. But he always felt that if he really did, it would be counterproductive. After all, Liang Jiru was making a good effort according to the agreement between the two of them. Chen Lu gently smiled and put down the idea of forcing his way up to help. Straightening up this little sapling that had been hanging its head was a big project in the long run. A few minutes later, the boy who was motionless like a dummy model in a clothing store was gone. At 6 o'clock, the sky darkened only a little bit, and the heat outside dissipated quite a bit. After work, Liang Jiru carried a cup of milk tea in one hand, while pinching her sore neck hard, looking at the transfer record of $200 on Wixen, full of joy. This is the fruit of her labor today. After the soreness of her neck eased some, she took off the hairband again and let her hair fall naturally. Chen Lu said that he liked it this way. It was then that she realized with a jolt that her cell phone had just 2% charge left. Seeing that there was a place to rent a rechargeable battery in front of her, the girl thought about it and gave up. It was going to be a couple bucks. She then used the last of her battery to send a message to Chen Lu, and the two of them discussed where they would meet later. Chen Lu sat in a cafe on the first floor of the mall. The environment was very good. This point, for the time being, there were not many people. It was very quiet. Same as the music that was playing in the store, the entire store was decorated in a Victorian style. The tables, chairs and tableware were all very classical. The only beauty was that the lighting was a bit dim. Not long after, a long-haired girl timidly walked into the place. Chen Lu, who was sitting in the corner, waved at her. signaling her to come straight over. This was the first time Liang Jiro had entered this kind of store. She had always thought before that this was a very high-class place, and things must be very expensive and pricey. Now it seemed expensive, yes, but it wasn't as amazing as she had imagined. Why do you come early every time? Liang Jiro was a little embarrassed as she sat down opposite Chen Lu. It seemed that except for that day when she gave Chen Lu clothes, every time since then, Chen Lu was the one who waited for her in advance. Even including the time when she brought breakfast to Chen Lu every day. Every time she thought she went early enough, but she could still see Chen Lu sitting in a familiar place waiting for her. Inexplicably, there was a sense of satisfaction that she was valued. Getting used to it, Chen Lu lightly laughed. This was indeed his habit, except that some people would take his dedication to heart, while others would not. Seeing Liang Jiru's hairband on her wrist, the smile on Chen Lu's face became a few points thicker. At that time, he was just casually saying it, but he didn't expect that this bean actually really took note of it. He also said, in fact, before I came to accompany my sister shopping mall, is a pity did not run into you. Liang Jiru pretended not to know anything. Is that so? Maybe I just happened to miss it, I haven't seen you either. She said so on her lips. But actually at that time she had been watching Chen Lu until the other party disappeared from her field of vision. However, she completely did not expect Chen Lu to go around to the other side to look at her. Chen Lu watched Liang Jiru's reaction, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. This being couldn't even lie. It's a bit of a pity. Chen Lu looked at the nervous girl in front of him, completely sure that it was her in the doll suit at that time. Liang Jiru was not comfortable with this look, and hurriedly took out the things she had bought to change the topic. She carefully put the shopping bag on the table and said in a fine mosquito voice, I bought you milk tea. Hearing that this was a gift for himself, Chen Lu was a bit surprised and gazed at her. The girl this time, there is no way out, not to change the topic, was looked at all over the body. After changing the topic is still seen shy to death. Can only bow her head and don't look away, don't dare to look at him. Chen Lu is not polite. After taking it and froze, curiously asked, you did not buy for yourself? I finished drinking on my own way, and I don't know which flavor you like to drink, so I just picked one. You taste like it or not? Liang Jiru spent most strength to finally squeeze out these words from her throat. Her ears became hot, and her head also lowered a teeper. Very like. Chen Lu gently smiled, looking at the girl for a while, shaking her head. This incomparably handsome boy in front of her, and his soft smile was the only beam of light that shone into her dim life. She loved to see him smile the most. That's good. Liang Jiru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even the fatigue on her face dispersed a lot. This was the first time she bought milk tea for a boy, and she was nervous as hell in her heart. Just when Chen Lu wanted to continue bullying, the cell phone rang. Chen Lu was very unhappy and picked it up to take a look. It was actually Lin Miao Miao calling. What is it? Chen Lu asked somewhat speechlessly. This is not delaying things. Lin Miao Miao's tone was very anxious. Liang Jiru has lost her connection. The phone can't get through at all. Her phone can't get through. Why are you calling me? You? Right, why am I looking for you? A not-so-smart voice came out from the other side of the phone. Chen Lu smiled at the curious Liang Jiru, and turned on the speakerphone. I won't tease you, I'm right next to her now, her cell phone is dead. Then I'm relieved. I knew this fool must not even be able to rent a rechargeable treasure. Saying this, Lin Miao Miao seemed to remember something, and suddenly shouted, dog boys and girls. You should be dipped in a piggy bank. Liang Jiru said nothing with a guilty face, calculating what to buy for Lin Miao Miao in her heart. After a moment of silence she looked up and asked, what is it you want to talk to me about? The girl remembered the reason why Chen Lu had asked her to come here, and although she was willing to stay like this, even if there was no reason, she was still afraid that Chen Lu really did have something to say. My parents have recently been looking for a tutor for my sister, so I'm asking if you have any ideas. Chen Lu didn't say that he had completely paved the way, only she agreed. To this stubborn to somewhat adorable bean had to be tricked step by step. I'm not suitable. Liang Jiru quickly refused. Where would she be willing to go? It wasn't that she hadn't considered going over to be a tutor before, but because she was really too afraid of being a student, the person only auditioned for one lesson before switching. Since then she hadn't looked for this type of part-time job. It's okay, what are you afraid of teaching my sister? Isn't it better than going to a stranger? Seeing the girl's head shaking like a rattle, Chen Lu arched his back and stretched out his index finger to gently press her forehead, making her stop. Do you still remember our agreement? Chen Lu asked as he gazed at her. Liang Jiru blinked her eyes. The boy's firm eyes made her heart feel a lot more at ease. After a few seconds she finally made up her mind and slowly spoke. I'll try, that's right. Chen Lu sat back down contentedly and took a sip of coffee. My parents set it up this way: when the time comes, you will first give her a lesson to try. If they are both satisfied, after that, it will be a lesson every weekend for those 2 days. 2 hours in the evening. 300 an hour too. Too expensive, PFF'd. Cough cough. Chen Lu almost choked himself to death. His brain didn't turn around for a while. What did you say? Too expensive? He had an incredulous face. Nuts ah, you're a paid part-time worker? What do you mean it's too expensive? Liang Jiru. Are you stupid? After Chen Lu coughed, he was angry and laughing all the time. Liang Jiru was a little embarrassed by the laughter, lowered her head and muttered, I'm just stupid. That's why I can't teach well. You can't get into this school, even if you are really stupid, Chen Lu said, as he took his cell phone to find out the fees of other students at this university who worked as tutors and showed them to her. Look, they're all from our school. All of them were charging several $100s an hour, and the more experienced ones were charging even more, but there were still parents who were crazy about them. In this aspect of their children's learning, parents have never felt any pain in throwing money at them, and are doing their best. Seeing that the girl still kept shaking her head, Chen Lu continued, You're so stupid, so let's make it 250 an hour, it suits you, it can't be any lower. Chen Lu felt strange. Why did it feel like the roles had switched? This tutor didn't raise the price even if he didn't, but he kept pressing the price here. It was really a long time to live. Want to not go any cheaper? Liang Jiru bit her lips and quietly raised her head, afraid that once she raised her head, she would see Chen Lu staring at her angrily. Well, Chen Lu was looking at her with a speechless face, so she continued to mutter in a small voice, 200 okay, 200 an hour is still too high for her. Based on 8 lessons a month, she would get 3,002 for 16 hours of lessons. That was even higher than her part-time salary at the hot pot restaurant. It's free for you. Chen Lu didn't have the good sense to say. Free is fine. But that would have to be picked when I'm not moonlighting. The girl had a serious attitude, not hearing that Chen Lu was being sarcastic just now. Anyway, it was Chen Lu's sister, so as long as she didn't mind that she didn't teach well, free was free. She was willing to help Chen Lu, even if it would be tiring. Chen Lu didn't say anything anymore, just looked at her silently without turning his eyes away. Liang Jiru couldn't tell what he was thinking. You. Don't be angry. The girl's tone was timid. She didn't dare to raise her head even if Chen Lu didn't speak, only sneaking a glance from time to time to see what Chen Lu's expression was. After a short while, Chen Lu slowly got up and sat next to her with an expressionless face, stretching out his hand to keep rubbing her brain. Liang Jiru didn't resist, so she closed her eyes tightly. Chen Lu exerted himself a little bit, but quickly and gently slowly organized it for her. Then he took a deep breath and smiled helplessly. 200 is 200. Liang Jiru recalled the lively girl she saw in the afternoon, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had no bottom in her heart. She could not cope with this kind of character at all. Going to teach your own sister? What grade? She asked in a small voice. Kissing sister, sophomore year. Kissing sister. Hearing that made the girl inexplicably a little happier and a lot more comfortable. Why don't you teach her yourself? You're so good, she continued to ask. Hearing this made Chen Lu's heart burst with relief. There wasn't any guy who could refuse a girl praising him for being awesome. There was no exception. Keep praising if you will praise you more. The corners of Chen Lu's mouth were almost raised to the sky. Am I that awesome? You were already very powerful. You know so many things, Liang Jiru muttered with her head down, and there's something about everything you do. A sense of ease, making people very willing to seek your help. The girl secretly pursed her lips after she finished speaking, looking still very handsome. This is something she didn't have the heart to say. That night when she looked at each other, it wasn't just Chen Lu who looked dumbfounded. So Chen Lu did not deny it, looked at her with a bad smile. I can't imagine that you have such a good impression of me. Liang Jiru gently nodded her head. In fact, in her heart, her impression of Chen Lu was 100 times better than this. Just then Lin Miao's phone call came again. Where are you guys playing? Quickly tell me about it. I'm suffocating after going home. This stance looked like it was here to gossip, not even acting a bit. Hello? What did you say? Hello? The signal on my side is not good. Hang up first. Chen Lu pressed hang up and put the cell phone aside. It didn't take long for it to ring again. Chen Lu handed it to Liang Jiro without even looking at it. Lin Miao Miao called, right? Here, I'm going to the restroom. Gazing at Chen Lu's back as he left, the girl subconsciously pressed answer, hello. Chen Lu, your sister said that you left her behind and ran out by yourself. Wang Xiaoxia's voice came from over there, and when she heard the voice on the other end of the phone in the middle of her sentence, she instantly paused. Which one are you? Liang Jiru hurriedly covered her mouth, looked at the caller, and the moment she realized it was Chen Lu's mom, her entire body was confused, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. Listening to Chen Lu's mom was a little more tense than listening to Chen Lu. She was incomparably scared and wanted to hang up the phone, but on second thought, she thought that this would leave a bad impression on Wang Xiaoxia, so she could only forcefully hold back her inner apprehension and put the phone to her ear. You are? Wang Xiaoxia asked in a very puzzled manner. Her tone was softer as she heard the other party's slightly rushed breathing due to her nervousness. Liang Jiru's mouth opened and closed, half a day without holding a word. Can you hear me? The caller continued to ask again. Liang Jiru finally squeezed out a voice from her throat and carefully responded, can you hear me? Only then did Wang Xiaoxia hear the girl's voice, soft and sticky. She was still more experienced in this area, and she gave a rough guess of Liang Jiru's character by listening to the voice and tone. Definitely an honest girl. This Chen Lu doesn't do good things. You are? Wang Xiaoxia was also careful, afraid of giving this child a fright. Is Chen Lu not here? Hello auntie. My name is Liang Jiru. Liang Jiru continued to take a deep breath. These few seconds seemed like a million-long moments. It's Chen Lu's friend. He went to the restroom. Hasn't come back yet. She gripped the corner of her coat tightly, so nervous that she changed her voice a little. After stumbling and finally finishing the sentence, Liang Jiru felt her heart still pounding and almost didn't slow down. She was already afraid of life. And when she thought that this was Chen Lu's mother, her heart became even more nervous, fearing that she hadn't done a good job and made the other party dissatisfied. Wang Xiaoxia smiled, completely losing the tone she had at the beginning when she was looking for Chen Lu's offense, and said, You are Xiao Lu's friend. Ah. What a nice name. Liang Jiru couldn't possibly think that actually Wang Xiaoxia was also nervous no matter what. This was still the first time she chatted with a girl that Chen Lu knew. Mo Yuking couldn't be counted. Growing up watching that girl grow up was too familiar. Thank you auntie. Liang Jiru lay on the table, her voice lowered into the dust. Auntie won't bother you guys. Originally I just wanted to find Xiao Lu to chat. There's not much to do. Okay. Liang Jiru quietly waited for the other party to hang up the phone first. When she heard the sound of hanging up, she took a deep breath, feeling like she was finally alive again. When Chen Lu came back, he saw Liang Jiru's eyes red, looking up at him with aggression. Giving him a shock, he hurriedly sat next to her and asked, What's wrong? The girl pointed to her cell phone. This call just now. It's your mom calling. Look at you. I thought it was a big deal. Chen Lu suddenly paused. What? My mom? Liang Jiru nodded her head, still recalling if she had said anything wrong. What did you guys say? Chen Lu was ultimately calm, not up, although to ask Liang Jiru to go as a tutor would have had to be introduced to the dad and mom, but now. The nature is a little different. The initiative to introduce and be checked and found is not the same thing at all. After listening to Liang Jiru's sentence-by-sentence recapitulation, Chen Lu slightly put down his heart. This part-time job of you handing out flyers is a daily payment, right? He turned to ask. Aha! The girl's voice was still a little shaky, obviously not having slowed down. This kind of thing was still too exciting for her. Then you can take 2 days off, just to prepare for class. Good. Chen Lu rested his cheeks and looked at the girl in front of him who was blushing like a small tomato, and continued to instruct. It always feels like you'll be disobedient. Liang Ziru, you have to prioritize. When the time comes, as long as you teach well, you can earn out your 1 day's salary in 1 hour. His expression was solemn. At that time, you don't need to send out flyers, it's just too tiring. When you become more and more familiar with tutoring, I can then give you another contact. By then the hot pot restaurant part-time job also do not do, to save me not present when someone bullied you. Liang Jiru was also naive enough to hear the seriousness and heartache in Chen Lu's tone, especially this last sentence that immediately pierced her heart. The mist in front of her eyes couldn't stop filling up until her vision became completely blurred. For the first time, she knew that it was such a happy thing to have someone keeping her in mind. So happy that the teardrops rolled down one by one, slowly connecting into threads, turning into fragile yet precious gems in the air. They fell to the ground and turned into a splash of water. Liang Jiru had never met few people who bullied her when she was growing up. It could even be said to be countless. But the one who would worry about her being bullied and want to pamper her has not appeared until now. In a blink of an eye, it was the last day of the May Day vacation, and also the day that Liang Jiru was going to come to her first class. Chen Lu had to report back to school at 6 o'clock, so he discussed to mention the time of this class in the afternoon. Liang Jiru honestly listened to Chen Lu's words, did not go to send out flyers, so without hesitation should be down. Afternoon. Chen Lu's family sat on the sofa, ready to see what this classmate of Chen Lu was. But as for who was coming, Wang Xiaoxia had vaguely guessed it, she just didn't dare to be sure yet. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia chatted about the neighborhood, while Chen Missouri was completely free of the nervousness of having to face a teacher right away, and her eyes were full of anticipation. Obviously, she was more concerned about who the girl who was coming to class was than the class. I'll give you a precaution first, she's very introverted and doesn't like to talk. You guys try to ask as few questions as possible later. Chen Lu usually seldom spoke so solemnly. The couple understood their son's character and nodded in unison. You don't know to pick up people either, Wang Xiaoxia snapped. How could he be a friend like this? I mentioned it earlier. People didn't agree. Chen Lu nibbled a mouthful of watermelon, like an ox, stubborn as hell. Otherwise, your son wouldn't need to go through so much effort to trick her into being a tutor. He rambled in his mind, and could only take the watermelon out on him. Only his own small treasury suffered in this matter. Coaxing Chen Missouri to agree to this matter cost a lot of money. And when the time came to pay Liang Jiru's salary, it would have to be deducted from his account as well. But compared to it, seems like it is still more heartbreaking to spend money to buy a necklace for Chen Moore. After a while. It's the girl who answered my call. Right, Wang Xiaoxia couldn't help herself after all and opened her mouth to ask. Yes, at that time, it was looking for her to talk about this. Chen Lu confessed, also dry. By now there is nothing to hide. Instead, he was curious about how his mom could hold back until now. Wang Xiaoxia nodded in understanding and suddenly said, I thought you were interested in Yu King. Following people's asses since you were a kid. Chen Lu looked angrily at Chen Missouri, who was sitting on the side, frightening her so much that she shook her head in a hurry. This matter really wasn't something she stabbed out. Seeing this expression on his sister's face, he was also sure that the other party hadn't snitched. Good guy, in the end. The whole family knew that he liked Mo Yuking in the beginning. He thought he was hiding it well, careless. The more Chen Missouri thought about it, the stranger it got. Thinking about whether or not to send a message to Mo Yuking to ask the two of them in the end what the situation was. When she was young, she really thought that the other party was going to be her sister-in-law in the future. After all, Mo Yuking is not only very good looking, but look at her, a girl or drooling, not to mention, spend money to buy things for her, is not at all distressed, from childhood to buy her hundreds of dollars of things, do not blink an eye. Let Chen Missouri very good feel that if this becomes his sister-in-law, she will be very happy. As a result, now the home is going to be stolen, and there is no movement there. Thinking about it, or first quietly sent a message to his brother. Gossip Heart cannot wait a moment. The two people in front of their parents to take the phone for encrypted calls. Chen Moore, what happened between you and Yu King's sister? Why don't you chase after her for good reason? Chen Lu, it's simple, she doesn't like me. I confessed and she rejected it, so what am I chasing after? Chen Moru froze, then slowly put the phone away, quietly looking at the expressionless brother. She really did not think about this, always thought that this is the arrogant Mo Yuking pulling with their brother. After all, their brother's contribution over the years she has seen in the eyes. She has not been early love, is because she has not seen more than their own brother infatuation boy, those casually cannot enter her eyes. As a result, Mo Yuking actually do not like. This is not a joke? Knock knock. A very light knock sounded on the door. Chen Lu just wanted to get up, and Chen Missouri ran to the door in a puff of smoke. It gave Liang Jiru, who was not yet mentally prepared, a fright. Hello. Chen Missouri waved his hand in greeting, and took Liang Jiru by the arm and pulled her in. Liang Jiru scattered her long hair, it seems that she purposely wore a clean outfit. Her unpowdered appearance was particularly moving. His own sister this operation see Chen Lu a burst of speechless, his own preparation process completely useless, can only introduce dad mom. This is the friend I said, Liang Jiru. After saying that, he turned his head to look at this girl who was so nervous that she lowered her head deeply, waiting for her to speak. Chen Lu did go over what to say with her beforehand, so that this bean wouldn't be able to say anything once she was nervous. For example, first say hello, then introduce yourself, then explain your excellent results in the college entrance exam, and finally explain that you only intend to charge $200 an hour, direct King Bomb. So even if he was made unable to follow the plan by Chen Mo, as long as Liang Jiru played well, there would be no problem. Come in and sit down. Wang Xiaoxia saw that the girl was too timid to speak, so she personally gently held her hand and pulled her to the sofa to sit down. This child has a nice name and is also good looking, Wang Xiaoxia said towards Chen Guanglin. Hearing this, Liang Jiru became even more nervous, both hands honestly placed on her lap, her head deeply lowered, and then suddenly locked eyes with Chen Lu. Looking at the other party's soft smile, she raised her head up again with a good deal of strength, like a small grass that straightened up after being watered. When Chen Lu saw her reaction, the smile on his face grew a little wider. He then violently remembered something and held his eyes one by one, imploring Liang Jiru to quickly follow the process. The girl nodded her head, understanding, and said, "Hello auntie, hello uncle, my name is Liang Jiru." She seemed to have completely forgotten that Chen Lu had already introduced her name just now when she was nervous, and naively recited her prepared lines. Chen Lu froze, and next to him Chen Mo, who had just finished drinking water, almost choked himself to death. Wang Xiaoxia froze at hearing this, then smiled and touched Liang Jiru's head, her eyes full of favor. I know no one would hate a well-behaved and understanding girl, and Wang Xiaoxia was no exception. After that phone call, she probably knew what kind of girl Liang Jiru was, and now that she saw the real person, she was even more sure. This naive and innocent girl is so simple that there is not a trace of impurity. In Wang Xiaoxia's childhood era, there may be some such girls, but now in this era, this kind of girl is already a phoenix in the sky. The most crucial thing, she could feel it. Liang Jiru's hands were not as delicate as Chen Mo's. At a glance, she hadn't worked much. Even if it was the first time they met, she was already a little distressed by this girl. Jiru, are you thirsty? Come on, have some watermelon. There are others if you don't like it. Do you want to stay here for dinner tonight? What do you want to eat? I'll have Xiao Lu go down and buy it for you. Auntie's cooking is pretty good. Oh, Wang Xiaoxia was very enthusiastic, and Chen Missouri and Chen Guanglin looked at it and found it interesting. Only Chen Lu looked on from the sidelines. Liang Jiru seemed to have penetrated the enemy in an unprecedented way. But isn't this scene a bit weird, making it look like meeting the parents? Soon Liang Jiru couldn't stand it anymore, and pitifully looked towards Chen Lu. This naive person also learned to ask for help. Chen Lu quickly changed the topic and said, "Mom, they are here to be a tutor, you are here to pull the chat also counts the time, haha. Got to pay? No need to count it." Liang Jiru hastily waved her hand to refuse. "You're the one who talks too much. Chen Guanglin, look at your son." Wang Xiaoxia scolded softly, and in her heart, her evaluation of Liang Jiru was raised quite a bit more. "Your son." Chen Guanglin pushed back. "Your son." Seeing Chen Lu being pushed around like a hot potato, Chen Missouri kept giggling on the side. Although he would normally have this treatment himself, but at least it wasn't his turn yet, so he should still be happy. Liang Jiru listened to the laughter. Her heart was a little sour. Since her father's death, it had been too long since she had experienced it. Chen Lu immediately sensed her inner thoughts, and took a toothpick and inserted a piece of watermelon, and handed it to her, averting her attention for her. Liang Jiru sniffled and reached out to take it. He added, "Mom, if you keep nagging Chen Mo, you should go to school." Wang Xiaoxia pointed at Chen Mo. "Xiao Mo, take Jiru to your room." "Good." Looking at the closed door of his sister's room, Chen Lu lazily laid down on the sofa. The hardest hurdle had already passed. Chen Missouri's usual out of tune was out of tune. It was impossible to make things difficult for Liang Jiru. Liang Jiru's job as a tutor was already in hand. "Is this child's family not very well off?" Wang Xiaoxia asked in a low voice, a bit distressed. A girl with calluses on her hands at this age. There were really too few. At least in Hangzhou, too few. Aha! Chen Lu didn't hide it. and then slowly explained the situation of Liang Jiru's family. Hearing that Liang Jiru went around part-time every day, and only dared to order the cheapest food for lunch, Wang Xiaxia consciously reddened her eyes. It was also under this kind of parental education that Chen Lu stepped forward that night. The living room was quiet for a while. Chen Guanglin still didn't make any comments. Wang Xiaxia wiped her tears and said, "Chen Lu." Chen Lu turned his head, curious about what his mom was going to say with this solemn look on her face. "If you dare to bully her, I'll pretend I don't have you as my son." Several people sat and chatted in the living room throughout the course. No one bothered them. 2 hours passed quickly, and the room door was opened right on time. Chen Lu raised his eyes to see Chen Missouri was shamelessly holding Liang Jiru's arm. "Sister, how come your English is so good? If I had met you earlier, I would have learned English long ago." She spoke loudly enough to be heard clearly in the living room. Seeing Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaxia's satisfied smiles, Chen Lu also secretly smiled. Although I don't know how well Jiru Liang taught her, just by looking at Chen Missouri's performance, the necklace wasn't bought in vain. Seeing that Liang Jiru repeatedly excused herself, Wang Xiaxia didn't continue to keep her for dinner and beckoned Chen Lu to send her home. "I was already planning to send her." Chen Lu got up and walked slowly towards the entrance hall. "Drive your dad's car." Got it. Chen Lu picked up the car keys and saw that Chen Missouri was still attached to Liang Jiru. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? When did you two become so close?" Chen Missouri gave him a blank look. "None of your business." After saying that, she hugged Liang Jiru reluctantly. "Sister, if you are threatened by my brother, just blink your eyes. I will definitely save you." "Huh? No. He's very good to me," Liang Jiru said seriously. Seeing Liang Jiru's somewhat shy appearance, how Chen Missouri wished he was a boy at this moment. Chen Lu nodded Chen Moore's forehead without any good humor and led Liang Jiru to the door. The door slowly closed, and the two of them quietly waited for the elevator. Liang Jiru hugged her canvas bag with a somewhat complicated expression. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu was still sensitive to the girl's mood changes and opened his mouth to ask. I thought about it for a long time yesterday, and couldn't figure out what to send, and I didn't bring anything with me the first time I came." Chen Lu couldn't help but smile. "It doesn't matter, you're here to be a tutor anyway. Wouldn't you really become a daughter-in-law coming to the door if you were to bring something?" He bent down in front of the girl and locked eyes with her. "I see. So you want to marry into my family so badly?" Liang Jiru hurriedly averted her face, her breathing becoming a bit rapid. "It's not that my sister hasn't been dishonest, right?" he asked again. "No, kinda serious." Liang Jiru carried her bag and whispered, "It's the genius who pulled me to chat for a while that was willing to study." Chatted about what she won't let me tell you. Chen Lu was not happy, and looked at her with a stern face. "Are we still best friends?" The girl nodded slightly. "So are you saying no?" He still looked serious as he asked. "Don't be mad." "I'll say." Liang Jiru's tone became anxious and she hastily confessed all she asked us. Before she could say anything, Chen Lu put his index finger in front of her moist lips. "All right, I'm happy to know that you're willing to tell me. As for what you said, that's a secret between the two of you." Chen Lu laughed softly. His tone was soft. "There's no need for you to say things you don't want to say." Liang Jiru blinked, somewhat puzzled. "But I am willing to tell you everything." Coming to the parking space, Chen Lu slowly started the car, and the girl obediently and coquettishly sat in the passenger's side. Of course, this was Chen Lu's strong request. Like taking care of a child, Chen Lu pulled over the seatbelt on the side, wrapped it around her chest, and helped her buckle it on the seat. Liang Jiru didn't move a muscle, afraid of inadvertently making a whole physical contact that couldn't pass the scrutiny, only sneaking a glance at the boy from time to time. Inexplicably, there was a strange feeling. "Why do you look so nervous?" Looking down on my car skills, Chen Lu reversed the car while smiling at Liang Jiru beside him. Then he was stunned. Even though the girl was wearing a very loose t-shirt, her delicate figure was still tightened by the seatbelt, and she somewhat shamefully adjusted her sitting position to make it look as less obvious as possible. Chen Lu cleared his throat. "Say the location. I'll navigate." "Go to the supermarket near my house. I'll buy some groceries." "Okay." More than half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a supermarket. Looking at Liang Jiru, who was unbuckling her seatbelt, Chen Lu's mood was a bit complicated. "It takes so long to drive, and I don't know how long this naive person backed up the bus when she came. I should have tricked her into promising to pick her up." The two of them walked into the supermarket together. Liang Jiru carried a shopping basket. This side to look at that side to look. Chen Lu silently followed her side. This made him feel a little novel. There was a feeling of living a life. What are you going to buy? Chen Lu asked. The girl pondered for a moment. Let's buy some bitter melon first. I don't like bitter melon. He shamelessly continued to role play. The naive girl didn't realize that she was being taken advantage of. Her eyes blinked at him and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Chen Lu laughed. "I'm teasing you. It's not like I'm going to your house to eat." Only then did Liang Jiru react. Don't turn her face away and continue shopping for food. This Chen Lu just knows to bully her, even though she kinda likes it. Liang Jiru casually bought some dishes and picked a fish, which was considered to improve the meal. Every time she picked a dish, the Chen Lu would ask her what she planned to do with it. The girl didn't feel annoyed in the slightest and answered patiently every time. The two of them asked and answered questions for half a day of shopping. But boys wouldn't be interested in supermarkets and shopping malls in the end, and Chen Lu's interest quickly shifted elsewhere. For example, the rocking car in front of the supermarket. It might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but it was just right for college students. He stood to the side and watched the small child sitting on it, waiting for Liang Jiru to come out after buying groceries. Soon the girl came in front of him. He took the plastic bag in the other's hand without saying a word. "Let's go, I'll send you to the door." Just walk not 2 steps, Chen Lu felt his shoulder was gently pushed. He was a little curious to look back. He found that the girl was holding a bottle of Pepsi and reached out to hand it to him. Chen Lu was stunned. He did not expect Liang Jiru to even remember this, remembering that he liked to drink Coke, even if he did, even remembering what brand he liked. "Thanks, I brought you room temperature ones, you make do." Liang Jiru lowered her head, her tone still timid. "Your stomach is not good, drink less cold. Can you?" As you wish. The two chatted as they walked into a dark alley, the steel jungle around them blocking most of the sunlight. It took a while more of walking through it before they came to a very old building. The house that Liang Jiru rented was on the first floor, and unlike Chen Lu's house where there were only 2 families on one floor, this row had to have 5 or 6 doors at least. Just as Chen Lu was curiously surveying the surroundings, he suddenly heard someone yelling. "Don't you have a daughter? Yell for her to come back so that she can pack up her things, and after that you guys hurry up and leave. Isn't there still half a year left in the lease? As you can see, my legs are really bad, so it's really not easy to move. Please be a little more accommodating." "I've been accommodating enough. I'll give you a full refund of the rest of the money, and I've given you a few days to move out, and you're still not satisfied? This is my house. If I tell you to get out, you have to get out." A middle-aged woman with sunglasses, curly hair, and a blonde figure was yelling at the woman sitting in the wheelchair. Contrary to this rich look, the woman in the wheelchair looked older, full of haggardness, and her expression was full of helplessness. She couldn't even stand up to retort. Mom Liang Jiru walked up and held her mother Xiao Sunfang's hand, her voice a little shaky. Xiao Sunfang also slowed down when she felt the familiar touch, and only then did she realize her daughter, and froze again when she saw the strange boy who was also standing beside her. But still opened his mouth and replied, "The landlord told us to hurry and move away." The middle-aged woman appeared to be 2 young people, and her momentum was not reduced at all. "What are you making yourself sound so pathetic for? This was originally my house. Why? You live here for a while and it's yours, but it's not even the end of the lease yet. We weren't prepared and didn't look for an apartment in advance." Xiao Shufang was helpless. Chen Lu silently listened to them speak for a few moments and asked with a frown, "Is there a contract?" Hearing this, the landlord froze. Xiao Xunfang and Liang Jiru froze for a moment. Apparently they had stayed in the mountain village for a long time, and didn't have much contact with this stuff. Nor were they clear about the legal effect of this. They both subconsciously signed their names. In Xiao Sunfang's eyes, signing this thing is the same as signing her husband's death notice. It's just going through the motions. Contract. Liang Jiru only remembered something at this time. "When you rented the house, did you sign the contract?" Chen Lu said, while silently pushing the wheelchair to the shade beside himself. There was. Chen Lu nodded. "Bring it over. What business is it of yours?" The middle-aged woman's tone was impulsive, and she was pretty sure that she had never seen this Chen Lu person before. Chen Lu looked at her with a bashful face. "This is my mother-in-law. What business do you think there is for me?" Hearing this middle-aged woman for a moment, she didn't know what to answer. Seeing that Chen Lu was carrying a bag of vegetables, she believed a few more points. Quickly Liang Jiru ran out from the house. Chen Lu took the contract, carefully scanned it. The lease period is still half a year away. Look at the template of this contract. It must have gone through an intermediary. Now also did not see the shadow of the agent. It is estimated that this person privately encountered anxious to rent a higher price, and feel that this mother and daughter are good to bully, so only to get out of this. The company's business is a very good one, and it's a very good one, so it's a good one. Chen Lu did not dare to think that the naive Liang Jiro did not recognize himself if he ran into this kind of thing to do. Moving out is fine, he looked at the contract, and said expressionlessly. These words made Liang Jiro and Xiao Sunfang both a little shocked. At this time he slowly opened his mouth again. Pay the liquidated damages, it's written here, 30% of the contract price. The middle-aged woman's face became even more hideous. What do you know? As a child, Chen Lu wasn't scared at all and smiled blandly. Auntie, I'm just learning this. You can bully them for not knowing, but playing like that in front of me is no good. Chen Lu said, and handed the contract to Liang Jiro beside him again. To be able to make a whole thing like this shows that you are also completely ignorant. Or, you just simply think that they are easy to bully still. I suggest you think about it. If you really want to make it that ugly, we'll also accompany you. But it's really not advisable for you to do so. My teacher is very famous in the domestic law world. By then the lawyer you hire might still be a fellow student of mine, seeing that the other party froze there. Chen Lu changed his harsh tone from earlier and became much softer. We understand that you are short of money and want to rent to a higher bidder. But we have our own difficulties. It's not easy for all of us. Isn't it good to sympathize with each other? When the time comes, if you really see the court, you will have spent a lot of money, and you may not necessarily be in a position to take advantage of the situation. Why bother right when it's due? You guys will move out for me. I won't rent it to anyone but you. The woman left her last harsh words and turned away in a hurry, completely losing the momentum from earlier. She had come to kick out Xiao Sunfang and her daughter because she was sure that they didn't know about this, but she had never thought that she would run into someone who knew more than she did. Or is it someone's son-in-law? The clamor came to an abrupt end, and silence returned to the surroundings, leaving only a few occasional bird songs. Liang Jiro recalled Chen Lu's words just now, and always felt a bit familiar. That night when Chen Lu helped himself out, it seemed like he was doing the same thing with both softness and hardness. How powerful. No wonder I was not moved by him, and was tricked into wearing that kind of clothes. Wait. Did he just call out for his mother-in-law? The girl's face instantly reddened to the back of her ears, similar to a small tomato, with her head lowered in embarrassment. But still managed to squeeze out a hard thank you. Auntie, all right? In the future, when we come across this kind of person, we must not give in to her. Chen Lu looked at Xiao Zunfang and said with a smile. It's fine. Really, thank you. Xiao Zufang looked at the boy in front of her, and was very grateful in her heart. She was a middle-aged woman who couldn't even stand up, with her own daughter in a strange big city, encountered this kind of situation just now, to say that it is impossible not to be helpless. I should. Liang Jiro usually doesn't help me out much. Are you called Chen Lu? Xiao Sunfang tried. Chen Lu was a bit surprised. Auntie, you know me? Xiao Sunfang smiled. The corners of her eyes were full of wrinkles. I often hear my daughter mention you. Really a good boy. Good what? Ah. My mom wants to sweep me out every day. Chen Lu handed the shopping bag in his hand to the girl beside him, and said seriously, I'm leaving. And then there is something to give me a call. I will immediately come over. Liang Jiru looked up at him. The words of retention reached her mouth and suddenly got stuck. She could only look at his back, stretching out a hand somewhat anxiously. Stay for a meal. Xiao Sunfang opened her mouth and said, Taste my family Jiru's handiwork. Chen Lu turned his head just in time to see Liang Jiru's outstretched hand, first somewhat dazed, then with a slight smile he said, Good. Seeing that Chen Lu agreed. Both mother and daughter were quite happy, and at the same time a little nervous. After all, Chen Lu was still the first boy that Liang Jiru had brought to her home. And the house was so simple. Some inferiority complexes are engraved in the bones. When Liang Jiru opened the door, but Chen Lu took the initiative to push the wheelchair into the room. The light of the first floor of the house was not very good, and the interior was a bit dim. The space is very narrow. Once you enter the door, you can see the kitchen through the small living room, and then next to the only bedroom. The small door opposite the bedroom seems to be the toilet and bathroom. Despite this, all around were cleaned and neatly cleaned by Liang Jiru. Xiao Shufang hurriedly greeted, inexplicably a bit overwhelmed. Chen Lu, quickly sit down. There is no air conditioning in the house, really let you suffer. Staying here is very uncomfortable, right? In her eyes, The children of the big city are all born with golden keys. Chen Lu was not at all pretentious, pulled a stool and sat next to Xiao Sunfang, not at all disliking it. Auntie, this is for you to say. He got up again and went up to help Liang Jiro move the fan together. I also went back home with my father to collect corn. My skin is thick. What's so aggravating about it? After finishing, Chen Lu sat there and chatted with Xiao Sunfang. Liang Jiro quietly glanced at Chen Lu, then tied up her hair and hid in the kitchen to work. Her face was still hot and she hadn't gotten over it until now. What mother-in-law? Ah. Nonsense. Thinking of Chen Lu's handsome appearance of stepping forward just now, her heart warmed up again, and she washed the dishes more carefully. Are you and Jiru in the same class? Xiao Shufang asked curiously. Technically I'm her senior. I'm in my junior year, Chen Lu replied seriously. How old are you? 21, Xiao Shufang realized, secretly calculating in her heart, 2 years older than Jiru. Talking about it, she felt thirsty and wanted to push the wheelchair twice to get the water cup on the table, but the result was that before she could do it, Chen Lu brought the water cup over. Then continued chatting as if nothing had happened. There was no flattery or pretense at all. She felt warm and smiled bitterly, her eyes cast to the kitchen. Normally Jiru really works hard for you to take care of her. This girl is sometimes naive and stubborn. Xiao Sunfang sighed deeply, took out a photo from the drawer and looked at Liang Jiru's childhood with Chen Lu. In the yellowed photo, the little girl was smiling cheerfully, full of joy and curiosity, ready to face the world. In fact, this child was very lively when she was young. Then her father left and I became paralyzed, and she changed all of a sudden. Chen Lu was silent for a while and slowly spoke. She will come out. Xiao Sunfang turned her head only to see Chen Lu's firm eyes. Suddenly Chen Lu noticed another string of bracelets in the drawer, and curiously took it out to look at it. It was very similar to the string lying in his drawer at home. She made this herself when she was a child, Xiao Sunfang proudly said. Really? What a clever hand. It turned out that this was very popular at that time, and Liang Jiro actually had it. Chen Lu thought about it, and felt that it wasn't strange. When he was a kid, the popular things changed every once in a while, and it was normal for him to have the ones he missed. At that time the cartoon broadcast gyro. The school is full of people gathered together to play gyro broadcast yo-yo. Class is full of students playing yo-yo-yo. Often when I took a vacation and went back, I found that my classmates had started playing something new. He laughed and countered the thought that had just flashed across his mind. The world wasn't that small. He looked up to the kitchen, feeling that it wasn't a good idea for him to do nothing, and opened his mouth. Auntie, you rest first. I'll go help. Xiao Sunfang quickly refused. You are a guest, how can I let you go? It's not like I'm only coming here once. If I come more often, I won't be a guest anymore. Chen Lu put the stool back to its original place. Auntie, if you don't let me help, you're not welcoming me to come over again. Hearing this, Xiao Sunfang didn't have the heart to push back any further and could only smile and watch Chen Lu walk towards the kitchen. As soon as Chen Lu entered, he felt like he had entered a steamer. The small kitchen was cramped and crowded, smothering him to the point where he could barely breathe. The girl, with her ponytail up and her apron on, was earnestly chopping vegetables, not noticing that someone was approaching. It is well known that girls wearing aprons have a special flavor. The exquisite side face looked at Chen Lu in a bit of a trance, just like sitting in the co-pilot today, and then buying groceries together. There was a feeling of spending time together. Inexplicably, it made people want to marry and go home. Doing what, Chen Lu walked behind her and asked. Yikes! The girl was startled, and her body pulled back just enough to lie into Chen Lu's arms. He was also stunned, feeling that the girl in his arms was soft and definitely comfortable to hold. Although her body was a bit sweaty, and even a few strands of her hair were stained on her cheeks, she still had a nice smelling body odor. It even looked a bit horny. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After Liang Jiru slowed down, she hurriedly stood up straight and straightened up her bangs with a red face. You took advantage of me again, you have to give it back to me next time, Chen Lu said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly turned her head, looked straight at him, both eyes foggy, aggrieved. You don't count your words. Hearing Chen Lu, a burst of curiosity. When did I not keep my words? Before, I only slept against you for a short while. And then when I said I would return it to you, you just leaned on me and slept all afternoon. Were you very reluctant? That's a different thing then. Are you willing or unwilling? Liang Jiru turned her head back and continued to cut up the cabbage. finally squeezing out a sentence after a long time. If Chen Lu hadn't been listening carefully, he really would have missed it. Willing the girl said this. Chen Lu felt his heart beating fast. How does this being not move to strike a blitz? Out of a bludgeoning outfit, right? He could only help wash the dishes to divert his attention. I really thank you this time. After a while, Liang Jiru spoke again. Harm. This is nothing. Chen Lu was unimpressed, finding his own plate to put the washed dishes away. Unexpectedly, the girl's words suddenly brought up a crying tone. Not only this time, last time also. Thank you. Chen Lu sighed at the sight, and said seriously. I suggest you thank me less. Liang Jiru looked up at him. Her watery and good-looking eyes filled with doubt. Why? Because no matter how many times, I will stand up and help you. After saying that, he revealed a soft smile. You'll die of exhaustion if you have to thank me every time. The girl sniffled quietly, her eyes blurring as she couldn't cut the vegetables at all. I didn't do it before when you said you didn't like fish. Do you have a dish you want to eat? I'll make them all for you. Didn't you wash the cabbage? I just want to eat hand-torn cabbage and cooked chicken wings. Liang Jiru wiped her hands with her apron. I'll go buy you chicken wings. Chen Lu rushed forward and pulled her back. I'm just saying, as long as it's made by you, I love to eat it. The girl looked up and quietly looked into his eyes. Really? Chen Lu nodded. Only then did she honestly return to the cutting board and ask curiously, why do you talk people away every time? Because people are cheap, they will keep bullying you if they think you're good. But if you act like a tough guy first, and then give the opposite side a slight step down, as long as the other side doesn't intend to make a scene to the end, it's easy to take advantage of the situation. After saying this, Chen Lu remembered something from his childhood. When I was in elementary school, I was short. There are a few uneducated often find me stubble, and then they came once. I fought with them once, but also fight, casually catch one of them hard. Over time, they look for bullies who do not fight back to go. Liang Jiru listened attentively, intending to learn a little bit, only to find that Chen Lu was silent halfway through his speech. She was curious when she realized that Chen Lu had come to her ear and whispered, "But you don't need to think about this. I'm here." Feeling the cool breeze, Liang Jiru's stuffy feeling dissipated quite a bit. She couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming or not. She really didn't want to wake up. Do not want to at all. At this time, Chen Lu's cell phone suddenly rang, making her nervous. It couldn't be to rush him back. My mom, Chen Lu said, then answered the phone. Mom, what's wrong? Why did you send someone away and lose yourself? Wang Xiaxia didn't have the good sense to say. Due to being very close, the voice on the phone, Liang Jiru, could also hear it. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the spatula. I forgot to report to the organization. I'm having dinner at her house tonight. I hope the organization approves. Granted. I was just about to tell you that your father and I went out to eat hot pot, so I'll let you find a place to settle by yourself. Hearing this, Chen Lu's heart was like a blocked stone. The girl, on the other hand, continued to fry up the dishes. Chen Lu looked at her back and recalled the feeling of hugging just now. It didn't take long for a few dishes to be served on the table. At Chen Lu's strong request, Liang Jiru still made the fish into soup. A bowl of fish soup, a plate of hand-torn cabbage, and braised eggplant. The braised eggplant was made by Chen Lu. This dinner was already considered very sumptuous for Liang Jiru. The three people ate together around the small dining table. Liang Jiru's heart became more and more nervous. She had never thought before that she would eat with her mom with another boy. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, afraid that Xiao Sufang would ask her something. The intimacy that she had inadvertently made behind her mom's back in the kitchen just now had left her cheeks still flushed. Delicately, she looked at Chen Lu and shook her head. Come on, auntie, taste what I made. Chen Lu did not put his hands on the other party's food, but instead pushed the dishes he had made in front of Xiao Xunfang. Enthusiastic, but also very measured. You child, Xiao Xunfang mumbled on her lips, but still revealed a very delighted smile and took a bite to taste it. Then he nodded his head repeatedly. You can still cook. Liang Jiru also secretly took a bite, then quickly sneaked another bite. Chen Lu stifled his smile and didn't say anything, suddenly feeling that the self who had run off to learn how to cook her favorite dishes in order to coax Mo Yuking to be happy was a bit ridiculous. Isn't this someone who likes to eat whatever they make and whatever they make it look like? Putting aside the porridge, this was the first time Chen Lu had tasted Liang Jiru's handiwork. It was really delicious, and it seemed to have been specially improved to his own taste. Apparently this bean had memorized all the tastes and hobbies that he had mentioned during the usual chit-chat. "You eat more," Chen Lu said to Liang Jiru. The girl nodded, noticing that Chen Lu had only poured 2 spoonfuls of fish soup onto the rice, and asked, "Do you dislike fish very much?" "Not a fan. Why, there are thorns? Then you like fish without thorns? Don't like it either." Liang Jiru was confused, and couldn't help but ask again, "Why fish without thorns are not tasty?" Liang Jiru had never been so speechless. Xiao Zhufang watched the two chatting with a smile out of the corner of her eye, secretly sighing in her heart that this is the life her daughter should have at this age. Liang Jiru has been suppressed for too long. A girl of this age should have been in love with a boy, playing around with him. Moreover, she really liked Chen Lu the more she saw him. Especially at that time when they first met, when Chen Lu confronted that middle-aged woman, he didn't forget to push himself towards the shade. She knew clearly that it couldn't be for show, it would only be out of instinctive gentleness. Chen Lu felt that he was already eating very quickly, but there were still dishes in his bowl all the time. Once he raised his head, he just happened to see Liang Jiru, who was pinching vegetables for himself. The girl froze when she noticed his gaze first, then continued to pinch them into his bowl like it was nothing. "You eat by yourself." Chen Lu helpless. This half-day focus on seeing how he ate, her bowl of rice has not moved for a long time. At this time, Liang Jiru was as stubborn as a calf, giving him vegetables and soup. Every time Chen Lu wanted to refuse, he would see the girl's blinking eyes and her hand in mid-air, and his heart instantly softened. Something is wrong. Is this bean starting to find his weakness? After another while, Chen Lu really couldn't eat, and hurriedly stopped Liang Jiru's pig-feeding-like behavior. She could bully her all she wanted in the cafeteria, but in front of her old mom, this was her home turf. "You don't like to eat the dishes I made?" Liang Jiru asked. "Like it, I can't wait to eat it every day," Chen Lu blurted out without thinking. "You can have her cook it for you every day in the future." Xiao Xunfang joked. Liang Jiru was anxious. Mom, Xiao Lu is going to be preparing for an internship soon, right? Or is she preparing for graduate school? Xiao Shufang suddenly remembered this matter, and couldn't help but ask. Chen Lu thought for a moment. "Haven't thought about it yet." A bit confused, he looked at Liang Jiru and smiled bitterly again. "I wasted too much time before. I didn't think about my future at all." Although Xiao Xunfang's face was haggard, she smiled very softly. "It's okay, you're still young." The corners of Chen Lu's mouth lifted slightly, not commenting. The students around him were studying for graduate school, preparing to find a job, and starting their own business. He couldn't wait any longer. It was true that he was young, but if he said that he still wanted to continue to play carefree, he had already passed that age. Thinking about this, a trace of sadness inexplicably rose in his heart. The waves of life were already sweeping towards him, and he didn't seem to be ready for them. After finishing the meal, brushing the dishes, and chatting for a while, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Lu also do not know why he inked so long, quickly in his own mom before the phone call to get up to say goodbye. Liang Jiru followed out to send. Whisked away cannot be whisked away. In the evening is still dark. Alley at this time lit up a street lamp. White light sprinkled on the uneven road, to the two people's shadows shine long. The two walked side by side, walking very slowly. There were no words for a while. "Are you unhappy?" Liang Jiru pursed her lips and opened her mouth to ask after making up her mind. At the same time she recalled if she had made Chen Lu angry anywhere. Chen Lu pretended to be surprised and looked at the girl beside him. "You can see this. Do you want some candy?" the girl continued to ask. Chen Lu unwrapped the fruit candy and put it in his mouth, feeling the sweetness. He pressed the fruit candy under his tongue and, following the tone of a child, said, "I'm not unhappy, I'm just not ready to grow up yet." Liang Jiru understood this time. "There's no need to worry, you're so good." And what Chen Lu turned his head to look at her. "Moreover, I will accompany you." There was another burst of speechlessness. Liang Jiru felt a little strange. Chen Lu was taller than herself, so why did she never need to catch up with him? So she slowly slowed down her pace. Chen Lu was still walking alongside her, slowing down a little bit more. Chen Lu still hadn't gotten to the front, and was still a little bit further back than her. "Why do you keep walking a little slower than me?" Liang Jiru liked to ask Chen Lu messy questions, because he seemed to know everything, and was willing to tell himself. She even found it amusing to hear Chen Lu messing around and lying to her. "This way your entire person is in my field of vision, And it's better to solve any emergencies, Chen Lu softly said, and stood still. Just send it here. Go back quickly. Only until the boy's back completely disappeared under the streetlight did Liang Jiro reluctantly turn around and leave. Early the next morning, Chen Lu returned to school and continued to meet up with Liang Jiro at the drama club to enjoy a breakfast exclusively for himself. Chen Lu suddenly realized that he had been seeing this being more and more often recently. It felt quite good. However, unlike in the past, Lin Miao Miao was also here today. The day after I came home, my mom hated to throw me out. What a person, Lin Miao Miao complained with a puff of anger. Before May 1st she couldn't wait to call me back one day at a time. Then I honestly went back, and she still looked at me in a bad way. When I look at my cell phone she says I only know how to look at my cell phone, and when I watch TV, she says I only know how to watch TV. I thought I could do some work, but she thought I didn't clean the floor. It really pisses me off. You'll see, she'll say she misses me again before summer vacation. By then she'll still be asking me when I'm coming home, and then she'll continue to scold me when I get home, and so on and so forth. Chen Lu quietly drank congee and listened to her complain. Liang Jiro didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only gently hold her hand. Alright, where are you at with this? After Chen Lu finished his congee, he looked at her with a disdainful face. Lin Miao Miao glared at him, and thought to herself, why is this person so unethical? There's no one worse off than herself under the sky, okay? Just then, Chen Lu slowly opened his mouth in the tone of an old-timer. This is the family status of college students, you just get used to it. Before May 1st, my mom didn't rush me much, and then I went home early that morning with a face full of excitement. As a result, I saw that my parents had just packed their bags and were ready to go on a trip. He clapped his hands together again, then slowly spread them out. Without me, Lin Miao Miao instantly burst out laughing, and Liang Jiro on the side also froze and looked at him, obviously not expecting this kind of operation. The sadness didn't disappear from me, it was transferred to your face, Lin Miao Miao said with a smile. Seeing that someone was more pitiful than herself, she was immediately much happier. It was true that happiness still had to be built on the pain of others. As she laughed and smiled, she saw Chen Lu stretch out his right hand towards Liang Jiro. His expression was sincere as he asked in a small voice, I also need comfort, but so can you hold my hand? Snap. Before Liang Jiro could speak, Lin Miao Miao slapped his hand away. Liang Jiro looked at Chen Lu, who was frantically shaking his hand in pain, and pursed her lips slightly. Lin Miao Miao naturally took this move of hers in her eyes and was filled with shock. I'll go. You're not heartbroken, are you? She turned her head to look at Chen Lu again. What kind of mesmerizing soup did you give my family, Jiro? She is mine. You can't be like this. Chen Lu shrugged his shoulders. I advise you not to mind your own business, dogman and woman. Piss me off. After staying for a while longer, Chen Lu ran to class. The school had arranged an entrepreneurship course for juniors in a very humane way. There were classes and group practices. It seems that in the end, they have to report on stage. It was said that it was all voluntary, but you couldn't take time off. Very abstract. In the evening, the night gradually enveloped the surroundings, and the hot, dry air became a bit cloudy. As the weather gets hotter and hotter, there are more and more sounds of messy insects. It messed up one's mind. Chen Lu went to the drama club to play for a while as usual, and returned to the dormitory only after dark. Just as soon as he entered the door, Li Xinian came over and muttered, "Boss is drunk." Why? Chen Lu raised his eyes and saw that Jiang Kao was lying on his back on a chair with a lifeless face. Li Xinian sighed. Why else? He talked about the matter of his father forcibly changing his volunteers again. This matter has always been a thorn in Jiang Kao's heart. With his father's relationship as the director, it's normal to want to pave the way for his future. Naturally, he would overlook what his son wants to do. You can come to things, me. Go coax it, Li Xinian then whispered BB. Chen Lu shrugged his shoulders, thinking, how can I coax this? Is there a possibility that I enrolled in this major in the first place in order to chase after Mo Yuking? However, he happened to be bored and felt that Jiang Kao was not serious, so he sat down to accompany him to brag. What do you want, boss? He asked with a raised eyebrow. What was your original dream? I want to start a business. Make games. Chen Lu pretended to be serious and nodded, continuing to play with this drunken fool. A game is more than the ninth art, it is first and foremost a commodity. Since it is a commodity, it has a market. Have you studied the market? Jiang Kao listened carefully, studying in fact. As long as you play enough games, all know the industry. Because the domestic handheld game has a siphon effect. People in the industry don't necessarily know much more than you. Chen Lu laughed lightly. You mean you want me to start with handheld games when the time comes? Jiang Kao sat up straight. The more he listened, the more energized he became. Chen Lu shook his head. No. It's from the WeChat minigame. Whether it's your studio just set up to practice, or to make the first bucket of gold, it's all appropriate. The cycle is short, and the return is fast, and most importantly, the profit that needs to be invested is low. By the time you find out that it is not suitable to break up, the partnership is not a loss of anything, and found that the studio really has so much to do, and then go to engage in other things is not too late. Then, what type should be done? Jiang Kao continued to ask. Chen Lu thought for a moment. There is a type of game that takes into account all the characteristics you need. It doesn't require much investment, but it doesn't require too much work, as long as you have the confidence to do it for fun. What is it? Chen Lu opened a certain famous gaming platform, pointed to the computer screen, and said, roguelike. Jiang Kao was like Liu Bei, who was listening to Zhu Giliang's Longzhong pair. His eyes glazed over. He suddenly pulled Chen Lu's arm. Chen Lu, you have a living brain? This is obvious to everyone. You don't have to put up any money or risk, as long as you come. When the time comes, I'll sell the car and get some more together. Let's do this. You come to be the dog headmaster, come as the technical stock. Second in command. Jiang Kao poured a mouthful of beer again. Anyway, selling my own car, my old man won't say anything. You'll just accompany me to give it a try, okay? After losing money, I'll roll back to listen to my father's arrangement. See, Chen Lu did not speak. He continued to persuade Wandering Earth. You see it? Ghoul Fan is my idol. I also want to fight like him. He has his sci-fi dream. I want to do my game. Chen Lu froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Jiang Kao to actually listen to all of it, and helplessly said, do you believe in this, or do you believe that I'm Qin Shi Huang? He definitely couldn't let Jiang Kao take it seriously. After all, it was just his side of the market understanding. And this idea of Jiang Kao is still childish. Not that he can't go after his dreams, but he can't believe too much that other people don't have greed and dare to pull a person who may not inject capital to share the cake. Even if that person is himself. Change others may be closed eyes on the promise. After all, this is a risk-free investment. Earn money is to pick up for nothing, even if the time Jiang Kao lost a clean, but also can pat the ass and walk away, as nothing happened. But Chen Lu couldn't do it. He was never that kind of person. Seeing Jiang Kao still gleaming and staring at him, Chen Lu was a bit helpless. I'll think about it. Maybe you'll think about it when you wake up. Only then did Jiang Kao willingly spread his hands. Chen Lu looked at the fighting spirit of Jiang Kao, feeling a little strange. In fact, for him to take it easy with 2 points and 1 line is a good day. Just then, Jiang Kao suddenly pushed the door out. What are you going for? Chen Lu asked. Going to take the first step, Jiang Kao muttered. Seeing this, Li Sainian hurriedly chased after him, only to be pushed back by Jiang Kao again. He spat at Chen Lu. What kind of wind is boss smoking? Why does he think of one thing at a time? I feel like he's been thinking like this for a long time. Chen Lu was still looking at the door with a serious expression. Hasn't he not talked about the matter of being forced to change his volunteer by his father since his freshman year? But isn't this too big a span for him? I'm not even that surprised that he's opening a law firm. Li Sainian smacked his lips. He then suddenly remembered something in general. Oh yeah. I really remembered when you said that. It seems like he started working on this many days ago. Chen Lu nodded. This execution of his. Maybe he can really make something of it. Li Sainian didn't retort and started talking about himself. I don't have such a big dream. I plan to take the civil service exam. Quite good. Chen Lu finished, and lay down on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A law school student starting a business to make games? It was too bombastic. However, this also gave Chen Lu a signal that it would soon be his turn to make a choice about his future life. The dormitory was soon quiet, and Chen Lu sniffed the smell of alcohol that hadn't dissipated yet, and continued to look at the ceiling. Although Chen Lu's school is very good, but in the face of exams or internships, as long as the college students are not less stressful. He wanted to live an easy life like Li Sainian, but also wanted to take advantage of his youth to learn to fight like Jiang Kao. If you take one of these paths, you're bound to miss the scenery on the other. Life is like this, you can't even predict whether the road you choose is good or not, or what you will see. It is because you can't make up your mind that you think and think and think, and think, until you lose the courage to take a step. I'm here with you. The girl's naive words suddenly echoed in his ears. Chen Lu slowly picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Liang Jiru. Chen Lu, what are you doing? This seemingly straight sentence had become Chen Lu's lead in every time he chatted with Liang Jiru. Liang Jiru would honestly answer what she was doing every time, and she also enjoyed sharing her status with Chen Lu in this way. Only this time, the girl didn't know what she was busy with and didn't reply in seconds like usual. Lu Yan drove Jiang Kao's car and prepared to send him to his friend's place. She knew where her boyfriend's pain point had always been, so she was very spoiled to him at times like this, and said she'd go ahead and drop him off. The confused Jiang Kao felt the bumps and woke up again, asking, "Where is this going?" Lu Yan beside him felt funny and said, "Where do you think this is going? Didn't you ask me to send you to your friend's place?" Jiang Kao turned his face away and gazed out the window at the scenery racing backwards. A car passed by, and in the distance, the skyscrapers of various companies were still lit up. People in the 21st century never seem to rest at 9 o'clock at night. This is what it's like to have no freedom. He looked out into the night, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "I want to wrestle. You've already said it once." Liu Yan's tone was full of favor. Jiang Kao paused, leaning his head against the car window, and continued, "If I really do this, when the time comes, I might fall out with my family, and then, once this car is sold, I'll have nothing left. You don't mind me?" Lu Yan slowly hit the steering wheel and spat at him with a smile. "I still dislike the current you a little more. It's reasonable to say that the Jiang Kao I like wouldn't be so cavalier." Jiang Kao smiled towards his reflected self in the car window. The gloom on his face dispersed a lot. "Oh yeah, I also dislike the old you," Lu Yan added. "If you dare to womanize like you did before we met, I'll break your legs." "Shit. I'm kind of planted on you." He sat on the co-pilot, chatting with Lu Yan without a word, not even noticing that there was someone sitting in the back row. Mo Yuqing looked at the flirting two people, and inexplicably felt some envy in her heart. When Jiang Kao needed Lu Yan would immediately rush to his side, but when she needed Chen Lu, she realized that she had already driven him away with her own hands. Lu Yan glanced at Mo Yuqing, who had a complicated look, from the rearview mirror of the car, and Mo Yuqing also gave her a wink. She sighed deeply and said, "Speaking of which, is Chen Lu getting close to a girl recently?" "Aha, how did you meet her?" she asked again. Jiang Kao carefully recalled, "On the day that your good girlfriend rejected his confession, our dormitory accompanied him out for a drink. That girl was handing out flyers at the south gate of our school. Then I just ran into someone bullying that girl, and you know what Chen Lu's character is? He rushed up to the person without saying a word and put out the fire. Said he lent wine, is very proud of the smile. He is truly like Chen Lu, this friend. Later we went out, the girl also just intends to go home. Chen Lu found her accidentally burned place, did not put medicine, then chased up. Then sent her home. On the way to the people draped a piece of clothing. That girl just is also our school, looking for him to return the clothes, 1 to 2 to get closer and closer." Lu Yan didn't say anything, silently nodded her head and quietly continued to observe Mo Yuqing's expression from the rearview mirror. Mo Yuqing was biting her lower lip tightly. Her eyes that were originally filled with pride were now filled with soreness. "How are you looking at that girl? Not familiar?" Jiang Kao recalled Liang Jiru's timid appearance, and only after a short while did he continue. "That girl is estimated to have a particularly introverted personality, so Chen Lu has no intention of letting us get to know her now. For a girl with this kind of personality to meet Chen Lu, count her blessings, of course. I think Chen Lu counts himself lucky to have met her during such a period." What such a period meant, he didn't go into detail, and the two girls in the car naturally understood. "What about progress?" Jiang Kao gave her a blank look. "You don't need to ask for your good girlfriend. The emperor is not in a hurry." "Then, what if the emperor is in a hurry?" Jiang Kao was stunned. "The emperor is anxious." "Ah. Then find a crooked neck tree to hang. You see, through the dynasties, the emperor is in a hurry means that things are really out of hand. There is no fire when the emperor will only focus on enjoyment. People are not anxious," he added. It's too late. The car fell into silence, and not long after, Jiang Kao arrived at the place and got off the car. Liu Yan did not rush on the road, but quietly listening to the sound of the back door of the car being opened, watching Mo Yuqing slowly sit on the passenger side. A moment of speechlessness. "Cry if you want to." She held the steering wheel with both hands and looked at Jiang Kao, who was being helped away by his friends in the distance, and spoke. "Cry later," Mo Yuqing whispered. What do you mean? Lu Yuyan felt strange and turned her head to look at her. Mo Yuking did not answer and took out her cell phone, tapping into the chat interface with Chen Lu. The two hadn't messaged each other for more than 10 days. She took a deep breath and her fingers kept tapping the screen. Finally, she took the initiative to send one. A few days ago, my mom told me that she was coming back from abroad, but I came home and found out that she lied to me. I was really sad. She followed the tone she used to complain to Chen Lu. To the two of them, the meaning of Mo Yuking's words was already obvious. It was saying I was so sad at that time, but you weren't by my side. After all, since she was a child, she hadn't cried and looked for Chen Lu to complain because of her own parents, and Chen Lu had always been at his beck and call. Sure enough, just as she expected, this time Chen Lu did not reply in seconds. The dream about you is really going to wake up, ah? The girl waited for 10 minutes and didn't wait for a reply. For the first time, she felt that 10 minutes was so long. Such an apprehensive wait was really torturous, making her fidgety. She was in a bit of a trance and didn't dare to think about what it was like for Chen Lu to wait for her news in the first place. After another half hour, Chen Lu still ignored her. Mo Yuking's cheeks finally crossed two lines of clear tears. She sniffled and continued to send a message to Chen Lu. If you ignore me again, I'll tell your mom. I'm going to tell her that you bullied me, and I'm going to say that that platinum necklace of hers was actually lost by you. She still learned the tone of her past chats, and made it a point to bring up the memories that the two of them used to have. This was the first time she had been so careful and deliberate in talking to Chen Lu. This time, Mo Yuking finally waited for a reply, only that no matter how much she learned to chat in the past, Chen Lu was no longer as usual. The characters were incomparably cold, piercing her heart raw. Just live your own lives like these days, let each other go. He followed up with another message. I'm really tired. I want to forget about you. Mo Yuking froze and looked at her cell phone, even almost forgetting to breathe for a moment. Mo Yuking was not the only one who froze. Even Lu Yan was a bit stunned when she saw it. The contrast between Chen Lu and that infatuated look from before was so great that it was hard to guess how deeply this was hurt. She was still unwilling and continued to type, why ah? We used to be so close. 10 minutes later. The cell phone screen lit up again. Mo Yuking wiped away her tears. Her slender jade hands couldn't stop trembling, and she seemed to be more nervous than accessing the results. You said it yourself. It was before the car fell into an extremely long silence, until the sound of igniting the engine was heard. The sobbing still did not stop. Mo Yuking recalled many memories along the way. Memories that she had forgotten at some point were now drilling into her mind one after another. She was teary-eyed, like a child who made a mistake, regretful and scared. Really regretful, and also really scared. 1 hour later, Chen Lu was still staring at the chat interface, quietly looking at the last goodnight sent by Mo Yuking. After a long period of contemplation, he just smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's funny, I'm dead in the water and you're starting to take the initiative. I used to really love you very much. But now, let me go. At this time his cell phone vibrated again. He rubbed his blurry eyes. Liang Jiru, sorry, I forgot to tell you just now. I felt that you were getting tired of drinking kanji, so I went and wrapped up buns for you. If you get tired of eating it in the future, just tell me and I'll change it for you. But you can't skip breakfast. Chen Lu released a smile and tapped the screen. Good. Early in the morning the next day, Jiang Kao, who had sobered up, returned to the dormitory holding his waist, and saw that his leftover half a case of beer had all turned into empty bottles. Shit. Where's all my wine? It was all drunk by Chen Lu. Damn it, Chen Lu, why are you drinking so much? Jiang Kao scolded. Chen Lu slowly got up, shook his head, and asked him back, why did you drink so much yesterday? Jiang Kao froze. I was in a bad mood. I'm not in a good mood either. Hearing this, Jiang Kao originally wanted to pull him down to let him experience what it means to suffer on earth, but then gave up when he saw Chen Lu's heavy expression. He could only scratch his head curiously and sat on the edge of his bed. At this time, the dormitory curtains were still drawn, and only a few rays of morning light drilled through the gap in the center and sprinkled on the ground. Jiang Kao silently stared at the spots of light on the ground and continued to think about himself. Chen Lu picked up his cell phone and exchanged good mornings with Liang Jiru, incidentally asking what kind of filling she made for the buns. As a result, he suddenly discovered a novelty. Mo Yuking also sent him a good morning. He thought about it and simply treated it as if he didn't see it. To say put it down, growing up together and once liking each other for so long, it really wasn't something that could be put down. But to say that do not want to go back to the previous like, also really do not want. Now think about it, some people together for 7 years will feel tired, they can insist on pursuing 7 years down. It is also abstract enough. Hey, I say, have you thought about it or not? I'm really not looking for you to work for me, you don't have to worry too much. Jiang Kao interrupted his thoughts. If you don't like this statement, as long as you want to, I'll do it with you, but then you have to inject some capital more or less, or else it won't make sense with those of them who work part-time. It couldn't be that everyone was pulled together by him, and it wasn't realistic for Chen Lu to be equal to him, the one who contributed the most money, without being a coder or a fine artist. He could not care, but the others would certainly not be able to look at it, and then they would not be on the same page. Although Jiang Kao was trying his best to draw Chen Lu in like a whimsical child, he was actually as clear as a mirror in his heart. Chen Lu looked at him with a shocked face and made sure he wasn't dreaming before speaking. Crap. You're really serious, seriously? Jiang Kao stared back, his gaze firm. I'll think about it again. What exactly are you afraid of? Jiang Kao scanned the circle to determine that there is no one else in the dormitory and then continued to say, in these few years down, in fact, the two of us have the most iron relations. You still do not believe me? Chen Lu is to believe him when he was stolen number of scammers groups sent to borrow money. Not a moment's effort. Jiang Kao took the bank card in a hurry to run in front of their own, panting, said that there are 50,000. They just want to talk to the old man. Say he is stupid, he chose to give himself the money in person. Say he is smart, he really believed it. Seeing that Chen Lu didn't say anything, Jiang Kao slapped his thighs and lay down on the bed. Come on, I'll just go 3 times. I have to invite you. The Zhu Geliang, over. I can't trust myself. Why do you want to trick me into joining so badly? Chen Lu was really curious. What do you mean by cheating? Of course it's because I can trust you. Jiang Kao seriously said, you're the only one who doesn't know your own strengths. This is something I've privately talked to my girlfriend about, and even she doesn't have a problem with it. You really know more than all of us. You just lowered yourself for too long when you were chasing after Mo Yuking. His tone became serious. You should raise your head and look at yourself. Got it? Chen Lu nodded, and continued to pack up his things in preparation for going out. Seen China partners yet? He pulled open the door and looked at Jiang Kao with a bad smile. Seen it? Why never partner with your best buddy to start? Accompanied. Chen Lu had already walked to the door and joked. Looking at the closed door, Jiang Kao still didn't hold back and cursed, fuck you, I'll wait for you. Chen Lu came to the playground, ready to watch the drama club have their final rehearsal. Tomorrow was the school festival, and after they practiced during the day, they had to rehearse at night on the stage that had been set up. He had a somewhat changed opinion of this group of social terrorists now. At least they were a group of social terrorists who had dreams, and since the school didn't have any extra space, they rehearsed on the playground in the heat of the day. When Chen Lu arrived, Liang Jiru had already been waiting there for a long time, making him a bit surprised. This seemed to be the first time he came so late. Perhaps because today was the last day for the drama club to rehearse this program, the girl didn't stay where she was as usual, but instead came to the front and quietly watched them perform. Lin Miao Miao stood beside her with a very satisfied smile on her face. Seeing Chen Lu's figure, Liang Jiru hurriedly ran to him and handed him the breakfast she had brought. But a smell of alcohol made the girl frown. Drink less alcohol in the future. Okay. Only after Liang Jiru finished speaking did she realize that she was unconsciously holding Chen Lu's arm, and hurriedly spread out. Even though the girl was very shy, she did not withdraw her footsteps and still stood strongly in place, looking at Chen Lu with a little bit of stubbornness, waiting for the other party to answer. Good. Chen Lu found it interesting, and agreed with a smile. The look of this naive and shy person who was dying and still holding herself up to look at him was really adorable. Hearing this, the girl hurriedly lowered her head and felt her cheeks rolling. Chen Lu then ate his breakfast while accompanying Liang Jiru to watch this group of social terrorists rehearse. Chen Lu was a bit surprised. Not to mention, the acting was getting more and more decent. The line work alone was not like a college student. It's not like a college student. It's not a problem to get rid of a lot of fresh meat. It can be seen from Liang Jiru's focused eyes. After one process, a boy with glasses came over to greet Chen Lu very enthusiastically. Even though he had changed his hairstyle and was wearing a Zongshan suit, Chen Lu recognized that this was the one responsible for writing the script. Your look is quite chic, Chen Lu joked. The boy laughed, saw Liang Jiru who was close to Chen Lu with her head lowered, and after thinking twice, he still did not greet him. He turned and said, Senior, you must remember to come and see it. It's reasonable to say that there's still a share of credit for you. This time Chen Lu felt strange. What's there for me? The script originally we were inexperienced and didn't study modern history thoroughly, so it was too unsubtle. The revised version with you our instructors all think it's good. It seemed that people with this kind of hobby took this very seriously, and the boys laughed heartily. Chen Lu's afterglow saw the fearful Liang Jiru beside him with honor after hearing this and smiled. Good, then I'll continue rehearsing. Looking at the people sweating for these people in front of him who were sweating for what they wanted to do, Chen Lu quietly thought about what Jiang Kao had told him. Liang Jiru, Chen Lu called out, and the girl immediately turned her head to look at him when she heard it. Nor did she ask him what he was going to do, and was very patiently ready to listen. Is it hard to believe that I actually have quite a few good qualities as a person? Chen Lu asked in a deep voice. Liang Jiru nodded slightly and timidly said, Many although the girl didn't dare to continue looking at him, her tone was incomparably serious. This was really what she was thinking. Chen Lu who shone into her life like a beam of light, Chen Lu who stood up for herself twice to help her, Chen Lu who would say to herself I'm here, was really the most powerful person she had ever met. Chen Lu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard this, and looking at the girl's serious expression, he joked, So I'm this good. Although he didn't know if this bean was comforting himself, his mood instantly improved. On second thought, he looked at her again with a bad smile. Right, today is Saturday, you should go be a tutor. Ms. Liang. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia were very satisfied with this girl, and naturally this part-time job of hers was successfully finalized. It was just that they were shocked at the price of $200 an hour. They weren't people who loved to take advantage and still wanted to follow the normal price. But it was rejected by Chen Lu. Chen Lu thought to himself that this old couple didn't know what it meant to boil a frog in warm water, and when the time came to give so much money, not only would it put a lot of pressure on Liang Jiru, not to mention that, it might just scare away the bean who hadn't made so much money. This voice of Mr. Liang sounded strange in the girl's heart, but she couldn't tell exactly where it was wrong. She didn't think to understand, so she could only nod slightly. I'll drive you there then and send you home afterward, Chen Lu said, and sent a message to Jiang Kao to borrow his Mercedes-Benz E300. The message was just sent and got an okay reply. Liang Jiru quickly opened her mouth, no need to be so troublesome, I myself. Seeing Chen Lu's indifferent expression with a face of what can you do to me, she held back her words at the edge of her mouth. Facts have proven many times that sticking to one's guns in front of Chen Lu is useless. The girl could only comply. Anyway, even if she didn't agree, she would still be tricked in by him later on, so she might as well obey him from the start. Chen Lu revealed a satisfied smile. That's right, the expert suggests that you'd better resist less. Otherwise, the more you resist, the more excited I get. The girl's petite body violently trembled, her ears were scarlet, and she looked at him with some aggression. You are bullying me again. Chen Lu was satisfied, and turned his head to continue watching them rehearse. The boy who just came over to greet him has already received a box. A girl is holding his corpse crying. He is willing to write himself to death. That's really bull. You become bad after drinking, Liang Jiru said seriously. Her voice was naive and soft. Chen Lu found it interesting. Obviously he should have already sobered up, turned bad. He pondered for a while, and deliberately continued to ask in a very calm tone, Then do you like the me before, or the me now? Like Liang Jiru found himself fooled after suddenly stopped his mouth. Watery eyes looked straight at Chen Lu. Want to be angry and really angry, but pretend that nothing happened and feel that he was white took advantage of. Can only nod head. On this also took a lot of effort. At least 1 hour to ignore him. The girl thought in her heart. Or half an hour. Chen Lu looks like he is not in a good mood. Wouldn't 10 minutes be enough? What if it puts Chen Lu in a worse mood? She was very hesitant. At this time Chen Lu suddenly spoke. Who told you to be naive and not know how to talk back even when you're bullied? As long as you can't learn, I will keep bullying you. The girl turned her head back and pretended to be in a state of understanding. That's so. She didn't want to learn how to talk back. As long as she couldn't learn how to do it, she could stay by Chen Lu's side all the time. Although she didn't know why, she just wanted this. Chen Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. feeling that getting Liang Jiro to raise her head was a long way to go. Evening. Chen Lu sat on the sofa with his laptop in his arms after sending Jiro Liang over. He gazed at the screen with both eyes motionless, browsing through the recent news in the gaming industry. Although he hadn't thought about whether or not to say yes to Jiang Kao, as a friend he was still willing to take the time to learn more about it. Chen Missouri and Liang Jiro sat side by side in front of the desk. Chen Missouri has been distracted, very dishonest. A moment to turn to pen. A moment to think about their own chase of the novel has not been updated. Liang Jiro, on the other hand, is seriously looking at the lesson plan she prepared. She treats this part-time job very seriously. If other tutors were to be replaced, they would not be able to suppress this little devil Chen Missouri in any case. But the naive Liang Jiro's diligent attitude makes Chen Missouri a little embarrassed to play the rogue. After all, Liang Jiro wrote 2 sheets of paper just for this lesson, for fear of wasting time on a nervous jam. Seeing Liang Jiro's neat and beautiful handwriting written all over the 2 sheets of A4 paper, Chen Missouri felt that he was touching the fish too much if it was a bit impolite. One thing leads to another belongs to be. After determining what to do today, Liang Jiro slowly raised her head. When you finish this page of grammar-specific multiple-choice questions, I'll help you review your grammar again. Chen Missouri heard this and quickly changed the topic. Sister, your school is celebrating tomorrow, right? I'll go to your school celebration party after my study hall. Our school's day students can leave early during their study hall. I'll look for you then. Liang Jiro was a bit curious. After all, each class was only given 5 audience spots for this party. Even her spot was asked for by Lin Miao Miao Miao. She couldn't help but ask, "How are you going to go?" as she asked. She took the initiative to help Chen Missouri organize his books. At first, Chen Missouri was embarrassed and kept refusing, but Liang Jiro still moved to silently help her tidy up a bit. In the end, Chen Missouri had no choice but to give in, making it the bottom line that she couldn't help clean up her room. Although she didn't think she had much of a conscience, but if Liang Jiro worked for her as a tutor and had to help her clean up her room while she was working on problems, her conscience would still be very sore. She didn't know where her brother had met such a virtuous and gentle girl. No, we must immediately find a way to make her his sister-in-law. My father is the department head at Yuhang University. Didn't my brother tell you? Chen Missouri blinked, also feeling strange. She had always thought that Liang Jiro was aware of it. Liang Jiro froze, and for a moment she didn't even know if Chen Lu counted as having told her or not. At that time, when they were having dinner at their house, and Xiao Sunfang asked him what his parents did for a living, Chen Lu only said that his father worked at the school. Who could associate that with the head of a university department? However, she is even more naive. At this moment, she also perceived this teenager's unobtrusive tenderness. After being quiet for a while, she said, "Then you can come to me tomorrow night. However, the prerequisite is that you have to overdo today's task." Good. Chen Missouri forced a smile of planned triumph and nodded repeatedly. Even doubling the amount of today's exercises was still a sprinkling of water to her. And her constant touching of the fish gave Liang Jiro the illusion that this was the speed at which she did the exercises. Many people have been working overtime, that is, the work is completed too sharp, giving the boss a feeling that they can make the best use of it. But actually showing a serious attitude, and then delivering the work near the end of the day was the best. Chen Missouri also does not know whether this is genetic or not, only know that their siblings are the same, wilting. Finally, the school celebration party, which all parties had prepared for so long, arrived as promised. The following afternoon, the school gate guards completely liberalized the restrictions, and many people from outside the school came here to visit. Some felt fresh and strolled around the place as if it were a park, taking a look at the youthful schoolgirls in the process. More often than not, it was parents who brought their own children here, hoping that their children would be able to aspire to this school and go back to be motivated. This was naturally ineffective, but the school was happy to publicize it this way. Chen Lu is staying with the people of the drama club, naturally a bit affectionate after so many days together, ready to cheer them up. Unlike in the past, Liang Jiro's expression was a bit gloomy. Because when Chen Lu went to ask, the 5 spots in his class had already been booked out. He was also a bit shocked after learning this news. After all, he had been mouthing off that dogs don't even go to this kind of event a second ago. Previously held a variety of evening party counselors have to force arrangements for people to make up the numbers and so on. Dead or alive did not understand how this time so sought after. Liang Jiro was very entangled, lowered her head and silently pinched her fingers. As a good friend of Lin Miao Miao, the program of the drama club must go to see, but if Chen Lu cannot go, she couldn't bear to let Chen Lu stay alone by himself. Still, Chen Lu acted as if nothing was wrong and smiled as he pulled the wool over the eyes of this group of social terrorists. After he finished chatting with the group, he saw the depressed Liang Jiru, and vaguely guessed what this naive person was thinking, and his heart inexplicably warmed. "Why are you unhappy?" "Because I can't go." Chen Lu came to her side and asked. The girl gave a soft "hm," her voice a little low. Chen Lu not being able to follow along was only one aspect. Another part of the reason was that Chen Lu acted as if nothing was wrong. It made her a little worried that Chen Lu would not be too willing to go with her. Silly Chen Lu lightly pouted. "I didn't even take it seriously, surely, because I have plenty of ways. You go and negotiate with your classmates. See if there's anyone who doesn't particularly want to go." Lin Miao Miao also walked over and made stupid noises. Chen Lu glanced at her and thought to himself, "My father teaches right here, do I need to offend people?" However, he didn't intend to go to Chen Guanglin for such a trivial matter. Just go to the counselor and discuss it. There's no need to be so troublesome. Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao and Liang Jiru both froze there, obviously not expecting this kind of operation. To know that their counselor was ferocious as hell, and wouldn't even give them a leave of absence. Soon several people arrived at the door of Counselor Chen Lu's office. He knocked lightly on the door twice, and after opening the door, he glanced at Liang Jiru and Lin Miao Miao, and then walked straight in. "Good day, teacher." Chen Lu froze for a moment after he went in and said, "You're dressed like this, and those who don't know would think you're a student." The counselor gave him a blank look, but her heart was still happy to hear the compliment, and she picked up a pen and was about to write him a leave slip. She wasn't much older than these students, so she wasn't that old-fashioned when she got along with them, and Chen Lu was often shouted at by her to help, so basically Chen Lu was able to get his leave slip right after he arrived. Chen Lu was a bit speechless, and hurriedly went forward to explain, "I'm not here to ask for a leave. Then what are you doing here? The quota for our class to go to the party has already been determined. I also want to go and take a look. Can you see if you can give me an extra one? Anyway, there are so many people, more than one of me is not much, less than one of me is not a lot," he said with a light smile. The counselor paused, then revealed a strange smile towards him. "I knew you would definitely go after all." Mo Yuking's name was clearly on the big list of performers for the party. The matter of Chen Lu liking Mo Yuking was known even to her as a counselor. When Mo Yuking was a freshman and wanted to run for class president, Chen Lu was busy working on this. Later, when Mo Yuking became tired, Chen Lu simply took over the things that the class president had to do, and only let Mo Yuking experience the feeling of being the class president, highlighting a pampering. Moreover, Chen Lu was also really capable, even if Mo Yuking wanted to experience the position of student council, but it was estimated that he could do it. As a young woman who had just graduated from graduate school, she actually yearned for and envied this kind of love. This time it was Chen Lu's turn to be confused, as he didn't understand at all. She added, "This is a good thing to talk about. If you need anything else you can leave, nothing to help me record these files." Chen Lu glanced out. "There's something. I won't bother you." The counselor followed and looked up just in time to see Liang Jiru and Lin Miao Miao sneaking glances at the place with a curious face. Lin Miao Miao did not fear being seen, while Liang Jiru hurriedly walked away. Chen Lu suddenly noticed the strange gazes and turned back to see the counselor staring at himself in a good-natured manner. "Xiao Lu, you have to be a dedicated person," the counselor said, after glancing at the program's big list. Chen Lu went out the door in a daze, still pondering what the counselor meant by that just now. Just as soon as they went out, Liang Jiru and Lin Miao Miao greeted them. "How's it going? Did your counselor agree?" Lin Miao Miao saw Chen Lu's stern face, and asked with some anxiety. Liang Jiru's heart also sank when she saw Chen Lu's expression, and she tightly gripped the corner of her coat. Solved. Lin Miao Miao, who hadn't reported much hope, was shocked when she heard this. So someone could make a creature like a counselor become so nice to talk to. It was too outrageous. Immediately thinking that it was Chen Lu, she felt relatively normal again. However, she still gave Chen Lu a blank look. "Then what are you doing?" With a sad face, Chen Lu thought for a while, looked at Lin Miao Miao and jokingly said, "I have to keep my distance from you so that people don't misunderstand that I have 2 feet in 2 boats." Lin Miao Miao was furious, pointing at Liang Jiru. "You don't need to be with her. Do you? Liang Jiro seemed to understand, somewhat embarrassed, and lowered her head. Chen Lu nodded slightly and deliberately put on a serious expression. You go to hell! An extremely loud cry echoed in the corridor. That evening, several people lined up and squeezed inside the Jianan assembly hall and found a seat. The front of the large stage was crowded with people in charge of videotaping, and many of them had TV station signs hanging in front of them. The surrounding seats were all full, a sea of people. This battle was much bigger than Chen Lu expected. No wonder the counselor didn't have to pick the lucky ones to make up the numbers this time. Liang Jiro didn't seem to have seen such a big battle before, sitting dumbfounded next to Chen Lu, and was attracted away by the stage and colored lights in front of her. She looked at the novelty of the scene, Chen Lu looked at the naive her, and it continued like this until the opening. At this time Chen Lu suddenly felt his shoulder was tapped, turned his head to see Jiang Kao did not know when to change position to sit next to him. Further to the right was his girlfriend, Lu Yan. Yo, come to see the party? Chen Lu asked. Yeah, why did you come over here? Jiang Kao returned. Lu Yan, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch and said in a bad mood, you two are talking about comedy here. Only then did she see Liang Jiro sitting beside Chen Lu. She was slightly stunned for a moment, didn't say anything, and didn't take the initiative to greet her. Chen Lu saw that Liang Jiro had her head down and was embarrassed to speak, so she simply didn't take the initiative to introduce herself either. It seems like this party is divided into two halves. The first half is for the officials, and those who go on stage are also the people who have mixed with the dignitaries after going out from this school, and the second half of the program is all prepared by the students at school. Jiang Kao whispered. Chen Lu also felt magical when he heard it, inexplicably feeling quite humanized, much better than rigidly performing those fake and empty programs. The truth, Jiang Kao said, was consistent. The first half was extremely boring. Although the naive Liang Jiro was still watching very seriously, Chen Lu and Jiang Kao were falling asleep. By the time the second half rolled around, Chen Lu had already fallen asleep. At this time, Jiang Kao suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. What are you doing? Jiang Kao pointed at the stage. Li Sainian is the host. This bee didn't tell us before. Chen Lu instantly woke up from his nap and rubbed his eyes. I go, it's still true on the stage. Li Sainian and a girl she didn't know were hosting together in a decent manner. But the excitement that the two got up only lasted for a while, and they soon got bored again. It wasn't until the drama club took the stage that Chen Lu straightened up. The effect of the group's hard work in rehearsing came through, and within a minute or two of work it had caught everyone's attention. This was the best looking program, bar none, and even those in the front row responsible for video recording took it quite seriously. Chen Lu leaned over to Liang Jiro and asked in her ear, do you think it looks good? The girl nodded. I haven't even seen it before. He looked at the other party's cute look of seriousness and curiosity and involuntarily smiled. But when he thought that this being in front of him actually hadn't even seen much of the world, he was a little heartbroken again. A few minutes later, Liang Jiro came over, took out a bottle of mineral water from her canvas bag, took the initiative to help him unscrew it, and asked in a very gentle tone, are you thirsty? I brought you water. Chen Lu just took it, and was almost spilled by Jiang Kao's shot. You're not finished, are you? He cursed in a low voice. Jiang Kao didn't turn his head to look at him, still looking at the stage, and muttered as he slapped him. Mo Yuking. Mo Yuking and the few people from the dance club were all wearing long dresses with wide sleeves in the ancient style, a red slender figure that was incomparably eye-catching. As the undisputed protagonist, she stood in the center of the few people like a flower bud. Unlike the few girls around her who were a bit nervous, she slightly raised her head and looked at ease, while seemingly secretly scanning the audience. She had gotten used to the feeling of being watched by the whole audience long ago, even if today she was under the lens of many cameras. The girls of the dance club were all beautiful, but all of them paled under Mo Yuking's radiant light. This girl that Chen Lu had once loved so much was this dazzling, and her pride stemmed from this. She had this capital. The contemporary college students carried out their own characteristics, and as soon as these girls came on stage, everyone immediately put down their cell phones. Lu Yan, as the only one who was informed in advance, quietly turned her head and watched Chen Lu's reaction. Chen Lu and Liang Jiro both froze for a moment when they heard the name. The one who reacted first was Liang Jiro. She didn't say anything, she just silently helped Chen Lu screw the cap on the bottle for fear that he would spill the water again. Then she took out a paper towel and helped him wipe up the water on his clothes. Chen Lu now understood what the counselor meant by "I knew you would definitely go." However, his gaze quickly returned to Liang Jiru and softly said, "Thank you." The girl raised her head and saw Chen Lu's soft smile. She was instantly at ease, even if she herself didn't know why. It seemed like there was a stone blocked in her heart just now. Didn't she go to guide people? How did she guide them until she ended up on her own? Jiang Kao asked towards Chen Lu. Seeing that Chen Lu didn't say anything, he then turned his head to ask Lu Yan, "Did you know all along?" Yeah, Jiang Kao found it amusing. Did she think those people from the dance club were too good, and simply went on stage herself? Lu Yan shook her head breathlessly, her gaze cast to the beautiful figure right in the center of the stage, and said seriously, "She has another purpose." She knew that Mo Yuking was planning to dance for Chen Lu. After she finished speaking, she looked over to Chen Lu's side again, and saw that Chen Lu was still chatting with Liang Jiru, and her expression became a bit complicated. At this time, the female host on the stage said in a sweet voice, "Thank you to the drama club students for bringing us a wonderful performance." Li Xinian somewhat nervously took over the conversation. "Please enjoy the following. The program prepared for us by the students of the dance club, Big Fish." The two walked left and right to the sides, leaving the stage to these girls. This was a dance choreographed from the theme song of the movie Big Fish Begonia, Big Fish. As the prelude sounded, the girls around them slowly made way, and Mo Yuking slowly walked to the front, just slightly raising her right arm forward, causing the entire audience to cheer. Along with the song, several girls danced gently in their respective positions as they had been rehearsing, just like heavenly fairies. "I'm afraid you'll fly away, I'm afraid you'll leave me, I'm even more afraid you'll stay here forever. Every tear flows towards you, pouring into the bottom of the sky." The surrounding audience watched more and more attentively, and the atmosphere also reached a climax with Mo Yuking's amazing back kick dance steps. Seeing that the three people beside him were all mesmerized, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "I'm going to the restroom, I suggest you don't go." As Chen Lu walked by, Lu Yan said very quietly, "Why, what if she is dancing for you?" Chen Lu paused for a moment, then continued to step away. "I used to play the guitar, and she didn't always listen to the end when the dance ended." Chen Lu just happened to come back from the restroom. "What a coincidence to catch up." Jiang Kao laughed. Chen Lu didn't squeak and just wanted to sit down but realized that someone was already in his seat. Chen Missouri was looking at him with a bad smile on his face. "Brother, you're sick, get out of the way." Chen Lu was speechless. Chen Missouri grunted, and only then did he honestly sit to Liang Jiru's left. "When did you come?" He turned his head to look at his sister. "Came early, it's just now that I found you guys. Mainly I didn't expect Jiru's sister to shed traffic outside, and thought she hadn't been returning my messages." Chen Lu recalled the person who originally sat to the left of Liang Jiru, and continued to ask, "People are so kind, ah?" Seeing half willing to switch places with you, Chen Missouri laughed. "It's not that simple. I told him that my spot was in the front row, so I could face to face with these dancing ladies." That person went over without saying a word. Several people had nothing to say for a while. However, thanks to Chen Missouri's quirky performance, the atmosphere that was still a bit awkward just now disappeared without a trace. This made Chen Lu feel quite happy, thinking that this sister of mine is still somewhat useful, right at this moment. Chen Lu poked Liang Jiru's arm. "Sister, don't worry about it, although I also like Sister Yuking who just danced. But I like you the most now." The words "I still support you more as my sister-in-law" she didn't dare to say. Chen Lu blackened his face, calculating how to be disgusted back. The naive Liang Jiru didn't think to understand why Chen Lu said that, and nodded with some embarrassment. The few people in the back were watching the program while listening to Chen Moore spouting off here, and they all found it amusing. Soon it was time for the interview session when the show was about to break up. In previous years, the interviews were conducted with the higher quality programs from the rehearsals, and the hosts ended up memorizing the scripts. The dialogue during the interview was also discussed in advance between the person being interviewed and the host. In the midst of a burst of applause, Mo Yuking walked slowly to the middle of Li Xian and that female host. "This is really the best looking dance I've ever seen," the female host said with a smile. "May I ask, student Yuking, do you have anything to say?" Mo Yuking nodded slightly. "First of all, thank you all for liking it." As soon as the words fell, the entire room rang out with a burst of cheers, and there were even voices of confessions. Chen Lu swiped his cell phone. His mind wasn't on it at all. He remembered very clearly that back then, this girl, the only one who didn't thank his busy self. Then, I want to thank the girl's voice suddenly pulled long. Chen Lu, the female host, and Li Sainian all froze there. Obviously this was a discrepancy from the negotiated script. I'm sorry, these testimonials, it seems like I should have said them during my freshman year performance. As a result, it was saved for the second time on stage. It's really a bit late. A bitter smile surfaced on Mo Yuking's incomparably handsome face. Thank you for helping me so much. Thank you for being by my side all these years. I can't believe I'm only feeling it now. I'm sorry. Getting used to your goodness and taking it for granted. I'm sorry. Ignoring away your dedication, really. I'm sorry. The surroundings became more and more silent, and Mo Yuking felt nervous for the first time. I hope that I can still see you and I by my side at the graduation party in the future. Is that okay? After saying that, she bowed deeply to the audience again, as if she was apologizing for her capriciousness. Seeing that his partner had been petrified, Li Xinian thought to himself, Chen Lu, you should be damned, and hurriedly rounded off the scene. The true feelings of Yu King's classmates. I'm sure that classmate can definitely feel it. So let's welcome the drama club's classmates to the stage below. The entire audience first fell into a deathly silence. Then it was once again coaxed. Damn, who is Chen Lu? Don't sleep too much at night. Fuck, this is my goddess. Which class is Chen Lu in? I want to switch with him. Old me just fell in fucking love, and now I'm falling out of love. On the audience seat directly in front of the stage, Lu Yun looked anxiously at Chen Lu and asked with incomparable worry, will she get disciplined like this? She only knew that Mo Yuking was trying to dance for Chen Lu to see, and she completely did not expect this good girlfriend to pull this whole thing off. Chen Lu looked unexpectedly calm, blandly said, no, in previous years, there are still people who rush to the stage to express their love, and they did not get disciplined. And you don't know who her father is. Although she heard Chen Lu say this, Lu Yan still hurriedly rushed towards Mo Yuking's side. Chen Lu didn't care and turned his head towards Liang Jiru. It's over, let's go. Mo Yuking had just reached the backstage when she was grabbed by Lu Yan's shoulder. It'll be posted on the internet, right? Yu King, are you crazy? Her tone was a little anxious. Not only am I not crazy, I even feel like I've never been as lucid as I am now. Mo Yuking locked eyes with her with a smile on her face. It was just that this smile quickly became somewhat distorted, and in the end, only 2 lines of clear tears remained. It's okay, I didn't cry when I was up there, my makeup didn't smudge. Mo Yuking wiped her tears while smiling. What he saw was still my best look. He will definitely come back to me like you confessed. I also disgraced myself in public once yet. Liang Jiru picked up her bag and slowly got up after hearing Chen Lu's words, and peacefully stood beside Chen Lu. Jiang Kao and Chen Lu looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Originally as Chen Lu's sworn enemy, he hated Mo Yuking. He didn't expect that Mo Yuking would be willing to come to this now. It was only then that he had the time to measure Liang Jiru, and it was only when he got closer that he realized. This girl's face value seems to be no worse than Mo Yuking. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say Chen Lu was lucky or unlucky. To say that Chen Lu was lucky, he had been chasing after Mo Yuking for 7 years, and hadn't been able to catch up with her. But to say that Chen Lu was unlucky, this girl named Liang Jiru beside him was definitely a good person and good looking. Chen Lu was not paying attention. Chen Missouri pulled Liang Jiru to run away. The girl naively kept looking at Chen Lu with a somewhat anxious expression. Chen Lu smiled and waved his hand to indicate that the 2 of them should go first. Lend me the car, I will send her home, Chen Lu said softly. Looking at Chen Missouri's playful appearance, he guessed that Liang Jiru probably didn't need to go to Chen Missouri's class today. Jiang Kao was not at all abrasive, took out the key and handed it to him, jokingly said, if this is to let the other boys know, shall not envy you to death. The 2 girls involved with you are so good looking. Envy a hook 8. They know nothing. What do you think? Jiang Kao was curious. I thought you would be moved to tears if you are in my position. You will know that after so long of hurt, a few apologies are not useful at all, Chen Lu said in a cold voice, only leaving Jiang Kao with an indifferent back. When Chen Lu arrived at the school entrance, he saw that Chen Missouri was pulling Liang Jiru to eat something. This cheap sister of his seemed to like the junk food from these stalls. The 2 of them stood under the bright street light, while taking small bites of Guangdong boiled food and feeding the mosquitoes. If you want to like it, don't you just take the exam to this school? Every night this place can fill up a street. Chen Lu spat out a sentence, He was tired of eating it all these years down the line. Whirling around, he took his index finger and gently poked Liang Jiru's forehead. I'll send you home, I have to pass the exam too. Chen Missouri spat at him, and reluctantly watched Liang Jiru being abducted by her own brother. The two were just about to leave when Chen Lu's cell phone rang. He froze violently when he saw the caller. Liang Jiru's eyes blinked as she looked at him. She rarely saw Chen Lu, who was comfortable in everything he did, reveal this kind of awkward expression. Who is it? Chen Lu also felt strange and opened his mouth to ask. Uncle Mo. Chen Lu pointed at his sister, signaling her to lower her voice, and then answered the phone. Hello, Uncle Missouri. Chen Lu lightly laughed. I haven't seen you for a while. My dad was still rambling to me 2 days ago. A very capable middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Lu, how have you been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? Mo Wenbin had always spoken with a sense of written language, very official. Pretty good. I'm a college student, can have any difficulties. Chen Lu casually made a polite comment. He knew that he was about to get down to business. You recently had a falling out with Yu King. There was a little conflict. He thought about it, and decided to tell the truth. Since the other party asked about this, he must have come to see his precious daughter perform. No more exchanges of that kind of small conflict, he muttered to himself in his heart. Chen Lu turned to ask, you came to see the party? Yes, but this child refused to see me, and I couldn't find you, so I had the driver come to pick me up. Mo Wenbin sighed lightly. It's normal for you young people to have friction between each other. Remember to communicate more. Just throwing a tantrum can't solve the problem. Good, this child of yours is the one I've watched grow up. I'm relieved to have you by Yu King's side. Mo Wenbin's tone is serious. Wait for me to come over to have a meal with me when I'm free. I'll go and get busy first, okay? Uncle Missouri, goodbye. Chen Lu politely hung up the phone, which was a relief. Although Mo Wenbin has been treating himself very well since he was a child, he is a college student who is still a little nervous to talk to such a high-ranking official on the phone. What's more, people may still come to ask for their own baby girl's guilt. This call just passed. The next call came over. Who is this again? Chen Lu continued to ask. Chen Lu looked at the cell phone screen with a speechless face. Our father. Mo Yuking jerked around and tossed this stunt. By what right I suffered? Hello, Chen Lu said hopelessly. What's going on with you and Yuking? Chen Guanglin's tone was a bit more homely, directly opening the door to interrogate his son. Small conflict. Just explained it to Uncle Missouri. Aha. Chen Guanglin seemed not very assured, continued to add, if you dare to bully her, don't need to wait for your Uncle Mo. I'll break your legs first. Aren't you done letting her be your daughter? Chen Lu didn't have the good sense to say. Although he had only been beaten by his mom since he was a child, it was still unpleasant to be threatened. I'm hanging up. Still have to send Liang Jiru home, Chen Lu said, while helping Liang Jiru with her seatbelt. Tell my mom not to call me, so that she doesn't come to me to ask for trouble as well. On the other side, Chen Guanglin heard the sound of the phone hanging up and sighed. What kind of conflict are these two kids having? Wang Xiaoxia, who was sitting beside Chen Guanglin, was a bit curious. Yu King made it so solemn on stage. Chen Guanglin was helpless. Don't you know what your own child is like? We can't possibly have a way to know what he doesn't want to say. After a while, he added, let the kids do their own thing, it's out of our hands. This kid has been sticking to people's asses since he was a kid, and as a result, he hasn't been able to catch up with them even now. He hasn't inherited my excellent genes at all. Chen Guanglin and Mo Wenbin played together when they wore crotchless pants, and he was more than happy to form in-laws. Wang Xiaoxia was unimpressed and gave her husband a blank look. I feel that Jiru's child is quite good. Our Xiao Lu definitely likes Jiru. Chen Lu drove the car and carried Liang Jiru back. Both of them talked less on the way. But Chen Lu turned his head from time to look at this bean. If this cannot see that the other side of the mood is low. He is not Chen Lu. Are we still best friends? Chen Lu asked. Yes, the girl immediately replied. Then why don't you give me your Guangdong Odin? Hearing this, Liang Jiru busily handed the small paper tube in her hand to Chen Lu with both hands. Right. I'm sorry. I got distracted and forgot I'm driving the car. Chen Lu, who had just been steering very comfortably with one hand, immediately switched to two. Will you feed me, please? Good. Liang Jiru took out a skewer and looked at the heat that was rising from it, patiently waiting for a while. This is too slow. Blow on it. I don't mind you. Chen Lu laughed. He didn't have the time to see if the girl blushed or not. He only knew that the girl paused for a while, then blew for herself seriously. It felt almost right before handing it to his own mouth. Then he was really only responsible for opening his mouth and eating the whole way. In front of the alley, Liang Jiro slowly unbuckled her seatbelt and waved her hand towards Chen Lu. I'm going ah. She was only willing to accept Chen Lu helping her with her seatbelt, but for a moment she couldn't accept Chen Lu helping her undo it. It had the feeling of taking off her clothes. Chen Lu nodded slightly. Say hello to Auntie for me. I won't go down this time. He quietly looked ahead, not knowing what he was thinking about. Liang Jiro blinked, then nodded gently. The girl walked alone in the dimly lit alley, the old lighting above her head flickering. Her somewhat thin figure looked lonely, and would twitch from time to time. She hugged the canvas bag, head down slowly walking, no matter how to think cannot understand why, but just so sad The tears just wouldn't stop flowing down her face. She didn't know why she, who had always been alone, suddenly couldn't leave Chen Lu. She was like a disaster victim who finally saw food after starving for a long time, and was afraid to go back to the old days. She was so afraid that Chen Lu would leave her, so afraid that he would leave her alone like he did just now. Liang Jiro wiped her tears as she walked, her pace very slow. To finish crying outside, tears cannot be brought back home, Mom will be worried. At this time, Chen Lu's voice suddenly broke the silence in the alley. Liang Jiro. Lift up your head. When I say I will always be behind you, I will. Chen Lu stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at the girl's back from afar. The girl was still slowly walking forward and eventually slowly raised her head. Chen Lu couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth when he saw Liang Jiro forcefully lifting her head. As the girl took one step at a time, he stood and watched without moving. Only when the other party's figure disappeared at the end did he turn around and leave. He was just about to go back to his car when a light rain fell from the sky. The raindrops fluttered and dripped onto the ground, leaving one mark after another. The ones that fell on his face slid down his cheeks, onto his neck and throat, bringing a gust of coolness. He had to admit that his heart was indeed in turmoil when he heard Mo Yuking apologize in public today. Chen Lu looked at the scene in front of him, and for a moment he didn't even realize that he was drenched in the rain, and secretly made up his mind since he had intruded into this being's life, he definitely had to be responsible to the end. Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Quickly forget everything in the past, wash your heart clean and empty, and then find a way to send early to bring a smile to this naive girl. Liang Jiro is not a substitute for Mo Yuking, nor can she be. Liang Jiro is Liang Jiro. At this time his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Liang Jiro, you quickly go back, do not get wet Chen Lu, how can I get wet in the car, are you stupid? Liang Jiro, you lied to me again. I saw that you did not go. Chen Lu squinted his eyes to the distance and saw the girl poking out her little head. It was only after being discovered that she left in a hurry. He picked up his cell phone and tapped the screen. Hurry back. He then couldn't help but giggle softly once more, getting back into the car and firing up the engine as the car slowly traveled through the rainy night. This bean actually snuck back to peek at me, wilting. On the way back, Chen Lu was still driving while recalling the feeling of being fed on the way here. This was the first time a girl had fed herself. It was very cool. It was very happy. Chen Lu was very glad that he wasn't looking in the mirror right now, or else he would definitely see himself being as happy as a fool. Returning to the door of the dormitory, Chen Lu stretched and slowly opened the door. My good sons. Dad is back, he shouted. As a result, there was no one in the dormitory. Shit. Where is everyone? Chen Lu scanned the circle with a shocked face and sent a message in the dormitory group. Chen Lu, you guys wouldn't go to dinner behind my back, right? Laozi is isolated? Li Sai Ni and I am indeed at the gathering, there is nothing wrong, but I am attending the party celebration, Jinghao, you brother Lu, you know me. I moved out a while ago. Jiang Kao didn't say anything. At this time, Li Sai Nian sent another message. Li Si Nian, you didn't eat tonight? I'll bring you some back? Chen Lu, I ate guandong boiled, or the girls fed it to me. Li Si Nian XXX Zheng Hao Yu XXX. Chen Lu revealed a satisfied smile and lay down on the bed. What he didn't think of was that from the first day of school in freshman year, several roommates saw Chen Lu after they were psychologically prepared to eat his dog food in the future. Later on, after getting along a little longer and knowing what Chen Lu's character was, they completely laid down flat. This kind of high value and good character, it is impossible not to have a girlfriend. As a result, he had been painstakingly pursuing Mo Yuking and had never had a relationship until now. What Jiang Kao and the others didn't expect was Chen Lu's friends in high school thought the same way. They also didn't expect that Chen Lu would not have a girlfriend for 3 years in high school, and didn't expect that their condition would actually experience the feeling of falling in love one step ahead of Chen Lu. Chen Lu had just closed his eyes when his cell phone vibrated again. This time it was sent by Jiang Kao. Jiang Kao down a trip, very urgent, GKD. Chen Lu did not ask much, climbed out of bed and went out. After all, the fewer words between boys generally the bigger the matter. Chen Lu came to the dormitory downstairs. The rain that fell before has stopped, but the cold wind brought by this shower is still blowing. He went out and was provoked by goosebumps. There weren't many people around the boys' dormitory at this point, because those without girlfriends were staying indoors to play games at this moment, and those with girlfriends had all gone over to the girls' dormitory or at the hotel. It was rare to see couples kissing and hugging around the boys' dormitory, but around the girls' dormitory, it could be said that there were a lot of them. Chen Lu looked around and didn't see this Jiang Kao person. He stood by the street lamp and picked up his cell phone to give the other person a call, when his afterglow noticed a beautiful figure walking towards him. It was too familiar. So familiar that even if he only saw it by his afterglow, even if the surrounding was very dim, he immediately recognized who she was. Chen Lu was violently stunned. Mo Yuking. What was she doing here? Chen Lu raised his head and put his cell phone back into his pocket, his expression inevitably somewhat surprised. Sold by Jiang Kao? This bide was turned by his girlfriend? 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. The distance between the two continued to shorten. The girl walked closer and closer until she stood in front of him. She was still as beautiful as ever, wearing a very tight-fitting black neckline strapless body shirt, with just the right amount of neckline exposed to show off her extremely charming collarbone, and the lower half of her body was wearing a short skirt of a moderate length, showing off her incomparably long and eye-catching legs in the best possible light. It was still a pairing that was very much in line with her style, and it was obvious that she had dressed up specially. Strangely enough, she unprecedentedly wore a ponytail today. Seeing Chen Lu's expression, the originally serious Mo Yuking did not hold back her sweet smile, revealing shallow pear swirls. Jiang Kao didn't betray you, he drank too much. Lu Yan picked him up. Mo Yuking didn't finish her sentence. She knew that the rest Chen Lu could guess by guessing. This was a tacit understanding that the two of them had developed since childhood. The rest of Chen Lu had indeed guessed it. So, you've been thinking of a reason to ask me out, Chen Lu said expressionlessly, but his tone was still a bit puzzled, and then this time, the well-informed Lu Yan just happened to find the opportunity and accompanied you to play this out. Mo Yuking proudly raised her chin. We still have that tacit understanding. Chen Lu did not say anything. If it was a different time before, if Mo Yuking said this kind of words to herself, she would be able to wake up laughing in her dreams. However, times were different nowadays, and one could not expect the dead flying ash to rekindle its fire. It was also because it had already burned itself out that it turned into flying ash. When Mo Yuking saw Chen Lu's incomparably cold and unfamiliar appearance, she first felt that reality had become very unreal, followed by a tightening of her heart. He was polite and distant, as if he was facing strangers. These 10 days after breaking contact with Chen Lu, every minute and second was incomparably long, leaving her spellbound. It was as if she had been thrown into a cell, forced to keep thinking and repenting. Until she completely realized that Chen Lu used to love herself so passionately, until she realized that Chen Lu was no longer by her side. That's why she chose to admit her mistake in public at the party, and now she came in front of Chen Lu. Even Mo Yuking herself had never thought that she, who couldn't even remember the names of many boys, would actually bow down to a boy. Now, after seeing Chen Lu, she started to get scared. The more calm Chen Lu acted, the more she panicked in her heart. Finally, she gathered her courage and tried in a small voice, "Are you still angry with me?" Chen Lu laughed a little. It seemed as if he was laughing at his own past, but also as if he was laughing at the slowness of the girl in front of him. "I have never been angry with you from beginning to end," he said blandly. Then why Mo Yuking was interrupted by him in the middle of his sentence, "I just don't want to like you anymore." The girl froze there for a long time without words, just red eyes, in the whitish light looks as if painted eye shadow. She was silent for a while and then slowly spoke again, her voice a little shaky. "I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. I won't act like that again. I swear I've been thinking for the past few days, remembering the things we've been doing since we were little, and I know I've been going overboard with you. But it really won't be in the future, Chen Lu, please. You give me back the love that originally belonged to me. Okay, this was the first time Chen Lu had seen Mo Yuking speak in a begging general tone since he grew up. Even counting from before kindergarten, it was the first time. She had never begged since she was a child. Even though her parents were divorced, she still received love from her parents and an excellent upbringing. Her family conditions were far beyond the reach of anyone, so she never needed to beg. There were things that couldn't be done with just money, but with power, a lot could be done. But this time, Mo Yuking was really pleading bitterly. Even after thinking of this, Chen Lu still gazed at her coldly and said in a deep voice, "Not good." Hearing these words, the tears that were originally swirling in Mo Yuking's eyes instantly all flowed down, sliding down her delicate cheeks and falling to the ground drop by drop, blooming one desperate and remorseful flower after another. Why, didn't you like me for 7 years? You used to like me so much. Mo Yuking cried with pear blossoms and rain. This girl was so good that even when she cried, she was incomparably moving and lovable. Her heart is cold and trembling, like falling into an ice cave. Chen Lu, he obviously could not see himself crying the most. In order to not let yourself shed tears, he fought in elementary school, skipped class in junior high school, in their parents' divorce, day and night to accompany their side. When he had chicken pox himself, the young one leaned on the other side of the bedroom door, took a note to write on, and then shoved it through the doorway. The two of them would write for an afternoon, and Chen Lu would come for days at a time. Green plum and bamboo, two young groom and daughter. What a beautiful love story. But by their own hard rewriting into not at all beautiful ending, that boy he is now has been disheartened to the point of not caring about their own crying. Thinking about these things, she was getting sadder and sadder, regretting more and more. Her thin skin finally managed to hold back her tears outside. Yeah, I did like you for 7 years. But you said it yourself, that was before. Chen Lu smiled bashfully. What makes you think that I will always like you? Seeing Mo Yuking, who couldn't stop crying, Chen Lu's mood was getting more and more complicated, and he could only continue. I don't regret being so good to you in the past, and I've never regretted what I've given, but like I said the other day, it won't be in the future, to be honest. But I used to really like you very much, very like so much that even now I don't want to make you sad, but I also really don't want to go back to you anymore. Do you understand what I mean? I want you to be happy, and then we each live our own lives. Chen Lu had been a sensible person since he was a child, but he really hadn't thought that he would even be this sensible to Mo Yuking one day. Immediately after that, he added, "There's no point in you asking me to return to you. The past, it's there and I can never forget it. You may now think that it's fine after accepting my confession that day, but it's actually not. It really isn't. That confession was just me putting an end to this relationship of mine. My fondness for you has long since been made to look like 1,000 holes by your own hands. So even if you accepted it that day, we can't go back to the old days." This paragraph was like a bolt from the blue, exploding violently in Mo Yuking's mind, causing her to go into a daze. She even forgot to breathe for a moment, but her entire being buried by endless remorse. Past fond memories were like quicksand, and the more one thought about them, the deeper they sunk. Mo Yuking suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. She was thinking a few minutes ago that she just didn't grasp the opportunity. It didn't even occur to her that the damage she had done to Chen Lu was something that had accumulated over time. I'm just used to it. She still wanted to continue explaining, but she saw Chen Lu put his index finger in front of his lips. The meaning was obvious. He wouldn't listen if she said any more. She understood that Chen Lu was giving her, and this relationship, the last of the decency. Mo Yuking took the back of her hand to dry her tears and whispered, "Take a picture and I will leave." Seeing that Chen Lu was a little puzzled, she continued, "You used to like taking pictures of me so much. I know that was before, and I don't care who you take pictures of in the future, just take one, okay? I'll leave immediately." After taking the picture, Mo Yuking clenched her hands and looked at Chen Lu in a serious manner. Chen Lu found a girl who was running at night and helped the two of them take a picture together. You find a place. You studied photography so deeply. Mo Yuking took advantage of Chen Lu's departure and wiped her face with a wet towel. Without getting close or listening to her, one wouldn't even realize that she had just cried. She laughed as if mocking herself. It was only now that she realized how romantic it was for Chen Lu to study photography in order to capture his youthful and beautiful self. And when one realized it, it would be the last time. Really ridiculous. Chen Lu quickly came to a street lamp. There was a tree branch next to this lamp, and the shadow that shone on the ground happened to be a black line. He chose this place as a matter of course. The light was good. The symbolism was also good. He silently stood on the other side of the black line and looked up at the camera. As a result, the girl didn't finish even after holding up her cell phone for half a day. Still not done. Am I so unphotogenic? Chen Lu teased. The girl shook her head, her expression was a little difficult. No, that young lady has been wiping her tears. Chen Lu shifted his gaze. Mo Yuking was indeed constantly wiping her tears with the back of her hand. It seemed that she couldn't stop them. She quickly said, "It's fine, just shoot it like this." 2 minutes later. Mo Yuking looked at the photo on her cell phone. In the photo, Chen Lu was looking at himself sideways, while he was crying and whimpering like an aggravated bag. This is Chen Lu's last tenderness towards himself. "Ah. I'll send it to you on WeChat," she asked. "No need to give it to me." Chen Lu turned around and left after saying that. This time, it was his turn to leave Mo Yuking with a determined back. Why is it that the more indifferent I am, the more active you are?" Chen Lu couldn't figure it out. He hung his head and walked on the road, realizing that the rain that had stopped for a while was once again falling. Late night. Liu Yan could not get through to Mo Yuking on the phone, so she rushed back to the dormitory from the hotel. Just as she arrived at the dormitory floor, she saw Mo Yuking crouching there in a daze, her eyes lifeless. She stopped in place for a moment, and then immediately squatted next to Mo Yuking, letting her lean her head on her shoulder. The tears that Mo Yuking had managed to hold back once again broke the dike after seeing Liu Yan. "I was wrong. I'm sorry." "I really know it's wrong." Liu Yan, eyes trembling, very heartbroken, can only smile bitterly. "You told me that there is no use. Idiot. Told you at that time. You will definitely regret it." Mo Yuking's tears quickly wet Liu Yan's clothes, sobbed, but it's useless to talk to him. The rain still hasn't stopped, accompanied by a cold wind that brings a gust of chill. Two girls with lovely appearance were wearing coats, snuggling in front of the dormitory. Especially the one who was wearing a ponytail was extremely endearing. It was just that for some reason, her face looked a bit haggard. Mo Yuking had already cried her tears dry, and had entered a more calm stage. Liu Yan looked at this best friend beside her who had already cried her eyes red. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. Mourning his misfortune, hating his lack of struggle. Because is really no less persuasive. Mo Yuking had too many opportunities, but she was just living to let these opportunities drain through her fingers. I really forgot all about it before Mo Yuking gazed at the curtain of rain under the distant streetlights and whispered. She slowly reached out her hand in the night, hanging in midair, as if she wanted to catch the cold raindrops that fell, and as if she wanted the familiar teenager to pull herself up as usual. But nothing. Both the rain and the teenager were too far away from her. What forgot? Liu Yan listened with some confusion. Forgetting how good Chen Lu was to me. Mo Yuking pursed her lips, her expression despondent. Those have become a part of my life, and were all ignored by me. It was only until now, when he left my side, that I realized it. Afterward, Liu Yan silently listened without refuting. A lot of people were just so inexplicable, taking for granted the goodness of the people closest to them, and outsiders giving them a little bit of favor instead, being grateful and remembering it in their hearts. The most vivid example is many rebellious people and their parents. No matter how much trouble they have with their families, they will surely realize in retrospect that the only people in the world who are really good to them without asking for anything in return are their parents. After the social acceptance of the beatings, it will be clear that in addition to parents, no one will always spoil themselves. Mo Yuking suddenly slightly hooked up the corners of her mouth, as if she remembered something, gently smiled, resulting in teardrops once again suddenly sliding across her cheeks. It would be good if he was a bad person. If he messes with my temper more often, then I might be able to realize earlier how excessive I've been all along. Liu Yan was somewhat speechless as she listened and frowned. You mean to say that if Chen Lu wasn't an honest man, he would have chased after you? Mo Yuking shook her head, and her long ponytail swayed twice. You and Jiang Kao also know him. Chen Lu is so smart, he actually knows everything. He just likes me too much. Likes me so much that he just wants to treat me well with all his heart, and doesn't bother to do the slap twice and then give a jujube kind of thing. He refused to let me suffer a little bit from start to finish. The smile on her face grew a few shades wider as she spoke, and suddenly froze again when it snapped again to the realization that all this goodness was no longer her own. The tears had completely dried up, and all she could do was look away expressionlessly. Go back to sleep. After a long time, Mo Yuking slowly got up and reached out her hand towards Lu Yuyan, pulling her up. This night, Mo Yuking quietly listened to the sound of rain outside the window and stayed awake all night. No one knew what she was thinking about. The next day at noon, Chen Lu was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Miao Miao asked if we're going to dinner tonight, saying that it's the drama club's celebration banquet. Although Liang Jiru was puffing up her little mouth because Chen Lu didn't eat breakfast in the morning, her tone was still incomparably gentle. It was just that there seemed to be a hint of squirming hidden in the depths of her words. Chen Lu thought for a moment and asked with a yawn, "Do you want to go?" He knew that this being was extremely fearful of life, and he also knew that this being didn't know how to refuse. If Liang Jiru didn't want to, he was going to put off this meal and just call out Lin Miao 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 and the three of them to have a meal together in the next couple of days. Without the presence of strangers, Liang Jiru will not be so nervous. Some things can't be rushed. The girl on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect to be asked this question and didn't know how to answer for a while. Seeing that Liang Jiru hadn't said anything, he patiently explained, "Don't be embarrassed to refuse. The nature of this meal is different from what you think. The two of us are not the main characters of this meal. Whether we go or not is fine. If you feel uncomfortable with the crowd, just say you're not going. And tell Lin Miao 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 that I'm inviting you to have dinner with her in the next couple of days. Don't worry, not going won't hurt your feelings. We won't be in the wrong if we do this." Liang Jiru didn't know if she understood. She kept recalling the meaning of this "we." "Do you want to go?" Chen Lu asked softly once again. The girl paused for a moment and slowly spoke. "I don't want to." The environment full of living people really made her feel suffocated. "That's right, in the future, if you don't want anything, just say it directly." Chen Lu was very satisfied, said, and continued to lie down on the bed. "Nothing, I hang up first, sleep again." So sleepy. The tone of the girl on the other end of the phone suddenly rushed. "There is one more thing." What? Liang Jiru took a few deep breaths, and finally mustered up enough courage and said, "I'll invite you to dinner." Her voice was small, even a little shaky, but her tone was firm. This sentence used up all her strength. "Hello? Are you listening? After all, I never thanked you for helping me find a job." After a few seconds she carefully tried again. Chen Lu then slowed down, not noticing the smile on his face, listening. This bean who only spares fried shredded potatoes every day actually wants to invite me to dinner. That's when she added, "Only invite you." Chen Lu froze for a moment. "Good guy, you've even learned to use it now." For a moment, he didn't know if he should be happy that Liang Jiru wanted to invite herself to dinner, or if he should be happy that she was seriously learning to get better slowly. After the two of them discussed the time to meet up in the afternoon, Chen Lu just wanted to continue to sleep for a while, but when Liang Jiru's phone called once again. "Is there anything else?" Chen Lu seemed to have inexhaustible patience with Liang Jiru. "Miao Miao said that she's pushed the drama club's celebration banquet to tomorrow, and wants to treat the two of us alone tonight." Bull, Chen Lu commented sharply. For a moment, he was a bit skeptical that Lin Miao Miao Miao, this girl, didn't have her head turned around at first. Wasn't it just on the school's official website, to be so happy? This time Chen Lu didn't ask Liang Jiru again if she wanted to go, but directly answered, "I'll eat whatever I want. You two take your time to discuss it, and remember to pick a better place. After all, we've both been so tired to help her this while." "Good." 1 to 2 tossed Chen Lu, completely no sleep, simply climbed out of bed ready to wash. He didn't know when he fell asleep last night, but in any case he slept until now. At this point in time, after washing up and casually killing time, he should go out to accompany Liang Jiru for dinner. Seeing Jiang Kao still sleeping, the more Chen Lu thought about it, the more angry he got, and kicked him up. "Holy shit! You're sick!" Jiang Kao was startled, and sat up straight in a flash. He saw that Chen Lu was staring at him coldly. "Have you been turned by your girlfriend? How could it be? Buddy must always be on your side." Jiang Kao seriously said, like he was saying something that was taken for granted. Seeing the unaware Jiang Kao was putting on a serious expression, Chen Lu was even more speechless. He sighed. "You might as well admit that you were turned by her." Jiang Kao was so stunned by what he heard that he forgot for a moment that he had been kicked in the face. "Why? I'm too ashamed for you." Chen Lu spat at him. "What do you mean?" Chen Lu slowly explained the cause and effect of last night, and finally kicked him again. Although there was no harm in making things clear with Mo Yuking, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became at being somehow put in his place. "Is everything you said true?" Did you really do this? After he reacted, he came over to Chen Lu and asked. Chen Lu nodded his head expressionlessly. You brat. Jiang Kao suddenly didn't know what he should say. As a witness of Chen Lu's bitter pursuit in these 3 years since he entered the university, his mood was also a bit complicated at this moment. Then, congratulations on your relief after a while, Jiang Kao continued. To be honest, I actually thought you would turn back. After all, Mo Yuking hasn't lowered her voice that much. He did not know whether he was shocked by Mo Yuking's operation of publicly apologizing in front of so many people at the party, or whether he was saddened that his brother's dedication for so many years had completely gone down the drain. But at this moment, Jiang Kao actually inexplicably felt a little bit of pity. It's too late, Chen Lu said in a deep voice. Moreover, how can you be so sure that she really realized that she likes me, rather than feeling uncomfortable because she suddenly didn't have a considerate person by her side? He felt that his statement might be a bit narcissistic. But there weren't many people who could thunder in every day to help buy food and pick up couriers, and be at their beck and call for more than a decade were there. Jiang Kao was momentarily speechless. He hadn't really thought about it. Just put himself in the shoes of the other side. If the other side will be very touched, for a moment almost forget Chen Lu's so many years of dedication. Damn, so I am so cheap. Give some benefits, will be willing to turn back. Old me has been the Sea King for nothing for so long. You see it all more thoroughly than I do. He couldn't help but sigh. Chen Lu put on the short sleeves that were rummaged through the cabinet and slowly covered his thin abs. It's not that you can't think straight, you're the one who hasn't given so much like me. You can learn from Mo Yuking like this to apologize to the girls you've hurt in the past, and see how they react. Although most of the ones that can be slagged by you are relationship brains, there might be 1 or 2 that are deeply in love. Jiang Kao didn't say anything, and thought to himself, then I have to see what reaction Lu Yan has first. Maybe I'll become the next Makoto. Let's go. Chen Lu picked up the garbage bag, opened the door and prepared to go out. Wait before you go, Jiang Kao suddenly shouted. What for? Can't bear to part with your father? Chen Lu asked with a smile. How have you considered the matter of working together with me? You usually like playing games so much, haven't you ever dreamed of making a game by yourself that can be nominated by the TGA? Still thinking about it. But I have to warn you, you'll starve to death if you go into business with that kind of idea. The door was closed softly. Shit, Jiang Kao cursed. That's why I'm looking for you. A few people agreed to go eat hot pot in the evening. Since Lin Miao Miao still had her own things to do, Chen Lu went to the library to find Liang Jiru, and prepared to dawdle until meal time. She was preparing for the English grade 6 exam in June, and before that, she didn't forget to memorize her English vocabulary every day when she stayed at the drama club, so now she didn't have to go anymore and simply soaked into the library. Liang Jiru is not the kind of student like Chen Lu who can still get good grades by playing around every day, but she is also not the kind of student who can't get good grades as a result of her hard work. She is in the middle, so every day without part-time work, and without taking care of her mother's time will be used to study, to ensure that they can get excellent grades, get a scholarship, but also in order to find a better job in the future. Looking at the girl who had been serious, Chen Lu simply got up and borrowed a few books to read as well. Liang Jiru placed her arm very obediently flat on the smooth table, looking white and tender, making people want to touch it. The girl seemed to have noticed Chen Lu's line of sight, looked up at the book in Chen Lu's hand, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you reading?" Chen Lu hurriedly returned his sight to the book. This one, huh? The book one I'm reading right now is about the entrepreneurial process. After saying that, he pointed to another book on the table. This one on the table is the famous C from beginning to entry. Liang Jiru's small mouth opened slightly and blinked blankly. Aren't you a law major? Why are you reading this? She was a little surprised, thinking that it was no wonder Chen Lu knew everything. Even if Chen Lu's grades in his major were excellent, he was still learning what he didn't know on sight. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I casually learned about it and watched it for my friend. Chen Lu seriously said. He's too reckless to do anything. He doesn't always go ahead and learn about this. Liang Jiru seemed to be even more shocked after hearing this, and her open little mouth never closed. She was half exhausted just from optics within her own classes every day. Could Chen Lu still spend that much time learning things outside his specialty? Chen Lu also saw her thoughts and quietly pointed to the few people in the distance who had books piled high beside them, and looked like they were working hard, but were actually wearing headphones and brushing videos. Nothing is learned for nothing. and I'm using the time that other people are brushing short videos. I'll still do what I need to do on my own. Chen Lu was pretty sure that if he was allowed to take the LSAT now, he would be able to pass it as well. The girl nodded with seeming understanding and continued to concentrate on her own things. For some reason, Chen Lu's presence by her side made her feel very at ease, and even her study efficiency was much higher. She liked staying by Chen Lu's side more and more, even if she didn't do anything. Even this level of fulfillment was something she never dared to wish for. At this time, Chen Lu suddenly took a pen and poked her arm. Her skin was so good that just a light press would leave a white mark. He just poked it, then slowly watched the marks disappear. "Let me poke my face, okay, classmate Liang Jiru. Surely you don't want your good friend to be upset either, right?" Liang Jiru was stunned for a moment, then she slowly moved a little closer to Chen Lu's side, so that Chen Lu's hand didn't have to reach too far. That evening, the two walked side by side into a hot pot restaurant near the school. Just went in and saw Lin Miao Miao smiling and waving at herself, not caring at all about the strange eyes around her. Liang Jiru lowered her head and sat next to Lin Miao Miao, and Chen Lu sat directly across from her. "You came quite early," Chen Lu joked. Lin Miao Miao put on a shocked expression. "How did you know I was on the school's official website?" Chen Lu froze. "Did I say that? Didn't I just say that she came quite early?" Before Chen Lu could say anything, Lin Miao Miao took out her cell phone in a sharp manner. She didn't even need to look for it. After unlocking the screen, it was the school's official website. The group photo of the drama club and the video of her being interviewed appeared on the homepage. Due to the right intention and the preparation of the program, this program was naturally chosen as the representative of the school festival to be publicized. Although Mo Yuking's dance received more attention from all the students, in the end, it wasn't as good for publicity as the drama club's program. What a surprise!" Lin Miao Miao sighed. "You said that the school is also really, what's the point of making such a big show?" "Jiru, did you watch the promotional video before you enrolled in this school?" "I just enrolled after watching the video." How could the naive Liang Jiru guess that Lin Miao Miao had laid an ambush here, and could only shake her head. "I heard that this program will also be cut into the enrollment promotional video. I'll send it to you to watch when the time comes." Chen Lu gave her a blank look without any good humor. "Good lord, this yen map of yours is short enough." Soon, the waiter came to the trio with a menu. "Order more expensive ones, let's both eat her." Poorly Chen Lu smiled towards Liang Jiru. "We can't help for nothing." Lin Miao Miao couldn't stand it anymore. "You're shameless. Do you think I don't know what you go to do every day?" She protected Liang Jiru in her arms like a baby and shouted, "You're just practicing in the open and doing it in the dark." Chen Lu looked at her blankly with a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about? Why didn't I understand?" He then looked at Liang Jiru. "Did you understand?" The girl shook her head again. She really didn't understand. Lin Miao Miao couldn't say anything. She inexplicably felt that these two were on the same side. She could only blankly glance at Chen Lu and push the menu in front of Liang Jiru. "You can order as much as you want, order more of what you love to eat. After all, you haven't done me any favors." In fact, Chen Lu, who had been superficially dangling for a while, was the one who had helped the Dialogue Drama Club the most, but there was no way Lin Miao Miao would admit it. She would rather die than see Chen Lu's smug expression. Saying this, she took Liang Jiru's arm again. "Quick, let's see what you want to eat. Chen Lu and I will all listen to you today." Seeing Liang Jiru studying the menu carefully with some nervousness, Chen Lu found it interesting. Although this bean worked part-time at the hot pot restaurant, she definitely couldn't afford to spend her own money on a meal. He was not in a hurry, took out his cell phone and casually flipped it twice, waiting for Liang Jiru to slowly look at it. As a result, he suddenly saw a small red dot of 99 appearing next to the QQQ icon on the desktop. And he was violently stunned for a moment. What the hell? As an obsessive-compulsive disorder patient who can't have a single red dot on the screen, he couldn't bear it no matter what. Very curious, clicked in and realized that all of these messages without exception are all friend applications. Quite a few people even directly in the verification information that directly burst foul language. Good guy, several pages of friend application, all because of Mo Yuking public apology to himself to scold his own. Chen Lu couldn't help but think how this year's class of freshmen is so retarded. Last year's schoolmates weren't even this aggressive. A bunch of ungrown lemon essences, actually doing things that only elementary school students would do. He hooked the corners of his mouth slightly and put his phone back on the table. When the person trying to piss you off is too moronic, you'll just find it funny. At this point, Lin Meow Meow couldn't wait any longer and couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you ordered yet?" "You can just order whatever you want." Liang Jiro crossed her 10 fingers together, somewhat squirming. I was thinking about what you and Chen Lu like to eat." Chen Lu poked Liang Jiro's face with the head of his chopsticks and laughed lightly. "I like to eat what you like to eat." "Hurry up, I'll be starving later." Oh, after another while this bean finally finished ordering. Regardless of whether it was Chen Lu or Lin Meow Meow Meow, as long as she had inadvertently mentioned her favorite food to her while chatting, she would remember it. Baby cabbages and tripe are Chen Lu's favorite foods. Lettuce and bean curd bamboo are Lin Meow 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 Meow's favorite foods. The only thing she hadn't considered was what she liked. It seems like it's all hot pot restaurants now. Can't even find any vegetable restaurants just a few bites into her meal. Lin Meow Meow opened her mouth to complain. Nowadays it's either hot pot or roasted meat, or else it's hot pot buffet and roasted meat buffet. Liang Jiro nodded. She also felt strange. When she came to Hangzhou City when she was young, she would often see restaurants with various cuisines, but now she didn't see many of them anymore. The city was now called a food desert. Come to that. When the naive girl's gaze turned to Chen Lu, he spoke slowly with some helplessness, because the cost of opening a hot pot restaurant is too much lower than a cuisine restaurant. How bad could it be? Lin Meow Meow once again made a stupid sound. Chen Lu was still looking at Jiro Liang, patiently explaining, traditional Chinese restaurants have one flavor for one store. Even if you're the boss, you still have to look at the chef's face. If he gives up and quits, the style of the dishes in your store will change all of a sudden, and you might lose a lot of customers. And the chef's training cycle and salary is also a problem. Hot pot restaurant is different. As long as the preparation of the base material anyone can open, do not need a chef. A lot of energy can be used in the training of service personnel and fancy operation. The bottom of the sea is not this fire. Lin Meow Meow Wow after listening to Chen Lu said a whole lot, also no longer with him to bar, viciously biting the straw. Take the juice to take the air. Have to admit that Chen Lu is a little bit smarter than himself. A little bit. A few people you a word and I a word to talk about East and West. Contemporary university livestock can talk about any topic. Liang Jiro spoke less, most of the time using the public chopsticks to secretly give Chen Lu meat and vegetables, and every now and then give Lin Meow Meow a little more. Chen Lu felt that the small bowl in front of him was never clean. No matter how fast he ate, there was always new food in it. Lin Meow Meow silently watched, thinking that she would have to find a boyfriend sooner or later. Not long after, Chen Lu couldn't stand it anymore. "How much did you only eat yourself? I see that you're just focusing on pinching for me." He took out an unused chopstick from the side and kept poking Liang Jiro's cheek. This time, Chen Lu used slightly more force, poking the girl's old couldn't help but close that side of her eyes for a bit, but even then she didn't know to hide. "I've eaten a lot," Liang Jiro defended. Chen Lu did not believe her and continued to bully. The girl's cheeks were soft and her skin was good, poking was really fun. It looked so watery and tender. "I don't know what it feels like to have a kiss. You finally have some meat on your face." It looked like his feeding program had been successful. He was a little surprised at first, but quickly frowned again, and asked in a hushed voice, "Are your bangs longer than they were the other night?" It turns out that look was already long enough. Why do you still keep it longer?" Liang Jiro lowered her head and pinched her fingers. It's not easy to be bullied. Chen Lu is not a girl, and the pretty girls around him are all pampered. Even if he would guess in this direction, it's hard to imagine what Liang Jiro's so pretty eyes would actually bring her. Her earliest days did not purposely keep bangs, only later, even if she lowered her head, there would be people who realized that she looked good and wanted to bully her. Strange eyes looked at her uncomfortable, some up to accost her. She could only run away in a hurry. Every time this kind of thing happens, she will purposely stay a little bit longer. Over time it became like this. With no one to turn to in this city, and still the only breadwinner in her family, she could only hide herself away, begging not to be messed with by anyone. This had proved useful, and few people now surveyed her with evil-filled gazes. Moreover, she had now met a boy who would smile and look her straight in the eyes. Chen Lu stopped poking her cheeks and instead took his chopsticks and gently pressed them against her forehead, reminding her to lift her head up. "It's okay, as I said before, I'm here," he said with a light smile. "No one can bully you. Not even Lin Meow Meow Meow. What does it have to do with me? Lin Meow 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 was stuffing a large piece of baby vegetables into her mouth, not caring about the food at all, and retorted with a slurred voice. After retorting, she continued to eat her own. Liang Jiro quietly gazed at Chen Lu, her eyes shrinking slightly and becoming slightly watery. The whole heart was trembling. Lin Meow Meow ate a few more big mouthfuls, gently patted her belly after swallowing. I don't know why she can eat so well, but she is not fat at all. Not only is the whole person not fat, the fat place is not fat. Chen Missouri are more like an adult than her. Liang Jiro is not the same, although she is not fat, but the fat place is very eye-catching. At this time, Lin Meow Meow suddenly raised the juice in her hand and said, "Come on, let's celebrate the successful conclusion of our drama club's first performance. Shouldn't you save that for tomorrow?" Chen Lu asked curiously. Lin Meow Meow froze for a moment. Right-o, if I say it today, what will I say tomorrow? By the time I say it a second time, I won't feel it. Chen Lu looked at her frozen appearance and couldn't help but scoff as he raised the Coke in his hand and gave Liang Jiro a look. Seeing this, Liang Jiro also raised the cup in her own hand. Chen Lu cleared his throat. Then let's toast our encounter. Lin Meow Meow hooked up the corner of her mouth, revealing her cute tiger teeth. Good. It was already past 8 in the evening when the few people came out. A heat wave hit their faces just as they went out. The street was still brightly lit, and the nearby barbecue stalls and tables set up outside added a lot of fireworks. A lot of drunken people were making a lot of noise there, and there were a lot of meat skewers left on the table. Only the peanuts and beans were consumed constantly. Together with the sweltering air, it announced the arrival of summer. Chen Lu exhaled and said towards Lin Meow Meow, "Are you going back on your own, or are you going to send Liang Jiro with me first?" Lin Meow Meow smiled for a moment, then shook her head. "I'll just take a taxi back by myself. It's not far." She knew that Chen Lu wasn't particularly forceful about sending herself. What's more, as Liang Jiro's best friend, although she didn't know exactly how this girl was on Chen Lu, she still had to keep a slight distance. There are people who, when good friends bickering together would be a great feeling, and going further would rather tarnish the friendship. Chen Lu was this kind to her. Just as Chen Lu led Liang Jiro towards the parking place, Lin Meow Meow waved her hand towards Chen Lu again. "Come over here, I'll tell you something." Chen Lu felt strange and still walked over with a puzzled face. Liang Jiro, on the other hand, continued to walk towards the car. Chen Lu looked at Lin Meow Meow, whose expression was somewhat serious, and joked, "We're not right for each other, so you should give up before it's too late." Lin Meow Meow froze for a moment, almost forgetting what she was going to say. She was furious and cursed loudly. "Chen Lu, you are shameless." Chen Lu suddenly took 2 steps to the side, looking as if he didn't recognize her at all. She curiously turned her head only to see so many people at the barbecue stand next door looking at her with curious faces. When I didn't say it, Chen Lu isn't even fit to be a friend. Seeing that the curious people all averted their gazes, Chen Lu walked back and asked, "What are you going to say?" Chen Lu felt that he could probably guess some of it, guessing that it was also because of Mo Yuking's matter. After all, Lin Meow Meow was watching from close range at that time. If he was towards Qin Yu Chu, she, as Liang Jiro's only female friend, would naturally want to clean up her scum. Lin Meow Meow put on a rare serious expression and said, "You can think about it. So you're saying that if I don't leave her side, she won't be able to leave me?" Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiro in the distance and asked softly. Lin Meow Meow was stunned. She didn't think that Chen Lu didn't even need to make his words clear, and thought to herself that no wonder so many people like to talk to smart people. Right and wrong, she pinched the back of her neck and looked straight at Chen Lu. "I am going to say. She can't stay away from you anymore. This naive girl's heart is too small, so small that she may only have room for one man in this life. When she sneaks a look at you, there is light in her eyes. Ah." Chen Lu looked at her somewhat breathlessly, like the other party was saying something extremely superfluous, and then suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth immediately afterward. "Don't worry, I will never leave her." After saying this, Lin Meow Meow's called internet car just arrived. Chen Lu waved his hand and walked towards Liang Jiru's side. While walking, he thought to himself that this Lin Meow Meow's mind was quite fine, and the segment level was probably only a little lower than Lu Yuyan. She is also really good to Liang Jiru. I don't know how the two of them got to know each other. Chen Lu walked to the front of Liang Jiru and saw that she was taking her fingernail and pressing the bag on her arm. Pressing it horizontally and vertically, a fork appeared. "Bitten by mosquitoes?" Chen Lu asked. Liang Jiru nodded. Blame me, I should have given you the car keys. He smiled and opened the car door, then asked, do you want me to blow on it for you? No need. Chen Lu didn't say anything more, secretly scolding this mosquito for not knowing anything. If it comes to bite me, won't I be able to let this bean blow for me? He continued to carefully pull out the seatbelt and help the girl fasten it. Is there anything wrong with Miao Miao? Her Liang Jiru suddenly asked. Liang Jiru was different from other girls. She asked the question itself and wouldn't try to test the waters. She was genuinely worried if Lin Miao Miao was up to something, rather than trying to ask what the two of them had said. However, Chen Lu didn't care if she was trying or not, and smiled and said truthfully, she asked me not to leave you. Liang Jiru's mind was spinning all of a sudden. She just lowered her head deeply in shame, her long hair hanging by her ears. Chen Lu could only see the roots of her reddened ears and the back of her snow-white neck. Will you leave me after a while? The girl asked with a trembling voice. Thanks to the fact that Chen Lu had been listening to her attentively, otherwise he really couldn't hear it. Will you drive me away? Chen Lu looked at the reverse image and hit the steering wheel. Won't I? Liang Jiru froze and said, how could I possibly drive you away? Then I won't leave you, Chen Lu said with a smile. A few minutes later, Liang Jiru looked at the street outside the window and seemed to find something wrong. This road isn't quite the same as the one going to my house. She found that she was quite proud that she could recognize the road. Chen Lu puffed out a laugh. Definitely not the same. Ah, this is not the road to your house. How can you be so naive? In case you are really sold, you can't even feel it, right? Where are you taking me? Liang Jiru is not panicked. She believes in Chen Lu, will not doubt that kind at all. To the mall to buy you a dress. Chen Lu seriously said. The girl who wasn't panicking now panicked. Buy me clothes for what? You just have those few white t-shirts to change every day. Shouldn't you buy clothes? Chen Lu stretched out his right hand and pinched the corner of her clothes, all washed and rough. Touching it is very uncomfortable. Seeing that the girl still wanted to refuse, he added, didn't you send me a bag containing a DSLR before I return the gift? You have to refuse? Can you still be a friend without being courteous? Liang Jiru nodded, as if she couldn't refute it. It was only when the car stopped in front of the mall that she remembered that the bag was originally given to Chen Lu, because she wanted to thank him. I gave it to him as a thank you gift, and then he gave it to me? Isn't there something wrong somewhere? Chen Lu stopped the car after reaching out to help her unbuckle her seatbelt. Liang Jiru, red-faced, hastily shook her head, signaling that she can do it herself. He didn't force himself, but instead opened the door and got out of the car with a satisfied smile. He knew that Liang Jiru was definitely embarrassed. The reason why he knew it would be like this, and still went to help her, was naturally because he wanted to interrupt her thinking. This bean was slow to react. Chen Lu wouldn't give her a chance to think carefully. A few seconds later, the girl timidly came down, looking at Chen Lu's eyes inexplicably somewhat guilty. She actually disliked refusing Chen Lu's request, and just now she was really too nervous for a moment. Although she felt that she had done the right thing, she still had a little regret. Chen Lu did not care and smiled. Let's go. Today was not a weekend or holiday, so the mall at this point of time would not be that crowded, and most of them were concentrated in the various food and beverage outlets inside the mall. The two walked side by side, looking for the elevator. From time to time there would be people handing out flyers coming up. Liang Jiru knew that it wasn't easy for these people, because she had handed them out herself, so she would carefully take them every time. Chen Lu, because Liang Jiru sent, also changed the mood of the past to receive the style, began to come up. Soon the two hands were stuffed with a bunch of restaurant flyers, and had no choice but to turn their heads to find a trash can to throw away. Why don't I buy you one too? On the upward elevator, Liang Jiru turned back and whispered. Standing one section further forward than Chen Lu, she was just as tall as Chen Lu at the moment. It was just enough to gaze into Chen Lu's eyes. Chen Lu smiled. Wait until your paycheck comes down for the next class. He did not refuse. After all, by that time she would be thoroughly aware of how much she earned from her last lesson. Chen Lu wanted to raise this concept for her earlier, that money could not be saved, and that the effort of thinking about how to save money to the extreme every day was not as good as using it to improve herself to earn more money. Then again, mental labor is far better than the money she earns as a waitress and handing out flyers in a hot pot restaurant, and it also saves energy. Liang Jiru's exhausting work of handing out flyers for a whole day definitely didn't earn as much as being a tutor for an hour. As long as the beginning of this, when this being a few more times a few $100 an hour wages, by then needless to say she will understand that she should develop in this area. There are some things directly tell the world being she can't understand at once, have to boil the frog in warm water. At that time can also understand more thoroughly. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu with a smile on her face, naturally did not expect the other side of the heart thought so much. She just didn't expect Chen Lu to agree so simply, and was a little happy in her heart, and turned her head to start recalling Chen Lu's usual dressing style. Due to thinking too focused, did not notice that she was pushed to the end of the elevator, only to feel a slip under her feet, did not react to her whole person panicked, directly fell down on her back. Chen Lu somewhat breathlessly stretched out his arm, stopped her and gently pushed her to the flat ground. Concentrate, he said softly. In fact, you wouldn't fall even if you stood still and waited for the elevator to push yourself to the flat ground, and when you panicked, you would lose your balance instead. Chen Lu knew this very well, of course, because he had experimented with it as a child. At first he thought it was quite fun to wait for the elevator to push himself up, but then he didn't think it was fun after he was severely beaten up. Liang Jiru had some palpitations, and for a while she didn't know whether she should be scared or feel ashamed first. She felt more and more that staying by Chen Lu's side was reassuring. Chen Lu seemed to be able to solve everything, and would deliberately walk slightly behind her, keeping an eye on her entire person in unexpected situations. Thinking of these, the girl quietly raised her head again to look at Chen Lu's side face. At this time, Chen Lu was concentrating on looking at the clothes around him. He had a little experience in shopping malls, but not much. All of it was forced by his own mom and Chen Moore. Chen Lu was a bit worried. Too expensive this bean certainly will not want, cheap and not necessarily good looking. I don't know how long it will take to pick a price and style that is satisfactory. However, before together to buy food, and now together to buy clothes in the mall, Chen Lu feels quite fresh. Along the way there is no shortage of couples out shopping. I'm afraid that in the eyes of outsiders, myself and Liang Jiru is also one of them. Chen Lu walked to a beige French long dress and asked towards Liang Jiru, "How about this one? Do you like it?" He was clear about Liang Jiru's character, and clothes that were more revealing were not in the scope of consideration. If he coaxed Liang Jiru a little more, she might wear it alone to herself, but that would go against the original intention of buying clothes for her. Liang Jiru slowly walked over. She did not first look at the skirt but quietly looked at the price. 588. Not good looking. The girl shook her head. Chen Lu sighed lightly. Go look at something else. He then took Liang Jiru slowly shopping, changed the usual with Chen Missouri. He would have cried his eyes out at this moment. I do not know why today do not feel tired at all. But picked a lot of pieces. Liang Jiru think not good, whether it is a t-shirt or skirt. Chen Lu is very patient, and accompanied her shopping for a while, walked to a light green dress. This one is not so fancy, but obviously the fabric and workmanship is much better. The store assistant of this store was more enthusiastic and quickly came up. A gift for your girlfriend? Mr. really has a good eye. This one really suits your girlfriend's kind of figure. The shopper was young, with a soft smile, and was quite good at talking. Chen Lu turned his head to look at the girl beside him. This one is not very conspicuous. Liang Jiru continued to pretend to look at the skirt and sneak a glance at the price. How come this one costs more than 600? Enough to eat many meals of ribs. Although it is quite good looking. The girl looked carefully for a while, and finally removed her gaze with some reluctance. Not good looking. Look at something else. Liang Jiru said with a bit of disgust. Chen Lu smiled bitterly. Try it on. Liang Jiru looked at him with a somewhat puzzled expression. We have been shopping for so long, you think it doesn't look good maybe because you haven't put it on. Chen Lu seriously said, try it on and don't pay for it. When the time comes, if you still think it doesn't look good, then change it again. Liang Jiru couldn't argue with Chen Lu, so she could only nod her head. Chen Lu watched the girl walk into the fitting room, very sharp turn around and walk away, looking at the shopper with a confused face. She thought of the scummy guy who dumped his girlfriend like this in the TV series. But soon, Chen Lu came back with a shopping bag in his hand. He put the invoice into his pocket, handed the clothes to the shopping guide, and softly said, "This t-shirt? Please wait and say it's a buy one get one free." The shopper froze for a moment, before seeming to figure something out and nodded dumbly. Soon, the girl timidly walked out. She was wearing a light green waist-length dress, her long waterfall-like hair spilling behind her, her slender waist and slim figure showing through. Even if the girl hung her head deeply, she was still moving enough, and her high peaks made it impossible for people to take their eyes off her. Chen Lu always knew that Liang Jiru had a good figure. But how could he not expect such a delicate figure to be hidden under her usual loose white t-shirt? "Isn't it pretty?" Chen Lu said with a smile. Liang Jiro felt her cheeks burning and muttered, "No. Not good looking." She didn't know if Chen Lu was complimenting her for looking good in person or the skirt. Although she liked the skirt more and more after she put it on, the price still exceeded her range of choices. She slowly raised her head, hoping that Chen Lu would hurry up and look at it enough so that she could go change it. As a result, Chen Lu suddenly spoke, "This is the one." The girl froze. "This is different from what was promised. Chen Lu lied to me again." Liang Jiru looked up at him, slightly beaming, somewhat aggrieved. Chen Lu smiled at her, thinking, "Do you think I can't see that you like it?" His mouth still said honestly, "It's quite worth it. This store is doing an event, buy one get one free." Liang Jiru heard blinking watery eyes. A time did not react. At this time, the shopper quickly came up to play a round game. She took out the t-shirt that Chen Lu had just gone to buy and said with a smile, "Our store has been doing activities lately, and we will give away a summer t-shirt if you spend over $600. Chen Lu took it over and deliberately measured it beside Liang Jiru. "Do you want to try this one again to see if it fits?" "This one fits." The corner of the shopper's mouth was still with a smile. "I've been doing this for a long time, I know what size to take just by looking at it." Chen Lu nodded. "Okay, pack it." The shopping guide purposely took out a bag with their store brand and packed the t-shirt that Chen Lu bought into it. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu, and then looked at the shopping guide who packed the clothes, blinked, and didn't feel anything unusual. She only knew how good or bad the fabric of the clothes was, and did not have the ability to recognize the price from that. Because did not wear any good clothes, also cannot recognize all the brand. After they were all packed up, Chen Lu picked up the shopping bag containing the new t-shirt and Liang Jiru's original clothes, and turned to leave with Liang Jiru. He didn't give Liang Jiru time to change back into her clothes. "After all, I don't know when she will wear it next time, but I still have to take the opportunity to improve my eyes." The extra t-shirt was bought for fear that she wouldn't be able to wear a skirt. Liang Jiru silently walked beside Chen Lu, head down and very embarrassed. The last time she wore a skirt was when she was a child. Although it was a long skirt, but her legs were still a little awkward without clothes wrapped around them. The girl quietly looked up at Chen Lu and quickly looked away again. Chen Lu buying her clothes really made her happy. This was the first time a boy had bought her clothes and accompanied her shopping. Things she never dared to think about before. Chen Lu had already done too much for her without even realizing it. As for the t-shirt, she on the other hand had no doubts at all. She would believe anything Chen Lu said. In fact, even if Chen Lu didn't engage in so much padding, she would still believe it. Although it seemed like she had been lied to quite a few times. Looking at the young girl walking with her head down in her new skirt, and the boy beside her, the shopper's eyes showed a hint of envy. The two were sizing each other up along the way. Chen Lu would glance at the girl beside her from time to time. This skirt really raised Liang Jiru's buried temperament by a few notches. Usually the t-shirt she wore was too loose, and Chen Lu simply didn't realize that Liang Jiru's waist turned out to be so thin and her figure so good. And it is fine, just right. I really want to wrap my arms around and try. Chen Lu swallowed his saliva and took a lot of effort to put his head to one side. Liang Jiru is looking at Chen Lu thinking about what kind of clothes to buy for him when he is paid. Only at this point did it occur to her that if she bought a few $100s worth of clothes for Chen Lu, she would only need to take 2 or 3 hours of classes. This was something she had never dared to think about before. After all, she could only earn $200 by handing out flyers for a whole day. It was then that she understood what Chen Lu had told her so much about at that time. As long as she worked hard according to what Chen Lu had said, she would definitely be able to earn the money to pay for her mother's surgery. Just handing out flyers and working as a waitress at a hot pot restaurant won't do. Seeing Chen Lu still shopping, Liang Jiru hurriedly muttered, let's go back. Don't buy me anything else, okay?" She was afraid that Chen Lu would buy her another outfit, and even though she was staying right next to Chen Lu, the gazes that quite a few people threw at her still made her a little uncomfortable. She could only hold her head up strongly as she had agreed with Chen Lu. Many of the boys passing by would cast their gazes at her, only to have their eyes fall a little when they saw Chen Lu again. After the girls saw her and then saw Chen Lu, their eyes would be filled with envy. There were some subtle differences. "Fine, I won't buy it for you," Chen Lu pretended to compromise. Hearing this, Liang Jiru instantly felt a lot more at ease. As a result, Chen Lu suddenly added, "Go buy some more supplements for Auntie." Huh? No, there's no need for that. I'll work part-time to earn money to buy it for her. Liang Jiro anxiously grabbed Chen Lu's arm directly, trying to make him stop. You asked Auntie? Chen Lu turned his head and asked, his face full of innocence. The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No. Then how do you know she doesn't need me to buy it? Liang Jiro was still holding Chen Lu's arm stiffly, her small mouth slightly open, thinking about what she should say. It's really not necessary. After a while she dissuaded again. You don't get to say it, it's not a gift for you. Chen Lu pretended to think for a moment. Then I'll go ask Auntie. Good. Liang Jiro was relieved. After all, Xiao Zhuofang would definitely politely refuse. What she didn't expect was Chen Lu meant to ask after buying and bringing it with her. After tossing and turning for a while, Liang Jiro finally dragged Chen Lu, who was holding a large bag, out of the mall. It was only when she arrived outside that she panicked and spread Chen Lu's arm. You're bullying me again, the girl complained. Chen Lu smiled and poked her cheek with his finger, feeling the soft and tender touch. Buying clothes for you is also called bullying you. I don't mean this. Liang Jiro pursed her lips. Is it that I buy you clothes to make you happier, or bullying you to make you sad? He asked again. A little more happy, Liang Jiro said honestly. Strictly speaking, it wasn't exactly truthful, because being happy was much more. Chen Lu nodded slightly. So shouldn't you thank me? Why are you complaining about me bullying you? Liang Jiro blinked, inexplicably feeling that Chen Lu had a point. Thank you. Chen Lu was satisfied. You're welcome, you should. Only after he finished speaking did he notice the plastic flowers on the ground outside the main door of this side of the mall, a small white light on the stamen of each flower. It felt a bit dreamy. Let's take a picture of you. I don't know when you'll wear this dress next. Chen Lu looked at her sideways. Time cannot be retained, even if it was yesterday, even if it was the last second. And one's memory is not enough to clearly record every image, every person who intrudes into one's life, with every scenery that one can't help but stop at. This was the reason why Chen Lu liked photography. The girl nodded silently and did not refuse. It was not known whether she was used to it or had given up resisting. Liang Jiro stood in the middle of the sea of flowers and forcefully raised her head to look at Chen Lu, who had a very serious expression. The breeze kept pulling her long hair gently to one side, so the girl reached out a hand and placed it next to her neck to press it quietly. Surrounded by a group of soft lights, the picture looked so beautiful. I hope you can learn to smile. Chen Lu debugged the picture and sighed as he looked at the girl in the frame. Liang Jiro felt strange. I can't smile. Chen Lu nodded. I've never seen you smile, not even once. Hearing Chen Lu's words, Liang Jiro was a bit confused and began to seriously recall whether she had ever smiled at Chen Lu. In her heart, she has definitely laughed, such as the first time Chen Lu sent her a message, the first time she drank the porridge she cooked, the first time she played the guitar, and the first time she said to herself, I'm here. Even when she put on the dress Chen Lu bought for her just now, she had smiled. But whether she showed it or not, she herself wasn't sure. She had suppressed her emotions for too long, habitually hiding them in her heart to the point where she was really thoroughly confused. Looking at Chen Lu, who was walking slowly towards her, Liang Jiro asked somewhat nervously, I didn't. Chen Lu raised his cell phone in front of her, although the girl in the picture was a little shy, but could tell that the mood was soothing, wearing a light green waist-length dress in a sea of brightly lit flowers, with her hair scattered vertically. There was a feeling of peace and quiet in the years, but there just seemed to be something missing. Soon she figured out that the only thing she wasn't smiling about was herself. From the time I met you until now, I haven't seen you smile. Chen Lu's expression was serious. This problem had been buried in his heart for a long time. Not to mention Lin Miao Miao. Even Chen Lu, who had always seldom shown himself in front of outsiders, didn't know how many times a day he could laugh joyfully. Even Mo Yuking was no exception. But Liang Jiro didn't, not even once. Chen Lu put his cell phone back into his pocket, looked at the girl who was blinking blankly in front of him, hesitated for a moment, but still took two thumbs and poked her face, forcibly hooked up the corners of her mouth, and softly asked, Aren't you happy these days? Happy? Liang Jiro seriously said. A little slurred by Chen Lu's poke. Really happy. Every day after I met you was like a dream. That's your own problem. Chen Lu withdrew his hand and sighed in relief. I don't know. I never wanted to hold back my laughter. Liang Jiro herself was a bit puzzled. I just don't want to cry. Chen Lu couldn't help but grunt and laugh a bit. As a result, you didn't how to hold back your crying, but instead, You messed up that you won't be able to laugh, right? After saying that, he frowned slightly. In fact, if you think about it, although Liang Jiru would often have tears in her eyes, she hadn't really cried much. At least in terms of her upbringing, she was already not much different from not being able to cry. Take your time. Chen Lu looked at the girl in front of him who was keeping her head down and said softly. At this moment, it was as if he saw that girl in the hot pot restaurant again. Even though she had been being mean all the time, but her tears had been swirling in her eyes, not daring to cry out. You should suppress your emotions less in the future. Laugh when you want to laugh. Cry when you want to cry, he said, while gently poking the girl's cheeks. Anyway, when you laugh, I'll laugh with you, and when you cry, I'll wipe your tears. So what's the point of holding back from crying? It's not like before, you know? Maybe before you only had a mom who would be too afraid of you being bullied to cry out. Now you have me. I can share your sadness. You don't necessarily have to eat a candy when you're sad. As soon as the words fell, Chen Lu violently felt as if a drop of warm liquid crossed his fingers and fell from his eyes. When his attention returned to the girl's face, the other party was already in tears. Chen Lu did not say anything, but only gently wiped Liang Jiru's tears for her with a very gentle movement, although on the surface he was calm. In fact, he was panicking internally. Holy shit. Why? How good reason to say crying on crying. I am not at all psychological preparation. Other people will not mistakenly think that I am bullying a good girl. Forget it, misunderstanding is fine, as long as I'm not embarrassed. The ones who are embarrassed are them. Unfortunately, Chen Lu's 2 seconds of looking at the passers-by just missed the corners of the girl's mouth that were slightly raised while she was inadvertently crying. Perhaps tired of standing and crying, the girl put her forehead against Chen Lu's shoulder and continued to wipe her tears. After a long time looking at the extremely lovable girl finally dried her tears. Chen Lu gently laughed a little, thinking to himself that girls are worthy of being made of water. They can cry for so long. As for why he was crying, he didn't have a clue in his heart, and there was no need to ask. Maybe it is touched, maybe it is to cry out all the grievances that he suffered before. It is hard to say. It's always good to be able to vent it out. The two of them rode the night toward the parking place. You just leaned on my shoulder for half a day. Gotta pay back, I tell you. Chen Lu looked up at the moon that had just burrowed out from between the clouds and joked. Then, next time you lean on me and cry too. It's not necessary. When the car stopped at the entrance of the alley, Liang Jiru didn't rush down because her eyes were still a bit swollen. Chen Lu even went to the pharmacy to buy an ice pack to give her a cold compress. After all, this would make Liang Jiru's mother worried in a small way, but in a big way, it was about her own innocence for a lifetime. You remember to send me the photos taken. Liang Jiru closed her eyes and said. Chen Lu slowly shook his head. This time the shot does not work. I think it's quite good. Liang Jiru took down the ice pack and looked at him with some curiosity. As a result, he saw Chen Lu with a grave look on his face. For some reason he smiled bitterly. The cell phone is just like this. It would be better if it was a better DSLR. His own DSLR was broken. The one sent by Mo Yuking didn't want to be used, and he was thinking about when to buy another one. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu's sullen expression and blinked in thought. The entrance to the girls' dormitory area. Mo Yuking looked with a helpless face at the boy in front of her, who was kneeling on one knee holding flowers. This must be a freshman who hasn't inquired about her family's situation, otherwise he wouldn't have parked his sports car not far away without thinking. He must have fallen in love with her after watching the party performance. Thanks for the like. But I'm sorry. I have a crush, she said seriously. Mo Yuking would now say thank you for liking when she rejected someone's confession. It's just that the person she wanted to thank the most had already been driven away by her own hand. The boy's expression was puzzled, as if he had heard something heavenly. You have a favorite? Then why isn't he with you? Surely there wouldn't be anyone who could reject you, right? Mo Yuking's face raised the corners of her mouth with some bitterness and didn't speak. There would have been no rejection. If I didn't make a mistake again and again. The boy still didn't seem to want to give up, slowly getting up and gazing at the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in front of him. He had really never been rejected before, so he kicked his girlfriend directly after seeing Mo Yuking perform, not even considering the possibility of a failed confession. Do I really have no chance? He asked unwillingly and doubtfully. Mo Yuking's expression was bashful, and as desperate as ever. Why don't you focus on the people who love you and don't waste your time on me? There wouldn't be anyone else who would have a chance. Originally, Mo Yuking who didn't put other boys in her eyes. Now it was even more impossible for her eyes to tolerate other boys. After saying that, she slowly turned around and walked towards her dormitory. On the way, the sound of a man and a woman talking suddenly entered her ears. "It's so late. Why are you still running over here?" Specifically, the girl's tone was somewhat reproachful, and more than anything else, she was touched. I was afraid that you would have a stomachache. You have such bad menstrual cramps." The boy kept scratching his head, obviously not guessing whether his girlfriend was angry or touched. "Menstrual cramps can actually be cured," the girl said quietly. Her boyfriend was thrilled to hear it, so thrilled that it seemed like he needed to collect all 7 Dragon Balls he was willing to do, and hurriedly asked, "How can it be cured?" The girl came to the boy with her hands behind her back, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. "Just have a child in the future." Mo Yuking stopped where she was and quietly watched them. I'm afraid that no matter if it was someone who held a favorable impression of her or not, it would never occur to Mo Yuking that she would actually envy couples. This extremely outstanding looking, cool-tempered young girl looked at this beautiful picture in front of her, her eyes full of envy, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curving up, happy for the happiness of others. As for herself, the corners of her eyes carried crystallized teardrops. She took out her cell phone and looked at the last message she had sent to Chen Lu earlier. As she expected, there was still no reply. Mo Yuking bit her lower lip heavily. "If it wasn't for the fact that each other's parents were too familiar, you would have deleted me already." She knew very well that as long as she sent out a friend circle, there would definitely be a lot of people lining up to send them to her. But none of that was what she wanted. She tilted her head up to look at the street light beside her, and the bright light became more and more blurred in her eyes, as if separated by a layer of water mist. 2 full moons hung in the night sky, one white and one yellow, and for a moment she wondered which one was the moon. "I really miss you, Chen Lu." After Liang Jiru's eyes weren't so swollen, Chen Lu led her out of the car. The two walked side by side through the alley, the overhead light illuminating 2 long shadows. Arriving at the door, Liang Jiru suddenly realized that she was wearing a newly purchased skirt directly home. There was no place to change, so she could only lower her head and open the door with the key in shame. Chen Lu, on the other hand, followed behind with a large bag. The door just opened. Saw Xiao Sunfang is sitting in a wheelchair, just silently looking at the small window, only a little moonlight sprinkled on her. The figure is a little lonely. Obviously, and his mother Wang Xiaoxia about the same age, but not much to see her look at the phone or TV. Probably for the mountain out and cannot walk her. Looking at the night to laze is already a way to kill time. "I don't know if I can't turn on the light, the room is dark." Chen Lu's heart was suddenly a little blocked. Why are you back so late?" Xiao Sunfang's tone was filled with worry and longing, not much blame. Liang Jiru stammered and was just about to speak when Chen Lu explained for her. "Auntie is good, we are having dinner together tonight." Hearing Chen Lu's voice, she seemed to be instantly relieved, pushing her wheelchair around. "I'm relieved to be with you," she said with a smile, and suddenly froze when she saw the pile of things Chen Lu was carrying. "Why did you carry so many things?" When Liang Jiru turned on the light in the dark, Chen Lu had already squatted beside Xiao Sunfang. He slightly tilted his face, purposely lower than Xiao Sunfang's line of sight. He laughed softly and said, "I saw that the mall just happened to be having a sale today, so I bought you some supplements." Xiao Sunfang was a little embarrassed. "How can Auntie accept so many things from you? You might as well keep this money to buy yourself some good food." Chen Lu said with an aggrieved face, "You can't say that, Auntie, you have managed my meals. I also plan to come often in the future. When my mom scolds me, I'll come to you to dine. If you don't charge me, I'm really embarrassed to come in the future." Xiao Sunfang unconsciously touched Chen Lu's head. Good, Xiao Lu can come if he wants to. "But you have to listen to Auntie, we won't buy it in the future." She stretched out her hand before suddenly realizing that Chen Lu was obviously so much taller than herself, and that she even had to stretch her arm down a little bit when she wanted to touch his head. When she looked sideways, she saw that Chen Lu was half kneeling beside herself. In order to maintain this height, his knees didn't even touch the ground. It looked very uncomfortable. She was in a trance. Chen Lu was still talking like nobody else. If she hadn't reached out this time, I'm afraid I would have overlooked this child's silent tenderness. Thinking of this, her eyes unconsciously became a little moist. "Auntie welcome you any time. Remember to come often," Xiao Sunfang softly said. Chen Lu heard this, and hurriedly put the things he bought in the corner to save himself from being asked to bring a little back when he leaves later. "Come less often, can't Liang Jiru cooks so deliciously. Xiao Sunfang saw Liang Jiru, who was wearing a new dress, was pouring water for Chen Lu. A smile could not help but appear on her somewhat vicissitudes face. After sending off Liang Jiru, Chen Lu was ready to go back to the dormitory. He sat on the car, not rushing on the road. His index finger kept tapping the steering wheel, quietly thinking. What could he do to help Jiru Liang now? Liang Jiru's mother's leg seems to have the possibility of getting better through surgery, but do not know how much the cost is. What is certain is that it is definitely not low. At least this being can't afford it in a few years. But the problem now is that the relationship between the two should not be good enough for him to intervene in this kind of thing. Crossing the line to help would instead make Liang Jiru completely unable to raise her head, and then the two would not be on equal footing. This is not what Chen Lu wants. He does not want to see a being who is obedient to himself because he owes himself. And although mom and dad have a good heart, it is possible to be willing to lend yourself, but this money can only be their own hands to earn out, otherwise the nature is not very good. Not their own earned money, they do not deserve to use it like this. He laughed softly, ignited the engine and left. Trying to take care of this being was really a troublesome thing that had to be fine-tuned. One step at a time. Still halfway there, the cell phone rang. It was actually Li Sai-nian who called. Hey brother Lu, tell me what's going on first, and I'll decide if it's your brother, Chen Lu said in a deep voice. It was impossible for this bastard to offer nothing, usually shouting brother Lu when there was something wrong, and shouting good dare when there was nothing wrong. It is not a big deal, it is that. Want to borrow some money with you. Li Sai-nian tone seems to be a little embarrassed. You are now outside, Chen Lu curiously asked, according to reason to borrow money, and so on their own back to the dormitory to say it. There is no need to call this phone. Li Sai-nian seemed to be seen through, somehow became embarrassed. Yes, I'm outside to treat myself, see the menu is a bit scary. And ran to the restroom to call you. Chen Lu smiled helplessly. How much? I'll WeChat you. Li Sai-nian paused. 2,000 how much? Li Sai-nian, you fucking ate gold? Eat $2,000. Chen Lu almost ran a red light when he shook his head. It seemed like Li Sai-nian's living expenses were only $1,000 a month. The hell knows that this Japanese food is so expensive. Li Sai-nian's voice got smaller and smaller, but that feeling of embarrassment was gone. Since Chen Lu scolded him means that there is no refusal. Their entire dormitory, the most reliable two people is Chen Lu and Jiang Kao. There is something generally look for these two people to discuss. However, this time he did not dare to call Jiang Kao, although both will borrow money, but Jiang Kao scolded far harder than Chen Lu. Chen Lu looked at the countdown on the traffic light, sighed and asked, eat with the girls. Li Sai-nian gave a he-hem. Trying to follow my old ways. Are you? Chen Lu didn't have the good sense to say. Li Sai-nian, this can't even be counted as walking on his own old path. At the very least, he hasn't been slaughtered like this. Do you want to come and eat together? Li Sai-nian whispered to change the topic. Chen Lu snorted coldly. What am I going to do? To steal your thunder, he said very subtly. When Jiang Kao ate with the girls, he never brought him. Even if Chen Lu didn't speak and just sat there, it was too noisy, sometimes too handsome to even be a wingman. It's fine, you come, help me liven up the atmosphere. Li Sai-nian muttered in a low voice. He had been mixing in the student union for so long, but in the end, he was still no match for Chen Lu in this aspect of human relations. Seeing Chen Lu ignoring him, he added, please brother Lu, just this once. When she is really a good girl eats you $2,000 a meal, right? Chen Lu spat at him. Forget it, say the location. I'll go see what kind of demon. After getting off the bus, Chen Lu surveyed the Japanese restaurant in front of him. The decoration was just a fake, fancy Japanese style. Formalism, how obscure. This store was opened right near the university town, and as a result he had never heard of it before. That means it's definitely not going to be very tasty. Obviously a trashy store that didn't put much effort into advertising. I don't know how many people came here just to make a card. Chen Lu looked all the way over according to the table number given by Li Sai-nian, and lifted the curtain to see that he was sitting across from a single ponytail girl. The table was very short, and she even had to sit on her knees, causing Chen Lu to be speechless for a while, and secretly swearing in his heart that he would never come back to this kind of store in his life. Hello senior. After the girl turned her head and saw Chen Lu, she immediately smiled at him. The smile was sweet, and a bit fake. Chen Lu nodded and sized up the other party. This girl had a melon face, and her face was quite clean, and she could barely be counted into the pretty group. About zero point 0.8 Lin meow meow meow. This is my friend Chen Lu, who planned the last welcome party together. The one who was praised by our dean is him. Li Sinian introduced towards the girl. Chen Lu didn't say much and silently sat down next to Li Sinian. He couldn't possibly have a good impression of this kind of girl who had to spend $2,000 on a meal for unfamiliar boys. He was too lazy to hitch a ride. Li Sinian didn't notice that Chen Lu was a bit reluctant. This is the girl who was the host with me. Her name is Qin Wenxi. She is 1 year younger than us. Qin Wenxi was an officer of the Department of Literature and Art, and also followed the planning of the last welcome party, so she recognized Chen Lu as soon as he entered the door just now. However, Chen Lu couldn't remember this person at all. Only when Chen Lu heard this did he realize that the girl who hosted the school celebration party a few days ago was her. No wonder her voice sounded a little familiar. Then he changed his face and glanced at Li Sinian beside him, thinking, "It's not too good for you to let me, a fodder to be eaten at the party, to be the wingman." People were standing next to Mo Yuking and listening. "The two of you hosting together cooperated pretty well. At that time I told my friend all about it." Chen Lu politely said, "Come all the way here can only be a good wingman first. At least when the time comes for Li Sinian to return the money to himself, this meal is considered to be for nothing." Qin Wenxi said somewhat shyly, "Really? Thank you. I still feel that the senior was not even a student council member last year, can follow along to plan the evening party is more powerful. There is a kind of hidden expert feeling. At that time you went on stage to host that for a while. Many girls in our class want you to WeChat it when she memorized the script as fast as you. I never saw her get stuck during the rehearsal." Li Sinian complimented. "No, I get nervous easily, really thanks to your help." Qin Wenxi echoed Li Sinian with a light smile and a very intimate tone. She then continued to talk to Chen Lu about last year's party, seamlessly, as if there wasn't this little episode at all. Chen Lu casually chimed in, and in his heart, he understood why Li Sinian was willing to come here for dinner. This girl's 8-sided appearance gave Li Sinian a kind of illusion that the other party and himself are very chatty. If you chat with a person who is not very familiar and get along especially comfortable, does not necessarily mean that he is your confidant. It could also be because he has a much higher emotional intelligence than you, just in downward compatibility. So he's able to pick up on whatever you're chatting about, not because you're hitting it off. What hidden expert? I'm just a white-collar worker. It's purely thanks to Li Sinian's blessing that I've gotten better acquainted with those people in the arts and culture department." Qin Wenxi drank a mouthful of barley tea, and looked at Chen Lu with her right hand dragging her cheeks and said, "Isn't that a hidden expert? I entered the student union, because I want to be trained to be like you." Chen Lu wanted to get rid of the other party's attention, and simply barred, "It's useless, into the student union training and whatnot are all lies." Qin Wenxi's turn of phrase was still very quick, not letting the atmosphere embarrass herself at all. "Yes, I regretted coming in, the longer I stayed, the more I realized that people as powerful as you are born." Chen Lu patted Li Sinian's shoulder and laughed, "I'm just a firefighter. You are not aware that he had just become the vice minister at that time, and for that party he had come up with a whole bunch of preparatory programs, and he was even able to line up to plane. That's why he was able to immediately find a solution for any temporary illness of the host. People have already thought of it. In fact, the true story of this matter was that Li Sinian begged him to memorize the script the night before and went on the stage temporarily the next day. But of course Chen Lu couldn't be truthful, it wasn't like he was flirting with a girl." The girl covered her mouth and laughed a little. "So great." Li Sinian smiled. "Still, okay." Chen Lu didn't want to speak. "Throwing the topic to you, don't even know how to say it down, don't have a son as stupid as you." Seeing Li Sinian eating with some restraint, Qin Wenxi asked towards him, "Is this your first time coming to eat Japanese food?" Li Sinian hurriedly denied it. It was actually the first time. After the sashimi came on, Qin Wenxi asked Li Sinian in a very gentle tone, "Do you want soy sauce?" Hearing this, Li Sinian mistakenly thought that it was something that could be added or not, and gently shook her head, "No need." The corner of Qin Wenxi's mouth hooked, not saying anything. Chen Lu could see that she was deliberately making fun of Li Sinian. He let out a breath and suppressed his anger as he shouted at the waiter, "It's my first time here, how do you eat this sashimi?" At this time a female waitress rushed over, smilingly asked about Chen Lu's taste and helped him match up the dipping plates. As a result, the soy sauce was still poured for him by Qin Wenxi. Seeing what Chen Lu did, Lee Si-nian also seemed to understand what was going on, and followed his example of rearranging a plate without dipping it in wasabi and eating it dry again. Senior's first time here, Qin Wenqi said with a smile. Chen Lu had accompanied Chen Mo to eat once a long time ago, still nodding right. Lee Si-nian was inexplicably very nervous talking to Qin Wenqi. His brain kept getting stuck, so Chen Lu was hardened for an hour. To the time of calling the waiter to pay the bill, the original protagonist of this meal, Lee Si-nian, finally had a little sense of existence. The waiter walked to the front of the trio and bowed shallowly. The three of you consumed a total of 1988. May I ask who will pay? I'll do it. Qin Wenqi smiled and waved her hand, calling the waiter to herself. Having said that, she was in no hurry to pull out her cell phone. Chen Lu had no intention of paying the bill at all, and at the same time reached out his hand to quietly press down on Lee Si-nian's arm, intending to see how else she could round it up. Although he could see everything, he didn't give steps to anyone. Nor was he ever the person who could still hold his tongue when he witnessed his friend being shagged. How can I let you out? Said I'd treat you instead. Lee Si-nian immediately opened the payment page. Eat. I see you didn't even eat much, Chen Lu said seriously towards Lee Si-nian. Lee Si-nian paused for a moment, but still walked towards the front desk. I'll just pay. The private room was quiet at once. Chen Lu looked at his cell phone, really lazy, thinking that he would find some reason to give Lee Si-nian a beating later. Senior. But I remembered you from the freshman party. She laughed softly, followed by add a WeChat. Chen Lu didn't even raise his eyelids. Forget it, I'm afraid that other girls will be unhappy. Didn't Sister Yuking already reject you? She asked with her chin in the air, as if she was well informed about Chen Lu's matter. I didn't say it was her. 10 minutes later, Chen Lu sat in the driver's seat, his gaze fixedly looking ahead. The colored light of the milky red light sign in front of him hit his face through the car window, constantly changing. After sending Qin Wenqi to the taxi, Lee Si-nian opened the car door and sat next to him. I don't know what the two of them talked about when they parted, but at this moment, his somewhat sad face still had a smile on it. 2 seconds after the car door closed, the heat wave that had just snuck in slowly dissipated. Chen Lu didn't bother to look at him, looking ahead, expressionless. I invited Liang Jiru to dinner. She couldn't even order a $10 dish. Lee Si-nian didn't notice much detail in the meal just now, didn't see that Qin Wenqi's attempt to pay was just a pretense, and thought that Chen Lu was holding him down because he couldn't afford to spend that much money. He silently listened to Chen Lu and did not retort. I'm afraid you can't get down this time. Don't ask me to borrow for this kind of thing again in the future. Damn. I'm just wondering, obviously you have living examples around you. You see that I used to live comfortably, right? Chen Lu was heartbroken that he was another step away from his new DSLR, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lee Si-nian was still very good to him these 3 years down the line. I suggest you stay away from her, you're not on the same level. Chen Lu finally turned his head to look at him with a serious expression. Just now when you went out to check out, she wanted to add me on WeChat, but I refused. Lee Si-nian thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because she wants to familiarize herself with my circle a little bit. Just like how you added Lu Yan in the first place. After all, I told her that you are one of my best friends. XX Chen Lu cursed, backed the car up, and his tone was a bit more impulsive. You're even more devilish than I am. Think about it, would Lu Yan eat Jiang Kao $2,000 for one meal? She will not. If Jiang Kao invited her to eat $2,000 of Japanese food, Lu Yan will break his legs. Liang Jiru wouldn't either. If she saw me spending so much money to treat her to a meal, she could regret it until she cried out. Chen Lu was momentarily angry, and didn't bother to follow the gradual steps like his usual style. Lee Si-nian was a bit unconvinced by Chen Lu's chopped head, and said, what about Mo Yu-king? The side meaning of his words was that Chen Lu had paid a lot for a girl before, and shouldn't talk about himself like this. Chen Lu's face sank. He wasn't very willing to recall things with Mo Yu-king. Mo Yu-king has sent me more than $30,000 of SLR. You let Qin Wenqi send you one. Lee Si-nian immediately regretted when he finished speaking. He really didn't intend to hurt Chen Lu's heart. He could only close his mouth and stop talking, looking at the night scene outside the car window. Chen Lu impatiently honked the horn twice, signaling the car in front to hurry up, and only after a while did he continue to speak. What is not equal is not love. It is the one party's inch of progress and the other party's self-touching. These were the last words that Chen Lu said to Lee Si-nian in the car. The days passed by in such an uneventful manner for a few days, and many juniors were waving their last youth blindly and recklessly like Lee Si-neon. After all, in their view, the beginning of the internship on the social represents the end of their youth. None of them seemed to want to leave behind the regret of not having fallen in love during their student days. Another small part of the couple is into the future of the confusion, and there is always a person did not rush to consider the future of the two. A person is too anxious, and for this fight constantly. This period is the peak time for college couples to break up. Early one morning, Lee Si-neon cleaned up his own, turned his head to go out. Just after pulling open the door, he was shouted at by Jiang Kao. "What the fuck is wrong with you? People are probably treating you like an ATM, and you're still rushing up to them." Jiang Kao was so surprised that his expression was like a fool. "Didn't Chen Lu tell you?" She but also secretly asked Chen Lu for WeChat. Lee Si-neon sighed. "The two of us have a chance." Jiang Kao looked at him with a speechless face. "Lee Si-neon, you're bewildered. Chen Lu is right, you are much more bewitched than he was at that time." He was still unconvinced and said, "The girl I'm going after isn't as good looking as Mo Yuking, and her family situation isn't as good as Mo Yuking's, and she isn't a school flower, so how is she more devilish than him?" Jiang Kao thought of Liang Jiru's appearance, it grunted and didn't say anything. Good or bad chase obviously has nothing to do with the face value. Lee Si-neon is obviously stealing the concept. People in love are really fucking stupid. Oh yes, except me, the Lu Yan is stupid. Jiang Kao hurriedly set himself aside in his heart. But even Mo Yuking isn't this kind of person, right? Wake the fuck up, this is a scum girl. Before Jiang Kao could finish, the door was slowly closed. Jiang Kao glanced at Chen Lu, who was sitting on the bed reading a book, and sighed deeply once again. A girl who just met you and wants your WeChat, he dares to go after and rushes up to others. Saying this, he sat on the edge of Chen Lu's bed again, and smiled. "There is one thing, you are absolutely right. If I ask Lu Yuyan to eat this, she will definitely break my legs." "You're still here reading?" Jiang Kao didn't have the good sense to take the book in Chen Lu's hand over. "You don't follow along to persuade him either." "I'm not persuading." Chen Lu yawned. "He's in this state, he won't come to his senses until he has a bad fall. Let's learn from our mistakes. He'll either get his heart broken in one fell swoop someday, or he'll be smoothed out by time like me. It won't always be like this." He then added, "The probability is the former. That girl is not a good person. It's not just as simple as not responding." Jiang Kao looked at the closed door with mixed thoughts. "Chen Lu can walk out of the mire, you really don't have to be okay." He came back to his senses before he saw that he was holding a programming book in his hand, and then he saw the entrepreneurial process beside the bed, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Dead arrogant, right? Rejecting me while secretly studying this." Chen Lu was unimpressed. "Rejecting you is really rejecting you, and studying this is also sincerely studying. In case I realize that there is no way to live like this, I can still persuade you. You always listen to persuasion more than Lee Si-neon." "Of course I listen to persuasion. If I didn't listen to you, I might still be my Sea King now and miss out on Lu Yuyan." Jiang Kao let out a light laugh. "Speaking of which, isn't it too late for you to study programming? That I really know a little bit." Chen Lu took the book back. "If it wasn't for chasing after Mo Yuking, I wouldn't have chosen the major of law." Jiang Kao raised his eyebrows. "So you actually gave up your dreams or hobbies?" "I don't have any dreams. I'm probably the bumbling kind of person," Chen Lu said softly. "I'll believe anyone who says that, but you definitely can't." Why? Chen Lu felt strange. Jiang Kao picked up the book that Chen Lu borrowed from the library and shook it. "You were chasing after Mo Yuking with great effort, and your grades in major courses were still the best in our class. You knew everything else too. I am really convinced of you." Chen Lu sighed. "It would be good if you were a girl." "What do you mean? I'm a girl and you're chasing me?" "No. The main thing is that I feel disgusted by being complimented by a boy, and I'm really close to spitting out the rice I ate yesterday." Chen Lu put on his t-shirt. "Let's go to class. We are good kids who don't skip class." Evening. Chen Lu gave Liang Jiru a call. He hadn't seen the other party all day today. "You started a part-time job during the day as well?" Chen Lu asked with a frown. "Yeah. I'm going to work part-time at a hot pot restaurant soon, so I'll call you when I get there." "Okay, good." Chen Lu hung up the phone, his brows frowning a little tighter, his expression full of doubts. It always felt like Liang Jiru was a bit strange in these recent days. Meanwhile, inside the counselor's office, "You King, there should still be enough time, you can take your time." The counselor somewhat worriedly patted the girl beside herself. The girl had a ponytail and was sitting by the window. She was lowering her head and seriously sorting out the school recruitment documents. The golden evening sun outside the window seemed to be a background specially prepared for this stunning young girl, making this scene look incomparably tranquil and beautiful. Even just looking at Mo Yuking's side face made her a girl in a bit of a trance, thinking to herself that it was no wonder that even the boys from the other courtyards were coming after her. Don't tire yourself. The big deal is that I'll just be criticized when the time comes. I haven't been criticized much anyway, the counselor said, with a smile. She was already used to being scolded as a newbie. Just want to lie flat and open swing. It's okay, teacher. This is what I should have done in the first place. Mo Yuking gave her a shallow smile and continued to bury her head and do her own. Oh yeah, you can ask Chen Lu to help you. The two of you together should be able to get it done quickly. She continued to persuade. In fact, she also felt strange. Mo Yuking would only do these things in her freshman year, and then she felt tired, so she switched it all to Chen Lu to do it. She didn't know why it had changed to Mo Yuking again. Is there a conflict? It's not like Chen Lu did not directly do not come. The class president to do things are still doing as usual. Mo Yuking heard after a sharp startled, is lifting the file of the hand, just like that stopped in mid-air. The whole person seems to be frozen in general. Everything in front of her eyes became foggy, pursed her lips, and smiled helplessly and bitterly and said it's okay. I shouldn't bother him with everything. The counselor was a little puzzled, but did not ask further. An hour later. I'll take the rest of these back. Goodbye, teacher. Mo Yuking was a little lost in thought as she organized the various materials in front of her. These were all to be used by the students in her class to find internships next month. She gently closes the door, just as Lu Yuyan comes to pick her up for dinner. Why are you wearing a ponytail lately? Want to change your style? Lu Yan asked curiously as she looked at the ponytail behind Mo Yuking that was swishing around. She had always been in the black long straight party, and preferred to see Mo Yuking with her hair loose. Chen Lu likes it, Mo Yuking said lightly. Lu Yuyan almost thought she heard wrong. Her tone was surprised. Chen Lu likes it, yeah. When I saw that girl the other day, she was wearing a ponytail. Mo Yuking said while taking her hand and grabbing the braid behind herself. She gently spread her hand and her hair hung down in a single strand. Her hair quality was very good. It was just that her expression was hard to hide her despondency. When Lu Yuyan saw her best friend's lost soul, but her heart was also a little sad. Her conscience told her that this was what Mo Yuking should endure, but as a friend she was still heartbroken. Just as she wanted to open her mouth to comfort a few words. Chen Lu, he used to be so tired. Mo Yuking suddenly opened her mouth. She tilted her head slightly and gently pinched her snow-white neck, unable to stop frowning at the pain with every slight movement. She couldn't help but think that it was only 2 or 3 days of work, and she was tired like this. When she was tired of doing it and gave up her job, how in the world did Chen Lu hold out for her? Chen Lu didn't even complain to her, not even once. You sit there, I'll pinch it for you. Lu Yuyan pointed to the chair in the corridor and softly said. The two of them sat side by side. Lu Yuyan turned sideways and gently helped Mo Yuking pinch her neck. You too, don't you know to move your head when you've been low for a long time? She knew that this good girlfriend of hers had been busy with this stuff all the time in the past 2 days, in addition to classes. Mo Yuking closed her eyes and shed a tear after humming lightly. It hurts. Lu Yuyan sighed lightly. You originally slept on the pillow, plus a long time low head must hurt. Slightly endure a little, or tomorrow is more serious. Waiting to go down to buy plasters to put on. After she finished speaking and raised her head, she saw that the tears that Mo Yuking had just shed because of the pain had long since formed a line. Looking at her, she was at a loss. Chen Lu, he used to, in the end. How did he come over? Mo Yuking tightly gripped Lu Yuyan's outstretched hand, her voice slightly trembling, like a child who realized that he had gotten into big trouble. I also disliked him for being slow. How sad Chen Lu had to be in his heart at that time. Lu Yan didn't say anything else, just silently helped her pinch her neck and watched her shed tears. 10 minutes later. Mo Yuking, who had been silent for a long time, sniffled and whispered, I will return it to him. Lu Yuyan didn't understand much. What, give it back to him? Mo Yuking looked at the gradually darkening sky outside. Her eyes were a little dim. The traces of tears that had scratched through had dried up on her delicate face. Give back all the good he did to me. He chased you for 7 years just chasing. Lu Yan was a little helpless. How could this be returned? She sighed lightly and joked, after you return the favor you can run 3. No one wants you, I know. Mo Yuking took a wet towel and wiped her face, slowly got up and continued to look out the window. What? But it doesn't matter, I'll give it back to him, not a single bit. All of it. This was the first time that Liu Yan saw this kind of look from Mo Yuking's eyes. She patted the girl's shoulder. Let's go. Go buy you a poultice, and then eat. Mo Yuking shook her head. I want to go home, your mom is back. No. Just want to go back. Liu Yan recalled Mo Yuking's eyes just now. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became, and seriously said, then I'll accompany you. Mo Yuking smiled at her. What kind of expression is that? It's not like I can't think straight. What's there to be unable to think about? I don't deserve to be unable to think about it either. Under Liu Yun's repeated requests, Mo Yuking finally agreed to let her send herself home. Liu Yan also compromises a step and agrees to drop her off and leave. Mo Yuking leaned against the car window, staring blankly at the gloomy sky. Thick dark clouds gathered together. Looking at the mood is very depressing. A sudden muffled thunder nearly startled her, pulling her complicated thoughts back. It's going to rain again. Ah, how annoying. It didn't take long for the car to stop in front of Mo Yuking's neighborhood door, and the rain was exaggeratedly heavy. Mo Yuking took out her umbrella and slowly opened the car door. Every time I come to send you off, I feel psychologically unbalanced. Riverview House. Too exaggerated. Liu Yan looked at Mo Yuking's back and joked, I can't afford it even if I work hard for my whole life. Maybe I'll be lucky to buy a bedroom, only to see the beautifully built girl holding up a black umbrella in the rain, the rainwater snapping on it. Mo Yuking slowly turned around to look at her. A light smile. Pier edge is shallow. What's so unbalanced? My home is not your home. Liu Yan froze for a moment and waved her hand with a smile. Let's go. Ah. Remember to put on the ointment. Seeing Liu Yan driving away, Mo Yuking also moved to go back. Mo Yuking walked to the door and pressed the fingerprint to open the door, only to see a somewhat unfamiliar figure in the living room. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a somewhat blonde figure, who was sitting on the sofa watching a short video. This was her so-called stepfather, Lin Jingming. Just this moment alone made her suddenly feel a little depressed, and her already lost mood was even more directly to the bottom. Mo Yuking thought that he was probably called by her own mother to help her clean up, wanting to use this to make their relationship a little closer. In the beginning, when Mo Yuking still have a little touched, until later found the truth. Estimated mom, how can not imagine, he has always been directly called a cleaning aunt's over, and then their own leisurely sitting on the sofa to read the phone. Every time is like this. When the time came, he had to be asked by his mom why he didn't get along with him. But Mo Yuking long ago did not care. She silently changed shoes, walked into his room, bang, closed the door. The other party did not raise his head. It looks like he did not intend to take care of her. Mo Yuking just entered the room, then rummaged through the closet to find something. Soon the floor was filled with all kinds of strange and weird things, from the old and childish-looking watercolor paintings, gyroscopes, crystal balls, paintbrushes, Barbie dolls, and then later on love letters, sketches, paper roses, necklaces. Originally lying on the bed of the Big Bear doll was also held down by her. After all set to the ground, Mo Yuking looked at these, silent, hooked up the corner of the mouth. These are all given to her by Chen Lu, from childhood to every year's birthday gift. As the two grow older, the style of the gift is also changing. From childish to mature. From ignorance to love. Watercolor paintings and sketches painted above are themselves, just painting skills are vastly different. Watercolor painting is not so much a painting, it is more like drawing a matchmaker, round head, curved eyes and corners of the mouth, draw a blue trapezoid as a small skirt, head, and then draw a yellow ball as the sun. She smiled and laughed, as if the tears that had just dried up at school had dripped down again, and after they had dripped onto the drawing she hurriedly put the already yellowed drawing aside. Soon she froze again. One less piece, she muttered in a dumbfounded whisper, and without bothering to put on her slippers, she opened the door and walked to the living room in a hurry. Where are my things? Mo Yuking shouted sharply. Lin Jingming froze before looking up at her, and it was obvious that he was suppressing his impatience. What things? Mo Yuking took a deep breath, trying her best to make her emotions not too out of control. My things. The octave box that was placed on the nightstand. She didn't want to get into a heated argument with this man so as not to disturb her mother's feelings any further. But at the same time she also didn't want to be disturbed by them, which was why Mo Yuking had been living on her own for the past few years. The man narrowed his eyes, finally remembering this. I asked Auntie to throw it away this afternoon. Ah, something so childish. How old are you? Mo Yuking paused for a moment. Who let you throw it? That was mine. Did you ask me? That was given to me by Chen Lu when I was 12. Lin Jingning flicked the ashes of his cigarette and said helplessly, you'll be interning soon. Focus on the important things and be mature. Mo Yuking, who was already angry, couldn't help herself even more now. You're not my father. Why do you care so much? Why can't I care? The man stood up and growled, seeing that Mo Yuking was still coldly glaring at him with tears in her eyes. Not wanting to make things too stiff, he picked up his cell phone and left. I'll just buy you another one. This kind of thing that isn't worth anything at all takes as much as it takes, he said impatiently, then closed the door heavily. There was still thunder outside the window, a bolt of lightning illuminating the dimly lit house from time to time, and the pouring rain was getting heavier and heavier. Mo Yuking stood there like a statue, as if she hadn't heard the sound of the door closing. She was quietly reminiscing about the past. When Lin Jingning and her mom came back from abroad, and only bought gifts for her half-sister, she cried and told Chen Lu about it, and the next day, Chen Lu gave her an octave box. The smile of that little boy is still fresh in my memory. That day Chen Lu came to her home early in the morning, was her mom and sister pulled to chat for a long time, before finding the opportunity to run into their rooms. Mo Yuking, who was still sulking with red eyes, saw Chen Lu's mood at that moment, which was really hard to describe. Chen Lu dug her out who was hiding under the quilt, and then just like magic, he pulled out this octave box from his own clothes. He put his finger in front of his lips and said in a very small voice, hush. Lin Qian doesn't have this, I'm only giving it to you. You must not tell her. You come over and look. It will still ring. When Mo Yuking came back to her senses again, she was already standing downstairs. A person stood alone in the pouring rain. Bean-sized raindrops kept falling onto her, and soon her entire body became wet, and her originally light clothes became heavy and heavy at the moment. Many strands of her hair were stuck to the side of her face by the rain, so she casually took her hand and pulled it off. She looked up at the few trash cans in front of her, her gaze cold, and her expression bland. So that's why I hate thunderstorms. I don't know how much time passed. The icy cold rainwater that spilled onto her body turned hot, and the steam crowded the entire bathroom. Mo Yuking let the water from the shower wash over her, raising the corners of her mouth as she looked at the octave box in her hand. On the back of the octave box was written a crooked CM, and it looked like it was painted with correction fluid. Correction tape came later. The C that looked like a parenthesis was painted by Chen Lu, and the more upright M was painted by Mo Yuking. Mo Yuking didn't know whether it was hot water or tears that crossed her cheeks at the moment. She didn't want to care about that and just smiled gently. The C you painted is ugly, how do you look at it? She followed Chen Lu's example at the time, and pressed her index finger to her lips, but she couldn't suppress the downward curved corners of her mouth, and her vision became completely blurred. I was in the beginning, why did I forget? What right do I have to forget? I think you are good to me, as a habit, as a matter of course. Thank you for treating me so well in the past, so well that I would get angry if you didn't answer my calls. Mo Yuking looked at the wooden octave box in her hand, when that little boy with a clear brow seemed to appear in front of her again. She gently stroked the letters written on it and muttered to herself, when you were a child, you said you would marry me when you grew up. I obviously promised you when I was so young, it's all my fault that I later forgot. It's all my fault for not keeping my promise. Saying that, she sat down in a powerless crouch again, hugging her legs tightly, completely sobbing uncontrollably. It's all because I don't know how to hurt you over and over again. Chen Lu, I'm sorry. I really wanted to marry you when I was a kid. Now also want very much. The following day at noon, Chen Lu sat on the cafeteria dining chair, resting his chin and gazing at the girl in front of him. Liang Jiru was a little squirmy from his look, lowered her head and ate in small bites. Her heartbeat never slowed down. This point happened to be the time when the cafeteria was the most crowded, surrounded by people, making a lot of noise. Even so, she could clearly hear her heartbeat. After a while, the girl finally couldn't help herself and muttered in a small voice, "You. What are you looking at me all the time for?" Chen Lu was still sizing her up, and when he saw that she hadn't eaten much at all, he sighed softly again. Bad appetite lately, the heat. Liang Jiru replied with her eyes hanging down. Chen Lu felt amused. Your so severe dark circles under your eyes are also because of the heat. Originally he wanted to break the casserole and ask to the end, but as a result, Liang Jiru also raised her head to look at him. At this time, her eyes were a little moist. I'll tell you later, okay, the girl pleaded, looking inexplicably a bit timid, like she was afraid that she would get angry after hearing it. The corners of Chen Lu's mouth lifted slightly, his expression was very soft. If you don't want to say it, then he stopped in the middle of his words. And it was then that he reacted to the fact that the girl meant that she would definitely say it if he asked. Because she wasn't very willing to say it, she preferred to not ask herself. Chen Lu suddenly smiled, good, saying that. He gave Liang Jiru another peeled shrimp. Not bad, to reward you for learning to politely refuse. One step closer to smiling at me. Strange to say, this bean timidly refused to answer him instead, but also let him feel quite happy. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu dumbfounded, her eyes blinking, as if this development was a bit different from what she expected. After a few more seconds, she suddenly opened her mouth. The dark circles under my eyes are because I've been tired lately. Well, I want to work a little bit harder and want to early. Realize the dream well. It was obvious that the plot didn't develop as either party expected. This time it was Chen Lu's turn to freeze. He also blinked. I didn't ask. Why did you suddenly say it again? He didn't understand what was going on with Liang Jiru at all. The girl lowered her head, kept pinching her fingers, and said very seriously, because I don't want to reject you. Liang Jiru was always a little stubborn in some strange places. Chen Lu slowly stretched out his hand and tended the girl's bangs to one side, looking carefully at her watery eyes. Her eyes were still as clear and beautiful as ever, only the thick dark circles under her eyes made her look a little haggard. Are you going to class in the afternoon, or going to a part-time job? Chen Lu asked curiously. To go part-time, one bite won't make a fat person. Chen Lu's expression was a little worried. You eat quickly, after eating I'll take you to a quiet place to rest. What do you mean by this scared look? Don't think too much, okay? I'm a decent person, do I look like a bad person with these eyes? After finishing his meal, Chen Lu brought her to a gazebo that he had only recently noticed. To say why he only noticed it recently, it definitely couldn't be because the drama club was no longer suitable as a meeting place anyway. This pavilion was located in a relatively remote part of their college, next to a rather large pool, and except for a few couples who would come here for a walk on the weekends, not many people would come here at all. It's very quiet. Liang Jiru seriously appreciated the surrounding scenery, gazing at the sparkling water waves blown out by the breeze of the pool, a little lost in thought. The breeze was also soothing to the body, dispersing much of the heat around her. She hadn't really known there was a place like this in the school before. It would be better to say that she hadn't really looked around the school much, since there wasn't usually that much free time for her to wander around. Side by side, the two walked into the gazebo, which had a stone table in the center with two cylindrical piers next to it. The surrounding circle was filled with wooden benches that could be sat on casually. Liang Jiru had just carefully helped Chen Lu wipe the stone pier clean when Chen Lu sat his butt on the stone table next to it. She had no choice but to sit down herself. Just after sitting down, Chen Lu poked her cheeks a little hard. She puffed up her cheeks to resist, then she was pressed down again by Chen Lu's fingers like poking a balloon. I've told you before, this is a gradual process. Isn't it good to combine labor and rest? Chen Lu looked at her with a stern face. Your dark circles under your eyes are so serious, and the flesh on your face that I just raised has also lost weight. You'll get exhausted like this. Liang Jiru lowered her head and pursed her lips, looking like she was honestly accepting the criticism. Since Chen Lu was sitting on the stone table, looking at Liang Jiru, who was sitting beside him, really had the feeling of sitting on a podium and looking down on the students. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Student Liang Jiru, do you recognize your mistake? Liang Jiru was very cooperative and gently nodded her head, then continued to lower her head and pinch her fingers, really like an elementary school student who didn't write her homework and then said she forgot it at home. Recognized, she commiserated. Chen Lu was very satisfied to say, Teacher Chen, I know it's wrong. I won't be angry with you if you say it. I know it's wrong. What about the back, Chen, Mr. Chen? The girl's voice was soft, timid, and somewhat shy and nervous. Chen Lu froze for a moment, then hastily let out a deep breath. Something was not right. It seemed like some not-so-normal fetish had awakened. He hurriedly cleared his throat once again and said towards the girl beside him, I guess you're too embarrassed to lie down on the bench, so just lie down here and sleep for a while, and I'll yell for you to get up when it's time to go to the part-time job. Chen Lu thought to himself that if he didn't bring her here, she might even just lie down on the cafeteria table and sleep. When Liang Jiru heard this, she honestly plopped down on the stone table and slowly straightened her legs under the table. Her pants were tugged a bit by such an action, just revealing her white and slender ankles. Chen Lu, me, as a qualified boy, naturally saw it at a glance. First of all, he wasn't a foot controller, and secondly, he wasn't a foot controller. It just happened to be seen. He had just turned his head back and wanted to say something when he realized that the girl had already fallen asleep. It was only a matter of seconds. He wondered for a moment if it was because he was so tired, or because he was so trusting. Or perhaps both. Liang Jiru's arms were clasped together, her head lying on its side, sleeping deeply. Close enough to clearly see her delicate skin and delicate features, beautiful. At this time a gentle breeze came, blowing up the girl's black hair, at the same time very naughty to her gathered behind the ear a few strands of hair blown to the cheeks. The girl seemed to be feeling a little itchy and frowned slightly. Chen Lu smiled and reached out his hand, gently helping her lift her hair behind her ear. He looked at the sleeping girl for a while, and then also slowly closed his eyes, facing the pool, facing the afternoon breeze, revealing a very pleasant smile. Although he slightly closed his eyes for a while, Chen Lu would not take a nap. Because he still had to wait to call Liang Jiru up. It wasn't because such a beautiful being was sleeping beside him defenselessly, so it was a waste of time not to look. Chen Lu nodded and had to express his appreciation for his honesty. What does it mean to be a decent person? When the time was almost up, the cool breeze also stopped, and the air became a little stuffy. Chen Lu gently pinched the girl's cheeks, soft. "Get up, I'll send you," he softly said. Liang Jiru got up in a daze, her cheeks still had the red marks from the pressure earlier. She first froze for a moment with her eyelids hanging down, then rubbed her eyes again. It took a few more seconds before she reacted. Seeing that Chen Lu was still looking at her, she hurriedly looked away somewhat embarrassed. "Sit down and wake up. I was afraid that someone would abduct you in a sack and didn't go buy you water." Chen Lu laughed lightly and said, "I'll send you there later." After saying this, he remembered that he seemed to have a class in the afternoon, and he was nervous for a second, then threw it to the back of his mind. If it was time to skip, it was time to skip. There wasn't anyone who hadn't skipped a class their junior year of college, was there? No way, right? Liang Jiru quickly shook her head. "No, it won't work." "Why?" Chen Lu asked curiously. "You have to go to class." Chen Lu froze. "How do you know you sent me your class schedule for this week?" Liang Jiru looked at him with a serious face. Chen Lu shrugged and got down from the stone table. It seemed that sending was not possible. He stood next to the girl and slowly opened his mouth. "Listen to me, get today's money and stop. I will help you to find students who need tutoring." At that time, the two of us, female and male, double cheating. It doesn't seem right. I'm going to tell all the parents I know who are anxious about their kids that your kids are at the most critical stage. Then you can just go and become a tutor. Chen Lu smiled sinisterly. But this matter can't really be said to be a lie. Chen Lu had privately and seriously said that Liang Jiru taught really well without being nervous. "I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product." Liang Jiru is also the lowest price in the industry. To strike a blow can only be said to be a win-win situation. However, when the time is sure to increase, the price cannot teach Chen Missouri an hour 200, teach others also an hour 200, right? Thinking of these, Chen Lu poked Liang Jiru's cheek again with some anger. "Ms. Liang, I hope you can repeatedly tell yourself that being a tutor for an hour can earn you a whole day's worth of money from other part-time jobs. Is that okay?" Liang Jiru let out a soft, "Oh," a little less confident. She had actually applied for tutoring jobs in the past 2 days, but without exception, they were all politely rejected. It was only at this time that she completely realized that Chen Lu was really very, very cooperative with her. She also found out how much Chen Lu had worked inside and out for this part-time job of his, or else his parents in Chen, Missouri wouldn't have been able to accept his job so easily. It was the strict examination like other parents that was the norm, asking questions like a household check. Just as Liang Jiru was thinking with some frustration, Chen Lu suddenly patted her shoulder. "Don't be nervous, I won't look for parents and children whose character doesn't work. At that time you'll have at most a little bit more trouble than teaching Chen more. I promise, just a little bit. Rest assured. Or, if you don't like this kind of work that requires socializing, so you can tell me. I'll support you in all of it." Liang Jiru nodded slightly and said softly, "Thank you. I don't dislike it." Chen Lu's words surged a warm current in her heart, and if she didn't realize that Chen Lu had been looking at herself, she really had to hold back from taking a deep breath with her face averted. Don't move and say such words that make people breathless. Thank you is too worthless. Shouldn't you repay me? Chen Lu didn't have the good sense to say, thinking that I didn't come to hear you say thank you. How to repay? The girl raised her head to look at him, just revealing a large portion of her snow-white and smooth neck, and the slit of her t-shirt neckline. Probably because of the reason that she had just slept on her back. She was still a little sweaty. Chen Lu retracted his gaze that was not at all decent, and looked straight into the girl's eyes that were full of doubts. Smile then smile. Liang Jiru slightly tilted her head, even more confused. He helped me out so much, pay just to see me smile? Right? I told you. I've never seen you smile before. Chen Lu's expression became serious. Liang Jiru took a deep breath and locked eyes with Chen Lu. Then, slightly hooked up the corners of her own mouth. Chen Lu sighed, it's too stiff. It scares me to look at it. Maybe that moment when you were happy has already passed. Try again next time when you're happy. Liang Jiru picked up her cell phone and looked at herself. It seems to be a bit strange. At this time Chen Lu asked again, you're not uncomfortable anywhere, right? It always feels like you haven't been looking too good today. No. Chen Lu looked at the girl's nervous appearance as she lowered her head and pinched her fingers, and sighed helplessly. After Liang Jiru went to her part-time job, Chen Lu also honestly returned to the classroom. The theory and practice of innovation and entrepreneurship for college students, this is what this class is about. I heard that the vast majority of schools would offer this kind of course, but there were also those that said they didn't. So Chen Lu wasn't sure. But he didn't care that much as all. The last few such classes he slept through. Many of the topics of the groups in the class were also very abstract things, such as helping to plan a flower store for confessions and marriage proposals, and hosting a gaming experience center. There was nothing they wouldn't dare to think about if they thought about it, and didn't spend any money anyway. All in all, this kind of class is just going through the motions, and so are the online classes that have to be brushed up, and most of them just hang there and continue to play games. Chen Lu in his dormitory. 4 people are still sitting in the same row. He had just sat down when he heard the sound of Jiang Kao whispering with Li Sinian. I'll say it to death, an iron rice bowl is the best, at least it's stable. You hurry up and prepare for the public examination with me, Li Sinian said seriously. Jiang Kao gave him a blank look. It's not that good, you just see the comfortable place after finishing, he added. Just like you can only see Qin Wenxi's good points. Li Sinian was somewhat speechless, thinking that he was chasing a girl. How his brothers were all obstructing him in every way. He helplessly said, Boss, it's meaningless for you to say that. I also think what you said is wrong. Chen Lu concurred. Jiang Kao turned his head and glared at him. What's wrong anyway? I don't see any merit in that girl. Ha 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 ha. Laughing and smiling, Chen Lu realized that the girl sitting in front of Jiang Kao was Liu Yan. A few girls also got together and chatted. Yan, where is Yu Qing? She's a bit unwell and took a leave of absence. So our counselor is really too outrageous. It's hard to get her to approve a leave. We have another class after this one, so I'll have to wait until the evening to see her. The more Liu Yan said, the more furious she became. Chen Lu sighed deeply. Forget it, don't mock him, who hasn't died to an untouchable girl. Frustration will educate him for us. Jiang Kao was unconvinced, and said loudly, you two don't bring me along. Buddies weren't like this when they were young. What were you like when you were young? Chen Lu continued to ask. When I was young I was the king of the sea, okay? It was all the girls lining up to chase after me. Chen Lu nodded, and said towards Liu Yan, did you hear that the girl in front did not turn around, and only said 3 words, I heard you. Jiang Kao froze in place, and the other 3 laughed like idiots, almost out of breath. Chen Lu had just slowed down when he saw a new message on his cell phone. Xiao Lu, this is your auntie Xiao Jiru fainted at her part-time job. The hospital just notified me, but you know my situation, can I trouble you to go and take a look? I'm trying to figure out how to get over there. When Chen Lu reacted, he had already stood up long ago. The class and the teacher were all staring at him flabbergasted. Teacher. My stomach hurts. The teacher was stunned and froze for a moment, pushing up his glasses to look at him. The several people beside Jiang Kao also froze, completely unable to understand how Chen Lu, who had just been smiling and laughing, suddenly played this game. However, seeing Chen Lu's serious expression, the smile on Jiang Kao's face gradually solidified and was replaced by worry. After a short silence, the teacher gently nodded his head. The next second Chen Lu scurried out. On the way he called to appease Xiao Sunfang's emotions, and incidentally sent a message to the counselor to ask for a leave of absence. Apparently he wasn't going to attend the next class either. Unlike with Lu Yan, the counselor immediately agreed just after he sent the message. Hospital, in front of the ward door. Chen Lu's mouth was slightly open, panting heavily. The pungent smell of disinfectant in the air kept filling his nostrils, and running so far in one breath after stopping the car made his throat raw and sore. He casually propped up the wall and raised his head, and saw a short-haired girl standing in the doorway, constantly wiping her tears. It was Lin Miao Miao. What? What's the situation? Chen Lu came over and asked, his voice a little hoarse. Speak up, I heard that she fainted and ran over. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Miao Miao wiping her tears with the back of her hand, he continued to ask, and his tone became urgent. Jiru, she has low blood sugar. Lin Miao Miao said sadly. Chen Lu was violently stunned. You're sick, aren't you? Hypoglycemia isn't that serious. You almost scared me to death by crying at the door. Lin Miao 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 glared at him. What words? She had wanted to scold Chen Lu twice more. As a result, she looked up and saw Chen Lu letting out a deep sigh of relief, leaning his back against the wall in a disengaged manner, revealing a shallow smile. Her little temper that had just come up suddenly went down. Chen Lu turned his head to look at her, panting much better. Why don't you go when the doctor is inside? I just finished helping her make up for her hospitalization. Still need to be hospitalized? Chen Lu asked with some concern. He knew more about the symptoms of hypoglycemia, but something like hypoglycemic coma wasn't so bottomless in his heart. Even if we only stay for a day or two, we still have to do it. Chen Lu nodded slightly, and without saying anything else, he took out his cell phone and called Xiao Xunfang. Glancing inside through the glass on the door from time to time, it looked like Liang Jiro was still on a glucose drip. The hospital really isn't a good place. While waiting for the answer, he sighed in a deep voice. The vast majority of atheists would become believers in the gods here. Aside from families welcoming newborns, most people here would rarely have a smile on their face. At that moment, the phone was picked up. Hey auntie, don't come over. I'm here. Chen Lu spoke first. Lin Miao Miao and I are here. No big problem. If it's not possible, I'll go pick you up later. In his momentary haste, he didn't even bother to pick up Xiao Sunfang and only came to see how Liang Jiro's situation was. Ah. Good, I'm really troubling you, Xiao Sunfang said softly. Her voice was a bit tired and vaguely carried a bit of a crying tone. She had stopped cabs on the side of the road for a long time, and none of them were willing to take the trouble to drive her. She didn't know anyone on this side either, and sitting in her wheelchair, listening to the sound of vehicles driving by on the side of the road, she looked so helpless and uncertain. It was only now that Chen Lu completely realized that Liang Jiro was really the backbone of her family. She can't even get sick. Seeing the doctor open the door and come out, he added, Auntie, I'll hang up first. Seeing the two men's anxious looks, the doctor slowly spoke. The problem isn't very big. Low blood sugar fainting won't leave any after effects as long as you get medical attention quickly. Bed rest first. Just pay a little attention in the future, okay, Chen Lu said, and opened the door and walked in. Liang Jiro had already been listening to Chen Lu's voice, and now that she saw the familiar handsome face, there was even more of an unspeakable feeling in her heart. Lin Miao Miao, who was following Chen Lu, also smiled at her, making her unable to help but hook the corners of her mouth as well. A smile finally surfaced on her haggard and incomparable face. This feeling of having the feeling of being cherished by a friend had never been so clear. The three people all had light smiles on their faces, just for different reasons. Chen Lu took his index finger and lightly poked Liang Jiro's forehead, then slowly sat beside her. I'm sorry, Liang Jiro said with some embarrassment. It was both an apology for troubling Chen Lu and Lin Miao Miao, as well as an apology for not listening to Chen Lu properly. Chen Lu looked up at the glucose that was falling drop by drop and softly criticized, will you listen to my words in the future? Listen, you're here early. If you fainted and no one realized it, if your brain is deprived of oxygen for so long, you'll become a fool even if you don't die. Chen Lu was a little upset, and continued to poke her brain broad. You were already stupid, and then a little more stupid still. Live or not, Liang Jiro was also embarrassed to speak. So she honestly lowered her head, and let Chen Lu poke herself. Quietly raising her eyes to see the corners of Chen Lu's slightly raised mouth, she then let go of her heart. Can you two hurt me later? Lin meow 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 didn't have the good sense to say. After she finished speaking, she sat directly on the edge of the bed and pulled up Liang Jiru's hand. Do you want to eat something? I'll go buy it for you. Liang Jiru shook her head, looking groggy and not having much appetite. Chen Lu silently slowed down the speed of the infusion a little. You go buy her some cookies and bread or something. Let her eat a little bit. When she has an appetite, then she can eat. Lin meow meow immediately went out when she heard Chen Lu's words. Who would want to be a light bulb? After the sound of the door closing, the ward was suddenly quiet. Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? Chen Lu, who had finished punishing the girl, asked softly. It's okay, just not much strength. No matter how much you want to work harder, you need to care more about your body, okay? Chen Lu said, while helping Liang Jiru peel the candy paper. Lin Miao Miao was in a hurry outside just now and cried, for the sake of those of us who care about you, you have to take care of yourself as well. Come on. Open your mouth. Chen Lu took a hand and cupped a fruit candy and handed it to her mouth. Reward you for smiling at me for the first time. Liang Jiru nervously pursed her lips, letting the orange-colored fruit candy touch her lips. Replenish some sugar, be honest. Open your mouth. Ah, Chen Lu coaxed as if he was coaxing a child to eat. The girl really couldn't argue with him, and as if she had made much determination, she could finally open her mouth slightly with a red face. Chen Lu frowned slightly. Open wider? You can't even put it in if you open so small. I'll eat it myself. Okay, Liang Jiru pleaded aggressively. It's fine. No one can see it anyway. Chen Lu intentionally glanced towards the door. If you keep inking, be careful of being caught by Lin Miao Miao. He had just turned his eyes away when he felt a soft and moist touch coming from his fingertips. The candy had already been snatched away. His hand was still frozen there. A tiny bit of liquid remained on his fingers, a little cold, making him not tightly gulp. Feeding achievement, get, in inexplicable circumstances. He turned his head in surprise, only to see Liang Jiru's slightly red and beautiful side face. It seems that she also felt something. Don't turn her face to look at herself at all. Liang Jiru kept adjusting her breathing. Afraid that the sound of her rapid deep breathing would be heard by Chen Lu, her heart was almost jumping into her throat. It seems like something is not quite right. Is it possible that he has gotten wrapped up in it again? It's not okay for no one to see it, right? Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiru's side face, and the long hair scattered behind her, looked at her dumbfounded, and smiled dumbfounded again. It was like a fool. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong and frowned in thought. Why does it always feel like it's suddenly turned into a turn-based game? What's the deal with this bean not moving to give me a blast? But she's also shy, so this round is barely a win for me, right? I'm not blushing. I can't blush in the future. It's embarrassing if this bean sees it. Not bad, not bad. Chen Lu was satisfied. You hurry up and eat. I'll reward you with another one later. He recalled the soft and sticky touch just now and said loudly, No, don't. Liang Jiru was made shy to the extreme by these words. Her voice trembled a little. You lied to me again. She aggravatedly said. This Chen Lu is always bullying herself with both softness and hardness, pitting and cheating. He had clearly been thinking about not feeding just now, but as a result, he was so scared that he couldn't think of anything else after a sentence of being careful of being caught by Lin Miao Miao. He also purposely mentioned that no one could see the previous mention. Bad. I'm only lying to you. Chen Lu smiled and looked at her. Don't you like it? Liang Jiru quietly lay down, turned her head sideways to the side of the infusion, half of her head buried into the quilt, ignoring him. Ignoring him for at least a minute this time. At least wait for her heartbeat to calm down a little. How can you ask that? You have asked this. Again, even if I like it, I can't tell you. Chen Lu laughed softly and handed his cell phone to the girl. Make a video call with your mom? Let her feel relieved. This bean couldn't afford to use the traffic, so he probably didn't even have a package. This seemed to be more of a loss instead. Good. Liang Jiru slowly took it and sat up slightly straighter again. This time it still didn't even last 10 seconds. What's the password? The girl asked in a small voice. Chen Lu looked at her with a bland expression. Your birthday. Liang Jiru froze for a while before giving a soft oh, and lowered her head to tap the screen one by one. Looking at the girl's naive appearance, the corner of Chen Lu's mouth also raised. In the end, I still win. Stable output is the hard truth. It's useless to only occasionally strike. The advantage is mine. Liang Ziru and Xiao Sun Fang playing video. Chen Lu naturally has nothing to get involved in, he silently walked to the window and looked at the blue sky outside. The weather in Hangzhou is very strange, just like a girl's heart, inscrutable. Often in the morning it is still cloudy, in the afternoon it is sunny and clear, or maybe in the evening it will give you a rainstorm. The main theme was one of uncertainty. Chen Lu, who was looking at the sky, naturally did not realize that the girl was quietly glancing at him from time to time. His back was much more beautiful to the girl than the sky outside. Liang Jiru described her symptoms as gently as possible so that her mother wouldn't worry, and the somewhat powerless look that she had earlier disappeared all of a sudden. She was already too familiar with this, from childhood to adulthood. This is the way to come. About 10 minutes later, Liang Jiru hung up the video call and shouted Chen Lu back in a low voice. "My mom told me to thank you properly," Liang Jiru timidly muttered. She completely didn't think of how else she could thank Chen Lu. It felt like the favor was almost too much to pay back. "I heard that, but just listen to it casually. You're not the type of person who would say thank you anyway," Chen Lu said with a stern face. Liang Jiru was shocked and was about to die unjustly. "Why am I not ah?" Chen Lu sighed sadly. "I personally fed you candy just now, and you didn't even thank me. Do you know how tiring it is to peel the candy paper? Originally my hands are stupid, and I still have to endure myself from eating it." "Well, thank you," the girl said accusingly, handing her cell phone back. "That's right. You see, she still has to thank us." I don't know if it's because Liang Jiru didn't obediently listen to herself and tired herself to the hospital. Chen Lu now always wanted to bully her one way or another. He slowly took the phone and looked at the last message he sent to the counselor. After a moment's pause, he still called the counselor. Soon there was a very crisp voice on the other end of the phone. "Didn't I give you leave? Or did something happen?" Chen Lu cleared his throat. "So what, teacher? For the sake of me being a drudge to you for so long, approve Lu Yuyan's leave. What's it to you if she takes a vacation?" The counselor was curious. "It's like this, she's not too good to say TSK, alas, I'm also embarrassed to say. Anyway, the problem is quite serious, so you just give her approval. Let her hurry to the hospital for a checkup. I don't have credit but also have hard work in these 2 years down. Ah, teacher, she is my friend after all." The counselor was really bluffed by his cloudy words. After all, Chen Lu was seldom so serious, but also thought that Chen Lu did let himself be scolded a lot less, and finally nodded his head to agree. Although the words are said to be clear and moving to reason, in fact, Chen Lu's whole face is expressionless. It's always right to do Lu Yingyan a favor. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with himself. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lu put the cell phone back into his pocket and set the speed of Liang Jiru's infusion back up. "You shouldn't have had an infusion for a long time, right? It's likely that you'll regurgitate when you just came up that fast, and now you're probably adapting to it." Chen Lu watched the speed at which the glucose dripped down and said softly, "I haven't had a lot of infusions since I was a kid. I've gotten experience out of the whole thing. I even learned to pull out the syringe by myself when I was still 1 or 2 years old, and I was beaten up by my mom at that time." Liang Jiru recalled Wang Xiaoxia's appearance, and really couldn't imagine what kind of picture it was for someone who looked so gentle to beat up Chen Lu. "Kind of want to see." After a while, "I'm back," Lin Miao Miao shouted as she pushed open the door. As a result, just after entering the door, she saw the two of them silently staring at each other. Only Chen Lu's eyes were filled with the curiosity of "What are you looking at me for?" The door was slammed shut again with a bang. It took 2 seconds before it was slowly opened. "I'm back," Lin Miao 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 said coldly, carrying a bag of snacks. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed as if nothing had happened and peeled open her large shopping bag. "What did you buy?" Chen Lu looked at her with a surprised face, and those who didn't know thought she had come camping. "All kinds of snacks, ah. There are bread cookies bought for Jiru, and there are also snacks I'm going to eat when I stay here at night." Lin Miao Miao looked at a large snack. The more she looked at it, the more satisfied she was. "After all, I'm going to stay here to accompany the nurse. I can't let you stay here at night, right? A man and a woman are alone." Chen Lu felt that she was a hamster. At the same time, Lu Yuyan arrived at Mo Yuking's door and gently knocked twice. "Yu King, it's me." Seeing no response, she knocked a few more times harder. Open the door. The more Lu Yuyan knocked, the more anxious she became, and in the end, she could only take out her cell phone and call Mo Yuking. No one answered. After several more calls, the door was slowly opened. "Ayo, auntie. Those who don't know still think that you've disappeared," Lu Yan complained anxiously. Nope, Mo Yuking returned with a dull tone. As if she had just woken up from a nap, she turned around and took a wobbly step back to her room. The hem of the black lace halter nightgown she wore also swayed with her movements. One side of the halter drooped down from her shoulder, revealing a piece of snow-white, smooth skin, and she just let it droop there. There are always only girls here. Lu Yan notices that something is wrong, and hurriedly changes into the slippers that Mo Yuking prepared for her alone to follow. Are you okay? When she walked to Mo Yuking's room, she saw that Mo Yuking had already laid back on the bed in a daze. The whole person was lying on her side, stretching out her arms and legs like an octopus, tightly hugging a large bear doll. The long hair was scattered to the side, looking a bit scattered. Why don't you say anything? Yu Yan came to her in a hurry and reached out to press her forehead. Mama. It's so hot. You have a fever. Lu Yan gently shook Mo Yuking's body, trying to shout her up. Did you take your medicine? How did you get such a high fever? Drenched in the rain, Mo Yuking grunted and muttered, looking like she was about to fall asleep again. It looked very uncomfortable. What are you doing drenching yourself in the rain for a good reason? Lu Yan felt strange. She obviously drove her back, and she returned home with an umbrella. Where did she go to get wet? Mo Yuking closed her eyes, her cheek rubbing against the doll from time to time, leaving a little wet trace on the bear's dry fur. Looking for something, she replied in a daze. Looking for something? What's worth looking around in the rain for? Didn't look around, it's inside the trash can. Mo Yuking's breathing became incomparably smooth as she spoke, as if she had fallen asleep. What did you say? Trash can. Lu Yan didn't need to look in the mirror to guess that she must have a Subway, old man, cell phone expression on her face right now. At this moment, such a picture suddenly surfaced in her mind. In the heavy rainy night, a drenched and stunning young girl with an anxious face. Rummaging through the trash can? Bow. Are you crazy? Lu Yan spitting didn't get a response. Mo Yuking had already fallen asleep again. She scanned around and didn't see any trace of cold medicine or fever-reducing medicine. She had no choice but to continue pushing. Did you take your medicine? No. I'll be fine after a nap. It's been like this since I was a kid. Mo Yuking seemed to be pushed a little annoyed. A roll over and pulled Lu Yan to the bed as well, letting her follow and sleep together. Mo Yuking's entire body was hot and huffy. Even the breath she exhaled was the same. The long and slender right leg wrapped around her lower body, fixing her to her side. Lu Yan raised her eyes and could only see the root of her opponent's rounded and just right thighs, but she wasn't tempted by the color and sighed as she climbed up, helplessly saying, "Wait for a nap and you'll be burned silly." After saying that, she looked around for signs of fever-reducing pills and thermometers, and if she didn't have any, she would have to go out and buy them. I don't know what is loaded in this ant's head. When Lu Yan had a high fever, Mo Yuking did not less busy. The result is now change her own, just say sleep on it. Lu Yan rummaged through the box and looked for a while, only to finally find a thermometer and fever-reducing medicine from a transparent locket. Here, take your temperature. Luckily, the sleeping Mo Yuking was a little more obedient than the waking one, and Lu Yan didn't waste much time before going to boil water. A few minutes later, she returned with a cup of water and pills, gently placing them on the pure white nightstand. The moment she picked up the thermometer, she frowned. 39 degrees 2. Lu Yan looked up at Mo Yuking, who was still hugging the big bear like an octopus, and said in a bad mood, "If I don't come, you'll burn into a fool. You take the medicine." Being woken up by this harsh shout, Mo Yuking then slowly climbed up, but coping as if she took the pills and cup of water and swallowed them in one gulp. Yu Yan breathed out and closed the bedroom curtain for her, and all that was left was to take her time and observe the temperature. Fortunately, he came early. I don't know what kind of wine the counselor suddenly drew, sending himself a message saying not to feel embarrassed, and that he should be checked. Forget it, just give the leave anyway. She sat next to Mo Yuking and silently swiped her cell phone. You're so desperate, hey? Braving the rain to rummage through the trash cans. Lu Yan laughed halfway and then sighed with a speechless face. There really is something about you. What are you looking for? The real estate license fell inside. Looking for what Chen Lu sent me. Mo Yuking's entire body was hidden into the quilt, leaving only her hair scattered on the pillow. Let me sleep for a while. Lu Yan froze for a moment, and said helplessly, sleep. She looked at the sleeping Mo Yuking, her eyes gradually becoming more and more complicated. You said that since you have this infatuation kung fu, what did you do earlier? You came like this once before Chen Lu died in his heart, and if he knew about it, he definitely proposed to you the next day. Now what's the use? Either you can't recognize your own feelings for Chen Lu, or you can't find the security that you already have more than enough of, and in the end, it's too late for anything else. Which girl can, because of the parents' marriage problems, cannot recognize the feelings, but you cannot? There is no better than Chen Lu to you. She thought about it, and finally reached out and touched the other person's forehead. Alas, in the end, it is still heartbreaking. At 8 o'clock in the evening twilight, the room became dark. Only the outside light slightly shone in a little bit from the gap in the curtains. After the fever subsided, Mo Yuking slowly opened her eyes, a little tired. "You're awake," Lu Yuyan softly said. "Come and drink some water, I'm still troubling you to come over," Mo Yuking said, and took the water cup, gulping it down in one gulp. Lu Yan looked at her in a good-natured and amused manner. "What did you dream about?" Mo Yuking was stunned, then slowly shook her head. "Didn't dream of anything." Lu Yuyan didn't believe it at all. "Didn't dream of anything," you shouted. "Chen Lu, there, you heard it?" And still asked. Mo Yuking glanced at her, and continued to tightly hug the doll bear that Chen Lu gave her. "Didn't you say you'd come back after class?" "I didn't even wake up this afternoon." She slightly furrowed her slender eyebrows as she recalled the events of the afternoon, and then hastily turned her head to look at Liu Yan after thinking that she seemed to have said something about rummaging through the trash can. "I'll die with you if you tell me about that," she said in a cold voice. If this matter of rummaging through the trash can was spread out, would she still be alive? She now feels sick to her stomach every time she thinks back. The rainwater poured in, plus the messy smell. Liu Yan shrugged her shoulders. "She is not a person with a big mouth. Originally, the counselor did not approve my leave. Then it was necessary to wait for the end of the class, and then come over. The result of entrepreneurship class has just finished. The counselor will be my leave approved. He also said that he would let me have a good checkup, but when I took my leave, I only said that I was very uncomfortable with my physiological period." Mo Yuking froze for a while after hearing this, then buried her face deep into the doll and held it tightly, as if she had used up all her strength, and her entire body trembled a little. She said in a muffled voice, "Chen Lu hired it for you. What did you say? Besides, who else in his class is so close to the counselor?" Lu Yan thought about it for a moment, and felt that it was indeed the case, and that she seemed to be a bit too big-headed. "I want to give him a call." Mo Yuking bitterly smiled as she took out her cell phone and dialed the number that used to be able to solve all her problems for her. As a result, only a voice without any emotion came out of the phone. "Sorry. The user you are calling is on a call," as if disengaged. The phone slipped out of her hands and onto the bed, and she didn't say anything else, just continued to bury her face into the doll as her entire body huffed and puffed. She knew that if she hadn't made one mistake after another, Chen Lu would have been around to take care of herself by now. Liu Yan looked at the silent crying Mo Yuking, and could only sigh deeply and pour her a cup of hot water with red eyes. Chen Lu silently hung up the phone and looked up at the two girls sitting on the bed chatting. Liang Jiro still didn't have much of an appetite after the infusion and just ate some cookies. Lin Miao Miao was a different story, clutching a bag of potato chips and clicking on them. "I'll leave first. If there's nothing else, I'll come back tomorrow during the day." Chen Lu stood up from the escort bed and said softly, go quickly, don't disturb my two-person world with Jiru." Lin Miao Miao held her chin up, looking very pleased with herself. Halfway through speaking, she looked at Chen Lu again, her eyes blinking, somewhat curious. "Why don't you look too happy? Adults matters, little children care less." Chen Lu walked to Liang Jiru and poked her forehead. "Eat slightly later." Seeing the girl nod her head, he also gently smiled. At this time, a piece of extremely too prickly ape's ringtone suddenly rang out. See no. Chen Lu looked at Lin Miao Miao with a disgusted face, while the latter picked up the phone without changing her face or heart. "Hey mom, what's up?" "Yeah, I'm at school." "What do you mean? You came over with my dad? What are you two doing here?" Lin Miao Miao's entire body froze there, her mouth not closing for half a day. Although he couldn't hear exactly what was being said on the phone, he could guess a generalization from Lin Miao Miao's words and expression. "You guys find a hotel to stay one night. I'll go out of school tomorrow during the day to look for you guys. There's something on my side. I didn't stay in a hotel with a boy. You guys are leaving tomorrow, huh? Well then, wait for me to come over." Lin Miao sighed deeply after hanging up the phone. She looked up at Chen Lu and Liang Jiru, and said grimly, "My parents came to see me. If I don't go back, they should suspect that I'm staying in a hotel with a boy." "What are your parents doing coming all the way to school to see you for good reason?" A surprise inspection. Chen Lu didn't bother to understand the current situation and first spat out a sentence. "What didn't I say? I'm not well, they're probably worried about me. What's wrong with you, Scram? She cursed Chen Lu without a good mood, hugged Liang Jiru tightly and said, I'm sorry, I really didn't think about it after saying that. She twisted her face to look at Chen Lu again. Jiru, you must protect yourself. No matter what he says, you don't fall for it, okay? If you really can't, you can call for a doctor? Why are you looking at me? I'm a decent man, okay? You haven't even asked me if I'm willing to stay here and you're already on my defense, polite. Chen Lu had a stern face and was speechless in his heart. Lin Miao Miao suddenly revealed her tiger teeth again and smiled. Just kidding, the organization trusts you, so I'll trouble you tonight. Liang Jiru looked at her for a while, and then looked at him, completely not understanding how these two people suddenly finished the handover. Turning to think that she had to stay in the ward with Chen Lu for the whole night, she nervously lowered her head. This time the favor is completely unfinished. What to do? Lin Miao Miao left a large bag of snacks she had bought for Chen Lu, and inked here for a while before leaving in a hurry under the urging of her mom's second call. I'll say it again. I didn't stay in a hotel with a boy as the door of the ward was heavily closed. The room was once again quiet. Only now did Chen Lu completely react to the fact that he had to stay here to take care of Liang Jiru. In the middle of the night, a lone man and woman sharing a room. It's strange and exciting. Seeing that Liang Jiru was nervously pinching her hands down again, Chen Lu softly said, Don't be nervous. I'm a decent man. The girl nodded slightly. I believe in you, but I'm not as good as Lin Miao Miao. Don't think about resisting if you fall into my hands. Hearing Chen Lu's words, Liang Jiru froze violently for a moment. Isn't it a decent person? How is this only 2 words of effort, on not acting? Liang Jiru slowly leaned to the head of the bed, her entire body shrinking into the quilt, only revealing 2 eyes blinking as she looked at him. Chen Lu felt funny and said seriously, I mean, you have to eat your meal. I'll order a bowl of congee for takeout to send over later. You'll regret it if you don't eat it. Honestly, I don't know whether this bean knows that she is like this, but it makes people want to bully her even more. Every day the words I'm stupid, come and cheat me are written on her face. Sad. Looking at Liang Jiru's timid appearance, Chen Lu secretly spat in his heart. I know, Liang Jiru replied honestly. After another while, just as Chen Lu told his roommate that he wouldn't go back at night. Chen Lu, Liang Jiru shouted in a small voice. Chen Lu raised his head and looked at the girl's somewhat haggard face. What's wrong? The girl hesitated for a moment, and finally summoned up the courage to say, Let's go back, okay? I don't want to stay in the hospital. Chen Lu felt strange. It couldn't be that she didn't want to stay with herself and held it in until now. Should not to say how confident in himself, but he is sure that Liang Jiru is not hate to stay with himself. Otherwise in the gazebo that also could not fall asleep so quickly. He asked curiously, why Liang Jiru lowered her head, her hands gripped the white quilt tightly, and only after a long time did she open her mouth and say, I hate it here. She had never heard any good news in this place, about her own father, her own mother, not a single one. The red and white lights in the hospital were so blinding, and the drips above too many people's heads were like timers, ticking away as if counting down the lives of everyone in a gown. Whenever she notices the smell of disinfectant in the air, it reminds her of her mother, who was asking for directions with a helpless face, and herself, who couldn't help her at all. And when Dad sighed and sighed hopelessly, at that time Mom could still walk. At this point, Chen Lu naturally understand the meaning of Liang Jiru. He slowly stretched out his right hand, intended to hold the girl's hand, thought about it, and finally stroked the girl's head. Feeling Liang Jiru's silky hair, he softly said, Wait for you to eat obediently, and then rest well. Tomorrow we will leave. We'll leave immediately when you wake up from your sleep, okay? Liang Jiru didn't resist Chen Lu's action, like a kitten letting him caress her, rather than saying that this instead put her mind at ease. Okay, she answered heavily, her head unconsciously tilting a little bit sideways towards Chen Lu's side. The sluggish girl did not realize in the slightest that the feelings Chen Lu had sown in her heart early with his gentleness had broken through the ground and sprouted newborn shoots at this moment. Not 2 minutes of work, takeout arrived. Chen Lu reluctantly withdrew his hand and opened the door to take it. Usually when I am starving to death, why don't I see you guys send it so fast? Chen Lu smiled and thanked him, and couldn't help but spit in his heart. I haven't Rua enough. I don't know what's going on with this bean. Even if the hair is so smooth, there's still a fresh fragrance. Being marinated in shampoo seems to be a girl's special ability. He sat next to the girl with the porridge and whispered, Open your mouth. I want to eat it myself. No, you don't want to. A patient will honestly do what a patient should do. The night was getting late. The ward at night was quiet both inside and outside, and there were no longer people in the corridor. Only the nurses' station still had 2 nurses on duty. Chen Lu only turned on a small light. The faint light hit him. Slightly far away, Liang Jiro had already fallen asleep. Not in vain their own little mouthful of serious feeding. This bean is always pitched to eat a lot of rice. Chen Lu looked at the sleeping girl, was very satisfied with a smile, and then continued to look down at the phone, laughing and smiling. The phone turned itself off. Finished, came too fast, did not bring a charger. He walked slowly to Liang Jiru's side, poked her cheek and whispered, "Lend me your cell phone. I'll take your phone to find a place to rent a charger." The girl hummed softly and dazedly rubbed her cheek against Chen Lu's finger. "Okay." Chen Lu slowly picked up his cell phone. "What is your cell phone password?" Your birthday, Liang Jiru said, and fell asleep in a daze, leaving only Chen Lu's finger still resting there. "My birthday, ah." A few seconds passed before Chen Lu withdrew his hand and turned to leave. The weird smile on his face drew a sideways glance from the nurses at the nurses' station. If he wasn't so handsome, he would have thought that a pervert had come in the middle of the night. Within a few minutes he rented a rechargeable battery and came back. Because he left Liang Jiru alone in the ward, he came back running as fast as he could, his figure whooshing past the nurses' station. The 2 night shift female nurses who were chatting were startled by him again. "Why are there so many crazy ones tonight? Like, it's still that handsome guy." Chen Lu returned to the ward and closed the door gently without making a sound for fear of waking up Liang Jiru. After charging his cell phone, he walked over to Liang Jiru and tried to put her cell phone back by her side. When he put down the phone, his thumb just touched the bottom navigation bar, and inadvertently glanced at her memo. There seemed to be a lot of words written on it, and I didn't know what this bean had written. Chen Lu wasn't interested in other people's privacy unless he saw his own name from above. He opened it, and it turned out to be a ledger that she kept. Part of it recorded the money she would spend in the future, and her current income, and part of it recorded her previous expenses. At the top was a record of all the expenses needed for her mother's review and future surgery. Mother's surgery cost 140,000. After going through all these expenses to be used for the doctor's visit, he finally found his name that he had just seen. Chen Lu's DSLR camera, 12,888. This was followed by a diary-like paragraph. "I hope I can cure my mom's illness early, so I can save up to buy Chen Lu a camera." Chen Lu had a sad expression when he mentioned this, and only smiled a little when he realized I was looking at him. He probably thought I was too stupid to see it. Actually, I could tell. I wanted him to be happier. He's like a ray of sunshine shining into my dim life, so I hope he has a big smile on his face too. Way to go. Jiru Liang, you can do it. The back also records what she loves and hates to eat. When chatting, she said she didn't like fish, didn't like bitter melon. She wrote it all down. "I just dislike the cell phone photo, cannot mention a mouth. This bean will be to buy yourself a SLR, this wish in the heart." The bright light from the cell phone screen hit his face, and was reflected in his somewhat moist eyes. Chen Lu's pupils also widened slightly. Regarding her own expenses, they were all at the end. Unlike the front, she didn't record anything she wanted. There were only her personal and grocery shopping expenses. The most recent was a dress that only cost less than $40. Chen Lu instantly understood everything. He finally figured out why Liang Jiru was so busy recently. He also figured out how she was suddenly so tired for good reason. The corners of Chen Lu's mouth unconsciously raised, with a hint of soreness. He looked towards the sleeping girl. Liang Jiru was sleeping very peacefully, together, and the sound of her breathing could be vaguely heard. This bean is like having 2 personalities, obviously giving her mom and Chen Lu's expenses are willing to be recorded by 10,000. As a result, she was only willing to spend a few tens of dollars on a dress for herself. She surely doesn't know how long she has to work hard for these 2 goals, and is just thinking that a little bit earlier is a little bit. What surprised Chen Lu even more was that he was just behind Xiao Xunfang, while she put herself in the last place. He froze for a long time before sniffling and silently turning off his cell phone. He didn't leave though, still standing there, quietly watching the sleeping girl. I don't know how long it took. Liang Jiru, who slept earlier, slowly opened her eyes, just in time to see Chen Lu standing in front of her. The girl was first startled, and only after seeing that it was Chen Lu did she put her heart down and slowly burrowed into the quilt. "Why aren't you sleeping?" she timidly asked, reaching out under the quilt and quietly touching her cheek. It was hot. It couldn't have been looking at herself the whole time. Thinking of this, she hurriedly touched the side of her mouth again, fearing that she had drooled when she fell asleep just now. The corner of Chen Lu's mouth curved up slightly. "You just talked in your sleep. Don't you know how?" The girl inadvertently let out her characteristic stupid question word again, looking at Chen Lu in surprise and shame. "What did I say?" Chen Lu didn't say anything, just continued to smile at her, letting her make up her own mind. Anyway, he didn't make it up himself at all, so let her think whatever she wants. Now Liang Jiro's heart even more difficult, how even social death do not let people die a clear. It was hard to feel like there were ants crawling on her body. "Keep sleeping, it's still early," Chen Lu said quietly, at the same time reaching out his hand to help her cover the quilt. Like taking care of a child, the movement was very gentle. Liang Jiro glanced at the hard foldable companion bed and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to come sleep on the bed?" Chen Lu's entire body froze there. What did I just hear? He turned his head to look at the girl who had half of her face scrunched into the quilt. "What did you say?" Only then did Liang Jiro realize that what she had just said was prone to misunderstanding, so she hurriedly sat up and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I mean, I'm down here." Chen Lu was silent for a while, somewhat speechless. "You really might as well not explain, you're a patient. Honestly, rest." He peeled up the candy paper as he spoke. "Have you ever posted that you're a little bit more cheerful than before? This candy is a reward for you." He had already decided to bring a few pieces of candy to this bean with him from now on, so that she wouldn't have a low blood sugar attack again. At that time, he had lied to the people in the drama club that Liang Jiro had low blood sugar in order to make her work less, but he had never thought that it would really come true. He handed the fruit candy to the girl's mouth. Liang Jiro looked at him dumbfounded, and suddenly remembered something, generally muttered in a small voice, "I'll obediently let you feed. And then you come to the bed to sleep, okay? I've already slept for a long time." Although the folding bed next to him looked good in appearance, one look showed that it must be very difficult to sleep on it. Chen Lu felt amused. "Fellow student Liang Jiro, you have to figure out the current situation. You don't have the ability to make conditions at all right now. I suggest you be honest, or beware of regret." Liang Jiro beamed, and could only open her mouth obediently with a face full of unwillingness and eat the candy. By the way, she took a bite of Chen Lu. Chen Lu was startled, and immediately pulled his hand back out of instinct, and his heartbeat instantly sped up quite a bit. He shook his hand while secretly frowning. "Almost got into her way again. This bean is now starting to fight back. Something's not right. We have to be on guard in the future." Chen Lu was calculating in his heart how he would get back next time, and raised his head without any good humor. As a result, he saw the girl gently smiled at him, holding back her shyness, seemingly a bit pleased. The clear eyes contained a smile as she looked at him. The girl's two thin and rosy lips were smiling, her watery eyes were smiling, and the two shallow pear swirls around her mouth were also smiling. At this moment he immensely wished that his eyes were cameras that could take this scene deep into his mind, never to be forgotten again in this life. Even though the surroundings were dim, the girl's smile still looked at Chen Lu for a moment. It was only when his cell phone beeped that he finally heard his heartbeat again. "Let me bite back," he said after he slowed down, even though this bean bite didn't hurt at all. Liang Jiro hurriedly continued to burrow into the quilt, pleading with regret and fear. "I was wrong." After a moment of excitement, the sanity and inferiority complex that belonged to her quickly re-wrapped around her, making her regret her behavior earlier beyond measure. Her cheeks rolled, and she still wanted to cry a little with regret. Suppressing her emotions had to be her instinct. At least until it was worked up to the point where she was thoroughly capable of supporting her family. It was just that the dam she had built up since childhood so that she could be strong enough to take care of her mother had inexplicably and gradually begun to crumble after meeting Chen Lu. When there was a place to cry and stay, one would become weak. Chen Lu deliberately pretended to be a victor and grunted, "I'll spare you." Once this time the girl had managed to muster up the courage, he naturally had to take good care of it. A little bit of meaning and then pretend that nothing happened just now was the best. Chen Lu very naturally talked about other topics. Liang Jiro also followed along and skipped this matter. In her heart, she unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and her emotions slowly eased down. Some of Chen Lu's gentleness she could directly feel, and some she could not understand for the time being. Liang Jiro sat on the edge of the bed. Chen Lu sat on the chair next to the bed. The two only opened a small night light, chatting in a low voice, like refusing to disturb this silent night. For a moment he was about to forget that this was a hospital, and could only feel the silence around him and the murmur of the girl in front of him. Chatting with a girl in the early hours of the morning, this feeling is really quite strange. After another moment, as if Chen Lu suddenly remembered something, he looked at Liang Jiru with a serious face. Take a break, okay? Everything can be done slowly. I will accompany you to take your time. His voice was firm but gentle. At this time, Liang Jiru also looked up at him. Just don't know why, Chen Lu seemed to see a trace of unwillingness from her eyes. Because she was really in a hurry. There were too many things she wanted to do that she would only be willing to do after curing her mom's legs. She wanted more and more to face life with her head up sooner and sooner as they had agreed. Only then would she be able to give the boy in front of her the gift she had picked out for herself, even if it might still take a long time to save up. But by that time Mom had already become happy, and she naturally had all the time in the world to pursue her own happiness and do things that would make this boy happy. Only then could one stay by his side without any worries. Chen Lu froze. This was the first time he had seen that timid, somewhat weak-looking Liang Jiru reveal such a determined and unwilling look. It made him both shocked and curious. Even if he had a meticulous mind, it was impossible for him to figure out what Liang Jiru was thinking in her heart at this moment. After all, the two grew up in different environments, and some differences were hard to fill by thinking differently, and could only be left to time to rub off. He stood up and flicked the girl's forehead. This is the punishment for your disobedience. Liang Jiru covered her forehead, her expression a little aggrieved. I'm obedient. I'll pay attention to rest. Pay attention to rest. Ah. It's also okay. Chen Lu smiled at her. What I want to say has already been said. The only thing left to do is to support you well by your side. Liang Jiru felt strange. She did not expect Chen Lu to actually respect her own thoughts so much. Obviously she thought he would be angry. He seemed to support himself in everything. Even the matter of being a tutor had been told to himself. If he really didn't like socializing, just forget it. Instead of analyzing the pros and cons with himself all the time, saying things like I'm doing this for your own good. Why aren't you angry? She tried in a small voice. This time it was Chen Lu who was puzzled. Why would I be angry? The girl thought for a long time and muttered. Because what you said was right, but I didn't develop the way you like. She felt that Chen Lu should have the feeling that a piece of hard work was all in vain. Chen Lu tried to synchronize the brain circuits of this naive person in front of him, and it took half a day of thinking before he finally understood a little. He laughed softly. It's normal to have disagreements, not to mention that what I say isn't actually always right. I often forget to take your own wishes into consideration when I give you advice. For example, I can easily overlook the fact that you don't like to talk to strangers. You were supposed to have a mind of your own. With that, he poked the girl's soft cheek again. No one has the right to ask you to become what he likes, including me. You just need to go and do what you will. Looking at the girl's dumbfounded appearance, he really couldn't help but laugh again, slowly walking to the hard companion bed. Go to sleep, we'll leave when you wake up. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu's blurred figure, her eyes trembled. In fact, I am willing to become what you like, just like you are willing to follow my wishes. This time, I didn't listen to you, just because. I want to get to that time quickly. After the two of them casually chatted a few more times, Chen Lu drove Liang Jiru to bed, and then he himself fell asleep just after closing his eyes. This night's experience was very tranquil, and I'm afraid that even after many years, that it will remain clearly in the minds of the two. A few days later in the afternoon, after Chen Lu got off class, he looked at Liang Jiru's message that hadn't returned for a long time and fell into deep thought. He remembered the message he saw in the part-time job group when he was in the hospital. Go to the courier post and take a look. He thought in his heart and slowly walked out of the classroom. Sure enough, Chen Lu saw Liang Jiru's busy figure in front of an express post. He stood at a distance and watched silently, once again resisting the urge to force her to go back and rest. Like he did at the mall back then, he gave Liang Jiru another call. Hey, what's wrong? Liang Jiru asked softly. Chen Lu paused for a moment, suddenly not knowing what he should say. The girl didn't rush either, she just waited quietly. And for a while there was only the sound of the two's steady breathing faintly on the phone. Only after a few breaths did he slowly open his mouth. Your body is just a little bit better, pay more attention to rest. No, then I hang up. Good. The girl was obviously a little confused and could only agree flabbergastedly, completely not understanding why Chen Lu suddenly made this call. It was also only at this time that Chen Lu realized that she would put the phone close to her ear every time, waiting for the sound of hanging up to ring several times before reluctantly taking it away. Liang Jiru rested on the table for a while before standing up and hammering his neck, breathlessly continuing to work. He made another call to Li Xinian. Li Xinian, how much is the monthly income of this stagecoach part-time job in our school? How would I know? Of course I know you don't know. I'm just asking you to ask shit. Okay, I'll ask 2 minutes later. Li Xinian sent him a WeChat message, 1400. This is a month's salary for this school's college students working part-time here. To buy that Sony DSLR camera in her shopping cart, she would have to work for almost a whole year. What would you do if a girl did this for you? Chen Lu asked himself in his heart. The answer came quickly. He continued to press the cell phone to his ear, gazing firmly at the girl in the distance while listening to the regular beeping sound. Before the person on the other end of the phone could speak, he jumped the gun and said, "Boss, come do something big with me." "That's right. I agree." After Chen Lu finished speaking, he silently moved his cell phone a little further away from his ear. An extremely noisy sound came out from inside, unsurprisingly. "Crap. You really agree?" Jiang Kao said loudly at the top of his voice, seemingly not even bothering to chew the snacks in his mouth. "Right," Chen Lu said softly, "but there are some things that still need to be discussed. Let's wait until I return to my dormitory." Jiang Kao's tone was excited. Okay, I'll wait for you." Chen Lu hung up the phone and continued to look at Liang Jiru for a while. The girl was still there, carefully sorting the couriers, placing each one in the position it should be in. From time to time she hung her head and looked carefully at the information recorded on it, her hair drooping down with her movements. She then gently lifted it back behind her ear. Chen Lu felt a little surprised. It seemed that after he said he liked the look of her long hair, she hadn't combed her ponytail much. Liang Jiru seemed to notice a figure in the distance that hadn't moved for a long time. Feeling strange, she looked up and saw nothing. There was only a breeze blowing through, ruffling the green leaves on those trees. Chen Lu had just returned to the dormitory when Jiang Kao came up like a ghost. "Quickly say, why did you suddenly want to open up?" he asked curiously. Chen Lu tilted his head somewhat breathlessly. "Why do I keep feeling like I can't think straight?" "Fuck you," Jiang Kao scolded him with a smile. Grabbed the car keys that were placed on the table, and stroked them reluctantly for a few moments. He then raised his eyelids and turned his head to look at Chen Lu. "Let's go, accompany me to drive around a few times." Chen Lu didn't ask much, so he followed along. The deep black Mercedes-Benz drove on the road against the setting sun, turning when it saw a familiar curve without any destination. Yushu Shangao's this year's Brave was playing in the car, and the two of them chatted without a word. "You've changed, my good dear," Jiang Kao suddenly said. "Where has your father changed?" It was impossible for Chen Lu to be taken advantage of like this. Boys calling each other unnoticed, quietly changing their name, this tactic was too common. It didn't matter how many times you failed, but as long as you succeeded last time, no matter how old you were, you could laugh like a fool. Jiang Kao proudly took his index finger tapping the steering wheel, as if in his eyes only with the addition of Chen Lu his ideas are truly possible to implement. "Of course you have changed." "Ah. What? You are not confused. You might have been hesitating yesterday whether to touch the fish for the rest of your life, or to move up a bit." The corners of Chen Lu's mouth lifted. "You admit that it's me, your father?" "Scram. Talking to you seriously, then I am also your father." Chen Lu shrugged his shoulders. Jiang Kao suddenly wanted to hit the steering wheel and take this bee together with the same death. Their emotions just came up, on the shelf to stir up feelings. He engaged in this set. No energy. Not filial piety at all. So why? Convenient to say not. Jiang Kao is still very curious to ask. Chen Lu looked at the sun that was looming in the distance between the skyscrapers and smiled involuntarily. "Because there's a fool who's working part-time to save money to buy me a camera, so isn't it normal for me to get a job for her too? It's always just the same as doing your best to fulfill each other's wishes." Jiang Kao frowned straight away, like he had taken a big bite of lemon. "You call this a part-time job?" "Oh right. Talking about this reminds me, when the time comes for the two of us to partner up, I'll take the lead." Chen Lu's expression became serious. "Don't worry. I won't whore your money for nothing. I'll pay for it myself." It was precisely because Chen Lu and Jiang Kao had a very good relationship that he had to share it so clearly. And Jiang Kao partner can? He can too. Trust each other. Jiang Kao is the kind of as long as you as a brother, to the battlefield are willing to rush in front of you the kind of people. But let Jiang Kao take the lead to do things will not work, really follow his way to go, two people must starve to death. This makes Jiang Kao's mouth almost did not hold the cigarette. He thought Chen Lu's so serious face, is to say what big things it. I thought you were going to say something, just this. He spat with a face full of disdain. I've said it before, I'm willing to listen to you even if you don't pay a penny. Chen Lu laughed lightly and looked out the window. Looks like dude is pretty key. After a while he added, you also really trust me. Outrageous. Jiang Kao opened the window and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. This is looking to June, when the new batch of schoolmates come in September, then we have known each other for 3 years. It may not be a long time to say, but you are indeed my best brother. That's the main reason I believe in you, and the secondary reason is that you're really capable. I'm not retarded, it's hard not to do what you can't do. Anything. I have been begging you to come over as a crouching dragon phoenix chick? Of course I'm also attracted to your ability, but that's really a secondary factor. Jiang Kao seemed to want to emphasize that what he valued most was the relationship between the two of them. When did the two of us become acquainted? Chen Lu suddenly asked. Jiang Kao seemed to recall something, and couldn't help but laugh silently. Suddenly I remembered that when school started, I really didn't like the way I looked at you. Buddy originally thought, my face value to the university is not mess kill, girlfriends have to line up over. The result is full of joy just into the dormitory to see you. Damn. Now I think about it or think you should die. Because of your existence Luozi chased to Lu Yan before, from beginning to end did not get close to the girls in our class. Later on, didn't the counselor let us run for class president on our own? After I stood up at that time I saw that you didn't stand up. My heart was instantly solid. Saying that, he hammered Chen Lu again. As a result, Yu Jejung secretly helped Mo Yuking go. At that time it was really how to see how you are not convinced, and then later. Jiang Kao pulled a lot of past events, but also did not recall a simply did not think of how the two people in the end became good brothers. Maybe after we went to the internet cafe together for the first time. Chen Lu thought for a long time before mentioning it. In fact, the two of them had long forgotten exactly when they became close, and also forgot the opportunity to become yoked fathers and sons with each other. Most guys would only remember the anniversary of the day they met their girlfriends. As for best buddies, not really. Of course, it's partly true that a best buddy won't get mad at you for forgetting when you met him. But none of this mattered. At this time Jiang Kao suddenly pointed out the window. Remember this place? Back when Li Sainian and I almost had a falling out, you swung us over to this internet cafe that night. He froze again. Shit, how come it's changed to foot wash? City boys have a strange pattern of getting along with each other. And the most direct example of this was the two of them driving hard and wandering into the night. The tall buildings all around were all lit up, and from time to time there would be headlights shining on Chen Lu's face, making the mood a little dull. Jiang Kao parked the car at the bridge, got out of the car and looked at the river in front of him, lit up his cigarette in the night, falling a few scattered sparks. He sighed deeply. Well, I have nothing left for this car. I'll sell it in a while, and we'll take a shot at it. I don't regret trying it out with you. Even if we don't make a name for ourselves, when I'm old in the future, I'll only smile when I remember. At least I tried, and I'm still with my best buddy. Chen Lu tilted his head and looked at him like a fool. Who told you to let you sell your car? Jiang Kao was stunned, almost holding the cigarette backward, nearly stuffing the reddish end into his mouth. Where else would I get the money? Chen Lu held the railing with both hands, letting the evening breeze blow his hair haphazardly, slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, said, since I'm here, there must be a way. Without waiting for Jiang Kao to open his mouth to ask a question, Chen Lu took out his cell phone and rummaged through the memos to find the information he had searched for. Recently, there's an independent game production competition in Hangzhou. Only school students can apply for it, he seriously said. When the time comes, as long as we can casually get a decent ranking, we can apply for our school's entrepreneurship fund. There's a whole $100,000, and then if we work hard, we can definitely apply for free space in our school's business incubator. This way, we can save a lot of money. Jiang Kao listened in a daze, and only after a while did he react. Chen Lu said that there was a plan, but there was no one to carry it out. What about the people we need? Although Chen Lu understood a little bit of programming, he didn't understand it at all. He had intended to be the gold master to invest money. Chen Lu was unimpressed and didn't take it seriously at all. It's good to talk about the people we need. I myself know some programming barely counts as half, the rest will just go to the next academy to find a few when the time comes. He turned around and leaned against the railing, and softly said, this also can't spend much money. 2,000 a month may not be able to find migrant laborers, but will definitely be able to find college students. Even a person may not even spend 2,000. Before we talk about wages, we can talk to them about their dreams. There will definitely be young people like you who will join us at the drop of a hat. What kind of business is it if you can't draw a pie? As long as you have the ability to round out the pie, it's fine. Even if he wasn't a great benefactor, he definitely wasn't an XX who drew a big pie while defaulting on his wages. Jiang Kao pondered for a long time before he was able to completely sort out all of Chen Lu's plans. He was glad that he was able to pull Chen Lu into the pirate ship, but at the same time he lamented that he would never be able to catch up with Chen Lu in his life. He threw the cigarette butt, which was only half smoked, onto the ground and crushed it with his foot. Shit. You are so damn bad. Jiang Kao profoundly realized at this moment that as long as Chen Lu wanted to, he was exactly the kind of person he was talking about. He even had to be the top kind of big injustice that rushes up to send money. Both are neck on top of a head. How can the gap between people be so big? Chen Lu didn't think so. Don't talk nonsense. As long as this comes to fruition, they are the patriarchs. Can they still treat them poorly? As for those who may do a wave and run away, Chen Lu doesn't care. As long as the general framework remains the same, the screws can always be changed at will. You work and I pay. A one-time deal, no emotion. Jiang Kao nodded understandingly and asked, then what do I do? Responsible for paying out money, he suddenly felt that he still needed to sell the car and contribute more money, otherwise Chen Lu's plan would obviously work without him, which was a bit of a blow. Chen Lu felt funny. You definitely need to smash some money into it like me. You're the second in command. What I don't have time to deal with in the early stage is given to you to do, including miscellaneous. When it gets bigger in the later stages, you're the planner. You want to think of a character, the most suitable for doing this, of course. The point of thick skin was also very suitable. After all, this position is less likely to be scolded. Jiang Kao hemmed and hawed. Success, in fact, he only needed to be able to follow along with the game, and he didn't care that much about how much he was given a cut or what position he was given. In the end, he just wanted to make up for his regret of being forced to change his volunteer by his old dad. He knew very well that he didn't have Chen Lu's perseverance and ability to learn programming on his own, and he was already satisfied with the current situation. Chen Lu slid the phone screen and confirmed his plan again before slowly closing it. That's it in a nutshell. If this can't be done, there's no point in selling your car and investing so much money into it, he said seriously. Jiang Kao looked at Chen Lu's organized and serious look just now, and thought of the pile of game industry books lying on Chen Lu's bed, and sniffled. Chen Lu, thank you. He knew that the reason Chen Lu chose to join himself was not only because he was touched by Liang Jiru's behavior, but also to accompany himself to fool around. Otherwise, with his ability, even if he wanted to start a business, he could do whatever he wanted to do, and there was absolutely no need to accompany himself to make a game of it. You're disgusting. Chen Lu dry heaved twice. Then a smile appeared on his face. There's no need to thank me. Who asked me to be your father? That competition is at the end of June. We'll be busy soon. Anyway, we can discuss everything, but I'll be the one to make the final decision. Is that okay? The better the relationship, the more important it was to make some things clear. In that case, even if this didn't go well in the future, it wouldn't hurt feelings too much. Seeing Jiang Kao nodding slightly, Chen Lu smiled again. When the time comes, we are Mr. Chen and Mr. Jiang. If it doesn't work out, we are Chen Mo and Jiang Mo. Can you say something fucking auspicious? Jiang Kao cursed angrily. Chen Lu thought about it and finally decided to change to a more serious way of saying, there will be a long time to come, Mr. Jiang Kao came to him with a serious face, quietly looked around and asked in a low voice, who is Fang Cheng? Since Li Sainian said that he was preparing for the public examination, and Zheng Haoyu was preparing for graduate school, the only two people in the entire dormitory were Chen Lu and Jiang Kao, who had a barbecue outside. Seriously, when he received the news from the two of them, Chen Lu was still a bit dazed and despondent. Although the real graduation will be in the 4th year of college, it seems that after the 3rd year of college, everyone will start to go their own way. The day of separation was getting closer and closer. When the two returned to the dormitory, it was already nearly 10 o'clock at night. This point around the dormitory is basically not much people. Near the June season, from time to time you can hear a burst of insects. Hangzhou's summer night is not quiet. The grass is so many kinds of insects can open a museum. The girl you love may not always be around you, but the mosquitoes will. Chen Lu helped Jiang Kao, and the two of them wobbled towards the dormitory entrance. He looked at his good oldest son with a speechless face, really not understanding why he had a drink of his own. This bee had already blown down a bottle. Is this how people who drink a lot celebrate? Jiang Kao, have you as a brother in this life is enough, really? Jiang Kao hitched Chen Lu's shoulder and slurred his words. Then you call out to your father, Chen Lu said breathlessly. He was not drunk at all. Because there was no chance at all. How could he catch up with a drink of Jiang Kao blowing a bottle by himself? The two had just walked to the door of the dormitory when they saw a girl with a beautiful figure squatting there. With her back against the closed dormitory door, she tightly hugged her knees and crouched under the light of the doorway without saying a word, the opposite of her usual style. The white light hit her from top to bottom, looking somewhat forlorn. Mo Yuqing finally stood up when she saw Chen Lu's figure. I don't know how long she had been squatting here, but when she stood up, she still wobbled a bit with sore legs, and only barely managed to stand still by holding on to the door. It was really hard to match the girl at this moment with the girl who never lowered her head. The three people all froze for a moment. Just as Chen Lu wanted to pretend he didn't see anything and helped Jiang Kao to enter the door. Mo Yuqing took 3 steps to walk in front of him, and the hem of her deep black skirt followed like a flower, swaying gently. She had decided a long time ago that even if Chen Lu had stayed put, or even started walking back, as long as she ran to catch up, even if she had to exhaust half of her life? After all of this was nothing compared to what Chen Lu had given for so many years. She held up the thing she was carrying in her hand for a bit, and softly said, I bought you peach crisp, from your favorite store. That store was far away from this school. A taxi would take at least 40 minutes, and a round trip would be over an hour. Chen Lu didn't know how long it took her to go back and forth, nor did he know how long she squatted here like an unwanted child, how long she fed the mosquitoes, and how many curious gazes she attracted. But he is not so eager to know anymore. 100 degrees of boiling water can still freeze, let alone a heart that is only 37 degrees. The more infatuated people, the more thorough the death of the heart. The last expectation in his heart is to get together and part ways. Jiang Kao was very sensible and wandered into the dormitory by himself, leaving the place to the two. But despite this, he still stood in the distance, lit a cigarette, and quietly ate his melon. Seeing Chen Lu sigh lightly, it seemed that he still had no intention of picking up the conversation. Mo Yuqing's expression became even sadder as she held the bag of peach crisp in both hands and handed it towards Chen Lu again. Just eat 2 bites, just 2 bites, she almost begged. Okay, she forced back her tears. In fact, she had already anticipated this situation in advance, but when it really happened, her heart still hurt like a pinch, cold and icy. That boy who would be kind to her, smile at her, and have her in his eyes, it seems that he can no longer come back. Her whole person was enveloped by great sadness, remorse like a tide, in her heart constantly undulating, one wave after another. At the same time, she also completely recognized that regret was useless. Chen Lu looked at the girl in front of him somewhat indifferently, and said helplessly, forget it, I just got full. Moreover, I don't like eating this. Mo Yuqing froze for a moment, hiding her somewhat trembling hands behind her back and pursing her lips. But you've obviously loved it since you were a kid. I remember everything you loved to eat. Chen Lu clearly grew up. Even when he was in elementary school, he often yelled for food. Because of this, his own mother also often prepared for him, waiting for him to come to play when he gave him food. She somewhat couldn't stop trembling slightly, probably more afraid of Chen Lu no longer liking her at this moment than Chen Lu no longer liking peach crisp. The corner of Chen Lu's mouth raised a complicated smile after hearing this. He said with a bitter smile, think about it more. When you were a kid, my parents or your parents bought this for me. Who ate the most? Mo Yuqing lowered her eyes and whispered, I. At that time, Chen Lu always ate a few mouthfuls and then stopped eating. Because of this, no less scolded. Even if the old scolded do not love to eat, still keep asking for it, still every time said that they like to eat. Only himself has been like an overgrown child, cannot feel anything, has been wantonly trampled on his tenderness. Looking at Mo Yuqing frozen there, Chen Lu's face was filled with helplessness and exhaustion as he asked, figured it out. Mo Yuqing gently nodded her head. She bit her lower lip hard, and as she did so, she inexplicably tasted a bit of salty and scarlet liquid. She was suddenly very angry with herself. How can you be so backward-looking when it's all come to this point? Without saying anything else, Chen Lu took a step towards the dormitory entrance, leaving behind only one sentence: "Let's not disturb each other. For your own good and for good." He had just taken 2 steps when he realized that his arm was suddenly yanked. "I don't want." Mo Yuking gently tugged at him with one hand wiping the tears that finally couldn't be held back. "Don't chase me away. Please, we grew up together. I really never thought about life without you. I'll pay you back. I'll be as good to you as you once were to me." At this moment she had completely thrown away all her pride. It was just a matter of bowing her head. It was no big deal. As long as Chen Lu could come back to her heart, she was willing to do anything. Just when she still had a trace of expectation, she saw Chen Lu sigh lightly. "Let go, be decent," he said in a deep voice. Chen Lu's meaning had already been made clear. "You can't drag me away if I want to go. It's not too ugly to scatter now." Under the gaze of Chen Lu, Mo Yuking finally managed to slowly release her hand. It seemed that loosening each finger took a great deal of her strength. It turned out that she would also have times when she was so greedy for intimate contact with Chen Lu. Chen Lu doesn't eat this kind of thing. Messing around will only backfire and make him hate himself even more. Mo Yuking did not want that. She had to take her blurred vision and look at the boy in front of her, only wanting to look at him one more time. "Go back." Chen Lu didn't stop after he finished speaking, except that every step he took was heavy. Mo Yuking didn't know how long she stood in the same spot, and only turned to leave after she had slowed down. Liu Yan walked out from the corner and looked at her helplessly and heartbrokenly. "Look on the bright side. In this situation now, it's normal for you to have a hot face and a cold ass." Mo Yuking looked at the lock screen wallpaper of that last photo of the two of them together and took the back of her finger to wipe the tears on her cheeks. She smiled while shedding tears and pretended to be strong. "It's okay. This is just where it's at." It was no longer possible to ask him to be as good to herself as before. At least Chen Lu talked to himself. Liu Yan did not say anything. She knows that Mo Yuking has not suffered this kind of aggression, but also knows that she is now suffering this kind of aggression. It was deserved. If Mo Yuking didn't want to give up yet. "You are much more determined than I thought," Liu Yan said honestly. "My determination will only get stronger." Mo Yuking turned her head to look at the dormitory door, even though the figure of Chen Lu had long since disappeared there, with only a few flying insects left flying around in the light. "Because it's only now that I've completely realized what he was feeling in the first place. The more one puts one's heart in the right place, the more one realizes how much Chen Lu loved him in the first place. I won't give up. If he can chase me for 7 years, I can chase him for 7 years. Big deal. It's only 14 years what he has done for me. I can do the same to him. Not a single thing." With that said, her eyes became blurry again. "But in 14 years, I'll be 35. A little too old to look my best for you. Can you come back to me a little earlier? Chen Lu spat on Jiang Kao, who was leaning against the wall smoking. "I knew you must be watching." Jiang Kao turned his head and spat the smoke ring to the side, shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "After all, this is the best-looking girl in our school," begging in a low voice. "Isn't it a pity not to watch if this matter spreads out? There's no telling how many people will have to break their big defenses. The goddess they've been thinking about day and night is here crying and begging you not to leave her." Tsk. Chen Lu was lazy and glanced at him, saying breathlessly, "Damn, the enemy is within." "What do you mean?" Jiang Kao obviously didn't understand. "As long as I stay with you, what? My movements are transparent," Chen Lu said while going up the stairs. "You're Liu Yan's fucking eyes, even if you revealed it unintentionally." Jiang Kao recalled the chat with Liu Yan when he was eating out, and realized that he seemed unable to refute it, and could only follow Chen Lu as he climbed the stairs one section at a time with a face full of guilt. "This bitch is so bad. She's been splashed with cold water twice by you to your face, but she actually hasn't given up yet. I almost don't recognize her anymore." Jiang Kao sighed. "I didn't hang on to her anyway." Chen Lu's tone was full of helplessness. "I refused decisively enough. Her dad is close to my dad like that. It's not like I can make it too ugly, so I don't have any other way anyway. She won't be like this all the time. At most she'll give up after a few more tries. Next time she comes over, just pretend not to see. She likes to feed mosquitoes. Let her feed it." Jiang Kao couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it hard for you to watch?" at least grew up together and liked her for so many years. He didn't have this kind of experience and couldn't think differently, but although Chen Lu's refusal was decisive, he could still tell that Chen Lu was in a bad mood. Of course it's hard. Chen Lu was too lazy to talk tough. After saying that, he turned his head again and looked at Jiang Kao condescendingly from several steps away. But as being difficult a reason for me to turn back, Jiang Kao froze. No matter if it was Mo Yuking or Chen Lu, in this aspect both suddenly became incomparably unfamiliar to him. The person who was once pursued with passion and hard work now had an attitude as cold as a glacier. And the pursued person, who was like the white moon in the sky, was instead infatuated at the moment. Infatuation is staggering. Sometimes feelings were really a strange thing. The main one was a mutual torture. I think you have the right idea. Letting her break her mind early, and each of you being at peace, is a good result. Jiang Kao nodded approvingly. It's fine if the two don't have anything to do with each other at that time, and there's no need to hurt her anymore. Mo Yuking is always different from Qin Wenxi. The day when Li Xinian reacted in the future, Qin Wenxi wouldn't care. It would just be one less fish in the pond for her. Jiang Kao thought to himself. This was the difference between the two. One had feelings but didn't respond, while the other didn't at all. Chen Lu did not refute. Who doesn't have regrets in their youth? The next day afternoon, inside a pavilion on the school grounds, Chen Lu was resting his head in his hands. Chen Lu is resting his cheeks and looking at the laptop computer in front of him. Liang Jiru is very good sitting opposite him, head down to memorize English words. He looked at the teams and games of the previous years of the GWB Future Game Producer Competition and carefully summarized their common points. This one was a bit more suitable for him to participate in than a competition like GWB that required a finished game. That's because after you get past the initial screening, all you have to do is make a game that is creatively passable within 48 hours. An atrocious product made in such a short period of time would reflect nothing but creativity. Their disadvantage as newcomers will be made up for a lot by then. As long as they casually mixed up the rankings, it was supposed to be for the purpose of applying for funds with the school. Chen Lu kept sliding the mouse and muttered in a low voice, "The code knocking is a good solution, but the art is also a problem." Sure enough, nothing was simple. But so many of the judges are famous game upstarts or anchors, so when the time comes they can go and ask for autographs, such as the 1-meter-6 monkey. Thinking about it, Chen Lu sighed deeply again. Take your time. Everything is difficult at the beginning. What's wrong? Liang Jiru heard Chen Lu sighing and raised her head a little worriedly to ask. It's a bit annoying. Chen Lu stretched his back, and his gaze went to the innocent-looking girl in front of him. You haven't been uncomfortable recently, right? The girl shook her head. No, that's good. If you tire yourself into the hospital again, see how I bully you. Chen Lu didn't have the good sense to say. Liang Jiru was still ashamed when she remembered the process of being fed by Chen Lu in the hospital, and quickly waved her hands. It won't happen. It really won't happen. As a result, just as she was recalling such things, Chen Lu suddenly pulled out a fruit candy from his pocket. Ever since Liang Jiru fainted once due to low blood sugar, Chen Lu always carried these with him. While looking at the computer screen, he peeled the candy paper with one hand and finally handed it to the girl. Open your mouth. Liang Jiru's mouth was deathly closed and her face was red. I'll do it myself. Liang Jiru just wanted to take her hand to pick it up, but Chen Lu pulled his hand back. His expression became very serious. Do you dislike me? I don't dislike you, Liang Jiru condescended. Then why don't you eat? Because halfway through her words, Chen Lu handed the fruit candies to her again. Hurry up, if you keep dawdling be careful of being seen by others again. You've already used this trick once. Liang Jiru disdained. I also get smarter, all right. How can I hit the same trick twice? Seeing Chen Lu's stern face, she still put away the small smugness in her heart, opened her small mouth in aggravation, and after hesitating for a long time, she still took the candy in. I shouldn't have come over. Chen Lu followed the voice and looked over, and saw Lin Miao Miao looking at him and Liang Jiru through clenched teeth. When he turned his head again, Liang Jiru's entire body had completely flopped down on the stone table, burying her face into her arm and pretending to be an ostrich. Only the roots of her reddened ears were revealed. Chen Lu froze and blinked his eyes. Good guy. Do you dare to be more cute? I've told you to hurry up, be careful of being seen by others. Chen Lu looked at Lin Miao Miao, who was walking this way, and whispered, See, I got you right. Next time remember to move faster. It's weirdly embarrassing to be found by others. Liang Jiru plopped down and nodded her head repeatedly. not realizing in the slightest that there was something wrong with Chen Lu's words. I shouldn't have asked where you two are. Lin Miao Miao sat next to Liang Jiru. Why should I come over to Chow Lemon? Doesn't it smell good to watch anime in the dormitory? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, the more painful it was for her to be the light bulb. The main reason is that these two people are getting more and more excessive, before at most in front of her face to face a little bit, now are feeding on. I don't know shame. After a short while Liang Jiro finally sat up straight, allowing Lin Miao Miao to hold her hand and show off in front of Chen Lu. Chen Lu looked at Lin Miao Miao with a face that didn't care, thinking, let's see how much longer you can be complacent. Why are your dark circles under your eyes so severe? Is Mr. Chen really planning to start a business? Lin Miao Miao suddenly said. She didn't know why. If it was any other boy in her class who told her that he was going to start a business, she would probably just listen to it as a joke. But when Chen Lu said this, she always felt that Chen Lu could really make it work. Yeah, the heart is exhausted. Chen Lu looked miserably at Liang Jiru, and asked softly, so can you hug me? Huh? Liang Jiru didn't react for a moment. Wasn't she chatting with Lin Miao Miao about entrepreneurship? How did the spearhead suddenly point to me here? Don't you dare to be more naive, Chen Lu said with a smile. This naive person's soft sometimes is quite cute. Lin Miao Miao froze for a moment, and hurriedly hugged Liang Jiru and shouted, what did you do to her when I wasn't there? Chen Lu didn't care about her eyes that looked at her like a pervert. I wasn't like this when you weren't around, it was simply for you. Let in advance you get used to it, so that you don't make a fuss about it in the future. This is all my good intention. Feeding Liang Jiru a piece of candy. Lin Miao Miao have to make a fuss. In the future she will be a light bulb again, is not to be noisy by her. This is not good. Let her adapt in advance is still very important. In fact, Chen Lu didn't want to irritate her so much. But who called her a two-spined ape? Chen Lu. What do you mean? Lin Miao Miao was so angry that her tiger teeth were biting at her lips one by one. Liang Jiru English is unable to look at it. She feels that memorizing an afternoon of English, but also did not understand what Chen Lu just that word in the end means tired brain. What do you mean save the fuss later? What the hell is she doing? Chen Lu continued to look at the computer screen. I'm going to be the owner of a game studio soon. Pay attention to the way you speak, he said expressionlessly. Maybe you'll have to come and join me if you can't get along in the future. Lin Miao Miao spat at him and pinched Liang Jiru's shoulder. Don't suffer with him here. Go to my dormitory to watch me paint. My saber will be painted soon, super handsome. Chen Lu, who originally had drooping eyelids, instantly came to life when he heard this, and he stood up holding the stone table and asked, you still know how to draw? Lin Miao Miao cleared her throat. How do you know that I've actually been learning to paint since I was a child? Chen Lu had never seen such a dejected girl before. He sat down slowly with a speechless face, because knowing the son is like fatherhood after being posed by Lin Miao Miao like this last time. He even specifically went to study how Lin Miao Miao could answer this. You! If it wasn't for the fear of my family Jiru being sad, I would have sunk you in the West Lake. Chen Lu saw the corners of Liang Jiru's mouth slightly hooked up, and he followed suit and smiled a little, turning seriously. I just realized that you can draw. Lin Miao Miao felt strange. It's not like I was given the opportunity to talk about this before, so I can't specifically talk about it like a self-introduction, right? But when you boarded the school's official website, no one gave you a chance to say this, but didn't you say it anyway? Chen Lu was too lazy to spit, after all. The current Lin Miao 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 was a brand new leak in his eyes. Miao Miao paints beautifully, Liang Jiru praised in a small voice. Chen Lu nodded. Show me. Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao opened her cell phone album and pushed her phone in front of Chen Lu. Not bad, right? Lin Miao Miao then brought his sunglasses and gently pushed it up a bit. Chen Lu looked at a few illustrations drawn by Lin Miao Miao Miao, belonging to the degree that a few tens of thousands of fans can be obtained by posting the drawing process on a video website. It's just that the concentration of two spiny apes is relatively high, and all of them are anime illustrations. It was also unknown why he didn't go for an art major. Chen Lu did not mince words and praised. How do you know that I don't want to know? Thank you. Chen Lu hurriedly interrupted her pretentious starting sentence. You draw so well, why didn't you choose a major in art? There's no way. Who asked me to do so well in culture? Lin Miao Miao looked at Chen Lu, was coldly looking at her, smiled, and then continued. Originally wanted to choose, but this line in my home side of the bad development. My health is not very good, the probability of graduation is to go back to their home side of the work. So, I chose a specialty that is good for finding a job anywhere. My parents don't want me to make much money, so it's good to stay by their side. Do you have a dream? Chen Lu asked in a serious manner. Lin Miao Miao cocked her head. Dreams, you come and help me draw a few artwork that I need to use to make the game, and I'll give you 1,000 a month. The workload is very small, you can rest assured. Lin Miao Miao resisted the urge to lick her lips. Her heart was a bit greedy. After all, she had always been a hobbyist since she was a child, and had never thought of earning money by this. Not to mention earning Chen Lu's money. It's kinda cool to think about it. She herself enjoyed playing the 2 Stinged Ape handheld game, and was a little wary of being moved at the thought that she could also be the game's esthetician. Chen Lu didn't see what exactly she was thinking about and continued to add, too little? 1,005 a month is good. This is also considered a white pickup salary for your workload. Liang Jiru was aware that Chen Lu's budget was around $2,000, but she really didn't know who to help right now, and could only look at Chen Lu, and then Lin Miao Miao Miao, curiously watching the reactions of the two. In her heart, she secretly thought that Chen Lu was really too bad, hoodwinking people one way or another. 15,000. Lin Miao Miao was completely moved. 15,000 is 2,648. Ah. How many characters can be drawn? Chen Lu saw Lin Miao Miao's heartbeat, also counted completely. Put down the heart. Forget it, one price, 2,000. But want you to work overtime when you have to be on call. Deal. Lin Miao Miao did not have any hesitation. Where did she think that Chen Lu's budget at the beginning was 2,000? She had signed an extra contract of sale for nothing. The two of them smiled and each nodded their heads, only the reason for their smiles differed somewhat. Chen Lu smiled and laughed, placing his index finger on his lips and making a shake gesture towards Liang Jiru. I'll send you the names of these games, so go back and learn their art styles. After Chen Lu sent the message to Lin Miao Miao, he once again revealed a pleased smile. Smooth cooperation, okay. Lin Miao Miao got up and went back to the dormitory without saying a word. All she could think of was 3,648 for a month. So what's a little bit of hard work? Chen Lu looked at her, bouncing back. You did not hold back a sigh. Contemporary university animals are so good at cheating? Has it degenerated to the point where it only knows that it can eat 3 bowls of rice at one meal? He suddenly felt that his program had a promising future as a thief. He turned his head to see Liang Jiru sizing herself up with a beak. No wonder I'm always fooled by you, she muttered. Don't worry, I won't cheat you like that. Cheating her is for cheap labor. I can't afford to replace you. I lied to you at best to take advantage of the situation. Aren't I being honest? Liang Jiru looked at him dumbfounded. Why are you suddenly telling the truth? Forget it. It's easier to memorize English. Both of them enjoyed this quiet time together, feeling the breeze that brought gusts of coolness, each busy with their own things. Whenever they felt tired, they could look up and see the person they missed the most in front of them, and they were instantly energized again. The girl hung her head slightly, a few strands of hair escaping from behind her ear and drooping down next to her cheek, which she seemed too serious to care about. It looked pretty and gentle, and it made people feel wonderful. As a result, just as Chen Lu looked up at Liang Jiru for I don't know how many times, he realized that this bean had already fallen asleep. She was quietly lying on her arm, sleeping like a good girl. Chen Lu turned his head and felt that the wind had become a little too cool, and he didn't know if it was going to rain later. If he let this bean sleep any longer, she would catch a cold. Too lazy to spit out this damn weather. He walked next to the girl and gently nudged her shoulder. Let me send you home, you'll catch a cold when you sleep here. Liang Jiru rubbed her eyes in a daze. I don't want to go back. Why? Chen Lu was very curious. Liang Jiru pinched her hand, her mouth opened and closed, but in the end she couldn't speak. I want to stay with you. This sentence was a bit too difficult for her at the moment. Chen Lu did not continue to ask, closed the computer, put it into his bag, and softly said, since you don't want to go home, then you can go to my house. What's the point of going to your house? Liang Jiru did not follow Chen Lu's brain circuit for a moment. Moreover, the way Chen Lu was looking at her at the moment was like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit, making her heart unsure. Chen Lu said with a bashful face, you'll catch a cold if you sleep here, and you don't want to go home, so go sleep at my house. No need, I won't sleep. Liang Jiru rubbed her eyes and looked at him with wide-open watery eyes. Look, I'm not sleepy at all. Chen Lu hummed and laughed, then suddenly said in a serious manner, what are you afraid of? My parents aren't at home. Liang Jiru was slightly relieved after hearing this. Wait, that's not right. Does this have anything to do with being at home or not? It's not good for me to go to your house alone. Liang Jiru hurriedly shrugged it off. What kind of girl goes to a boy's house to sleep? What does it matter, we are such good friends. Before she could say anything, Chen Lu continued to speak. You still have to be a tutor for Chen Missouri at night. Just think of it as going over earlier. Let's sneak around, no one will find out. As long as you're not in my room when Chen Moore comes back, it's fine. He looked at Liang Jiru, who was looking down and pinching the paper in her hand around, her expression incomparably serious. This bean was still in great need of rest, and he bet that Liang Jiru was definitely in a state where she could fall asleep when she dipped her pillow right now. You don't say words that can easily cause misunderstanding. Okay, Liang Jiru finally heard that the words were wrong, and rebuked in a small voice. Then I'll take it as you agreeing, get going. Chen Lu said, and started to pack up her canvas bag for Liang Jiru. Although there are many things that even if Liang Jiru doesn't know how to refuse, he is willing to follow Liang Jiru's wishes. But this thing can't be, this bean belongs to the ox. If she doesn't pull her twice, she will have to tire herself out sooner or later. I'll do it myself. Liang Jiru once again completely gave up her resistance in front of Chen Lu, and honestly took all the books on the stone table back into her bag. Next time, she can't sleep in front of him. The girl thought secretly in her heart. But I just did not intend to sleep. How did I fall asleep as soon as I got down? Chen Lu watched Liang Jiru's movements of carefully organizing her books and revealed a satisfied smile. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Kao, calling out to the other party to go next door to the computer science major side to feel the situation. With Li Sinian's interpersonal relations as a student council cadre, this kind of thing should be easier to do. As a result, he just raised his head and saw Liang Jiru holding her bag with both hands, quietly moving to the outside of the gazebo. What are you doing? Chen Lu looked at the girl's appearance and felt both angry and amused. Liang Jiru was stunned for a moment after hearing Chen Lu's voice, and slowly turned her head and said, I'm going home, good fellow, still wanting to sneak and run, right? Think I'm a fool. Chen Lu walked over and poked her forehead. Anything, as long as you honestly sleep. After saying that, he looked at the time again. It was already 3:20 p.m. Forget it, I've changed my mind, you honestly come with me. Chen Lu took her bag over and carried it on his back. He thought about it, and still felt that he couldn't put this bean back. By the time you get home it'll be after 4. By then you won't be able to sleep long before you have to come over, and I reckon you won't sleep honestly when you go back. You'll definitely prepare lessons for Chen Moore behind my back. Liang Jiru lowered her head and didn't say anything, obviously being seen through. She could only honestly follow behind Chen Lu. Isn't it normal for clean and good friends to go to each other's homes to take a nap? I've slept at Jiang Kao's house many times, Chen Lu continued to defend. But with his mouth saying this, he still quietly snorted coldly in his heart. Who is innocent with you? You stupid frog will just honestly soak in the warm water. Thus, the ignorant girl was abducted back home by Chen Lu. Are uncle and auntie really not at home? Liang Jiru still didn't quite want to enter when she reached the door and looked at Chen Lu and asked in a small voice. She knew that she couldn't run. She could only hope that she wouldn't really be seen, and that she wouldn't be able to wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River at that time. Liang Jiru did not know how much mental preparation along the way, until Chen Lu showed her his and Chen Missouri's chat records, and saw Chen Missouri said to let himself go to her room, only a little relaxed. After getting along for a while, her relationship with Chen Missouri had gotten better and better. Although it was Chen Moore who kept sticking to her chatting. Chen Lu nodded. Then slowly opened the door. Don't worry. I've seen my mom's friends circle. The two of them are now having a 2-person world at the movie theater, and they're probably going to eat outside at night. After opening the door, Chen Lu deliberately poked his head in to see. He is still a little afraid of his own mom misunderstanding. After all, she likes Liang Jiru so much. Maybe he will really be hung up and smacked. Sure enough, as he thought, the home is quiet. The afternoon sun shines in from the balcony, sprinkled onto the clean floor. Chen Lu found out the slippers that his own mom specially bought for Liang Jiru from the shoe cabinet and bent down to hand them to her. My mom bought them for you individually. You'll wear these when you come as a tutor in the future. This pair is only for you to wear alone. He felt like he really inherited a lot of his personality from his good-hearted mom, only he wasn't that violent. Chen Lu boiled water on the coffee table, so he led Liang Jiro to the door of Chen Missouri's room. "You're not nervous about sleeping in a girl's room, right?" he said with a light smile. Liang Jiro nodded slightly, not realizing that when she looked at Chen Lu again, she only saw a shocked expression on Chen Lu's face. "Eh? How come it can't be opened?" He hurriedly sent a message to Chen Lu again. "Chen Lu, you can't get into your room. You locked it?" "Chen Mo, really? Did I lock the door? Holy shit. The key is really in my bag. Then there's nothing we can do. Let Jiro's sister go to your room. I'm here now, so I'll just have to make do. It's all my fault. Look what happened." Xiaoxiang spread his hands. JPG Chen Lu looked at the message sent by Chen Missouri and fell into deep thought. How could Chen Missouri forget that she locked the door without locking it? This message are seconds back. Where is the time to find the key from the bag? In the future, what she wants, just buy her. He is at least her brother. He took the cell phone to Liang Jiro to see. Whispered, "Go to my room to sleep." Liang Jiro suddenly had the feeling of having entered a den of thieves, but could not tell where it was wrong. She could only lower her head and walk towards Chen Lu's room. After coming to his house to be a tutor for many times, Chen Lu's room really hadn't gone in once. In addition to regret and nervousness, there was also more than a hint of anticipation. She swore there was only a hint. Not even a hint. Chen Lu didn't see how nervous he was. After opening the door, he leaned to the side and let Liang Jiro go in first. After the girl walked in, she saw a completely different scene from what she had expected. Chen Lu's bedroom is far tidier than she imagined. Light gray quilt neatly laid flat on the bed, the desk next to the bed with a computer. The other side of the wall is all bookshelves, filled with all sorts of books. Isn't it true that compared to this, Chen Missouri's room is simply a pigsty? Just when she was still in a daze, Chen Lu stood beside her and said with a bad smile. Chen Lu just wanted to continue fooling around for a couple sentences, but his smile instantly froze. The sound of opening the door came from the entrance hall. That crap. Chen Lu's heart seemed to actually stop for a moment in this instant. Liang Jiro also froze there. Although she hadn't been discovered yet, she no longer wanted to live on Earth. With the clicking sound of the lock cylinder turning, the door of the house was slowly opened. Just as Chen Lu was thinking about countermeasures, Liang Jiro gently tugged on the corner of his coat. He turned his head to see the girl's eyes misting over as she commiserated. "Should I hide?" Chen Lu almost choked to death on his own spit when he heard this. How did this bean go offline as soon as she was nervous about her brain? Liang Jiro looked at him with an anxious face. Her heart panicked. If this was seen by her aunt, she might as well die. Even if he was forced to pull over by Chen Lu, but in the perspective of the aunt, does not still look like he came to steal her son. "It's fine, don't panic, make it sound like we did something by hiding in the room." Chen Lu was speechless. Just now he saw this bean's nervous appearance, he was almost wound up. "You stay in the room first, I'll go and see what's going on." After saying that, he slowly opened the door and walked to the living room, as if nothing was wrong. The pot of hot water he had been boiling at that moment happened to be boiling, giving him an excuse to come out. He slowly poured some hot water into the cup and looked up at the entrance hall. Wang Xiaoxia was just about to lower her head to change her shoes when Chen Lu hurriedly shouted, "Mom, why are you back?" She was startled by the sudden voice. Not bothering to change her shoes, she was about to slap him. "It's not enough that you've been staying at school and not coming home, but now you're sneaking back behind my back, aren't you? If you really don't want to see me, let's go our separate ways." She lifted Chen Lu's ear, forced a smile, and said in a bad mood, "And how come you're back? Those who don't know still think you're at home every day." "I was wrong. I was wrong." Chen Lu hastily admitted his mistake and rubbed his ears. "I didn't see the friend circle you posted, but as a result, you suddenly came back, and I was worried that you guys had a fight." He looked at Wang Xiaoxia with a sincere face. On the surface he was calm, but in fact, he was flustered to death. Since just now did not directly bring Liang Jiro out, now there is no way back. Killed cannot be found by mom in the room to hide a girl. Wang Xiaoxia, after grabbing Chen Lu's ear, smugly walked towards her room. "Count, your kids still have some conscience, don't worry. We didn't quarrel. I watched a movie when the milk tea spilled on the clothes, came back to change clothes." Chen Lu picked up the water cup and blew the hot air on it. He would only stop drinking Coke and honestly drink hot water when his stomach hurt. He couldn't help but spit out, "How grown up do you still drink milk tea?" Wang Xiaoxia stopped and smiled at him, looking incomparably gentle. "Xiao Lu, how old is your mom?" Chen Lu was so scared that his hand shook and the hot water didn't splash on his hand. "Mom, You're 18. Wang Xiaoxia nodded her head with satisfaction, and said with a light hum, next time I'll beat you to death if you have a bad mouth. After saying that, she closed the door of the room with a bang. Chen Lu was slightly relieved, although he said that he really didn't do anything bad, but he just felt irritated. Not 2 minutes, Wang Xiaoxia changed a new skirt out. Looks very young. She and Chen Missouri shopping, say she is Chen Missouri aunt are believed. Because she has never suffered much, Chen Guanglin and her feelings have been very good, so even if her son is 21 years old, it is still like not getting old at all. The two of them go out to travel and live in a two-person world without moving. This is exactly what love looks like in Chen Lu's eyes. Suffering seems to be the only sustenance for wrinkles. The more you suffer, the easier it is for time to leave traces on your face. Liang Jiro's mother is a clear example. You're not coming back to eat at night? Chen Lu asked curiously. Order your own takeout, eat whatever you want, don't suffer yourself, Wang Xiaoxia said, while changing her shoes, not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with her words. Then can I go down to the restaurant with you guys? Wang Xiaoxia refused without hesitation. Go find your girlfriend to eat by yourself. I'm having 520. What are you doing here to make a fuss? If you irritate me again, I'll get you a grandchild. Come on. Don't look for me to cry when you get your legs broken by someone else's girl's parents. She closed the door after saying that. Chen Lu let out a deep breath. Luckily Mom didn't notice anything, nor did she notice Liang Jiru's shoes. It was a false alarm. However, why do I feel a little pain in my heart? My sister and I don't even look like we are biological. Mom and Dad are really good people, actually adopted 2 children. He got up and walked towards the bedroom, thinking in his heart. When he opened the door, he found Liang Jiru sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him timidly. After seeing him walk in, she moved a little further away. Chen Lu felt strange. He completely did not think that it was because Liang Jiru heard his sentence. Believe it or not, I will get you a grandson out. He didn't care too much, walked up and pulled the curtains closed, adjusting the air conditioner to the right temperature. Afterwards, he looked at the time, picked up his bag containing the laptop, and was about to turn around and go to the living room. I'll go to the living room and continue to check the information. You sleep on your own. Turn this around twice and the door will be locked. Can't get in outside. Liang Jiru looked at the way he covered his stomach and asked softly, Are you uncomfortable? Chen Lu didn't care. It's fine, my stomach hurts a bit. Eat some cookies to pad my stomach. I'll be fine soon. He walked out and just wanted to close the door when he inexplicably felt a resistance. With a curious face, he scattered his hand, and the door was gently pulled open by the girl. She rested her forehead against the doorframe and took several deep breaths before finally speaking. You. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Chen Lu didn't reply, only reaching out and pinching her cheeks hard. What position did I sleep in to have such a dream? After slowing down, he forced down the upturned corners of his mouth and softly said, You hurry up and go to sleep. I've had experience with this, and I'll be fine in no time after eating some snacks. The girl was once again stubborn, and with a faintly invisible beak, she looked up at Chen Lu. Cook you a bowl of noodles, okay? It's quick, I'll sleep immediately after I'm done. Chen Lu was a bit helpless, thinking, how did you manage to take the tone of begging for a favor and ask for this kind of thing? Is it okay? Or if you tell me what you want to eat, I'll make it all for you. As long as you're willing to eat. Seeing that Chen Lu did not respond, she continued to plead, her tone soft and gentle, surrounding Chen Lu's ears for a long time. Chen Lu felt that he couldn't argue with her, and could only agree. 15 minutes at most. Oh. But you have to promise me that you will sleep honestly right after you are done. Good. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu and slightly hooked up the corner of her mouth, indicating that she was really happy. Under Chen Lu's constant encouragement, she smiled better and better. The girl's smile was like a flower, and her watery and clear eyes seemed to be hiding a sky full of stars. Before Chen Lu could think of what to say, he saw the girl take a hair elastic and comb up her ponytail, slowly walking towards the kitchen. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, and sighed softly in his heart. Okay. Today counts as a win for you. Chen Lu was naturally unwilling to have his heart beat faster by a bean, and in his heart, he was calculating how to get back his offense. He looked at the girl's gently swaying ponytail and silently followed behind. Only to see Liang Jiru walk to the refrigerator. Her hand just touched the top before she paused for a moment, turned her head to look at him, and asked in a small voice, Can I open it? She felt a bit awkward. Obviously in her own home when she cooked for Chen Lu, there was no pressure in her heart. in Chen Lu's home she was inexplicably embarrassed to touch anything. Chen Lu felt funny. I don't mind even if you carry away my home refrigerator. Liang Jiru pursed her lips and didn't say anything else, silently opening the refrigerator to see what she could take to cook noodles for Chen Lu. What do you want to eat? She looked for a while and continued to ask. Whitewater noodles are fine, just do it quickly. Chen Lu leaned against the wall and looked at her with a serious expression. Otherwise I'll die of guilt. The reason he didn't forcefully reject Liang Jiru cooking for him to eat, besides the fact that this bean is really too persistent, is that her cooking is really too delicious. It was a lie to say that he didn't crave it. The girl nodded and reached out to take out 2 tomatoes. Chen Lu's taste she remembered very well, and now that these dishes in the refrigerator could be made, only the tomato and egg noodles he liked a little bit more. At least that was what she understood from what Chen Lu had told her. Seeing this, Chen Lu also stopped idling and went into the kitchen to start filling the pot with water. To save this bean from getting himself into a strange trouble, although Liang Jiru's figure is very good, but it is still very weak, it looks like there is not much strength. The kind that will fall down once pushed. Waiting for him to see the water in the pot overflowing, only then he hastily withdrew his thoughts and poured out some more water. It won't take this much water. Liang Jiru's tone was gentle as she lightly ranted. She seemed to think even this was a waste. I know, Chen Lu said and put the pot back on. I was distracted just now. Liang Jiru looked at him with some concern after hearing this. Do you have something on your mind? This caused Chen Lu to be strangely ashamed, and could only defend, nothing, just thinking about how to feed you a little fatter. Look at how skinny you are. Oh, Liang Jiru didn't think that much, and answered softly. Chen Lu had always been more concerned about her weight than she herself, and by now she had gotten a little used to it. You go out quickly. You go lie down for a while. I'll just do it myself, she urged in a small voice while gathering the courage to poke Chen Lu, who told her that he usually poked himself in the face without moving. As a result, she suddenly realized that Chen Lu's stomach felt a bit strange when she poked it. So she dully poked her stomach again. What's wrong? Chen Lu asked curiously. Liang Jiru was embarrassed and lowered her head. Your stomach is a little bit harder than my stomach. Chen Lu didn't hold back a smile, pulling up his t-shirt, revealing his thin abs. For a relatively thin body like his, this level was just right to be more aesthetically pleasing. Isn't that normal? I have abs, right? In fact, in the beginning he just found it more attractive and somehow stuck with it. He didn't intend to work out to that particularly outrageous degree anyway, it would be tiring and ugly and pointless. Now this kind of regular exercise was just good enough to maintain it. Liang Jiru turned around in a hurry after seeing it, feeling ashamed while feeling that she turned around a little too fast. In the future, where there is still this kind of opportunity, should be more than a glance. Thinking of this, she immediately reddened her face and began to condemn herself in her heart. Chen Lu laughed and patted his belly twice, but did not directly throw his hands away, but sat to the side and looked at her. Right, you haven't let me poke back yet, he reminded. Come over here and let me poke your belly. Liang Jiru's head shook like a rattle. Don't, Liang Jiru, student, how do you white whore every day? This behavior is very bad. You also poke my face every day. Chen Lu did not think. Face is face, stomach is stomach, is stomach. I didn't stop you from poking me in the face. Come on, how many times do you want to poke me? Liang Jiru turned her head to cook seriously, then ignoring him. Saying a few more words, she would definitely have to fall into his path. She felt her cheeks still a little hot. This kind of physique is really annoying. Doesn't it seem like she's good at bullying? The hot air gushing out from the pot continuously wafted onto the girl's cheeks, causing her to take 2 steps back with some difficulty, only for her to suddenly stop in a hurry as if she was afraid of bumping into something again. With an anxious face, she turned back to make sure she hadn't bumped into anything. Only when this time did she react to the fact that this is the kitchen of Chen Lu's house. It is very spacious, so she doesn't have to be so careful, and she doesn't have to stand in front of the hot pan and roast herself. Then the two of them were quiet for a while, and didn't continue to make a mess. For some reason, the girl's busy figure in the kitchen always looked warm in Chen Lu's heart. There was an indescribable mood, moving and down to earth. The last time he saw it at Liang Jiru's house, he inexplicably had an impulse in his heart to marry this bean home. It wasn't that he liked her cooking to such an extent, it was that he especially liked this feeling. According to Liang Jiru's character, she will definitely forcefully demand to stop all these things. At that time he was off work every day, accompanied her to buy food, watching her carefully selected look, carrying a pocket on the side of yawning. When she cooks, he or she will be at the side of the hand, and then finally play hooligan by her, shy and anxious to drive out. When he thought of the time when he could bully her every day, Chen Lu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This bean definitely can't let herself get tired of doing housework, so she must take care of everything else for her. This kind of girl, if you can really marry home, you must let go of your heart and spoil her. Liang Jiru. Chen Lu stopped fantasizing and softly shouted. Liang Jiru turned around again when she heard it, and the ponytail behind her followed and fluttered gently. What's wrong? Your back is so pretty, Chen Lu seriously said. The kind that would never get tired of looking at it for a lifetime. The girl froze at hearing this and hurriedly turned back, muttering in a small voice. Rascal, she said this on her lips, but she was still a little happy in her heart. Other boys complimenting her on her good looks would really scare her. She had encountered too many unsavory people when she was working part-time outside alone. But Chen Lu said it wouldn't. Instead, it made her heart happy, and as she watched the noodles float in the pot, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly once again. Although he was reprimanded, Chen Lu still smiled. He really liked this kind of time now too much. The only sound left in the kitchen was the incessant rolling of hot water, and the two of them were just like this, one after the other, wordlessly laughing at each other. Not long after, Chen Lu snapped to realize that this was the first time Liang Jiru had said this about him, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "You learned to laugh so fast, now you know to call me a rascal. What can you do when you learn to lose your temper at me in the future?" "It won't," the girl immediately replied. But this time she didn't turn around to look at Chen Lu again, because it was too shy, and she felt that she had to reassure Chen Lu. It was the only way to have the courage to say it. After Liang Jiru turned down the gas stove's fire, and let the noise go down a little bit, she lowered her head deeply, and it took her a lot of effort again before she finally squeezed out 4 words in a small voice, "I can't let go of." "Yes?" Chen Lu asked prettily. The girl nodded her head in a faintly invisible manner and continued to concentrate on her own things. Chen Lu stretched his back and sat down in front of the coffee table to continue his research. Anyway, the contestants were all school students, so there was still a good chance of seriously messing around and mixing up the rankings. He is not under a lot of pressure. When the time comes, he will be able to accomplish it, but if he can't, it will also be a kind of experience. Liang Jiru was cooking in the kitchen, and Chen Lu was in the living room drinking hot water while taking notes. Such a picture lasted for about 10 minutes until Liang Jiru brought the bowl to Chen Lu. "Go get some sleep," Chen Lu softly urged. Liang Jiru nodded slightly, but she still came over next to Chen Lu first, looking at the pile of things on the computer screen that she couldn't even understand. When Chen Lu was making a scene, he was making a scene. But when he was doing something, his seriousness made the girl a little unable to take her eyes off of it. "Why do you want to do this?" Liang Jiru asked in a small voice. She doesn't know much about games, as for the games she has played. The jumping on WeChat's small program should barely count, it can get a lot of points. "Of course for you, you just know to lie to me." Liang Jiru was too lazy to ask again. Got up and walked towards Chen Lu's room, promised Chen Lu that he would honestly sleep or he had to sleep, otherwise he still didn't know how he was going to bully himself. As soon as she took off the hair ring, the waterfall of black and beautiful hair poured straight down, trimming her slender waist even more slender and moving. Chen Lu looked at the girl's back and shrugged helplessly. No one believes in the truth these days. Alas, the world has changed and people's hearts are not ancient. Although he had always been constantly improving himself for himself, but suddenly wanting to start a business was indeed for Liang Jiru. To a lesser extent, in case you are lucky enough to make it, you can find a way to help her solve her pressing problems. Anyway, by then it is all their own money. How do you want to spend? How to spend? To a greater extent, if the two people together in the future can also give her a better life. It's just a pity that this frog has to be slowly boiled in warm water for the time being. It's not realistic to expect a bean who just learned to smile not long ago to completely open her heart now. Anyway, as long as I stay with her and slowly get better. It's like she pulled me out of the mire. Chen Lu said to himself in his heart. Immediately, he looked at the closed bedroom door of his room again, and thinking that the girl was lying on his bed, and thinking of her cute and honest sleeping face, he unconsciously gulped. There was actually a girl sleeping in his room. It was quite a novel feeling. After coming back to his senses, he seriously did his own thing, and 2 hours quickly passed joyfully. It was now after 6 in the afternoon, and the spots of light drilling through the gaps in the balcony curtains had changed position. The sky was already very long by this time, and if one didn't look at the time one wouldn't even be able to feel that it was actually already this late. Chen Lu rubbed his sore eyes, yawned and walked to his bedroom door, knocking lightly twice. "Get up, I'll take you out to eat." Sleeping again is going to be silly. He continued to knock lightly on the door. Liang Jiru sleep again will not sleep silly, he does not know, but he can be sure that if she continues to sleep, wait for mom and dad to come back to their own will die. As a result he knocked several times and there was no response from inside. Sleeping so deeply? This bean is usually not afraid to get tired. Chen Lu secretly sighed, but had no choice but to press the doorknob to see if she had locked the door. She really didn't. The door opened with a push, and he just walked in to see Liang Jiru lying on her side of the bed, looking docile and coquettish. This bean was even embarrassed to sleep right in the middle. Her t-shirt was lifted up partially, revealing a piece of eye-shattering snow-white skin, just enough to show off her slender waist. Smooth and white. Good-looking girls even have horny waists. Chen Lu silently recited "I am a decent man" in his heart many times before slowly stepping forward and slowly shaking the girl awake. "Quickly get up. My mom is back." Liang Jiru, who had already been shaken awake a bit, sat up at once when she heard this. Chen Lu hurriedly laughed and poked her brain. "Lying to you. Who told you to keep yelling and not wake up?" The girl angrily pouted her mouth, really wanting to bite him again. This person is bad to death. It was then that she noticed her somewhat disheveled clothes and the small part of her belly that was exposed. Her eyes blinked, and she looked up at Chen Lu again. Chen Lu was controlling himself to avert his gaze with great difficulty. She was incredibly panicked and got under the covers, never wanting to see anyone again in her life. After drilling into the quilt, and then remembered that this quilt is still Chen Lu's. Tired, destroy it. Seeing this cute appearance of the girl, Chen Lu also couldn't help but smile a little. All right, get up. I'll take you out to eat." "Why do we have to go out to eat?" Liang Jiru asked as she drilled her brain broad from the quilt and raised her head to look at him. Chen Lu had a face that took it for granted. "Isn't it 520 today?" As for what Chen Missouri would do if she didn't have food when she got home later, Chen Lu hadn't considered it. She was already a big kid, she could just make do with some food on her own. Liang Jiru didn't understand for a moment, which has friends eating outside on 520. There is, a good friend with a particularly good relationship, is fine. Chen Lu seriously said. "I even ate with Yang Kao last year." The girl believed in his evil. After a sound, in the quilt to completely organize the clothes, the hole before slowly drilling out. "I have a condition if I go," Liang Jiru timidly said. Chen Lu felt interesting. "What condition?" "Let me pay for it. I said before that I would treat you to dinner." She lowered her head, her fingers tangled together. "You've even learned to make conditions? Okay, I promise, go wash up good." Chen Lu went back to the living room to think about what to go eat with Liang Jiru, and quietly waited for Liang Jiru to finish washing up. Just as he began to think about the advantages and disadvantages of pixel wind again, the door over the entrance hall once again issued a rattling sound that made people's hearts tremble. "Crap, it can't be?" Chen Lu stood up and looked towards the entrance hall, intending to be the first to see exactly who it was. If it is Chen Moore, it is okay to say. If it is mom and dad, think about where to reincarnate in the next life. Soon, a girl with a ponytail popped in and threw her bag out several steps away. Chen Lu breathed a sigh of relief, sat back on the couch, and spat, just like an elementary school student. Chen Missouri smiled at him, and sat next to him in a flash, hugging his arm and saying adorably, "Brother, I want to go to a concert during summer vacation." "Go, isn't it that you don't have any money?" "Coincidentally, I don't have any either." "No, you must have. Otherwise I'll tell mom and dad about Sister Jiru coming to sleep at our house." Chen Missouri still had a soft smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "I'll also tell Sister Jiru that you accidentally ate my compressed washcloth as a milk tablet in your mouth earlier." "You shut up." Chen Lu was speechless. "I'll go with you if I can grab a ticket." "Okay, the siblings are both old MT. Speaking of which, where are our parents?" Chen Missouri asked curiously. "They've gone for 520." Chen Moore just sighed lightly. She was already used to it. "Then what are we going to eat?" Chen Lu shook her head. "You should think about what you're going to eat yourself. I'll go out to eat with your Mr. Liang later." After a few seconds of silence, Chen Lu ran around the house as fast as he could, looking for Liang Jiru's figure, and when he saw her, he hugged her at once. "Sister Jiru, I'm coming along too." She knew that there was no use begging her oldest brother for this. Even if he agreed, he might still settle the score. She could only beg her world's #1 understanding sister Jiru. After the three of them went out, Wang Xiaoxia brought Chen Guanglin back to the front of the house. How grown up are you, still making a scene? How could Xiao Lu bring a girl into the house? Chen Guanglin felt that this wife of his was thinking of one thing at a time, and was even more capable of tossing things around than the little girl. He can hide it from anyone, only he can't hide it from his mommy. Wang Xiaoxia is very proud of said. First said, we just come back to eat a melon. You remember to pretend natural point. Do not give the child scared. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. It's all your fault. I was looking for the car in the parking lot for half a day. Xiao Mo might have finished the melon. After saying that, Wang Xiaoxia slapped Chen Guanglin again. You don't know anything. And I didn't tell you anything. Do you hear me? Here. Chen Guanglin nodded repeatedly and opened the door. After the two entered the door, they realized that there was no one in the house, and the evidence next to the shoe cabinet was long gone. Where are the people? Where is my son? Where is my daughter? And where is my so big daughter-in-law?